At the foot of the Yunza Mountains, Suning jolts awake with a splitting headache as a flood of someone else's memories crashes into his mind. When the pain finally settles, Suning realizes the impossible. He has transmigrated into another world and another boy's body. The inherited memories tell him this is a brutal martial world, and the original Suning died after slipping while risking his life to grab a valuable spirit herb. Stuck in a world of sect fights, bandits, and deadly beasts, Suning grimly understands that an ordinary person can be crushed here. He checks his battered body, finds he can still move, and spots the spirit herb the dead boy died trying to take. The plant is jasper grass, a spirit medicine worth more than 500 taels, enough money to change a farmer's life. Just as he leans in to examine it, a bright panel flashes into his sight with a strange prompt asking whether to absorb its energy. A second panel shows his name, his Gale knife technique at beginner level, and a familiar plus sign, making him realize this is the game-like martial arts panel from his old life. The shock turns into hope as Suning decides this strange cheat might be his only way to survive and rise in this world. He chooses yes, and the panel confirms that the jasper grass's energy has been absorbed. His available energy jumps to 6, and the precious jasper grass instantly loses its color and withers in his hand. Suning immediately focuses on the plus sign beside Gale knife technique and tries to spend energy on it. The panel asks for 3 energy to improve the skill, and Suning agrees without hesitation because he had been stuck at beginner level for years. In an instant, Gale knife technique rises to elementary, cutting his energy down to 3. The upgrade doesn't feel abstract at all. A flood of hard-earned knife experience settles into his body like he trained for years. He snatches up his hatchet and tests the new skill, and the simple mountain tool suddenly cuts the air with real technique. Breathing hard after the set, Suning is exhilarated because what should have taken years just happened in a second. Hungry to go further, he tries to upgrade Gale knife technique again right away. But the next level needs 6 energy, and with only 3 left, Suning has to stop there for now. He reins himself in and decides this is still enough proof that he can grow stronger if he finds more spirit resources later. With the sun already dropping, Suning starts gathering the ordinary herbs spilled from his basket so he can head home. He tests a common herb for energy too, but this time the panel gives him nothing, proving normal plants won't power him up. Armed with his basket and hatchet, Suning carefully retraces the route down the dangerous mountain edge where beasts often roam. He makes it back safely after half an hour and finally sees Tao village ahead in the fading light. The sight of the village brings back more of the dead boy's life. Suning and his sister were refugees from a village destroyed by horse bandits, and were later taken in here. His sister Su Lian eventually married Tao Yunchuan, which is how the 2 siblings became part of Tao village at all. Even so, standing at the gate now, Suning hesitates because this family is real to the original owner but still unfamiliar to him. He forces himself to step through, knowing he has to face this new life sooner or later. Following the inherited memories, he threads through the large village until he reaches a plain family courtyard. When he opens the door, he finds a broad-shouldered man chopping wood with stiff, awkward movements. The man is Tao Yunchuan, his brother-in-law, and despite his limp and old injuries he greets Suning with easy warmth and tells him to hand over the herbs and rest. As soon as he gets close, Tao Yunchuan notices Suning's torn clothes and scraped skin and asks if he fell on the mountain. Suning says it was just an accidental fall, and Tao Yunchuan is visibly relieved when he hears the injuries are not serious. The talk draws out Su Lian from the kitchen, tense and worried the second she hears her little brother got hurt. Suning tries to calm her, and only after checking him closely does Su Lian let herself believe the wounds are only superficial. She gently tells him to change clothes because dinner is ready, and Suning slips away to his room still feeling awkward around this borrowed family. Once he's gone, Tao Yunchuan sinks into guilt and blames his own weakness for making Suning work so hard even after reaching marriageable age. Su Lian immediately shuts that down and reminds her husband that he saved her and Suning from dying on the streets, promising their life will get better. Up in his room, Suning expects a moment alone but finds a little girl with pigtails sitting on his bed and playing with wooden toys. She lights up and calls him uncle, and Suning remembers this is Tao Tao, the daughter of Su Lian and Tao Yunchuan. Tao Tao asks why he came back so late, but before Suning can answer, she notices the blood and holes in his pant leg. Instead of panicking, she leans in and blows on the wound exactly the way her mother does for her, trying to make it hurt less. That small act breaks Suning's tension, and he smiles for real as he tells her it doesn't hurt anymore. When he tells her to go eat first, Tao Tao suddenly digs out a few green dates and proudly stuffs them into his hands because she had been saving them for him. After she runs off, Suning looks at the dates, takes a bite, and gets hit with an intensely sour mouthful that almost ruins the touching moment. Still, as darkness settles outside, Suning realizes this strange world already feels a little less distant than it did this morning. After changing clothes and rubbing ointment on his cuts, Suning joins the family for a sparse dinner in the main room. One look at the meal tells him the household is poorer than he first realized, despite Tao village itself being prosperous. As Su Lian splits the bread and gives the larger pieces to Suning and Tao Yunchuan, Suning feels a stab of guilt over the jasper grass he already used up. The meal stays quiet, and when it's over Suning retreats to his room under the excuse of being tired. Lying awake that night, he turns the family's poverty over in his head until guilt hardens into one clear goal. He needs to find a way to earn money. The next morning he wakes late to a quiet house because Tao Yunchuan has gone to the village rice shop and Su Lian has already left for tailoring work. Tao is still asleep, so Suning leaves her be, cleans up, and fills his stomach with leftover flatbread before going out. He sorts the herbs he gathered yesterday, packs them neatly into a basket, and heads to the village medicinal shop to sell them like the old Suning always did. At the shop he is welcomed by Guiyi, the friendly young manager who has always treated him fairly. The two outsiders of Tao village share an easy rapport, but Guiyi clearly landed in a much more secure life through his wealthy merchant family. Suning lays out his herb bundles, and Guiyi quickly weighs them and quotes a total of 3 taels of silver. That number shocks Suning because the herbs should only be worth about half as much, so he asks if Guiyi is quietly helping him out. Guiyi explains that heal all plant prices have doubled, and he holds up one dry-looking bundle that suddenly matters a lot more than before. That price jump sparks a dangerous memory. A month ago, the old Suning discovered a large patch of heal all plants deep near the inner Yinza mountains but never dared harvest it. Now that his knife skill has improved and the herb is suddenly worth serious money, Suning starts thinking he might risk going after that patch after all. Guiyi tells Suning that heal all plants have suddenly become expensive because a big buyer in Kanyan County is buying out local pharmacy stock. When Guiyi warns him to watch for heal all plants in the wild, Suning quietly locks onto one thought: that dangerous patch he already knows about. After taking his silver and leaving the shop, Suning rushes home, grabs his hatchet and gear, and heads straight for Yunza Mountains to try to solve his family's money problem in one gamble. More than half an hour later, Suning moves carefully through the steep Yunza range, knowing the mountains are full of beasts and rumors of demon beasts even if people still risk them to survive. He reaches the steep hillside and finds the untouched heal all patch exactly where he remembered, and to him the bleak field looks like a fortune waiting to be carried home. Because the patch sits right near the inner circle boundary, Suning does not rush in and first checks the area for danger. To be safe, he climbs a nearby tree, scans the surroundings, and only moves once he is sure nothing is stalking the slope. Satisfied for the moment, Suning ties the hatchet behind his waist and dashes into the patch to harvest as fast as he can. He bends low and pulls heal all plants one by one into his basket, working carefully but fast. As the basket fills, Suning realizes this patch is far bigger than he expected and starts calculating nearly 300 taels if he could carry it all. After about 15 minutes the basket is packed full at more than 20 pounds, and Suning forces himself to stop even though half the patch is still there. He presses the plants down and seals the basket, choosing mobility over greed in case something goes wrong on the way out. The moment he is ready to leave, heavy footsteps sound behind him and all his attention snaps toward the slope above. 5 or 6 huge black wolves appear above him and stare him down, and Suning instantly knows he is in serious trouble. Suning roars and steps forward first, startling the eager wolves just long enough to open a path to run. He spins and bolts downhill, but one glance back tells him the wolves are already chasing hard. The steep mountain path and the basket on his back make the truth obvious. He cannot outrun wolves on their own ground. With the pack nearly on him, Suning abandons the escape and scrambles up the nearest big tree. A wolf nearly catches his trousers on the way up, proving these inner mountain wolves are bigger and more dangerous than ordinary ones. Clinging to the tree, Suning weighs 2 bad choices: wait and hope the wolves leave, or drop down and fight while risking wounds that could kill him later in the mountains. He steadies himself by remembering his elementary gale knife technique, but he still knows a single injury out here could be fatal. Suning climbs a little higher and decides to wait first, while the wolves settle under the tree and refuse to give up. Hours drag by, and even while Suning eats flatbread to keep his strength up, the wolves stay planted under the tree like they have all day. After 2 hours, Suning realizes waiting is only making him weaker, so he hardens his gaze and chooses to strike first. Seeing the pack grow careless in the noon heat, Suning jumps from the tree and commits everything to one sudden ambush. Using the fierce sword wind move from his gale knife technique, he hacks into the largest wolf's back and nearly breaks it in one blow. Before the pack recovers from the shock, Suning cuts down the nearest wolf and suddenly turns 6 enemies into 4. With the strongest wolf crippled, Suning stops panicking and backs against the trunk so the remaining 4 cannot surround him. For one dangerous moment, man and wolves freeze in place, both waiting to see who breaks first. Then one wolf finally backs away, and the others follow, their fear of dying outweighing the hunt. When the pack disappears into the forest, Suning can finally breathe again and accept that he survived. He knows the abandoned wolf's claws and fur could sell too, but so close to the inner circle, the blood would only invite something worse. Choosing the herbs over extra risk, Suning wipes the blood from his hatchet and leaves the mountain fast. By sunset he reaches Tao village and goes straight to Guiye's medicinal shop instead of heading home first. When Suning dumps the basket in front of him, Guiye is stunned to see that he really brought back a massive haul of freshly picked heal all plants. Suning admits he took the risk at the inner outer border because of the price spike, and even Guiye can only call him ruthless for going there. Guiye weighs the basket and rounds the total to 25 pounds, which means Suning's gamble pays out at 150 taels. Guiyi goes to the back and returns with 2 silver notes, and Su Ning takes the 150 taels that equal about a year of family income. Before leaving, Su Ning checks whether the high price will last, and Guiyi eagerly agrees to buy more when Su Ning says there is still herbs left unpicked. With money in his pocket and his nerves finally easing, Su Ning decides to bring home something good and heads for the village butcher. He buys 2 pounds of lamb leg because he remembers Tao Tao likes tender lamb, even though the half-tail price still makes him pause. On the way home, Su Ning passes the village training yard and watches local teenagers drilling with spears and knives under an instructor. The sight reminds him that Tao village takes martial arts seriously, and that he had to quit training after 1 month because his family could not keep paying the 5-tael monthly cost. Even so, Su Ning no longer feels trapped by that setback, because with the martial arts panel he believes he can keep improving on his own as long as he has enough energy. Back at the house, he finds Tao Tao in the courtyard chasing an old hen with 2 sticks and yelling like a tiny swordswoman. Tao Tao immediately notices the meat, and Su Ning promises she will get a good meal tonight before heading into the kitchen. Half an hour later, Tao Yunchuan and Su Lian come home to a table full of lamb soup and thick slices of meat, and both are plainly shocked. When Su Lian worries that Su Ning wasted all his herb money on one expensive meal, he avoids the argument in front of Tao Tao and tells everyone to eat first. The family sits down to a rare hearty dinner, and Tao Tao happily eats until bits of food are stuck all over her face. After dinner, once Tao Tao has been sent away, Su Lian asks again why Su Ning suddenly spent so freely. Instead of answering with words, Su Ning lays 2 silver notes on the table and instantly changes the whole mood in the room. Su Lian picks up the notes with trembling disbelief, because 150 taels is far beyond what their household normally sees. Su Ning explains that he earned it by selling 25 pounds of heal-all plants after stumbling onto a patch in the mountains, while quietly hiding how dangerous that trip really was. Su Lian still thinks the story sounds too convenient, but when Su Ning tells her to verify it with Guiyi, she decides she really will ask him tomorrow. Back at home, Su Lian scolds Su Ning for throwing around money so recklessly even while staring at the life-changing 150 taels on the table. Tao Yunchuan tries to push the silver notes back to Su Ning, refusing to live off the younger man's earnings. Su Ning insists he has nothing to spend money on and wants the household to use it instead, but the couple still hesitates. Su Lian cuts off the back and forth, takes charge of the money, and keeps the 100-tael note for Su Ning's future while handing him the remaining 50 taels. Su Ning understands what his sister is doing and quietly heads back to his room. Once he is gone, Su Lian finally smiles with relief, comforted just knowing that money is there for his future. Tao Yunchuan uses the chance to bring up a bigger plan. Now that money is less desperate, Su Ning should finally train in martial arts. After thinking it through, Tao Yunchuan decides to save the 100 taels for Su Ning and spend 50 taels from their own savings to enroll him in the village training camp tomorrow. The next day, unaware of their plan, Su Ning returns to the Yunza Mountains to collect the last of the heal-all plants. He runs into a beast again, but this time the standoff ends quickly, and the animal backs off without a fight. Su Ning brings about 23 pounds of heal-all plants to Guiyi's shop, and Guiyi still pays him another full 150 taels. Instead of pocketing the money, Su Ning first asks whether his sister came by to investigate how he was earning so much silver. Guiyi admits Su Lian did come, worried something shady was going on, but he reassured her and kept quiet about the extra heal-all plants. Su Ning makes him promise to keep this second batch secret too, because he has already decided that this silver has another use. That hidden goal comes out fast when Su Ning asks whether Guiyi's uncle can get spirit medicine. Guiyi says spirit medicine is rare and expensive, usually shipped straight to the county city, with even the cheapest starting around 200 taels. Hearing that, Su Ning asks to see what the shop has in stock right now. Guiyi stares at him, stunned that Su Ning really plans to spend today's silver on spirit medicine, then heads to the back room. He returns with 3 wooden boxes and opens them one by one to reveal 3 spirit plants: star clover, spiky thorn, and swallowtail. The moment Su Ning touches the star clover, his hidden panel appears again and confirms it contains 3 units of energy. But when Guiyi names the price as 400 taels, Su Ning has to suppress his excitement and back off. He tests the spiky thorn next, and the panel shows 2 energy units while Guiyi quotes 230 taels. The spiky thorn is far more affordable, but Su Ning keeps comparing instead of committing too fast. Then he touches the swallowtail and sees the best surprise yet. It also holds 3 energy units. When Guiyi casually says this one costs only 190 taels, Su Ning is instantly sold. Su Ning realizes the value is all about the plant's use and rarity, not just raw energy, so he closes the box and chooses the swallowtail. Guiyi warns that the swallowtail is only useful for people with internal skills, but Su Ning refuses to explain and pays anyway. Using yesterday's 50 taels and today's 150, Su Ning hands over 200 taels, takes back 20 and change, and earns one last offer to refund it if he regrets the purchase. Grateful for the warning but not changing his mind, Su Ning leaves quickly with the spirit medicine in hand. Back home, Su Ning greets Tao Tao and shuts himself in his room before anyone can ask questions. Alone at last, he opens the box, grabs the swallowtail flower, and this time chooses to absorb the energy without hesitation. The panel updates to show 6 available energy, enough to push his Gale Knife technique to the next realm. Su-ning confirms the upgrade, and the technique surges through his mind and body in a familiar rush. In just seconds, his Gale Knife technique jumps from elementary to intermediate, a leap that should have taken ordinary fighters years. The boost leaves him exhilarated, confident he could now cut down those same 6 black wolves cleanly and without getting hurt. More than anything, the result proves his panel is terrifyingly powerful, and Su-ning becomes even more determined to find new sources of energy. That night over leftover lamb soup, Su-ning keeps quiet about his trip to the mountains and the spirit medicine he already spent. After dinner, Tao Yunchuan suddenly tells him that from tomorrow on, the odd-numbered days are no longer for herb gathering. Su-ning is baffled when Tao Yunchuan explains he has already paid the village so Su-ning can enter martial arts training. To Tao Yunchuan, martial training is the one real path upward, and he uses his own ruined leg as proof of what happens when a man lacks that chance. Su-ning tries to argue that his knife skills are already pretty good, but Tao Yunchuan laughs it off and assumes he is only trying to save money. Tao Yunchuan ends the discussion by patting his shoulder and ordering him to show up tomorrow no matter what. With no clean way to refuse, Su-ning decides to go for now and use the training camp as a cover story for his sudden progress. Before dawn the next morning, Su-ning gets up early and heads out for his first official day at the village training camp. On the way, he sees crowds of teenagers rushing toward the school field, and the scale of the camp hits him immediately. At the field, more than 200 youths are already divided into teams, each under a clan elder, and Su-ning has to ask around to find Tao Yunming's group. He greets the youths in his team and is relieved that even as an outsider, no one openly rejects him. The moment still reminds him that his old self never truly belonged here, but the current Su-ning is no longer so raw about it. Then a familiar voice breaks the mood when Guiyi calls out, equally surprised to see Su-ning at training. Guiyi admits he only shows up a few days a month because his uncle forces him to, and he would rather be back at the medicinal shop. Their small talk ends when someone shouts that Tao Yunming has arrived. Tao Yunming strides in carrying 2 heavy wooden boxes on his shoulders, and his sheer presence makes it obvious why he commands this team. He slams the boxes down and orders everyone to take a knife and line up. The trainees move fast, grabbing the village's shared steel knives because many families, including Su-ning's, do not own proper blades. After roll call confirms only 3 absences, Tao Yunming barks for practice to begin. Dozens of knives start moving at once as the team runs through the standard Gale knife routine under Tao Yunming's watchful pacing. Tao Yunming teaches like a storm, barking at weak swings, correcting bad form, and even kicking slack trainees to wake them up. He is just as quick to praise effort, and when he singles out Tao Ji for improving, she immediately swings with even more force. The scene also makes the village's rules clear. A few girls train too, but only families with means usually let daughters spend time on martial skills. Then Tao Yunming stops in front of Guiyi and tears into him for being lazy, soft, and still not having the basics despite all the time and money spent. A kick to the calf nearly sends Guiyi sprawling, and he can only swallow the humiliation and silence. After dismissing Guiyi as someone who will never become a real warrior, Tao Yunming finally turns his hard stare towards Su-ning. At the training field, Tao Yunming walks over to inspect Su-ning, expecting little because Su-ning trained alone and only joined after Tao Yunchuan paid the fee. Su-ning stays completely calm, because his Gale knife technique has already reached the intermediate realm, and he knows this test will not shake him. The longer Tao Yunming watches, the more shocked he gets, because Su-ning's blade work is smooth, precise, and clearly above the other trainees. Tao Yunming starts thinking Su-ning may have reached the elementary realm by himself, which feels unusually impressive for someone with no formal guidance. He openly praises Su-ning, and Su-ning only thanks him politely without showing off. After Tao Yunming leaves, Guiyi leans in with disbelief and envy, asking how Su-ning trained so well on his own. Su-ning gives him a flat answer: practice more and think more, while keeping the secret of the martial arts panel to himself. When the routine ends, Tao Yunming says most people improved but pointedly calls out the lazy ones, making Guiyi lower his head. After more solo practice and an hour and a half of training, Tao Yunming gathers everyone into a circle for individual combat tests. The first trainee steps in, and Tao Yunming uses real combat technique during the test so everyone can learn by watching. Watching from the crowd, Su-ning realizes Tao Yunming's external technique is also in the intermediate realm, but he feels his own understanding may already be sharper. Even so, Su-ning knows Tao Yunming would crush him if he used his fourfold internal skill, which reminds Su-ning that he still has no internal method. When Guiyi takes his turn, he charges in clumsily, and Tao Yunming knocks him out of the circle with one harsh counter. Tao Yunming coldly tells Guiyi to learn the basic routines first, and Guiyi can only get up in embarrassment. At last Tao Yunming calls Su-ning forward, and both of them enter the circle expecting this fight to reveal Su-ning's real level. The moment the fight starts, Su-ning moves like flowing water and sends a slash so fast and tricky that Tao Yunming barely dodges it on instinct. That near hit stuns Tao Yunming, because he instantly realizes Su-ning is not at the elementary realm at all. Tao Yuming suppresses his internal strength but finally brings out his own intermediate gale knife technique to answer Su Ning seriously. Su Ning attacks in relentless waves, and his rhythm, speed, and precision slowly force Tao Yunming backward into defense. The crowd starts whispering in disbelief, and Tao Ji is the first to judge correctly that Su Ning is already in the intermediate realm. Before his pride suffers further, Tao Yunming knocks Su Ning's blade aside, stops the bout, and publicly confirms that Su Ning has reached the intermediate gale knife technique. The trainees are shaken, and Guiyi suddenly feels Su Ning's bold herb gathering and spirit medicine purchase now make perfect sense. Su Ning stays outwardly calm, but inside he is thrilled, because the martial arts panel has made his intermediate realm even stronger than Tao Yunming's 10-year foundation. Tao Yunming jokes that Su Ning joined the camp only to test himself, then tells him to collect a reward and even get his training fee refunded. Su Ning learns the village rule. Anyone who reaches at least the elementary realm and passes the assessment leaves the camp and receives a steel knife plus an internal skill. The mention of an internal skill hits Su Ning hard, because this is exactly the path he thought was still closed to him. Su Ning quickly asks if an outsider can really receive such a reward, worried that village rules might still exclude him. Tao Yunming laughs and tells him not to overthink it, because Su Ning's family tie to Tao village makes him eligible like anyone else. Su Ning thanks him and quietly starts to feel that Tao village may be far more accepting than he once believed. In a good mood, Tao Yunming ends the morning session and tells Su Ning to go straight to the old clan church for his reward. Tao Yunming immediately drags Guiyi back to reality by ordering him to haul the heavy training knives to the armory and bring them back later. Guiyi tries to complain that the boxes are too heavy, but one threatening look from Tao Yunming shuts that down fast. After the others leave, Su Ning offers to help carry the knives, but Guiyi refuses and says he has finally decided to take the gale knife technique seriously. Guiyi even asks Su Ning to teach him later if he gets stuck, and Su Ning agrees before heading off. Su Ning follows the path from memory to the old clan church, the place where Tao village elders handle important clan affairs. The guards know exactly why he came and let him pass as soon as he says he cleared the training test. Inside the huge but simply decorated hall, Su Ning finds 3 other youths waiting for rewards, including the domineering Tao Yi and the young prodigy Tao Qingfeng. Su Ning knows who Tao Yi and Tao Qingfeng are, but they do not recognize him, so the 4 of them only exchange polite nods and wait quietly. Then a hearty laugh sounds from outside, and a high-spirited white-haired old man strides into the old clan church. An elderly clan elder, Tao Jinglu, arrives at the old clan church and immediately notes that 4 trainees have reached the elementary realm. Tao Yi greets him first with easy familiarity, showing she already knows the elders through her family. Tao Jinglu praises 13-year-old Tao Yi for reaching the elementary realm so early and says she is already closing in on her older sister Tao Jin. He turns to Tao Qifeng next and treats him as another promising young talent, which only makes the boy's confidence stand out more. Tao Qingping introduces himself too, but Tao Jinglu's reaction is much cooler, making the difference in status painfully obvious. When Tao Jinglu asks Su Ning's name and hears he is an outsider, his surprise is obvious because almost no outsiders in Tao village reach this level. Su Ning explains that his brother-in-law is Tao Yunxuan, but the name means little to Tao Jinglu, so the elder keeps judging him as just another ordinary trainee. After hearing that Su Ning is 17 and practices the gale knife technique, Tao Jinglu only gives him a flat not bad, clearly assuming his progress is nothing special. Su Ning realizes Tao Jinglu has underestimated him, but he stays quiet instead of showing off. With the introductions over, Tao Jinglu finally gets to the point and says he will teach them internal skills, instantly firing up all 4 trainees. He disappears into the back room and returns holding several booklets and papers, making the reward feel suddenly real. Each trainee receives a booklet titled Spring Breeze Tactic, and Su Ning opens his with real anticipation because this is his first internal skill. Su Ning flips through the pages and sees detailed text and body diagrams, enough to tell him this is a serious cultivation method, not some vague secret. Tao Yi is happy at first, but then she frowns and asks the obvious question: if the manual is handed out like this, what stops people from leaking it? Tao Jinglu calmly explains that internal skills are martial foundations, but not rare treasures, and in places like Kanyan County people can even buy them with silver. That only leads to Tao Ye's next question: if internal skills are so common, why does the village force beginners to master external skills first? Tao Jinglu says the village does this to keep novices from chasing strength blindly, because external skills give quicker early combat gains and internal skills are much harder to train. He adds the harsh filter behind the rule too: if someone cannot even reach the elementary realm in an external skill, their talent and perseverance are not enough for internal cultivation anyway. Tao Yi finally nods, and the whole group comes away with a much clearer picture of how internal and external skills differ. When Tao Jinglu asks for more questions, Tao Qingfeng steps up and asks what really separates one internal skill from another. Tao Jinglu explains that all internal skills aim at the same 9 mortal realms, but they stimulate the body in different ways. He says the Spring Breeze tactic is safer and steadier but slower, while the neighboring Song Village's Wind and Thunder book pushes harder and carries much more risk. To drive the point home, Tao Jinglu brings up a real warning: a Song village youth pushed too hard last year, survived, and still ended up crippled for life. His conclusion is blunt: the inherited methods are all tested, and once people break through, the strength difference comes more from the person than the manual. That answer clicks for Suning, who realizes internal skills are different in method, not in their core purpose. Tao Qifeng keeps digging and asks what decides the winner when two warriors are in the same realm. Tao Jinglu says the real gap comes from things like stage mastery, battle experience, upbringing, and how strong a fighter's external skills still are. Satisfied at last, Tao Qifeng thanks him, and the exchange shows just how patient Tao Jinglu has been with the younger generation. When Tao Jinglu checks on the last two, both Su Ning and Tao Qingping say they have no more questions because the earlier answers already covered what they needed. Tao Jinglu dismisses them to practice on their own and says elders will answer internal skill questions at the training grounds every 10th day of the month. He also hands over weapon vouchers, promising each of them a real knife or spear to match their training. The four answer in unison, clearly feeling that their martial path has just opened into a new stage. After a final bow, they leave the old clan church and head straight to the armory to claim their weapons. At the armory, Su Ning redeems his voucher for a steel knife, finally receiving a real weapon instead of a shared training blade. Once the rewards are collected, the four part ways and Su Ning heads off alone instead of going straight home. He stops at the accounting office first to collect the 5 taels Tao Yunmeng told him his brother-in-law was owed. The accountant pays him without much trouble, since a lie over 5 taels would be easy to expose and far more costly than the money itself. By the time Su Ning gets home, it is already after lunch, but Su Lian and Tao Yunchuan have saved a meal for him. When Su Ning says he does not need to return to training that afternoon, his sister and brother-in-law immediately panic and think he was dismissed by the instructors. Su Ning quickly explains that the opposite happened. The instructor said he already passed the training camp standard, so he no longer needs the regular sessions. Tao Yunchuan can hardly believe it, because just last month Su Ning was still frustrated over his knife progress. Ready for that doubt, Su Ning says he had actually advanced too fast on his own and mistook the confusion of a new realm for being stuck. Then he pulls out the Spring Breeze tactic booklet and sets the steel knife beside it, using the village's own rewards as proof that his explanation is true. That finally silences them, because even if the story sounds bizarre, the booklet and knife are impossible to argue with. Tao Yunchuan asks the question he barely dares to believe, and Su Ning gives him a firm yes. He really has become a martial artist. The news breaks Tao Yunchuan's restraint, and he bursts into delighted laughter that there is finally a warrior in their family. Su Lian is just as overjoyed, because Su Ning's success means their family can finally climb out of the hard life that kept pressing on all of them. Seeing their joy, Su Ning quietly resolves that he will keep changing this ordinary family's future for the better. After lunch, Su Ning heads back to his room while Su Lian and Tao Yunchuan put Tao Tao down for a nap and leave for work still smiling. Alone in his room at last, Su Ning places the Spring Breeze tactic on his desk and lets his excitement show, because this skill is the real key to deeper martial cultivation. He summons the martial arts panel, but it still shows only his intermediate Gale knife technique and 0 available energy. That makes Su Ning uneasy, because he does not know whether the panel can help with internal skills before he reaches the first mortal realm stage on his own. He quickly rejects the idea of waiting years and decides to test it directly by learning the manual first. Su Ning studies the Spring Breeze tactic for about an hour and finds it readable enough, especially with the diagrams explaining the harder parts. Even so, he can tell that relying on normal practice alone would make this internal skill much harder to advance than his external technique. When he checks the martial arts panel again, Spring Breeze tactic finally appears on it at novice level, and the result instantly relieves him. Now that he knows the panel accepts internal skills too, Su Ning leans in on the plus sign and prepares to see what it would cost to push Spring Breeze tactic toward the first mortal realm. Su Ning checks the martial arts panel and sees that pushing Spring Breeze tactic to the first mortal realm stage only costs 3 energy, which is cheaper than he feared. The problem is his energy is already empty, so Su Ning can only shut the panel with a frustrated no. Instead of dwelling on it, Su Ning realizes his new intermediate Gale knife skill lets him enter the inner area of Yinza Mountains, where the resources should be far better. He makes a simple plan, rest for 2 days, prepare properly, and head back into the mountains to build up energy again. While Tao Yunchuan and Su Lian are out working, Su Ning gets stuck babysitting little Tao Tao at home. Ever since Su Ning passed the martial arts test, Tao Tao has become even more obsessed with fighting and now insists on challenging him herself. Su Ning never meant to truly train her because she is too young, but Tao Tao refuses to listen and charges anyway. He casually stops her by planting a foot against her stomach and nudging her back onto the ground. Tao Tao scrambles up and attacks again, only to get knocked down the same way a second time. When she still tries to keep going, Su Ning pins her to the ground and demands to know if she admits defeat now. Tao Tao still refuses, so Su Ning switches to tickling her until the tough little boss finally breaks and surrenders. With the duel settled and noon approaching, Su Ning turns to cooking lunch for the family. He notices the firewood is low and starts chopping more before washing vegetables. Still fuming from her loss, Tao Tao redirects her warrior spirit at the old hen and tears off after it across the yard. Just as Su Ning is about to wash vegetables, Guiyi walks in at lunchtime carrying a knife and a paper-wrapped package. Suning jokes that Guiyi showed up for a free meal, but Guiyi says he actually came to practice martial arts. Guiyi sweetens the visit by opening the package and revealing meat sausages that his uncle brought back. That is enough to win Suning over, and he agrees to steam the sausages and teach Guiyi Gale knife technique after lunch. Tao Tao politely greets Guiyi as Uncle Yi, and he awkwardly accepts the title by bribing her with candy. When Suning asks why Guiyi does not learn from Tao Yungang instead, Guiyi complains that his uncle is too busy doing business to teach him. Suning knows Guiyi is more talented at bargaining than fighting, but since his friend is serious today, he tells him to show his knife form first. Guiyi performs the Gale knife routine with effort, but Suning can see right away that his basics are still shaky. Asked for his opinion, Suning bluntly says it is not good and takes over to demonstrate the proper form himself. He patiently points out the flaws one by one, and after a few repeats Guiyi really does start correcting them. Guiyi feels the difference immediately and happily admits he has improved, and this time Suning agrees. Exhausted, Guiyi drops onto a stone seat to rest, and Suning calls for Tao Tao to bring water. Tao Tao fetches water but naturally offers it to her own uncle first, leaving Guiyi to grumble that blood really does come first. When Guiyi asks if Suning will keep watching Tao Tao for the next few days, Suning says no because he plans to head back into the mountains in 2 days. That answer reminds Guiyi of something, and he suddenly asks if Suning wants to escort Tao Yungang's caravan to the county city instead. Guiyi explains that his uncle is about to haul 3 months of medicinal goods to Kanyun County and needs hired fighters to guard the trip. The job only takes people at intermediate external skill or second stage internal skill level, so Guiyi came straight to Suning because he qualifies. When Guiyi adds that the 5-day round trip pays 50 taels, even Suning is visibly surprised by the amount. Guiyi quickly warns that the money is high because horse bandits sometimes hit that route, though Tao Yungang's strength should keep the risk manageable. Suning thinks it through and decides to go, knowing that earning money as a martial artist means accepting real danger. Satisfied, Guiyi heads home to report it to his uncle and leaves just before Tao Yunchuan and Su Lian return for lunch. Early the next morning, after getting his family's approval, Suning goes to Tao Yungang's large house with his knife for the escort job. Inside the wide courtyard, he finds several donkey carts already loaded with medicinal goods and realizes the caravan is nearly ready to move. Guiyi comes out to greet him and confirms that he is joining too, though only to handle business rather than fight. Suning teases that Guiyi is practically disabled in martial arts, and Guiyi fires back that his real job is talking deals while Suning protects him. Tao Yungang then steps out, and the first thing he does is praise Suning for quietly reaching intermediate Gale knife ahead of everyone noticing. One by one, 5 more armed escorts arrive, all older than Suning and clearly used to road work. Before setting off, Tao Yungang surprises Suning by handing each escort their full 50 taels in advance. Guiyi explains that his uncle always pays first so the men can buy things in the county city, which tells Suning this is a familiar routine for the others. Tao Yungang assigns positions for the 4 carts, putting himself and Tao Yuquan in front and placing inexperienced Suning with Guiyi right behind them. Soon the caravan rolls out of Tao village and starts the long trip toward Kanyun County. Outside the village, the land turns sparse and lonely, a reminder that in this chaotic world most ordinary people only survive by staying together. After 2 hours under the harsh autumn sun, the group eats a rough lunch of flatbread and water on the road. Tao Yungang cuts the meal short with a warning that horse bandits often appear on the mountain road ahead. That warning tightens everyone up as they move into a narrow pass with steep slopes and trees on both sides. Tao Yungang tells them to watch the loose rocks too, because even falling rubble could turn the road into a trap. The rubble stays minor, and after a tense half-hour the caravan finally clears the dangerous section without being hit. Guiyi exhales in relief, but Suning quietly turns back to study the bleak mountains they just passed through. The calm only lasts a moment, because once the caravan is gone, more than a dozen horse bandits climb out onto the mountainside they just crossed. Their leader is a bald brute with a scarred face, the kind of man who looks dangerous before he even speaks. Beside him stands a broken-armed man with a crooked nose, staring after Tao Yungang's caravan with open hatred. When the bald leader asks if the man in front was Tao Yungang, the broken-armed bandit confirms it and bitterly identifies Guiyi too, making it clear this gang has a personal reason to care. Before the convoy ever reaches the city, Guaningo bitterly reminds John Sandow that Tao Yungang broke his arm and slaughtered his old men 3 months ago. John Sandow coolly promises that when Tao Yungang comes back from selling his goods, they will kill the whole group and settle the score. He also sees value in Guaningo himself, saying the new stockade finally has a backbone if Guaningo joins them under his lead. Before leaving, John Sandow orders a few men to stay hidden, watch the route, and report the moment Tao Yungang's convoy returns. Later, as the sun leans west, Tao Yungang's donkey caravan finally reaches the crowded gate of Kanyun County, and Suning gets his first look at a real county city. The crowd alone tells Suning how different this place is from Tao village, even before they pass inside the walls. A gate soldier barks that goods must pay an entry fee, so Tao Yungang quietly joins the line and handles it like routine business. Once they enter, the others praise the city's prosperity all over again, but Su Ning stays oddly unmoved because this level of bustle still does not match the modern world he remembers. Tao Yungang tells everyone to stop worrying for one night, find an inn, eat well, and unload the goods tomorrow. That easy mood snaps when pounding hooves approach, and Tao Yungang immediately orders the whole caravan to pull aside. A squad of black armored guards storms past in black armor, masks, and paired swords, and the whole street goes dead silent until they are gone. Watching them ride away, Tao Yungang calls them the black armored guards with open envy, because everyone in Kanyan County knows crossing them ends badly. Su Ning pieces together the name at once and remembers they are the Source Faction's elite force, one of the powers that now rules State Feiyan after the old dynasty fell. Guiyi blurts out that he wishes he could join them, and Tao Yungang instantly laughs him down for having hopeless martial talent. Soon Tao Yungang leads them to a familiar inn, where the staff clearly know him and quickly settle both the men and the carts. In a large private room, the convoy sits down to a feast with meat and liquor, and Guiyi tells Su Ning to relax and eat his fill. Su Ning does exactly that, because in this world a table this rich is not something his family gets to see often. When he hears the meal cost 40 taels, the number hits hard, and Su Ning quietly realizes how easily people with strength and connections can command wealth ordinary families never touch. After the drinking ends, a red-faced but clear-headed Tao Yungang tells Su Ning to go enjoy the county's nightlife with Guiyi while the rest sleep it off. The two younger men step back out into moonlit streets still full of people, and the county's nightlife feels almost unreal compared with sleepy Tao village. At the night market, Su Ning decides to buy small gifts for Su Lian and Tao Tao before heading home. He spots a stall selling carved wooden hairpins and asks the smiling old vendor for the price. The old man tries to charge 1 tael each, and Su Ning is just about to pay because he is terrible at bargaining. Guiyi immediately stops him, pushes the price down to 1 tael for 2, and wins so fast that Su Ning can only stare. With that saved silver, Su Ning picks 2 hairpins, one for his sister and one for Tao Tao. He also plans to bring Tao Yunchuan 2 jars of liquor, but after that he forces himself to stop spending before Su Lian can scold him back home. Guiyi, on the other hand, happily buys a pile of treats and little curiosities because he already knows most of it will end up in the hands of village children. After more than an hour outside, the two finally head back to the inn to rest, knowing the real work in the county is not over yet. The next 3 days pass in steady business as Su Ning follows Tao Yungang through deliveries and watches how much time real trade burns on keeping customers happy. At last, on the morning of the 5th day since they left home, everything is finished and the convoy starts back for Tao village. As the road empties out beyond the county, Guiyi jokes that this should be their last miserable donkey cart trip because next time Tao Yungang ought to switch to horse carriages. When Su Ning asks if this trip was that profitable, Guiyi quietly reveals the net gain was 2,000 taels, enough to leave Su Ning stunned. Guiyi quickly tempers that number by explaining the harvest changes with the season, and one bad robbery could wipe out a whole year and even cost lives. Su Ning accepts that Tao Yunggang's money comes with hard groundwork and real danger, not easy luck. 2 hours later, the convoy enters the tree-lined mountain road, and Tao Yungang immediately warns everyone to wake up and stay sharp. Su Ning grips his steel knife at once, because he knows this lonely stretch is exactly where trouble would come. The heat presses down, beast calls echo from the hills, and the whole road takes on a desolate, dangerous stillness. Tao Yungang even tries to keep morale up by saying they can eat once they clear the pass, but the break never comes. Instead, horses scream from the slopes and a band of armed riders charges down from both sides to surround all 4 carts. Su Ning recognizes it for what it is, a real horse bandit robbery, and his nerves spike because this time the enemies are desperate men, not beasts. Tao Yungang curses under his breath but stays composed, signaling his people to hold while he steps forward empty-handed to talk first. The bald leader answers his greeting by asking one thing first, "Are you Tao Yungang?" That one question tells Tao Yungang this is no random robbery, and he pointedly identifies himself as a man from Tao village in case the name still carries weight. Zhan San now ignores the warning completely and orders Tao Yunggang's men to put down their weapons and get off the carts. Instead of obeying, Tao Yungang asks for the man's name, buying a heartbeat to judge what kind of enemy he is facing. The bandit leader introduces himself with a sneer as Zhan San now. Tao Yungang immediately tries the usual road solution and offers 500 taels as a greeting gift to end this cleanly. Back in the cart, Guiyi whispers to Su Ning that this is already bad news, because Tao Yungang usually only needs 200 taels to send thieves away. Su Ning understands the warning at once. If even 500 is not enough, he may really have to draw blood today. Zhan San now smiles and says 500 is too low, making it clear he is not here for a simple toll. Tao Yungang raises the offer to a full 1,000 taels, still trying to buy a way out without a fight. For one brief second it looks like the number might work, and Tao Yungang starts to believe the convoy can still escape this alive. Then Zhan San now grins wider and says the money sounds good, but his friend still does not agree. That friend rides up with one ruined arm, and Tao Yunggang's pupils contract the instant he recognizes Guaningo. Guaningo coldly reminds him of their last clash, and says this time he wants not just the 1,000 taels he missed before, but Tao Yunggang's head as well. Now Tao Yungang has no doubts left at all. This ambush was planned from the start to kill him. He leaps back, yanks a machete from the donkey cart, and finally gives the order everyone was dreading: arm yourselves. The escorts draw steel and refuse to fold, while Jean Sandow's horse bandits tighten the circle for the kill. In the middle of that chaos, Tao Yungang steadies his people with a grim promise that if anyone dies or is crippled here, he and his wife will care for their families for life. He then singles Su Ning out as the weakest fighter and orders him to take Guiyi and run uphill the moment a path opens. Su Ning accepts the order without argument, because the danger is already too close for pride. Tao Yungang quickly lays out the rest. He will take Zhang Sandao, Tao Yunquan will handle Guaningo, and the others should run if they get any chance to survive. There is no more talking after that, because Zhang Sandao finally gives the kill order and the horse bandits surge in. Tao Yungang suddenly takes the initiative and cuts down an approaching bandit, showing the crushing power of a mortal round third stage fighter. The opening gives Su Ning and Guiyi a path out, and Tao Yungang shouts for them to run while he holds the enemy back. As Su Ning drags Guiyi into the wooded slope, Zhang Sandao notices and calmly sends a stocky subordinate on horseback after them. Deep in the forest, Su Ning hears hoofbeats closing in and realizes they cannot outrun a horse on foot. Su Ning spots a tall tree and tells Guiyi to climb, hoping to hide above the bandits' line of sight. The pursuing bandit loses sight of them, dismounts, and follows their footprints until they stop beneath the very tree where they are hiding. The moment the bandit looks up, Su Ning drops from the branches with a steel knife and strikes first from above. But the bandit dodges in time, and Su Ning immediately realizes this man is much faster and stronger than him, likely an internal skill fighter in the muscle-bone realm. The bandit counters with rough but brutally fast knife attacks, and Su Ning can only defend because one clean hit would finish him. When their blades clash, the heavy force numbs Su Ning's arms, and the bandit follows with a kick that knocks him to the ground. As the bandit raises his knife to end the fight, Guiyi drops from the tree and throws a handful of dirt into his face. The blind side works, and Su Ning surges up to drive his knife into the bandit, ending the pursuit. Shaken by how close he came to dying, Su Ning gives full credit to Guiyi, and Guiyi admits he grabbed the dirt beforehand just in case. They search the body and find little of value, but they do gain the bandit's spare knife and his horse. Su Ning hands the extra knife to Guiyi and tells him to ride the horse back to the village alone. Guiyi is stunned when Su Ning says he is going back to help Tao Yungang instead of fleeing with him. Su Ning explains that these attackers are not ordinary robbers after money, because they knew Tao Yungang by name and clearly came for revenge. He says Tao Yungang paid him well and helped him before, so he cannot turn away now, even if all he can do is look for a chance to change the situation. Seeing that Su Ning will not bend, Guiyi finally agrees, tells him to come back alive, and rides off toward the village. When Su Ning sneaks back toward the road, the battle has turned grim, with bodies on the ground and Tao village's side clearly losing. Guaningo and several bandits pin down Tao Yunquan and another villager, while the remaining men struggle just to stay standing. At the center of the road, Tao Yungang fights Zhang Sandao alone, but Zhang Sandao's experience makes every exchange harder to survive. Su Ning stays hidden behind a large roadside tree less than 50 meters away and studies the whole field, waiting for one opening instead of rushing in. Then Tao Yunquan suffers a devastating wound and cries out, and Tao Yungang's split-second distraction lets Zhang Sandao inflict a crippling injury on him too. Badly wounded and driven backward step by step, Tao Yungang is forced toward the very tree where Su Ning is hiding. Knowing he may die here, Tao Yungang drops all caution and launches one final desperate attack even as more wounds pile up on him. When Tao Yungang finally runs out of room and braces for the finishing blow, Su Ning bursts out from behind the tree with two knives in hand. Zhang Sandao senses danger too late, and Su Ning's surprise slash tears into his waist, shocking both the bandit chief and Tao Yungang. Even wounded, Zhang Sandao's inner enrichment body resists more than Su Ning expected, but the hit is enough to break his rhythm and expose him. Tao Yungang explodes back into the fight, and together he and Su Ning hammer Zhang Sandao before the bandit chief can recover. As Zhang Sandao stumbles and calls for help, Tao Yungang finishes him with one final decisive swing. The moment Zhang Sandao's head hits the ground, the nearest horse bandit freezes in horror and blurts out that their boss is dead. That single death breaks the whole bandit side, and the men who were still pressing Tao Yunquan suddenly lose their will to fight and start running. Guaningo realizes his revenge is over too, because with one arm gone and Zhang Sandao dead, he has no chance against Tao Yungang alone. He grits his teeth, jumps onto a horse, and tries to escape before Tao Yungang can reach him. Tao Yungang spots him instantly, grabs a horse, and charges after the man he blames for the whole disaster. With Guaningo unable to steer and defend himself at once, Tao Yungang catches him and cuts him off the horse. Guaningo falls screaming into the dirt, and Tao Yungang dismounts and finishes him without hesitation. Once the last threat breaks, Tao Yungang rushes back to Tao Yunquan instead of celebrating the win. Tao Yunquan is in terrible shape, with one hand severed, wounds all over his body, and so much blood lost that he can barely stay conscious. Su Ning runs to the cart for hemostatic medicine, moving fast now that the fighting is finally over. After the bleeding is checked, the survivors count the cost and confirm that 3 of their companions are dead. That answer finally crushes Tao Yungang, and the seasoned caravan leader drops to his knees in front of the dead, drowning in guilt. Watching the wreckage, Suning feels the horror of this martial world hit him for real, because men who were laughing together days ago are now lying dead on the road. He steps over and grips Tao Yunggang's shoulders, wanting to help even though he cannot find the right words. Tao Yunquan drags his wounded body over and tells Tao Yungang not to drown in blame, because everyone accepted this escort job knowing the risk and trusting his fairness. Those words steady Tao Yungang a little, but the shame of losing 3 men under his watch still hangs on him. Then Tao Yungang turns to Su Ning and openly thanks him, because Su Ning's desperate ambush from behind is what created the chance to kill Zhan San now at all. Tao Yunquan and the other survivor are stunned, because they know Su Ning only has intermediate gale knife technique and no internal skill, yet he still charged a stronger enemy. Su Ning answers modestly that this was the work Tao Yungang paid him for, and also his way of repaying the help Tao Yungang and Gui Yi once gave him. That answer hits Tao Yungang hard, and when he learns Gui Yi already escaped safely on horseback, he finally lets out a little relief. With the grief still fresh, Tao Yungang forces himself back into command and tells the survivors to clean the field and take their dead brothers home. Because only 4 men are left to manage the convoy, they rework the 4 donkey carts into 2 heavier carts and take the bandits' 2 horses with them. They set out again, wounded, exhausted, and carrying both medicine and bodies back toward Tao village. More than 2 hours later, voices shout from ahead, and the returning convoy sees Gui Yi coming back with a rescue party. Leading the rescue is Tao Yunming, who gathered men after Gui Yi rushed home with the news, even though nobody knew if they would arrive in time. Gui Yi is overwhelmed just to see Tao Yungang and Su Ning still alive, but the mood drops at once when everyone notices the bodies on the carts. Without any more words, the rescuers fall in behind the carts and escort the dead and wounded the rest of the way home. Back in the village, Tao Yungang stops Su Ning only long enough to promise he will thank him properly later, because right now his first duty is to bury his fallen men. Gui Yi says almost nothing, but the look he shares with Su Ning carries the weight of everything that happened on that road. Walking home alone, Su Ning settles on a hard truth: without real strength and power, he cannot protect himself or the people around him. He decides that after a short rest, he will push deeper into the inner Yinza mountains to search for resources and advance faster. The moment he pushes open the courtyard door and calls out that he is back, the cold weight of the day finally eases a little. Su Lian is drying clothes in the courtyard, and when she sees her exhausted little brother come home safely with a wine jar and a knife on his back, she relaxes at once. Su Ning hands over the wine he bought for Tao Yunchuan, and Su Lian scolds him for spending money, though her tone is gentler now that the family is doing better. He asks to wash up first, still sticky with sweat and grime from the road, and Su Lian naturally tells him to leave the dirty clothes for her to wash. But before he can go, Su Lian notices the dried blood on his knife and clothes, and her relief snaps into alarm. Su Ning downplays it as a fight with a small group of thieves, trying to hide how close the danger really was. Su Lian immediately checks him for injuries, and only calms down after Su Ning proves he can still move normally. After washing and changing into clean clothes, Su Ning finally feels both his body and his nerves settle down. That calm breaks in a sweeter way when Tao Tao bursts in from outside and throws herself around his waist the second she sees him home. Su Ning teases her for being filthy from play, pulling her away by the pigtails before she can dirty his fresh clothes again. Then he calls her to the table and reveals a green wooden hairpin he brought back just for her. Tao Tao receives it like treasure, and after staring at it in pure delight, she bolts outside to show her mother at once. Su Ning smiles at the sight, knowing the wooden hairpin means so much in this once-per home that Tao Tao has always treated them like rare treasures. He also gives Su Lian a hairpin, and though she reacts more calmly than Tao Tao, the pleased smile on her face says enough. At dinner, the 3 wait for Tao Yunchuan, while Tao Tao still refuses to let go of the hairpin for even a moment. When Tao Yunchuan finally comes in, he is breathless and sweating because he has already heard that Tao Yunggang's convoy was hit by horse bandits, and feared Su Ning was among the dead. The news shocks Su Lian too, because she had no idea the attack was that serious, and now learns 3 men died. With the truth already out, Su Ning has no choice but to tell his sister and brother-in-law what really happened on the road. After hearing how close he came to death, Su Lian flatly forbids Su Ning from escorting carts ever again, and Tao Yunchuan silently backs her up. Su Ning gives in at once, because he already knows he can make money another way and does not want to keep them in fear. Only after that promise does the family finally settle down and begin dinner together. Su Ning plans to rest for 2 days, but by the next morning he is already back to hauling water and cutting firewood like normal village work never stopped. As he walks through Tao village, he notices the atmosphere has changed, because strangers and acquaintances alike now greet him with open respect. By now the whole village has heard that Su Ning threw himself into the fight and helped bring down the bandit leader, so his name is suddenly known everywhere. Before he reaches home, Tao Yi steps out with her spear and stops him, clearly impressed by what she has heard. She praises him for daring to face an inner enrichment opponent with only intermediate gale knife technique, and her tone makes it clear Su Ning's standing just rose again. Su Ning immediately softens the story, insisting he only created a distraction and that Tao Yungang was the one who truly killed the enemy. Tao Yi tells Su Ning that even clan head Tao Jingxing praised his courage, and the compliment hits him hard. After they part, Suning walks home realizing his standing in Tao village has quietly changed for the better. When Suning gets home, he finds the courtyard suddenly piled with grain, meat, clothes, and other goods. Guiyi arrives carrying a wooden box and explains that Tao Yugang sent all of it over. Guiyi says Tao Yugang wanted to thank Suning in person, but funeral duties and the wounded have kept him too busy. Suning opens the box and freezes when he sees 5 swallowtail flowers lined up inside. He immediately tries to refuse, because the flowers are worth around 1,000 taels and far too generous to accept lightly. Guiyi presses the box back and says Tao Yugang sees this as a debt for saving both their lives, especially now that Suning needs spirit medicine for internal training. Knowing he truly needs an energy source, Suning finally accepts the gift after Guiyi hurries off to help his uncle. Once the supplies are moved inside, Suning stares at the 5 flowers on his table and starts weighing where 15 energy units should go. He decides not to hesitate and absorbs the first flower, watching it wither as the martial panel answers his choice. He absorbs the other 4 flowers in one go and ends up holding a rare surplus of 15 energy units. Suning chooses internal skill first and spends 3 energy to push Spring Breeze tactic into the first mortal stage, the practice realm. The breakthrough rushes through his body like surging blood and hidden strength, leaving him dizzy but thrilled. When he lifts his steel knife again, the weapon suddenly feels much lighter than before. He breaks into a knife routine inside the house and quickly realizes his stronger body has made Gale knife far more dangerous. Seeing how much internal skill strengthens everything else, Suning turns back to the panel and studies his next choice. He hesitates because his remaining 12 energy could either push internal skill one more realm, or take Gale knife all the way to perfection. After weighing raw technique against a stronger body, Suning decides his internal foundation has to come first. He spends 6 more energy and breaks into Spring Breeze Tactic's second mortal stage, the Muscle Bone realm. This time the change settles into his fascia and bones, making him looser, quicker, and more explosively controlled. He immediately understands the payoff: better angles, better precision, and a body sturdy enough to handle ordinary men barehanded. The next internal realm would cost 12 energy by itself, so Suning closes the panel with only 6 left and quietly recognizes how much Tao Yungang's gift changed his future. With fresh confidence in his stronger body, Suning decides to head back into Yunza Mountains the very next day. Half a month passes, and Suning starts entering Yunza Mountains almost every other day, gradually pushing deeper after learning the terrain. The richer inner areas pay off fast, turning his old trickle of income into a strong stream of silver from rare herbs and mountain resources. Back in the village, he keeps selling his finds to Guiye's shop, and 6 taels in a day now feels normal instead of shocking. During the same stretch, Tao Yungang settles the ambush aftermath properly, paying the dead men's families well and supporting Tao Yunchuan's recovery after losing a hand. Suning's earnings reshape his own home too, and he convinces Su Lian and Tao Yunchuan to stop grinding themselves down for winter work. Soon the whole household feels lighter, with meat on the table more often and renovation work making the place look like a new life has started. At dinner, Suning asks if there is lamb at home because he plans to visit Tao Yunming's house with gifts. The reason is simple. Deeper mountain hunting has shown him he needs a long-range skill, so he wants to learn archery before a beast gets close enough to maul him. After asking around through Guiyi and Tao Yungang, Suning learns that Tao Yunggang's former coach Tao Yunmeng is the person he should seek out. Tao Yunchuan immediately agrees to prepare 2 pounds of lamb, and Su Lian reminds Suning to bring extra gifts since he is going to ask for martial instruction. That night, Suning heads out carrying the lamb and gifts to Tao Yunming's home. Tao Yunming's residence is large and brightly lit at the gate, making it obvious he is a high-level martial man with real standing in the village. Suning knocks and announces himself as a visitor for Uncle Ming. The door opens to a young man who looks a lot like Tao Yunming, and after a quick glance he lets Suning inside. Suning is led into Tao Yunming's study, where the older man greets him warmly instead of making him stand on ceremony. Tao Yunming asks what Suning has been doing lately, and Suning answers honestly that he has been training his internal skill and gathering herbs in the mountains. Tao Yunming assumes Suning's internal training must still be slow and gives him serious advice to treat internal skill as the true foundation. Suning keeps his real progress hidden and simply accepts the advice, saving the surprise of his muscle bone realm strength for later. When Tao Yunming offers to help him find better paying work, Suning admits his real problem is dealing with dangerous beasts in the mountains. Suning finally states his request. He wants to learn an archery external skill so he can survive better in Yunza Mountains. Tao Yunming immediately pushes back, warning that a second external skill can distract a talented fighter from the internal path that actually matters. He goes further and says people usually pick up a second external skill only when their internal progress has already stalled, so Suning would be wasting his talent. Suning does not argue emotionally. He explains that archery is a practical survival tool, and surviving the mountains is exactly how he earns the resources to keep training his internal skill. He adds one more crucial point: learning basic archery will not slow his internal training, which gives Tao Yunming a reason to reconsider. After a short silence, Tao Yunming accepts Suning's reasoning and agrees to teach him archery after all. Suning rises at once to thank him, and Tao Yunming immediately adds a condition: Learn only enough to defend yourself, not so much that it derails your main path. Tao Yunmeng leaves the study for a while, making Su Ning wait as the favor becomes real. When Tao Yunmeng returns, he brings an old manual and explains that he once bought it from a down-and-out warrior back when he served on the village hunting team. He places the manual in Su Ning's hands and says he himself only practiced it to the elementary realm, but it was enough for mountain defense. Su Ning looks down and sees the title Light Feather Bow technique, finally getting exactly what he came for. Su Ning thanks him again, and the tense request turns into a calmer talk between elder and junior. Their small talk continues, with Tao Yunmeng offering practical life lessons that Su Ning listens to seriously even if they are not all immediately useful. In the end, Su Ning takes his leave, once again owing a debt of help to one of Tao Village's seniors. The story jumps to the inner circle of Yinza Mountains, where danger is constant and no humans are in sight. A young man with a waist knife and a bow runs through the jungle, while a leopard as large as a tiger tears after him at full speed. But this time Su Ning is not panicking. After reaching the muscle-bone realm, his body can keep up, and the beast still cannot close the distance. As the pursuit drags on, Su Ning notices the leopard's endurance failing and realizes the hunt is about to reverse. He immediately changes from prey to attacker, cutting toward the side of a hill and taking the higher ground. From the high ground, Su Ning suddenly stops and turns to face the leopard head-on. The leopard freezes for a beat, snarling at the prey that suddenly stopped running. Su Ning draws his bow and puts the newly learned light feather bow technique into action. He has already pushed the technique to the elementary realm, so the first arrow flies fast and true. The mountain hunt turns into a ranged kill, with Su Ning wearing the beast down from a safe distance before finishing it with his other weapon as needed. Back in Tao Village, unusual official movement draws attention when the black armored guards make a rare appearance. Soon after, Tao Village's senior elders gather in the old clan church to hear what this visit means. Tao Jingxing drops the news directly. Captain Xia Yuanxing says the black armored guards want to recruit people from Tao Village. The elders are stunned because the black armored guards have spent decades keeping locals at arm's length instead of recruiting them. A bald elder voices the obvious question: why would the guards suddenly break their long-standing rule now? That question carries real weight, because everyone knows the guards deliberately stayed separate from local powers to preserve their own control. Tao Jingxing says he was shocked too, and relays Xia Yuanxing's answer: the situation is unstable, so they now need local talent. Then Tao Jingfang asks the question that matters most: exactly who are they taking, and how many? Tao Jingxing answers that they want 20 of Tao Village's best young men between 14 and 18, which sounds a lot less like cooperation and a lot more like stripping away the clan's future. Tao Jingfang says it bluntly: this is poaching the young backbone of Tao Village. Tao Jinglu voices the room's anger next, arguing that those youths are exactly what Tao Village needs to survive into the future. The elders' objections pile up until Tao Jingxing slams the room back into silence with a single command. Once he has control again, Tao Jingxing admits he was angry too, but says Xia Yuanxing offered terms that change the picture. According to those terms, selected youths would stay in Kanyun County instead of being sent away forever. He adds the bigger promise after that: once they reach 40, each recruit can choose whether to remain with the guards or return home to Tao Village. That promise does not erase the risk, but it softens the blow enough that the elders can suddenly imagine this deal benefiting Tao Village instead of only draining it. At the clan meeting, Tao Jingfang warns that once they accept this deal, Tao Village will no longer stay truly independent from the black armored guards. Tao Jinglu backs that fear up, and the room sinks into uneasy silence because everyone knows the danger is real. Tao Jingxing cuts through the debate and reminds them that against the black armored guards, Tao Village has no real room to negotiate at all. He explains that the black armored guards have finished stabilizing Kanyun County and are now ready to sink their influence into local families like Tao Village. Then Tao Jingxing says the hard truth outright: this is not a matter for discussion, only a matter of submission, because the black armored guards are backed by the Source faction. The elders hate hearing it, because their village status means nothing in front of a force that powerful. Tao Jingxing eases the blow by pointing out that if the guards can enter Tao Village, then Tao Village's youths can also gain the guards' resources and future influence. He reframes the whole issue around the younger generation, saying that for their descendants, joining the black armored guards brings more benefits than drawbacks. Tao Jingxing spells out the lure clearly: the black armored guards can offer better cultivation supplies and better teachers than Tao Village ever could. Then he drops the real bombshell: the best recruits in Kanyun County may even be sent onward to the Source faction itself. That one sentence flips the room, and even the elders who were most worried suddenly light up at the thought of a Tao descendant reaching such a legendary place. Tao Jingxing confirms Xia Yuanxing said it personally, and the elders' resistance finally gives way to open enthusiasm. But he quickly cools them down again by explaining the competition. Only 20 recruits will come from Tao Village, with the rest split among Song Village, Tan Village, and other places. The irony lands immediately, because the same elders who opposed the plan a moment ago now regret that Tao Village did not get even more slots. Tao Jingxing ends the meeting by ordering every family to push their descendants hard, because the selection will arrive in just 1 month. The next day, while Su Ning and Su Lian clean the yard at home, Gui Yi bursts in with the news before he even catches his breath. Gui blurts out that the black armored guards have posted a recruitment notice in Tao village, and Su Lian is instantly stunned. Gui knows he has no chance himself, so he throws all his excitement onto Su Ning and urges him not to miss this opening. Su Lian joins in too, making it clear she wants her younger brother to take this chance seriously. Amused by how worked up they are, Su Ning decides the best answer is to go read the notice himself. At the notice board, the whole village has already packed the area, and the buzz of ambition is louder than the winter morning. The villagers around it care less about politics than the clan elders did, because all they see here is a rare chance to rise. Su Ning squeezes through the crowd, catches the contents of the notice, and comes away genuinely interested. The notice says the selection is for Tao village youths from 14 to 18, and it does not exclude people with outside surnames, which means Su Ning can enter openly. It also says Xia Yuanxing will personally oversee the test in 1 month, but the exact criteria are still being kept quiet. What hooks Su Ning most is the promise of steady resources and the right to leave the black armored guards later, even if that freedom only comes at 40. After doing the numbers in his head, Su Ning figures that with roughly 20 spots for about 200 youths, his current strength should give him a very real shot. Seeing Su Ning is serious, Gui immediately offers to help gather resources for him, practically acting more nervous than the man taking the test. Su Ning waves that off and answers lightly that if he gets in, good, and if not, that is just fate. Before Gui can argue back, the crowd suddenly quiets and parts for one person. Tao Qingyuan walks in with a sword at his side, and even without saying anything, he instantly becomes the center of the scene. He thanks the person who stepped aside, reads the notice with calm focus, and leaves under everyone's eyes as politely as he arrived. The moment he is gone, people start talking again, and Gui can't hide his jealous awe at how Tao Qingyuan draws attention everywhere. Su Ning remembers that Tao Qingyuan is the same age as him and the acknowledged top talent of Tao village, stronger even than Tao Jin. In the village's eyes, Tao Qingyuan is already destined for the black armored guards and maybe even future leadership of Tao village itself. Su Ning does not linger in that chatter, because with a month still left, he feels his current strength is enough to stay confident. Gui sends him off with one more earnest warning to train hard, already acting like Su Ning's success matters to him personally. A month flashes by, winter deepens, and the first heavy snow leaves Kongyun County buried in white. Unlike the others nervously preparing, Su Ning keeps his usual rhythm of entering the mountains for herbs and occasional hunting. During that month, he finds one spirit medicine worth 2 energy and absorbs it on the spot. His earnings also stay strong enough for him to buy another swallowtail flower, letting him absorb 3 more energy from that box as well. By the time selection day arrives, Su Ning is sitting on 7 stored energy, and that hidden reserve makes him even calmer. Before sunrise on selection day, the entire village is already buzzing, because everyone knows the black armored guards are finally coming. At Su Ning's home, Su Lian has been up since rooster crow, laying out a heavy breakfast so he will not lose strength at the crucial moment. Su Ning sits down smiling at the oversized meal, but Su Lian shuts down any complaint and orders him to eat everything. She also tells him Tao Yunchuan has already gone ahead to the school field to scout the situation, which leaves Su Ning a little speechless at how invested everyone is. The family chaos wakes little Tao Tao early, and she stumbles in with messy braids and an unbuttoned cotton jacket, still half asleep. The second she spots the meat, Tao Tao perks up and reaches for it, only for Su Lian to smack her hand away and drag her in for fixing. Su Lian scolds her gently while redoing her buttons and braids, still keeping all her attention on getting Su Ning ready for this big day. She even prepares water and pork slices for Su Ning to carry, treating the selection like the kind of life-changing exam no one can afford to mishandle. While Su Lian is distracted, Su Ning secretly coaxes Tao Tao onto his lap and sips her a piece of meat like an accomplice. Tao Tao asks in her small, serious voice whether her uncle can really join the black armored guards, showing how much the whole household has been talking about it. Su Ning answers that there should not be a problem, and Tao Tao rewards him with a mouthful good luck that lands surprisingly sweet. After breakfast, Su Ning heads out with the things Su Lian packed, while she stays behind because watching in person would only make her too nervous. The roads to the school field are already full of villagers, because even people with no stake in the test want to witness the black armored guards' first recruitment here. As soon as Su Ning reaches the school field, Tao Yunchuan calls him over and takes charge like an anxious advanced scout. Tao Yunchuan grabs Su Ning's supplies and starts explaining the field layout, determined to make sure he walks in knowing the ground. With heavy stones, weapon racks, and training shelves laid out across the field, Su Ning gets a rough sense of the kind of assessment waiting for him. People keep pouring in until the school field is packed, turning the whole selection into a village-wide spectacle. At the same time outside the village, Tao Jingxing and the clan elders stand in the winter wind waiting personally to receive Captain Xia Yuanqing. The sound of galloping horses finally breaks the stillness, and everyone knows the black armored guards have arrived. A black-clad team rides into view behind an imposing leader whose armored warhorse and broadsword make him feel dangerous even before he dismounts. Tao Jingxing greets him loudly and respectfully, meeting force with full village ceremony. Xia Yuanqing jumps down from his horse with enough weight to shake the ground, making his strength impossible to ignore. Tao Jingxing offers rest and breakfast, but Xia Yuanxing removes his mask and refuses the ceremony because the selection itself comes first. Tao Jingxing immediately yields and gestures toward the village, leading Captain Xia and the black armored guards inside for the talent test. At the noisy school field, one shout that the black armored guards had arrived made the whole crowd fall silent at once. Tao Jinglu climbed the platform and ordered everyone except the age-eligible candidates to clear out immediately. As the spectators streamed out, Tao Yunchuan patted Su Ning on the shoulder, told him not to force himself, and promised to wait outside. Once the field emptied down to about 200 youths, the space looked bare inside even though the village still packed the sidelines outside to watch. Clan head Tao Jingxing rallied the younger generation, telling them to take the black armored guard selection seriously for themselves, their families, and Tao village. He warned that anyone who broke the assessment rules would be thrown out, and the candidates answered with a loud, eager understood. The guards split up according to plan and told everyone to line up at 5 tables, starting the first formal step of the test. The line turned messy as everyone tried to peek ahead, until a guard's cold order to stay in line shut the noise down. When Su Ning reached the registration table, the examiner first paused at his outsider name before Su Ning explained he belonged with Tao village through Tao Yunchuan's family. A second examiner checked Su Ning's age by feeling his shoulder and arm, and confirmed he really was 17. Asked to report his martial training truthfully, Su Ning revealed intermediate gale knife technique and spring breeze tactic at the muscle bone realm. That answer instantly made Su Ning stand out, with the examiners impressed and the youth behind him already looking defeated. With his information sheet in hand and the strength, technique, and aptitude columns still blank, Su Ning headed to the next station wondering how aptitude would even be tested. At the strength station, Su Ning found rows of lifting stones and quickly guessed the first assessment would be a simple test of raw power. When his turn came, the examiner told him to lift a stone one-handed and hold it for 10 breaths. Su Ning raised a roughly 150-pound stone with one hand so easily that the test barely looked like a struggle. After he set the stone down, the examiner marked his strength column as a pass and sent him on. At the technique station, Su Ning ran into Tao Qingping, who had also made it through the strength test. Watching the station, Su Ning saw that the candidates had to attack a black armored guard, who defended without striking back to judge their weapon skill. Tao Qingping stepped up first, and Su Ning could tell his gale knife technique had grown much firmer, almost at the intermediate realm. Before Tao Qingping had even finished, another examiner called Su Ning forward for his own technique test. The examiner told Su Ning not to use internal power because this round was only for external skill, and Su Ning charged in without hesitation. After only 3 slashes, the examiner had seen enough to tell Su Ning he was very good and marked the technique column as passed. With 2 rounds cleared surprisingly fast, Su Ning was sent to the waiting area and kept wondering what kind of final test could measure aptitude. The waiting area was a temporary shed with tables, chairs, water, and food, and more than 10 early passers were already there. Among them, Su Ning spotted Tao Jin, the famously strong granddaughter of Tao Jingxing and one of Tao village's top young talents. Su Ning exchanged a few brief greetings, nodded politely to Tao Jin, and chose to sit quietly instead of relaxing too early. Tao Qingping arrived soon after, surprised that Su Ning had finished before him until he remembered Su Ning's stronger knife realm. Su Ning answered with a modest compliment, but Tao Qingping was already curious enough to glance at his information sheet. The moment Tao Qingping saw muscle bone realm written on the sheet, he was stunned that Su Ning had reached it in less than 2 months. Su Ning brushed it off as luck, but that only made Tao Qingping feel the gap more sharply after all the money and effort his own family had spent on him. In Tao Qingping's eyes, Su Ning had already caught up to Tao village's 2 top geniuses, Tao Qingyuan and Tao Jin. Tao Jin overheard everything, and her calm face shifted when she realized the man she knew as brave might also be a genius on Tao Qingyuan's level. That realization unsettled her, because another dangerous rival had surfaced right before the final cut. Tao Jin quickly tried to steady herself by remembering her own edge. At 18, her external skill was intermediate, and her internal skill had already reached mortal realm 3rd stage. She pushed herself even harder with the thought that once she broke into the 4th stage, she could leave both Su Ning and even Tao Qingyuan behind. Su Ning noticed Tao Jin's strange tension and guessed she had heard his conversation, but he could not fully understand why it bothered her so much. He let the thought go and kept waiting, while the number of successful candidates slowly climbed to nearly 40 after another half hour. With only 20 spots to fill, Su Ning quietly calculated that nearly half of the remaining group would still be cut in the last round. A black armored guard finally came to collect them, congratulated the survivors of the first 2 rounds, and led the group toward the last qualification test. The finalists were brought to the center of the school field, where a wooden shelf had been set up and Xia Yuanxing sat watching beside the Tao village elders. Tao Qingyuan casually told Tao Jin she looked nervous, and she covered it by saying she was only curious about the format of the test. Back in his own row, Tao Qingping admitted he was nervous, because he had barely scraped through the first 2 rounds. Su Ning told him to relax, even though he knew his own natural talent might also be a weakness in an aptitude test. Even so, Su Ning stayed calmer than most, because with the martial arts panel behind him, Failure here would only slow him down instead of ending his path. On the guard's order, all 40 candidates sat cross-legged in front of the shelf, with elders and black armored guards forming a ring around them. Then several guards carried in a huge round object hidden under cloth, and even they looked strained by its weight when they set it onto the shelf. When Tao Jingxing asked what the mysterious device was, Xia Yuanxing only smiled and said the clan head would see soon enough. At Xia Yuanxing's command, the final aptitude assessment finally began. A deputy guard took out a metal can and a feather, then went to the first candidate and told him to raise his head and open his eyes. He dipped the feather into the can and lightly pressed it to the candidate's forehead, leaving Su Ning, Tao Qingyuan, and Tao Jin equally baffled about what the test was measuring. When Su Ning's turn comes, the black-armored deputy brushes a strange liquid over his eyes, leaving only a brief cool sting behind. After every candidate gets the same treatment, the deputy points them to a covered round stone and lays down the final rule: stare, keep sitting, and do not close your eyes. The deputy pulls away the cloth and reveals a cracked round stone tablet marked with curling black lines. Su Ning stares hard at the odd pattern, but at first it looks like nothing more than dead black lines on stone. The Tao elders try to make sense of the test from the sidelines, but they only see a static stone and have no idea what the guards are really doing. When Tao Jingxing asks Captain Xia what this thing is, Xia Yuanxing only tells him to keep watching. A dozen breaths later, the lines finally begin to move for Su Ning, and the whole venue seems to vanish into darkness around that rotating pattern. The spinning lines sees Su Ning's breathing in a harsh broken rhythm, as if an invisible hand keeps smothering him and letting him gasp again. Su Ning bitterly assumes this is just proof that his martial talent is poor, and that effort alone cannot force a body to learn what it cannot sense. Just as he is about to give up, the martial arts panel suddenly flashes into view with a new prompt asking whether to spend one energy on the source breath bodybuilding tactic. Su Ning quickly checks the panel and realizes a brand new external skill has appeared on his list with 7 energy still available. That is when it clicks for him. This brutal breathing pattern is not random torture at all, but the actual teaching method for a body tempering technique, and the real test is whether a recruit can learn it. Relieved, Su Ning chooses yes and instantly learns the source breath bodybuilding tactic at beginner level, dropping his stored energy to 6. The forced breathing stops feeling painful at once, and Su Ning suddenly moves with the rhythm naturally, his body filling with obvious new strength. Feeling his body grow stronger, Su Ning finally gets a direct taste of how deep the Black Armored Guard's source faction methods really run. Back outside Su Ning's inner struggle, Xia Yuanxing catches the change and is plainly baffled that a boy who looked ready to fail has suddenly steadied himself. The Tao elders also notice Su Ning settle down again, and their earlier worry gives way to visible relief. Tao Jingxing realizes the younger generation must be seeing something the elders cannot, and the strange method only deepens his awe of the Black Armored Guards. As the assessment drags on, the first candidate finally breaks, stands up helplessly, and the silent test starts claiming one person after another. Most of the remaining recruits are soon grimacing and gasping, but Su Ning, Tao Qingyuan, and Tao Jin still look almost untouched. Seeing Su Ning hold on this long, Tao Jinglu starts treating him as future backbone material for the village and quietly decides he should be tied to Tao village for good. By the late stage, even top talents like Tao Qingyuan and Tao Jin begin to frown under the pressure, while Su Ning sits there calm and effortless. That impossible calm makes Xia Yuanxing smile at last, because whatever Su Ning's real talent is, he has become too interesting to ignore. Then the deputy examiner calls the end of the test, and only 20 candidates are still sitting where they started. The winners almost beam with relief, the losers look crushed, and Su Ning simply rubs his eyes because he already knew he was safe the moment he learned the technique. Tao Jin checks that Tao Qingyuan made it, then instinctively looks for Su Ning too and goes blank when she finds him still there. The deputy's tone finally softens as he congratulates the survivors and tells the new recruits to line up with their forms before Captain Xia. Su Ning joins the line in silence and notices that even the sweating, rattled Tao Qingping barely held on and passed. At the front, Tao Qingyuan greets Xia Yuanxing, and the captain openly names him the pride of Tao village before accepting him into the Black Armored Guards. Xia Yuanxing hands Tao Qingyuan a yellow metal Black Armored Guard plate, marking him as one of the standout talents. As more recruits step forward, Su Ning notices the pattern. Top talents get yellow plates, stronger passers get cyan, and ordinary qualifiers receive gray. When Su Ning's turn arrives, Xia Yuanxing's interest sharpens again as he reads the file on the 17-year-old at the Muscle-Bone Realm with intermediate external skill. Tao Jingxing is startled to learn Su Ning has already reached the Muscle-Bone Realm, and that shock hardens his own resolve to keep this boy tied to the village. Instead of dismissing him like the others, Xia Yuanxing asks directly whether Su Ning is even from Tao village at all. Su Ning answers that he is from Tao village despite his foreign surname, and that simple reply instantly eases Tao Jingxing's heart. At the end of the assessment, Xia Yuanxing hands Su Ning a cyan metal plate, confirming he made it into the Black Armored Guards. Su Ning is satisfied, but Tao Jin watches him from the side and hides a faint smile because she knows her own yellow plate ranks even higher. When Tao Qingyuan asks why she is smiling, Tao Jin calmly brushes it off as simple happiness for passing. Even Xia Yuanxing feels a little regretful, because he thought Su Ning deserved a yellow plate in the last test, but the 2 top slots had already gone to Tao Qingyuan and Tao Jin. After all 20 plates are handed out, Xia Yuanxing officially announces that the selected Yus are now Black Armored Guards recruits. Then he drops the real surprise. In just 10 days, they will be escorted to Kanyan County. The timing hits hard, because leaving that soon means they will not be home for the new year after all. Xia Yuanxing gives a final practical warning to wash out the eye medicine from the test. Then he and the other guards prepare to leave. Before heading home, Tao Qingping excitedly comes over and says he and Su Ning will be working together in the future. Su Ning is genuinely in good spirits, because joining the guards means steady resources and a much bigger martial world than the mountains around the village. Outside the field, Guiyi rushes up for the result, and Su Ning finally shows him the cyan plate. Tao Yunchuan visibly relaxes, and Guiyi jokes proudly that he now has a brother in the Black Armored Guards. Tao Yunchuan hurries Su Ning home to tell Su Lian the good news, and all around the village, the families of the successful recruits are already celebrating early. 10 days later, 5 carriages wait outside Tao village as the selected youths gather to leave for Kanyan County. After saying goodbye to his family, Su Ning stands among the departing group feeling unexpectedly heavy, because this time he may not come home for a long while. His thoughts drift especially to Tao Tao, and the excitement of leaving is mixed with a real sense of separation. During the send-off, Tao Jingxing reminds everyone that they are still Tao village people and must support each other inside the guards. Then he singles out Tao Qingyuan in front of everyone and openly places him in charge of helping the others. Su Ning immediately sees what that means. Tao Jingxing is planting Tao Qingyuan as the center of the Tao village faction inside the Black Armored Guards. Once the final encouragements are over, the recruits climb into the carriages and roll out toward Kanyan County. In less than half a day, the group reaches Kanyan County and is taken straight to a newly opened Black Armored Guards camp. The escorts tell them they will rest here for 2 days until all 100 newcomers arrive and Master Wei comes to see them. Su Ning ends up sharing a room with Tao Qingping, and the two start settling into their first barracks room. When Tao Qingping invites him to dinner, Su Ning stays behind because Su Lian packed him homemade pies before he left. Alone in the room, Su Ning eats the last taste of home and quietly feels what it means to be away now. Afterward he decides to walk around and learn the layout of the brand new camp for himself. But the moment he opens the door, Tao Qingping comes rushing back in a panic with news that Tao Village and Tan Village are already clashing at the dining hall. Tao Qingping splits off to call more help, and Su Ning heads straight for the dining hall because he cannot ignore a fight involving his own village. Before he even reaches it, Su Ning hears the shouting, and outside the dining hall he finds Tao Village and Tan Village facing off in a tense standoff. Tao Qingyuan stands at the front for Tao Village, while a long-haired young man in a fur coat, Tan Fengying, leads the Tan Village side. Su Ning quickly spots Tao Qingge curled up on the ground in pain, making it obvious Tao Village has already taken the first hit. Tao Qingyuan angrily demands an explanation, saying Tan Village hurt one of his people and still has the nerve to protect the attackers. Tan Fengying only sneers that weakness is Tao Village's own problem, making the insult even worse. Tao Qingyuan fires back that this is not a fair fight at all, just Tan Village bullying others after arriving a day earlier and trying to monopolize the public dining hall. Instead of backing down, Tan Fengying warns Tao Village to stay in line or more people will get hurt. That threat is enough to ignite the whole scene, and once someone from Tao Village hurls a leftover bun, both sides finally explode into a brawl. More Tao Village people arrive with Tao Qingping, even bringing Tao Jin, and the messy fistfight only gets bigger. Su Ning jumps in too, but unlike the others, he keeps his head and fights with careful, selective hits instead of blind rage. He keeps darting to spots where Tao Village is struggling, lands a few sharp punches, and slips away before anyone can lock him down. When he notices Tao Jin trading nasty blows with a Tan Village girl, Su Ning decides that helping Tao Qingyuan beat the enemy leader will matter more. So he slips behind Tao Qingyuan and Tan Fengying, waiting for the one opening Tan Fengying never sees coming. The moment Tan Fengying turns the wrong way, Su Ning drives a hard punch straight into his face. Tan Fengying staggers in fury and tries to turn on Su Ning, but Tao Qingyuan instantly capitalizes and smashes him again. Su Ning adds one more clean hit, leaving the Tan Village leader dazed after 3 straight punches. Only then does a short, stout Black Armored Guard finally step in and roar for everyone to stop if they do not want to be thrown out of Kanyan County. His punishment is surprisingly light, no dinner for anyone tonight, then immediate dismissal. Before leaving, the guard gives Su Ning an extra look, because he noticed that this one recruit stayed calm and fought smarter than the rest. The two groups separate at last, but Tan Fengying clutches his bleeding nose and points at Su Ning as the one he plans to remember. On the walk back, Tao Qingyuan comes to Su Ning himself and openly thanks him for that well-timed punch. Su Ning jokes that he thought Tao Qingyuan might hate the interference, but Tao Qingyuan makes it clear he only cares about winning, not empty fairness. That answer surprises Su Ning, because the polished future clan head turns out to be much less rigid than he looks. Tao Qingyuan still worries this first day clash is only the beginning, but Su Ning points out that the guard watched for a while before stopping them and barely punished anyone. Together they realize the message behind that. the black armored guards may actually want these village recruits to stay aggressive. By the time they reach the barracks, Tao Qingyuan formally invites Su Ning to help each other from now on, and Su Ning accepts without hesitation. The next morning, Su Ning and Tao Qingping head out hungry for breakfast after a rough first night in camp. Outside, the Tao village recruits greet Su Ning warmly, and he realizes yesterday's fight already changed how they see him. His standing rose fast because everyone saw him fight beside Tao village, and Tao Qingyuan openly speaking with him made that approval even stronger. At the dining hall, the Tao and Tan village groups lock eyes like enemies, but this time both sides hold back. Su Ning's first meal in the hall surprises him, because even breakfast here is packed with meat and there is no limit on portions. He piles up a pancake, meat, and porridge, then sits with Tao Qingping while Tao Qingyuan casually joins them. Tao Qingping mutters that Tan village must hate them now, and Su Ning answers with a small smile that the feeling clearly goes both ways. Tao Qingyuan mentions Song village arrived last night, and Su Ning notices the hall is now full of newcomers clustering by village. When Tao Qingyuan calls Tao Jin over, Su Ning and Tao Qingping squeeze aside to make room for the 4 Tao village girls who pass the selection. Tao Jin ends up seated right between Su Ning and Tao Qingyuan, but she keeps her head down and eats in silence. Watching her, Su Ning privately decides he still dislikes Tao Jin's proud attitude, even if he keeps that judgment to himself. Breakfast is cut short when the stocky guard from last night storms in and orders every newcomer to gather at the school field for Master Wei's speech. That announcement kills everyone's appetite, because once Master Wei speaks, their real duties are about to begin. By the time Su Ning reaches the school field, recruits are already pouring in from every direction to avoid making a bad first impression. Tao Qingyuan takes charge of the 20 Tao village recruits and lines them up as each village gathers into its own block. Captain Chu immediately breaks up those gaps and forces the groups closer together, warning that anyone who talks during the speech will be punished. A team of black armored guards enters first, and the entire field falls quiet on its own. Then a thin man in white walks in with his officers, and even Xia Yuanxing follows behind him with obvious respect. Without needing any display of force, Wei Changqing makes it clear he is the man in charge of the black armored guards in Kangyun County. He starts with a simple welcome, congratulating the recruits and telling them to work hard and become the backbone of the county guards. His second point gets everyone's full attention, because he lays out the resource rewards tied to gray, cyan, and yellow plates. Gray plate holders get less silver, cyan plate holders get better pay and a swallowtail flower, and yellow plate holders receive the stronger Qingludan. The crowd's mood splits at once, with gray plates disappointed, cyan plates mixed, and yellow plates quietly pleased. Su Ning stays calm, but the mention of Qingludan catches his attention because he knows it is a refined spirit medicine far better than a normal herb. He remembers that a dan costs as much as rare spirit medicine but is absorbed far more efficiently, which makes him even more curious about its value. Since Tao Qingyuan holds a yellow plate, Su Ning quietly decides he may get a chance to judge the Qingludan's worth up close later. Wei Changqing follows that with a hook for everyone below the top rank, saying plate levels are not fixed forever. He reveals that every 3 months there will be one-on-one challenges, and lower plate holders can seize a higher plate by winning. The rule immediately sounds dangerous to Su Ning, because a cyan plate like his can be dragged down by challengers just as easily as it can climb higher. He also sees the unfair side of it, since young talents with great potential but weaker present strength will become obvious targets. As those hungry looks spread through the ranks, Su Ning realizes the system is built to keep newcomers competing instead of uniting. He understands the deeper message too. The black armored guards are using village recruits as pieces in a larger local power game, even while feeding them resources. Wei Changqing's third point raises the stakes even further, urging everyone to train hard because bigger opportunities are coming. He finally reveals that within 3 years Kangyun County will gain spots to enter the Source faction, and some of those places may go to these recruits. That news hits Su Ning hard, because this is the first time he has heard the black armored guards could open a path to the martial arts holy land. Then he notices Tao Qingyuan, Tao Jin, and Tan Fengying are barely surprised, which tells him some village insiders knew this in advance. Su Ning immediately makes up his mind that whatever game is being played around him, he has to fight for one of those Source faction spots. With the speech over, Wei Changqing hands control of the new camp to Captain Chu and leaves the field. Captain Chu tells them duty postings will be announced the next day and warns everyone to report within 3 days with their plates. As the crowd disperses, Su Ning stays calm about doing chores, but many others are visibly annoyed that duty will cut into their training. A few days later, Su Ning arrives in Kangyun County to report at Maple Lane with his cyan plate and identity papers in hand. Maple Lane turns out to be a whole district in the southeast of the county, not just one street, and it is busy enough to matter. Su Ning also learns his post is unusual, because most station recruits were assigned in groups, while he was sent here alone. Dressed in black guard clothes, light armor, and a new sword, he stops to ask a street vendor where the Maple Lane post is. The old man recognizes that uniform instantly and answers with obvious nerves, which gives Su Ning a fresh look at the guard's reputation in the city. As he walks on, pedestrians and hawkers keep avoiding him, and the whole street goes cautious whenever a black armored guard passes. That reaction makes him realize just how deeply the Black Armored Guard's dominance is rooted in Kanyan County. Following the directions, he finally reaches the Maple Lane Black Armored Guard's post, a place that looks like a small yamen from the outside. Before Su Ning can even introduce himself, a gate guard asks if he is Master Su and says Lieutenant Chin has already been waiting for him. That tells Su Ning his arrival was reported in advance, and the guard quickly leads him inside with almost flustered politeness. Inside, the station catches Su Ning off guard with a giant tree and carefully arranged flowers, more like a garden courtyard than a rough outpost. When the guard says Lieutenant Chin personally arranged the place, Su Ning starts guessing this post may be quieter than most. The guard brings him through to the backyard, stops at one room, and tells him Lieutenant Chin is waiting inside. Su Ning straightens his clothes, steps forward, and knocks on the door to meet his new superior. Su Ning reports to Maple Lane Guard Station and finds Lieutenant Chen alone in a quiet room, looking drained instead of battle-ready. Instead of giving him work, Chenren tells Su Ning Maple Lane is easy, the city guards handle most trouble, and he can focus on martial practice while still taking his pay. Chenren dismisses him almost immediately, and Su Ning walks out feeling the whole station is strangely lifeless. Outside, the city guard guide asks if he needs anything, and Su Ning first checks where his assigned study is before deciding to look around the area instead. Su Ning asks about the expensive flowers around the station, and Feng Xigua reveals they were bought by Deyuan Trading Company for Lieutenant Chin. When Feng Xigua says Deyuan's headquarters are in Yuning City, Su Ning quietly connects the company to the capital and the source faction. Su Ning asks the guard's name, and Feng Xigua lights up at being remembered by a black armored guard. Su Ning presses further and learns the station's other black armored guards rarely show up. Because Maple Lane is so safe, the city guards handle daily patrols. Feng Xigua finally lets slip that Chenren comes in mostly to grow flowers, which confirms Su Ning's bad first impression of this posting. Once they reach Maple Lane's business street, Su Ning sees a prosperous district packed with silk, medicine, jewelry, and other shops. Feng Xigua proudly says Kanyan County grew under Black Armored Guard rule, but after what he just saw at the station, Su Ning can't fully share that confidence. Su Ning asks to see Deyuan Trading Company's stores and is stunned to hear the company owns most of Maple Lane's commercial streets. That makes Maple Lane feel even more off to Su Ning, and before he can dwell on it, shouting erupts from farther up the street. At a spacious medicinal shop, two thugs throw a cotton-padded villager into the street, while the shopkeeper tries to force him to accept less money than promised. When the villager clings to him and demands the agreed price for his village's goods, the shopkeeper signals the thugs to beat him with sticks. The beating stops cold the moment the shopkeeper notices Su Ning standing in the crowd in Black Armored Guard uniform. Under Su Ning's gaze, the shopkeeper instantly changes face, pretends it was all a misunderstanding, and pays the villager the missing 300 taels. The crowd disperses, but Su Ning stays put, making it clear he saw exactly what just happened. The shopkeeper hurriedly invites him inside, and Su Ning decides to inspect the Deyuan store for himself with Feng Xigua following. Inside, Su Ning finds a well-stocked medicinal shop with plenty of decent herbs, which only makes Deyuan look stronger. On the second floor, Su Ning stops in front of a swallowtail flower and notices Deyuan is selling it at a steep markup. Trying to win him over, the shopkeeper offers the swallowtail flower at half price and even says he can take it on credit. Su Ning refuses politely because he doesn't want to get tangled up with Deyuan before he understands them. Then an older man steps in, scolds the shopkeeper for being stingy, and boldly says the flower should simply be given to Master Su. Yu Xinghe introduces himself as Deyuan's deputy manager, and calmly reveals they already knew Su Ning was arriving in Maple Lane yesterday. When Yu Xinghe says Deyuan is effectively the host of Maple Lane, Su Ning hears the real message. This company sees itself as the district's true master. Yu Xinghe keeps testing him and has a maid bring over a fine wooden box filled with 3 crystal-clear Qingludan. Su Ning pinches one Qingludan and quietly checks it through his martial arts panel. The result disappoints him, because one expensive Qingludan only holds 3 energy units, making refined pills a bad deal for his direct absorption method. Watching that calm reaction, Yu Xinghe assumes Su Ning can be handled with money too, just like the other black armored guards tied to Deyuan. Holding the box of Qingludan in the medicine shop, Su Ning pauses long enough for Yu Xinghe to assume the young guard is already wavering. Then Su Ning quietly puts the pills back and says the gift is too valuable, so he will not accept it. Su Ning is tempted by what the pills could be sold for, but he realizes taking them would put him in Deyuan Trading Company's debt. He has already seen enough to know Maple Lane is being run by Deyuan on the surface, but Su Ning refuses to believe the higher black armored guards will tolerate that forever. When Yu Xinghe tries one more smooth line about it just being a friendly gesture, Su Ning keeps his manners but firmly leaves no opening. Su Ning cuts the conversation short, calls Feng Xigua to leave with him, and walks out before Yu Xinghe can keep pressing. After they leave, the shopkeeper mutters that Su Ning cannot be bought, but Yu Xinghe only scoffs and points out that even Maple Lane's station head is already under their control. Yu Xinghe is still unsettled, because Su Ning does not act like a desperate outsider chasing money and resources the way he expected. In the end, Yu Xinghe decides this is only a delay and confidently says Su Ning will be forced to accept the same pills in private later. Out on the street, Suning calls the whole thing a shame, while Feng Xigua follows in stunned silence after watching him walk away from 1,500 taels worth of pills. Suning uses the moment to ask directly how close the Yuan Trading Company is to the Maple Lane Guard Station. After hesitating, Feng Xigua admits the ties are very deep. Lieutenant Chen and Yuan's chief manager are close, and the whole station has been pulled into their control. Suning immediately sees what Feng Xigua wants. This ordinary city guard is betting on him because none of the other black armored guards ever valued him. So Suning asks about taking city guard deputies, and Feng Xigua nearly holds his breath waiting for the answer. When Suning says he will take Feng Xigua under him, the old city guard all but erupts with loyalty on the spot. Suning takes his new helper back toward the station and tells him to start explaining how Maple Lane's black armored guards really operate. Over the next few days, Suning quietly expands his investigation by asking Tao Qingyuan and the others to check the other guards' ties to Yuan Trading Company. At the same time, Suning keeps walking Maple Lane with Feng Xigua, learning the district firsthand instead of trusting the lazy station around him. What he sees only confirms his bad impression, because the other black armored guards barely show up and treat the post like a formality. One day after returning to his study, Suning is told that Lieutenant Chen wants to see him immediately. As soon as the messenger leaves, Suning already suspects this summons is about the Yuan Trading Company coming at him from above. In Qinren's study, Suning finds a tired station head slumped in his seat, only looking a little more alive when his eyes drift to the flowers and plants beside him. After a hollow bit of small talk, Qinren gets to the point and asks whether Suning has been in contact with the Yuan. Suning answers honestly that he met Deputy Manager Yu, and Qinren immediately begins selling the Yuan as a heroic, trustworthy pillar of Kangyun County. He lays it out in layers. The Yuan helped build the county, controls a huge share of its trade, pays heavy taxes, and should be trusted without question. Suning says nothing, because by now he has already gathered enough information to make his own judgment about the Yuan and the station. From what he has learned in the last few days, Suning knows many guard stations resent the Yuan's growing arrogance even if the higher-ups have not moved against it yet. So Suning settles on a careful line. He will either tie himself to the Yuan nor openly fight them until the bigger picture becomes clear. Seeing Suning stay silent, Qinren finally pulls out the same wooden box of 3 Qingludan and sets it on the table between them. Suning instantly understands the trap. Yu Xinghe could not buy him openly, so the Yuan simply sent the bribe through his own superior instead. Qinren dresses it up as concern for Suning's assessment, saying these pills will help him keep his cyan plate, and maybe even fight for a yellow one. When Suning still does not reach for it, Qinren's tone turns cold and he reminds him who is personally delivering this gift. Suning finally steps forward and takes the box, outwardly yielding so the pressure in the room breaks. Pleased with himself, Qinren tells Suning to practice well and remember to thank Yu Xinghe for the present. Suning leaves without showing much, but inside he sees Qinren as a ridiculous puppet and decides the pills will be sent back a second time. Back at his study, Suning finds Feng Xigua waiting outside in obvious worry after hearing he was called in. Feng Xigua's eagerness is no act anymore, because being attached to Suning has already raised his standing with other guards and even improved things at home. Once the door is shut, Suning puts the wooden box on the table and orders Feng Xigua to return it to Yu Xinghe at the Yuan. When Feng Xigua realizes Qinren forced the gift on him, Suning stays completely relaxed and makes his position plain. He still does not want it. Feng Xigua nervously warns that if Suning sends Yu Xinghe's gift back again, it will not just offend the Yuan Trading Company anymore, it will humiliate Lieutenant Qin directly. Suning stays steady and reminds Feng Xigua that Qinren is not his only superior, because Captain Chu stands above him too. Seeing Suning will not bend, Feng Xigua accepts it and carries the box out to return it to the Yuan himself. Once alone, Suning thinks it through and decides that as long as Chu Dayo is not secretly tied to the Yuan, Qinren cannot punish him without worrying about a captain's reaction. That evening Suning returns from Maple Lane to Campsite 3, where the new recruits all live together on light duty with plenty of time to train. Back in the room, Suning finds Tao Qingping already washing up after spending the whole day practicing martial arts. Tao Qingping warns him not to let the guard station eat up his time, because for new recruits, getting stronger matters more than anything else. Suning smoothly uses his prepared excuse and says he still gets enough free time at Maple Lane to keep training. Tao Qingping's mood lifts as he talks about Campsite 3's strange setup, with no lieutenant yet and a future chance for one of the newcomers to rise into that post. Suning jokes that if Tao Qingping really becomes lieutenant, he should remember to take care of him, and Tao Qingping clearly likes the idea more than he pretends. Their quiet night breaks when a city guard knocks at the door and says Captain Chu is summoning Suning to his study right away. Puzzled but alert, Suning puts his armor back on and heads out, guessing this sudden call is tied to trouble at Maple Lane. In Captain Chu's lamplit study, Chu Dayo greets Suning warmly enough to let him sit, but the relaxed opening only makes the real topic feel more dangerous. After a brief question about guard station work, Chu Dayo suddenly asks why Suning refused the Yuan Trading Company's gift. Suning answers carefully that he does not trust rewards that come without honest work, even while bracing for another round of pressure. Then Chu Dayo takes out the same kind of beautiful wooden box, and for one sharp moment Su-ning wonders if even the captain has been bought too. Chu Dayo laughs off that fear and makes it clear he is not about to imitate Shinren and force the gift on him. That reaction finally lets Su-ning breathe, because he realizes Chu Dayo is pleased by his refusal, not offended by it. When Su-ning asks how the return pills ended up here, Chu Dayo reveals someone tried to sneak the box under Su-ning's pillow, but it was intercepted and brought to him instead. Chu Dayo adds one more piece of evidence and produces a dart, showing that this time Dayuan sent bribery and a threat together. Su-ning sees the message immediately. If he still refused, Dayuan Trading Company was ready to hurt him. Even with that ugly warning in front of him, Su-ning stays composed because Chu Dayo has already stepped in to shield him. Then Chu Dayo says something stranger than the threat itself and apologizes, hinting that Su-ning got dragged into this mess because of him. Chu Dayo tells him not to resent it yet, because this danger may also become Su-ning's chance if he understands the bigger game. Before explaining, Chu Dayo tests him by asking what he already knows about Dayuan, and Su-ning repeats Chinren's line about the company's importance to Kangyun County. But when Chu Dayo asks for his own judgment, Su-ning answers bluntly that Dayuan is greedy. Chu Dayo agrees and says both things are true. Dayuan once helped rebuild the county, but its past service does not excuse what it has become now. He explains that after Captain Kai Ching-han took over Campsite 1 8 years ago, Dayuan stopped acting like a mere merchant force and began digging into county power itself. According to Chu Dayo, Kai Chi-han and Dayuan grew so close that the company even started influencing black armored guard policy in Kangyun County. Maple Lane turns out to be the worst example, because Chu Dayo says that station is puppeted by Dayuan from top to bottom. Su-ning naturally asks why Commander Wei allows this, and Chu Dayo answers that Wei Chongqing has the rank to intervene but no desire to stir up trouble while he is stuck here. Chu Dayo says the balance only started to change when Campsite 3 was built, and he was promoted, joining Xia Yuanqing and Ning Fengwen in pushing back against Kai Ching-han's side. Only then does Chu Dayo admit the personal truth. Maple Lane had asked for no newcomers, but he deliberately forced Su-ning into their strongest base anyway. Su-ning finally sees his role clearly. To Chu Dayo's faction, he was a blade planted in enemy ground, dangerous if left untouched and worth buying off if possible. Chu Dayo does not deny using him and instead says the 3 captains are backing him, so if he helps cut down Dayuan's power, he will become Campsite 3's first lieutenant. Su-ning understands that the title is tempting, but the bigger truth is that he was never really given a choice in this fight. He still asks the question that matters to him: why pick a Cyan Plate rookie like him from Maple Lane instead of one of the stronger Yellow Plate recruits? Chu Dayo says part of it was chance, but he had already checked Su-ning's background and noticed that, even as an outsider, he had earned real acceptance in Tao Village. He also remembers watching Su-ning in the recruit fight and deciding that Su-ning was not just strong enough, but smart, restrained, and good at finding the right opening. That is why Chu Dayo chose a wise man over a merely strong one, trusting Su-ning to resist corruption, protect himself, and strike hard if the timing ever came. With the truth finally laid out, Su-ning feels far clearer about the forces around Maple Lane and how he has to handle Dayuan from now on. Chu Dayo ends the talk by tossing him the seized wooden box and saying the pills are his now, because they were confiscated lawfully before reaching him. Su-ning thanks him, but instead of leaving, he hesitates with the box in his hands and asks whether the 3 Qinglu Dawn can be traded for silver tails instead. The next day at Maple Lane Guard Station, Su-ning arrives carrying a long wooden box, and Feng Sigua quietly warns him that several unfamiliar black armored guards are already gathered in Lieutenant Chen's study. When Su-ning hears the meeting did not call for him, he just smiles and decides it is none of his business. Su-ning turns serious and orders Feng Sigua to guard his study door and let no one in until he finishes, even if Lieutenant Chen sends for him. Soon after Su-ning shuts himself inside, a city guard comes to summon him to Chen's meeting, but Feng Sigua remembers the order and chooses to keep standing there. Inside the study, Su-ning opens the wooden box and reveals 6 neat swallowtail flowers, all bought after he traded Chu Dayo's 3 Qinglu pills for silver and quietly shopped outside Dayuan's network. Seeing the 6 flowers laid out in front of him, Su-ning realizes they will give him 18 energy at once and finally let him push his cultivation again. He absorbs all 6 flowers one by one, savoring the surge each time, then burns the withered remains so he leaves no trace behind. Su-ning checks his martial arts panel and sees his stored energy jump to 24, more than he has ever had before. With no hesitation, Su-ning pours 12 energy into Spring Breeze tactic and breaks through to Mortal Round 3rd stage, Inner Enrichment. The breakthrough hits hard, his blood seems to boil, power floods every limb, and he can feel his whole body being reforged into the mortal limit. As Su-ning tests his body, he understands why internal skill matters so much now that his stronger physique can amplify every external technique he uses. Now armed with Inner Enrichment and his knife art, Su-ning judges that he should be the strongest among the new recruits and have little trouble taking a yellow plate in the assessment. But when he checks the next step, the panel demands 25 energy for Mortal Round 4th stage, a steep jump that shows the road ahead has changed. Su-ning quickly understands why. The first 3 mortal stages sharpen the body, but the 4th begins true internal chi, the level black armored guards consider the threshold for becoming a lieutenant. That leaves Suning with 12 energy and a real choice: perfect his Gale Knife method, strengthen Source Breath bodybuilding tactic, or save everything for the future Chi realm. Elsewhere in Shinren's study, all 6 other Maple Lane guards have gathered without Suning, and Lieutenant Chen sits there already angry that the newcomer still has not shown up. Chen's mood is worse because he heard Suning sent back the Qinglu pills again, which feels like a direct refusal to accept his control. After confirming the message was delivered, Chen decides the insult has gone far enough and orders Pan Du to drag Suning over personally. Pan Du reaches Suning's courtyard and finds Feng Xigua still guarding the door, but Feng Xigua, scared as he is, refuses to move aside. Pan Du mocks a mere city guard for daring to stop him, and Feng Xigua keeps his arm out anyway because he already chose his side. Pan Du answers with one brutal hit to the stomach, knocking Feng Xigua down and leaving him coughing blood on the ground. Even half-conscious and choking on blood, Feng Xigua still grabs Pan Du's leg and refuses to let him reach Suning's door. For one bitter second, Feng Xigua regrets that this loyalty might get him killed, but he still decides he would make the same choice again. Just as Pan Du tries to crush him aside, Suning appears behind him out of nowhere and smashes him across the face with a single heavy slap. The blow leaves Pan Du reeling, bruised, and barely able to open one eye before he shouts that Suning is attacking a fellow guard. Suning grabs Pan Du by the collar, slams him against the wall, and throws the accusation right back at him for beating their own people. Then Suning humiliates him in public, holding him pinned by the neck and slapping him again and again, while Pan Du can only flail and choke. From the ground, Feng Xigua watches through the pain and can only think one thing as Pan Du gets his payback: deserved. Pan Du drops cold after Suning hits far harder than a muscle bone realm fighter can endure. The gap is brutal now, because Suning has already broken into inner enrichment and pushed his Source Breath bodybuilding tactic to the intermediate realm, leaving him with 3 energy still in reserve. Suning tosses Pan Du aside after confirming the injury is serious, but not life-threatening. Instead of dwelling on Pan Du, Suning rushes to help the pale and exhausted Feng Xigua stand. Feng Xigua can barely speak, but Suning quietly tells him he did well and walks him out. Seeing a city guard on duty, Suning immediately takes charge of Feng Xigua's treatment. He orders a stretcher, the best medicine available, and a full bill sent back to him so the station can pay for everything. Feng Xigua wants to protest the expense, but Suning cuts him off and makes it clear he will handle it. After Feng Xigua is carried away, Suning stands in the courtyard staring at Chenren's flowers with his anger pressed flat under a cold face. It is the first time someone has been hurt because of him, and the guilt only hardens his resolve. Remembering Chu Daio's words that he is the foundation, Suning decides to become a foundation strong enough to push back. With that, he walks straight toward Lieutenant Chen's study instead of backing down. Inside the study, 5 men are already waiting, annoyed that Pan Du still has not returned with Suning. Before Chenren can vent his impatience, Suning pushes the door open and walks in on his own terms. Suning gives Chenren a formal greeting, but his straight back and flat tone make it obvious he is not coming here to submit. Zhuang Dingshi immediately jumps in, threatening the newcomer for not showing proper etiquette. Suning answers that threat with a faint smile and half a step back, already gripping a hidden dagger behind him. Zhuang Dingshi is ready to explode, but Chenren cuts in first and reminds Suning that Maple Lane has rules. Suning agrees at once, and that easy answer only makes the room feel more strained. Then Chenren notices the real problem. Pan Du was sent to fetch Suning, but Suning came back alone. Suning bluntly says Pan Du beat a city guard for no reason, so he taught him a lesson and left him lying outside. That finally shatters Chenren's composure, and he slams the desk in open fury. He orders Zhuang Dingshi to throw Suning into confinement, deciding he has tolerated enough. Zhuang Dingshi reaches for him, and the room braces for a clean arrest. Instead, Suning whips his arm free and knocks Zhuang Dingshi's grab away on the spot. Zhuang Dingshi roars that Suning dares resist an order and answers with a heavy punch. Suning does not dodge at all and drives his own fist straight into it. One clash is enough, and sweat bursts from Zhuang Dingshi as the bones in his forearm crack. Chenren is stunned, because one of the few men he relies on just got broken by Suning in a single punch. Since Suning's file said he was only at muscle bone realm, Chenren instantly realizes this strength was hidden on purpose. He pieces together the political trap at once and concludes Chu Daio deliberately planted Suning in Maple Lane to make him underestimate a dangerous piece. Suning stays calm and says he did not resist authority at all. He punished Pan Du because Pan Du broke the rules first. Then he drives the point deeper. As a man from Campsite 3, any serious restriction on him should go through Chu Daio first. He even lies that Chu Daio has business for him, then turns to leave before anyone can recover the initiative. No one stops him, because Chu Daio's shadow now weighs heavier than Chenren's anger. Once the room empties, Chenren is left at the window with only his thoughts, his pet birds, and a rising sense that the station is about to become a battlefield. That uneasy thought pushes him into a decision. He has to go to Daiyuan Trading Company and find its chief manager. Meanwhile, Suning goes back to his own study knowing perfectly well that Chu Daio never called for him at all. He understands the situation clearly now. If he wants to survive at Maple Lane, he has to keep using Chu Dayo's name as a shield. Back at the courtyard, Pandu is already gone, and Su Ning does not care enough to find out whether he walked off or was carried away. About an hour later, the city guard returns from the hospital with Feng Xigua's treatment bill. The cost is only 20 taels, which tells Su Ning Feng Xigua's injuries may not be as bad as they first looked. Relieved but still practical, Su Ning sends the bill off to the station accountant to settle it. For the next 2 weeks, Su Ning keeps his distance from the station and only shows up every few days. During that stretch, Chu Dayo meets him again and finally lays out the deeper feud with Kai Ching-hun's side. Chu Dayo says his alliance with Xia Yuanxing and Ning Fengwen has finally surpassed Kai Ching-han in overall power, but Kai Ching-han is clearly preparing a counterplay. He warns Su Ning to watch his back, because Dayuan Trading Company may answer with sneak attacks instead of open moves. When they part, Chu Dayo gives him 500 taels, and Su Ning accepts because this fight is going to cost money. A few more days pass, and by the end of the year Kangyun County is already wrapped in New Year energy. Campsite 3 hands out newcomer subsidies, and Su Ning receives 200 taels, a swallowtail flower, and his small Maple Lane salary on top. Even with nearly 800 taels saved, he decides not to sink everything into spirit medicine anymore. Spirit medicine no longer boosts him as fundamentally as before, and he also needs money for connections, daily life, and sending support home. On the night before the holiday, Tao Qingping asks Su Ning what he plans to do for the new year. Su Ning says he has no special plans, even though he would really rather go home. He cannot leave anyway, because newcomers only get 5 days off after their first assessment, and are not allowed to leave Kangyun County without orders. So Tao Qingping brings better news instead. Tao Qingyuan is inviting about 20 Tao village people to Rafeng restaurant the day after New Year's Day. Su Ning likes the idea, because the scattered Tao village newcomers have not truly gathered as one group in a long time. New Year's Day arrives with firecrackers outside, and Tao Qingping hurries Su Ning up for the camp celebration. Today they can skip the black armored guard uniform, and Tao Qingping proudly wears a brand new cotton coat. Su Ning changes into the cotton coat Su Lian bought for him before he came to the county city. Outside, campsite 3 is covered in red lanterns, couplets, and festive decorations, and even strangers greet each other warmly. After breakfast in the dining hall, everyone heads to the school field to hear Wei Changqing's New Year address. Wei Changqing offers New Year congratulations, then reminds the newcomers to train hard, do their duty, and live up to the black armored guard's name. Once the short ceremony ends, Tao Qingyuan immediately starts gathering the Tao village people together. He announces that he is treating everyone at Runfeng restaurant for lunch, and the group bursts into cheers. What really excites them is not the food, but finally celebrating the new year together again as people from the same village. When someone points out it is too early for lunch, Tao Qingyuan proudly reveals he already booked the room and prepared tea, dried fruit, and nuts. The crowd cheers him again, and for once Su Ning is fully pulled into the easy festive mood. The group of 20 sets off for the restaurant, with Su Ning falling near the end of the line beside Tao Jin. Tao Jin unexpectedly gives Su Ning a simple Happy New Year, and he answers with a smiling wish for great fortune. That answer catches Tao Jin off guard, because she expected a martial greeting from him, not something so ordinary and light. Su Ning brushes it off with a casual same thing, making it clear he does not want a longer conversation. So Tao Jin falls quiet and studies him from behind, suddenly aware that something about Su Ning has changed. She realizes his temperament is far more confident and capable now than before he came to the county city. That makes Tao Jin wonder how far his martial arts have really advanced, especially since she herself has been stuck in inner enrichment for a long time and knows how hard the next step is. On New Year's Day, Tao Qingyuan leads the Tao village group through Yunshi Alley toward Runfeng restaurant, greeting locals like a man already used to being followed. Just as the restaurant comes into view, Su Ning notices their groups slow down because Tan Fengying's people are arriving from the other side at the exact same time. Su Ning immediately tenses up, because the Tao and Tan groups are still carrying bad blood from their last clash and another public fight would look terrible in front of Wei Changqing's warning to stop internal feuds. Tao Qingyuan clearly wants no trouble and heads for the door anyway, but Tan Fengying steps in front of him and blocks the path. Tan Fengying insists his side should enter first, turning a wide doorway into a power contest instead of a real argument about space. Tao Qingyuan tries one last peaceful answer, saying they can go in together, but he also knows backing down in front of both groups would damage his standing. Tan Fengying refuses again and keeps pressing, because he is really trying to rebuild his authority inside Tan village after feeling his influence slip. His confidence is not empty either, since Tan Fengying has secretly pushed his source breath bodybuilding tactic into the elementary realm and believes that gives him the edge over the other village leaders. When Tao Qingyuan brushes his arm aside and steps forward, Tan Fengying grabs his sleeve and finally pushes the standoff into a fight. Both men raise their fists, and Tan Fengying is ready to strike first with the confidence of someone who thinks he will win. Before either side can explode, Su Ning suddenly steps between them and catches both incoming punches at once. Tao Qingyuan is stunned, because Su Ning blocks an inner enrichment punch so easily that his strength can no longer be mistaken for mere muscle bone level. Tan Fengying is just as shaken, and the man he used to dismiss as tricky now suddenly feels genuinely dangerous. Suning calmly reminds both sides that this is New Year's Day, that Wei Changqing wants harmony among their own people, and that sharing the same restaurant should be a good thing instead of a reason to bleed. The two leaders finally pull back, not because the grudge is gone, but because Suning has given them a way to retreat without losing face. Now that he is strong enough to control the field, Suning makes a deliberate choice to stop the clash, partly to protect Tao Village from trouble and partly because he already sensed Tao Qingyuan would lose this matchup. From Tan Fengying's breathing alone, Suning catches the real reason for that danger. Tan Fengying has already reached elementary source breath bodybuilding. Nearby, Tao Jin watches Suning with a complicated expression, quietly feeling the shift in power around him. With Suning holding the center, Tao Qingyuan and Tan Fengying exchange stiff New Year greetings and finally let both groups enter side by side. Inside the second-floor private room Tao Qingyuan booked, the Tao Village group settles into a warm holiday space with tea, nuts, a fireplace, and a clear view of lion dances below. Once everyone is seated, Tao Qingyuan personally thanks Suning for stopping the fight and hands him a cup of tea. Suning says he simply did not want anyone injured on a holiday, and he points out that even Captain Chu's faction games do not mean their own people should hurt each other for nothing. Tao Qingyuan carefully brings up the fact that Captain Chu has visited Suning twice, testing how deep Suning's link to the higher struggle really goes. Suning answers honestly that it is all tied to Maple Lane, and Tao Qingyuan immediately connects that to Daiyuan Trading Company's fight with Captain Chu's side. Suning admits that being on Captain Chu's side makes life at the guard station awkward, and Tao Qingyuan can only agree that it is a troublesome position. Tao Qingyuan wants to ask how far Suning's martial arts have advanced, but his sense of fairness stops him from prying into something Suning did not choose to reveal. He covers the moment with a simple New Year toast, and the two clink cups with mutual respect instead of suspicion. Privately, Tao Qingyuan even thinks that if Suning had been born into the Tao family, he might already be a rival for leadership, but the thought brings him no jealousy. After that, the room loosens back into celebration as Tao Qingyuan goes around greeting everyone one by one. Word of the doorway incident spreads fast inside the room, and more people come to greet Suning now that they have seen his strength with their own eyes. Some of them are already whispering that Suning might become Tao Village's third yellow plate newcomer when the next assessment arrives. Without anyone saying it out loud, Suning has already started replacing Tao Jin as the second most respected figure in the group. The meal itself is warm and noisy, and because no one has gone home in a long time, the shared company of people from the same village eases the homesickness of the holiday. Suning lets himself relax with the group for once, but he still notices that Tao Jin is eating in silence with a blank expression. He leaves it alone, because the two of them are not close enough for him to step into whatever she is feeling. Elsewhere in another private room, Tan Fengying spends the same holiday meal in secret unease after realizing Suning may soon be aimed directly at his position. The more Tan Fengying thinks about the coming assessment, the more certain he becomes that Tao Village will use Suning to attack his yellow plate standing. By the end of lunch, he has already made up his mind that as soon as this meal ends, he needs to go train harder. After lunch, the Tao Village group breaks into smaller circles to enjoy the holiday around town instead of returning to camp together. Tao Qingyuan invites Suning to join the outing, but Suning declines because he has someone else he wants to see. Instead, Suning buys cakes, sweets, and New Year gifts before heading alone to the eastern residential district to visit the injured Feng Xigua. He reaches the neighborhood quickly, but since he only knows the area and not the exact house, he has to stop and ask a group of children for directions. One bold little boy recognizes the name city guard Uncle Xigua and offers to lead Suning there himself. When Suning tries to reward the boy with money, the child refuses because his mother taught him not to take cash from strangers so easily. Amused, Suning gives the children candy instead, and they accept that happily before scattering off to divide it among themselves. Watching the children leave briefly makes Suning think of Tao Tao and wonder whether she misses him back in the village. He turns to the right house at last, a modest private home decorated with spring couplets and lanterns that shows Feng Xigua is living decently by city standards. When Suning knocks and enters, the first person he meets is a broad, fierce-looking woman in the courtyard, and he immediately guesses this must be Feng Xigua's formidable wife. She starts out wary of the handsome stranger, but the moment he introduces himself as Suning, her whole attitude flips into startled respect. She immediately calls inside for Feng Xigua, shouting that Master Su has come. Feng Xigua hurries out looking shocked, and Suning quickly checks his condition, seeing that he is still pale and weak but no longer in real danger. When Suning says he came to visit because of the injury, Feng Xigua is deeply moved, because Suning has already given him leave, paid for good treatment, and even kept checking on him. Feng Xigua had actually been worrying that too much time off might cost him his place at the station, so Suning's personal visit reassures him even more. Inside the small home, Feng Xigua explains that only he and his wife are home for now because the children are out playing and the rest of the family is gathering later. Suning settles onto a small stool by the strong stove fire, and the visit finally turns from official concern into a quiet, human New Year call. Even Feng Xigua's tough wife now serves Su Ning water with careful respect, not daring to show any of the resentment she once felt toward her husband's superior. At Feng Xigua's home, Su Ning drinks tea and openly says Feng Xigua was beaten because Pan Du came looking for him. Feng Xigua quickly denies blaming Su Ning and says the real problem was Pan Du's cruelty. He even says Su Ning already avenged him, so instead of resentment, he feels respected for the first time. Su Ning warns Feng Xigua to stay away from Pan Du at the station, but promises he will not ignore it if Pan Du attacks again. Feng Xigua grows even more loyal because Su Ning is only 17, already stronger than Pan Du, and looks like a future lieutenant in the making. When Su Ning gets up to leave, he suddenly presses a 100-tael note into Feng Xigua's hand. Feng Xigua is shocked because that money is almost a year's pay for him, and his wife cannot hide her reaction either. Feng Xigua tries to refuse because Su Ning also needs money for cultivation, but Su Ning says this is thanks for good work and practical funds for future errands. Feng Xigua and his wife walk Su Ning out, and Feng Xigua accepts the money with deep gratitude. Back inside, the couple stare at the note in silence because 100 taels is a huge sum for a family barely saving after daily costs and martial training for their children. Feng Xigua proudly says this proves Su Ning truly rewards his people, then reminds his wife the money should be used to help Su Ning when future errands come. After the holiday ends, Su Ning returns to Maple Lane and finds the station as slack as ever, with no black armored guards present and even the yard plants left to wilt. With nobody else around, Su Ning quietly handles patrols, local disputes, and assigned chores on his own while Dayuan's people stays silent. When Qinren finally returns, Su Ning keeps a calm face, but he knows this surface peace only lasts until Chu Dayo's side moves against Dayuan. Feng Xigua comes back on duty and takes over document work, which immediately makes Su Ning's daily load much lighter. Su Ning also notices the lower guards avoid standing near him when Qinren is present, but privately they have become much friendlier because he protects subordinates. After work, Su Ning skips heading straight back and goes to the roadside wonton stall he likes because the taste reminds him of Su Lian's cooking. The stall owner recognizes him right away, and Su Ning orders 3 big bowls as usual. The owner thoughtfully serves only 1 hot bowl first so the rest will not get cold. Just as Su Ning starts eating, he senses someone watching and spots a plain gray-coated man at the neighboring noodle stall. Su Ning calmly turns back to his meal, while the gray-clothed man wonders if he has been noticed. Su Ning finishes all 3 bowls without another glance, pays, and leaves as if nothing is wrong. The stalker relaxes a little, waits a moment, and then gets up to follow. Instead of returning to camp, Su Ning wanders through the night market and casually browses small goods while the man tails him from varying distances. After less than half an hour, Su Ning heads toward Campsite 3 by way of Maple Lane and the bamboo forest, and the stalker follows the whole route. The stalker feels confident in his tracking skills as Su Ning enters the dim bamboo forest and seems not to notice him at all. Then the man suddenly realizes Su Ning has disappeared from the path. A cold shift in the air makes him turn, and he finds Su Ning already behind him with a smile and a knife hidden at his back. The stalker tries to bolt, but Su Ning steps in and slashes across his escape line, cutting off only a corner of the gray coat. From that dodge alone, Su Ning realizes this man is also an inner enrichment and has trained body movement techniques. The man dives into denser bamboo to escape, but Su Ning's intermediate source breath bodybuilding makes him explosively faster, and he closes the gap anyway. Su Ning catches him within reach and cuts deep into the man's right arm, ruining his balance. Before the wounded man can recover, Su Ning seizes his neck, slams him down, and ignores his attempt to explain. Su Ning knocks him unconscious with one heavy strike, but still binds the wounded arm to keep him from bleeding out. Guessing the man is tied to Dayuan or Qinren, Su Ning decides not to question him himself, and drags him back to camp for professionals to handle. Su Ning reports to Chu Dayo that someone followed him, and says the man is already unconscious in confinement. Chu Dayo is not surprised and explains that since they are preparing to move against Kai Chi-han and Dayuan Trading Company, Su Ning has naturally become a surveillance target at Maple Lane. When Su Ning asks why the enemy watches a small figure like him instead of the camp itself, Chu Dayo calmly replies that their own camp may already have spies inside. Back at Campsite 3, Su Ning hears there may be spies in the camp and immediately remembers Dayuan already used city guards inside the camp to send him Qingludan. He cannot see what secrets a newcomer camp would even hold, and that confusion makes the warning feel even more ominous. Then Su Ning links it to Tao Qingping's earlier news that next year the recruits will patrol less and start military battle practice instead. That makes him suspect Chu Dayo, and Kai Qinghan may be heading toward a real confrontation, so he wisely stops asking questions about higher-level plans. Chu Dayo instead gives a direct order. Su Ning must tighten inspections in Maple Lane over the next few days and report anything unusual at once. Su Ning accepts the order, understanding that something big is about to move even if he still cannot see the whole board. Chu Dayo dismisses him and says he is going to interrogate the man who was stalking Su Ning. Late that night at Dayuan Trading Company, Deputy Manager Yu Xinghe waits in a dark room under Chief Manager Duani his gaze, already sweating with fear. When the missing stalker still has not returned, Yu Xinghe hurriedly admits this was his decision and starts explaining himself. Yu Xinghe says the next shipment is about to leave. Chu Dayo and Xia Yuanxing have become unusually tough, and he feared Su Ning might have noticed something while staying in Maple Lane every day. So Yu Xinghe sent Huijio to tail Su Ning, thinking the man was the best available option. That answer detonates Duaniha's temper, because Huijio knows far too much about their dealings. Duaniha snarls that if Huijio falls into Chu Dayo's hands and talks, Kai Qinghan cannot save them and even the Yuning city headquarters may cut them off. Yu Xinghe still tries to defend himself, saying everyone else was busy with the route arrangements, and Huijio seemed strong enough to handle it. Duaniha answers by hurling the oil lamp into Yu Xinghe's forehead, leaving him bleeding and too scared to even cry out. As the room drops into darkness, a man dressed all in black steps in, calmly relights the lamp, and reveals he already knows something went wrong. The black-clad man suggests delaying the delivery if things are getting troublesome. Instead of answering him right away, Duaniha looks at Yu Xinghe with chilling calculation, as if deciding what to do with his own subordinate. Then Duaniha lies smoothly, saying the shipment can still continue and there is no need to postpone anything. The black-clad man doubts that confidence, reminding him one shipment matters less than their long-term supply line. At the window, Duaniha looks out over moonlit Kangyum County and thinks of the more than 20 years he spent building his power here. His thoughts go back even further, to 30 years ago, when Dayuan sent him from Yuning City to seize markets as the Source faction stabilized the state. In Kangyum County he found a rival already tied to the black armored guards, so he borrowed help from a third party and crushed that competitor out of the market. That victory let Dayuan dominate local trade, and later his connection to Kai Qihan turned Duaniha into one of Kangyum County's most powerful men. But behind that success was a secret he always feared would kill him, because the third party he relied on was a magic faction. The story spells out why this is fatal. The Source faction has spent decades wiping out magic sects, whose techniques feed on other people and leave blood behind. Since colluding with a magic faction is punishable by death, Duaniha knows the path he chose is finally coming back for him. He turns back to Yu Xinghe, tells him to leave, and says he will find Kai Qinghan and deal with Huijio himself. Yu Xinghe still fears Huijio may already be in Chu Dayo's hands, but Duaniha insists he has his own methods and warns him not to make a mistake like this again. Relieved, Yu Xinghe promises to be more careful and finally withdraws for the night. The moment Yu Xinghe is gone, the man in black quietly points out the killing intent that flashed in Duaniha's eyes. Duaniha says he will not kill Yu Xinghe, but the man still has to pay for this disaster. Then Duaniha drops the real decision. They will not wait, they will ship immediately, and he will personally go along. When the man in black asks why he is suddenly rushing, Duaniha admits everything he just told Yu Xinghe was a lie. He is convinced Huijio has already fallen into Chu Dayo's hands, and once Chu Dayo starts torturing him, most of their secrets will spill out. That means the shipment itself no longer matters, because if they hesitate, Duaniha could lose every resource he built over the years. Since the black armored guards have not struck yet, he believes the interrogation may not have happened and this is their last narrow window to move first. The man in black realizes what this really means. Duaniha is preparing to abandon Kangyum County entirely. Duaniha admits there is no other choice, even though walking away from more than 20 years of work cuts deeper for him than anyone else. He quickly reshapes his future too, planning to use this chance to join the 7 Lion Gates with his 5th stage mortal realm strength and long experience. The man in black agrees, but asks one last question: what if Huijio was never captured after all? Duaniha says they will still deliver the goods first, watch the aftermath, and only return to normal if the black armored guards stay quiet. And if the worst really happens, he is ready to dump all the blame onto Yu Xinghe. With that settled, the man in black stands to move the shipment, and Duaniha goes out to arrange it personally. Meanwhile in Campsite 3's confinement room, the captured Huijio hangs bloodied in chains before Chu Dayo, pale and terrified after interrogation. Chu Dayo is stunned by what he has just learned. Dayuan Trading Company is tied directly to the 7 Lion Gates magic faction. Huijio has revealed that Dayuan regularly sends weapons, medicine, silver, and intelligence to the sect, even helping them avoid black armored guard hunts. For Chu Dayo, this changes everything, because he only expected merchant corruption and suddenly Su Ning's stalker has blown open a full magic faction case. He realizes even Wei Changqing cannot stay out of this now and decides he must report upward immediately. Because 2 hours have already passed since Huijio was captured, Chu Dayo assumes the people behind him may already be trying to run. He first orders his deputy to gather men and seal every Dayuan store, then immediately changes the order and sends Campsite 2 to handle it instead of inexperienced recruits. Chu Dayo then heads straight for Wei Changqing while the whole quiet county begins waking into crisis. By midnight, Kangyun County is sealed shut, with the gates blocked and entry and exit cut off. 5 black armored guard teams rush out of the city to hunt Duaniha and the 7 Lion Gates before they can vanish. At the same time, every Dayuan store is surrounded and the company's people are arrested overnight. The Maple Lane station is swept up too. Apart from Su Ning, Chen Ren, Pan Du, and Zhuang Dingshi, everyone else there has their freedom restricted. Even Captain Kai Qinghan is captured, showing just how far this case reaches. The next morning, Suning only learns what exploded overnight after he wakes up, despite being the one who set the whole chain in motion. Once he understands the follow-up to the stalking incident, he skips breakfast and heads straight for Maple Lane. The usually busy lane now looks half-frozen, with city guards at every Dayuan storefront and unfamiliar black armored guards patrolling between them. When Suning steps into the Maple Lane guard station, he finds it almost empty, with even the gate guards gone. Sitting at his desk, Suning finally feels how serious this case is, because the Source faction never treats magic faction traces lightly. He remembers that the black armored guards hunt nearby magic factions almost every month, but recruits like Campsite 3 have not been involved yet. That also makes him appreciate Chu Dayo even more, because the public announcement carefully hid Suning's name as the source of the case. Then Feng Xigua rushes in without even knocking, visibly shaken and desperate to confirm Suning is safe. Feng Xigua says black armored guards dragged him and the other city guards away in the middle of the night, questioned them until dawn, and only released some of them. He adds that some of his friends are still locked up in Campsite 2's confinement room, and the memory clearly still rattles him. Suning only nods, because anything tied to a magic faction would trigger exactly this kind of brutal sweep. Feng Xigua nervously says he also heard Lieutenant Chen and the others were investigated, then blurts out the question he really cares about. Is Suning involved too? Suning answers with a dry smile that if he were involved, he would not be sitting here right now. Kanyun County is sealed tight under Wei Changqing's order, and Yu Xinghe can only hide by a wall and stare at the guarded gate in despair. He realizes Duanihe abandoned him on purpose, taking everything and fleeing with the 7-line gates while leaving him behind as the scapegoat. Yu Xinghe hides from the black armored guards, keeps moving when house searches begin, and understands he has almost no chance of slipping out of the city alive. Cornered and furious, Yu Xinghe directs his hatred at Duanihe, Huijio, and especially Suning before disappearing into the alleys with murder on his mind. That night Suning returns to Campsite 3 and finds it mostly empty because the others are all busy with the fallout from the Dayuan case. With Tao Qingping absent and no assignment from ruined Maple Lane, Suning ends up alone with rare free time. Suning opens his martial arts panel and confirms he now has 6 energy after earlier upgrades and absorbing the swallowtail flower. He thinks about pushing Lightfeather Bow to the intermediate realm, but decides to save the energy because ranged combat is not useful for his current situation. Suning suddenly notices something outside the door, but he hides that reaction and calmly sits down to read by the candle. After reading for a while, Suning washes up, puts out the lamp, and lies down in the dark as if he has gone to sleep. Yu Xinghe slips to the door in silence, peers through the crack, and confirms the room looks still before starting the assassination. Driven by fear and hatred, Yu Xinghe quietly works the bolt open and prepares to rush in and kill Suning before he can react. The moment the door opens, Suning is already waiting under the moonlight and greets him, turning the trap around in an instant. Suning strikes first at close range, and before Yu Xinghe can mount a real counterattack, Suning finishes him with a fast, decisive follow-up. Yu Xinghe collapses dead at Suning's feet, ending the assassination the instant it truly begins. After checking the body, Suning is relieved his heightened senses saved him, though he also regrets losing the chance to question Yu Xinghe. He decides he made the right call anyway, because Yu Xinghe was an old inner enrichment fighter, and any hesitation could have turned into a deadly struggle. Still unsure whether anyone else from Dayuan might target him, Suning immediately calls the night patrol to handle the aftermath. The city guards are shaken to see a killer inside the camp, but Suning does not blame them and simply has them remove the body and clean the room before he goes back to sleep. 10 days later the county stabilizes, Kai Qinghan is removed and sent back for punishment, and Ning Fengwen takes over Campsite 1 under Wei Changqing. All Dayuan-linked shops are put under investigation and prepared for auction, with Wei Changqing personally watching the process to prevent another disaster. Maple Lane stays quiet and half-abandoned, Chen Ren and Pan Du are dismissed, and with Yu Xinghe dead and Duanihe gone, Suning realizes he no longer has to fear Dayuan's retaliation here. After enjoying the calmest stretch since entering the county, Suning returns from duty and learns Chu Dayo has finally called for him. Suning finds Chu Dayo worn out in appearance but clearly pleased after cleaning up the Dayuan affair and settling old problems. Chu Dayo reminds Suning of his earlier promise, but says full promotion to lieutenant must wait because Suning has not yet reached the Qi realm. Then Chu Dayo offers a compromise and says Suning can still become an acting lieutenant with the same authority and duties, just without the real title's pay. Suning wants to refuse because the burden rises without better benefits, but Chu Dayo cuts him off and insists his merits make him the obvious choice. With the decision already made, Suning accepts and asks whether his acting lieutenant post will be at the camp or at Maple Lane. Chu Dayo answers immediately. Suning's acting lieutenant assignment will be Maple Lane. Chu Dayo tells Suning that Maple Lane is now his responsibility, because he is the only one left there. To help him take control cleanly, Chu Dayo says he will send 5 newcomers under Suning instead of older guards with their own loyalties. Once Suning accepts, Chu Dayo shifts to martial arts and directly asks if his strength has improved again. When Chu Dayo asks whether he can win a yellow plate in 2 months, Suning calmly says he is 90% confident, which finally makes Chu Dayo laugh in satisfaction. Back in his room, Su Ning finds Tao Qingping home unusually early, already bent over the table writing. Tao Qingping explains that everyone has been away nearly 2 months, so the camp ordered them to write letters home tonight and send them out in the morning. Su Ning is surprised the black armored guards even handle family mail, but he decides to write since the chance is there. He writes carefully about his decent living conditions, deliberately hiding the assassination attempt so his family will not worry. At the end, Su Ning also adds a separate note for Guiyi, wanting to thank the man who helped him so much. After Tao Qingping brings envelopes, Su Ning seals his letter and hands it over for tomorrow's messenger. The next bright morning, Feng Xigua rushes toward Maple Lane half-dressed and half-awake after oversleeping. At the gate, the city guards greet him with an odd new title, Father Gua, and leave him completely confused. Then the guards tell him the real reason. Su Ning has just been appointed acting lieutenant of Maple Lane. The news hits Feng Xigua so hard he bolts inside laughing, thrilled that the man he backed really made it. The city guards watch him go in open jealousy, realizing Feng Xigua just climbed onto the right connection at exactly the right time. At the notice board, Feng Xigua sees Su Ning's appointment posted in the center, and the official proof makes his pride boil over. He hastily fixes his clothes and face before heading to Su Ning's room, trying to look proper in front of his newly promoted superior. Feng Xigua bows in hard with loud congratulations, so overjoyed that Su Ning almost feels like Feng Xigua is the one who got promoted. Su Ning explains that the former city guard head was tied to Qinren and had taken money from Yuxinghe's side, so that man was dismissed and put under investigation. Since acting lieutenant can now appoint staff, Su Ning gives that vacant city guard post directly to Feng Xigua. The promotion leaves Feng Xigua dizzy with joy, because from this point on he becomes the strongest local figure under Su Ning and the black armored guards. Su Ning immediately cools him down, warning him not to turn arrogant and to remember the lessons he already taught him. Feng Xigua sobers up fast, understanding that if he wants to stay useful, he has to stay humble and practical. When Feng Xigua asks if Su Ning wants to move into Qinren's old office, Su Ning refuses for now and says he will only take it after becoming a real lieutenant. Instead, Su Ning orders him to have the old office cleaned, then work with the new accountant to check Qinren's books and report everything back. After Feng Xigua leaves, Su Ning opens the window to the early spring air and quietly feels that he is truly taking over Maple Lane now. The next day, Chu Dao's 5 assigned guards arrive under Su Ning, and one surprise among them is his own roommate, Tao Qingping. Looking over the group, Su Ning notices Chu Dao balanced it on purpose, with Tao village men, Song village men, and county locals, but nobody from Tan village. Over the next few days, the reshaped Maple Lane station settles into an orderly routine under Su Ning's management. Soon after, the messenger returns from Tao village with replies and small gifts, and Su Ning receives 2 letters back home. One letter from Tao Yunchuan and Su Lian tells Su Ning to stay safe, obey his superiors, and carry himself properly, not knowing he has already been promoted. Su Lian also sends him a long spring coat she made herself, and the perfect fit makes the gift feel even warmer. The second letter is from Guiyi, joking proudly about having a brother in the black armored guards and hoping Su Ning climbs even higher so he can brag about it. When Su Ning opens Guiyi's box, he finds a wind jasmine fruit inside, a spirit medicine worth around 800 taels. The gift hits hard because Su Ning had refused this very medicine before leaving, yet Guiyi and Tao Yugang still found a way to put it in his hands. He absorbs the wind jasmine fruit for 8 energy units, pushing his stored total up to 14. Even with that much energy saved, Su Ning does not spend it on polishing old techniques, because now his real target is breaking his internal skill into the Qi realm. On another day, Su Ning and Tao Qingping eat by the roadside and head not back to camp, but toward the private residences near Maple Lane. Because the lieutenant residences are much closer to the station, Su Ning decides the modest house is good enough and moves in with Tao Qingping for convenience. With extra rooms still empty, Su Ning quietly starts thinking that one day his sister and brother-in-law could stay here too. While walking through the tight alleys around the house, the two spot a timid braided girl hurrying toward them in a thin coat. The girl speeds up and slips past them, and Tao Qingping keeps staring after her until Su Ning smacks the back of his head and calls him out. Pressed by Su Ning, Tao Qingping admits he already investigated her family, and knows she lives right behind their yard. He also admits she already has a sickly childhood sweetheart, and although her parents disapprove, the two of them are in love. Su Ning points out that Tao Qingping's status as a black armored guard should still give him a chance, but Tao Qingping says he will not force himself into someone else's heart. Time passes another month and a half, and while Kanyun County settles back into peace and Maple Lane recovers from the Dayuan mess, Campsite 3 grows tense. The reason is the quarterly assessment, which will be supervised in person by Wei Changqing and decide everyone's resources for the next 3 months. Almost everyone is nervous, but Su Ning is not, because he has already saved enough energy to make a major breakthrough before the test. By combining his saved 14 energy with 4 swallowtail flowers bought from his wages and subsidy money, Su Ning pushes his total to 26. He uses that stockpile to advance his internal skill into Mortal Realm 4th stage, the Qi Realm, and still has 1 energy point left afterward. The night before the assessment, Su Ning and Tao Qingping move back to Campsite 3 to stay close for the morning. Then Tao Qingyuan appears at Su Ning's door, calling for him after they have not seen each other in a long while. Su Ning immediately notices that Tao Qingyuan's bearing has become steadier, showing clear progress in the source breath bodybuilding tactic. At the same time, Tao Qingyuan feels Su Ning has changed even more, no longer just oppressive but hard to read altogether. After greeting Tao Qingping too, Tao Qingyuan gets to the point and asks which yellow plate holder Su Ning plans to challenge in tomorrow's assessment. On the night before the assessment, Tao Qingyuan asks who Su Ning plans to challenge, and Su Ning casually says it will probably be Tan Fengying. Tao Qingyuan warns that Tan Fengying has improved fast and is almost at the Qi realm, then suggests the weaker yellow plate holder Tan Chang instead. Su Ning only says he will decide tomorrow, because at his current level he no longer sees anyone in Campsite 3 as a real threat. That calm answer makes Tao Qingyuan wonder if Su Ning has grown even stronger again, despite only recently reaching inner enrichment. Tao Qingping cuts in to ask how everyone else in the village is doing, unable to hide his own nerves before the big day. Tao Qingyuan says everyone is anxious, so he has been joking around all evening to steady the village's mood. When he gets up to leave, Tao Qingyuan heads off to find Tao Jin because her condition has been off and he suspects she has hit a bottleneck. Before going, Tao Qingyuan praises Su Ning for becoming an acting lieutenant in less than 2 months, calling him Tao Village's biggest success. Su Ning brushes it off as luck from being chosen by Chu Dayo, and his humility reassures Tao Qingyuan that promotion has not changed him. The next morning, all the newcomers gather early at the school field, where 3 wooden arenas and practice weapons wait under a heavy silence. Wei Changqing arrives with Chu Dayo and a team of veteran black armored guards, making it clear the real evaluation is starting now. Chu Dayo repeats the rules and bluntly says talent means nothing if it has not turned into strength by the time a real fight comes. His words sting the plate holders who enjoyed better resources, but they also fire up the weaker recruits who still think they can climb. Chu Dayo adds the key challenge rules. Everyone may challenge upward once, failed challengers stay where they are, and anyone already challenged can refuse more unless no other target remains. With the rules set, Chu Dayo officially opens the assessment and orders the gray plates to draw first. In the silent crowd, Su Ning notices everyone is tight with nerves, and Tao Jin stands out at the back with both fists clenched and her face hard. The first lots are drawn, and Tao Qingping's name comes up first among the gray plate challengers. Tao Qingping is nervous but secretly pleased, because going first lets him choose from the full list of cyan plate targets. When the challengers are told to name their opponents, Tao Qingping immediately picks Tan Fenghe, the weakest cyan plate holder he prepared for in advance. Then Tan Fenglu shocks the field by choosing Su Ning instead of an easier cyan plate target. Su Ning does not flinch at all and simply walks toward the arena under everyone's stare. Tao Qingyuan quickly realizes this challenge is a setup, because Tan Fenglu is strong enough to take a cyan plate elsewhere yet wastes the chance just to test Su Ning for Tan Fengying. Su Ning sees the same silent coordination, but to him it changes nothing because he already knows the gap is too wide. Instead of being annoyed, Su Ning is quietly interested, because this will be his first real test fight after entering the Qi realm. From the high platform, Wei Changqing notices Su Ning for the first time and asks Chu Dayo if this favored newcomer can really hold his cyan plate. Chu Dayo answers with unusual confidence that Su Ning can do that and might even take a yellow plate, which catches Wei Changqing's attention. Even so, Wei Changqing remains detached, because a county like this rarely produces a young fighter who can truly impress someone from Yunying City. Meanwhile, the newcomers fix their eyes on Su Ning's arena, eager to see whether the famous acting lieutenant really lives up to the rumors. On the stage, Tan Fenglu introduces himself with a spear in hand, and Su Ning returns the formal salute. Tan Fenglu stays tense because he already knows Su Ning is dangerous, but he accepted this losing match after Tan Fengying promised extra spirit medicine and future support. Tan Fenglu attacks first with a sharp spear thrust, trying to force Su Ning onto the defensive. The instant the move starts, Su Ning judges that Tan Fenglu is strong for a cyan plate, but nowhere near enough to threaten him. Su Ning shifts aside at the last possible moment, and avoids the strike so cleanly that Tan Fenglu is instantly rattled. Before Tan Fenglu can recover, Su Ning closes the distance so fast that the long spear becomes a burden instead of an advantage. Tan Fenglu tries to jam him with an elbow, but Su Ning ignores the opening and answers with a bare fist instead of even drawing his knife. That one punch lands in Tan Fenglu's chest and blasts him clean out of the arena, ending the fight in a heartbeat. The whole field freezes, because the famous knife user just won with one dodge and one punch. Watching from the crowd, Tao Qingyuan is shaken into thinking Su Ning has to be at least at intermediate source breath bodybuilding level, or maybe already in the Qi realm. Tao Jin takes the result even harder, because Su Ning's strength is now undeniable just as her own progress has started to stall. As panic creeps in, Tao Jin bitterly feels that if she is not a genius, then she has nothing left to rely on. The assessment guard announces the obvious result. Su Ning keeps his cyan plate, and Tan Fenglu stays gray. When Tan Fenglu gets up, he realizes Su Ning held back on purpose and even placed the punch carefully to avoid serious injury. He goes straight back to Tan Fengying and warns him to be careful, because Su Ning is much stronger than expected. That warning leaves Tan Fengying stuck between pride and survival, because he knows Su Ning is almost certainly coming for his yellow plate next. He starts calculating a defensive trick. If some other cyan plate reaches him first, he can refuse later challenges and keep Su Ning away. But the idea tastes like retreat, and Tan Fengying knows dodging Su Ning would cost him face in Tan Village, at Campsite 3, and with Chu Dayo. Up on the platform, Su Ning's punch hits Chu Dayo just as hard in another way, because he can tell at a glance this power is beyond inner enrichment. Chu Dayo realizes Su Ning has already entered the Qi realm, a leap even he did not know about. For the first time today, even the aloof Wei Changqing sits upright and openly reacts to Su Ning's talent. Watching from the platform, Wei Changqing is genuinely struck that Su Ning jumped from Muscle Bone realm to the Qi realm in just 3 months. For a moment, Wei Changqing even thinks Su Ning might become the one sent onward to the Source faction. After Su Ning's match with Tan Fenglu, the Grey Plate challenges keep going, but nobody else can stir the crowd the way he did. Most challengers target people from other villages, and the plate balance barely shifts when the Grey Plate rounds finally end. Tao Village comes out almost even, though Tao Qingping is left frustrated after picking a weaker target and still failing to move up. Then the real pressure starts as the cyan plates prepare to challenge the yellow plates for the monthly Qinglu Dan reward. These fights immediately look sharper and more dangerous, because 3 months of resources and training have finally started to show. When Su Ning's name is finally drawn in the first round, everyone knows he is now fighting for a yellow plate. Because he was picked early, Su Ning will have to survive extra rounds later if he wants to keep that yellow plate qualification. Asked to name an opponent, Su Ning does not hesitate and points straight at Tan Fengying. Tan Fengying already expected this, because he had used Tan Fenglu to test Su Ning and now has to face the result himself. Once they face each other on the arena, Tan Fengying directly asks the question everyone is thinking: has Su Ning already reached the Qi realm? Su Ning answers honestly, and the truth lands heavily enough that Tan Fengying has to steady himself before fighting. Even knowing he is outmatched, Tan Fengying chooses to fight anyway, determined to prove his 3 months of work were not meaningless. Su Ning accepts, but instead of rushing for an easy win, he decides to use this match to test the force of his new internal energy. Tan Fengying attacks first with a full spear charge, and Su Ning meets him head-on instead of dodging. The moment Su Ning condenses qi into his palm and blade, the clash turns brutal, and one contact nearly knocks Tan Fengying out of the ring. Tan Fengying instantly feels the gap, because this is not just strength anymore but force driven through a Qi realm weapon strike. Su Ning is impressed too, realizing this twisting force is far deadlier than the plain physical power he used before. But before Su Ning can test anything further, Tan Fengying makes the practical choice and surrenders on the spot. Walking away from the stage, Tan Fengying accepts the hit to his pride and quietly decides to stop chasing reputation and focus only on martial arts. The examiner calls Su Ning's win, and the whole field falls into a heavy silence because everyone now knows the strongest newcomer in Campsite 3 is him. The assessment moves on, and Tao Qingyuan calmly keeps his yellow plate without much trouble. Tao Jin keeps hers too, but unlike Tao Qingyuan, she looks tense and hesitant the entire time. That weak showing paints a target on her back, and the second round opens with Song Qingwei immediately challenging Tao Jin. As soon as they start, Su Ning can see the real problem is not Tao Jin's strength but her chaotic state of mind. Tao Jin fights like she needs a quick victory to save face, throwing herself forward too aggressively instead of settling into the match. Song Qingwei reads that panic immediately, and keeps defending, waiting for Tao Jin to make the mistakes herself. From the sidelines, both Su Ning and Tao Qingyuan realize the same ugly truth: if this keeps going, Tao Jin is going to lose. Inside her own head, Tao Jin spirals, terrified that one loss will turn her from village genius into a joke living off her grandfather's name. That fear wrecks her technique, and another opening finally appears. Song Qingwei punishes it cleanly, smashing Tao Jin's wrist and then driving her staff into Tao Jin's abdomen to knock her out of the arena. Song Village erupts in cheers, while the Tao Village side goes dead quiet around Tao Jin's public defeat. Tao Jin gets back up in a daze, bruised and disheveled, barely seeming to notice her own injuries. Tao Qingyuan rushes over to help, but Tao Jin angrily shakes him off and walks away through the staring crowd. She passes Su Ning without a word, and even he decides this is not a moment where he has the right to stop her. Left behind, Tao Qingyuan can only hope this humiliation teaches Tao Jin to practice martial arts for herself instead of for everyone's approval. From the platform, Wei Changqing coldly notes that some talented newcomers still have dangerously fragile minds. Chu Dayo explains that Tao Jin is Tao Jingxing's granddaughter, raised with praise and expectations, and that burden just crushed her in public. That hits a personal nerve for Wei Changqing, who murmurs that family can be both honor and burden. Another hour passes, the assessment ends, and Tao Village finishes with 2 new yellow plate holders, Su Ning and Tao Qingyuan. As the crowd starts to break apart, Chu Dayo calls Su Ning over in full view of everyone else. Standing before Chu Dayo and Wei Changqing, Su Ning becomes the clear focus of the entire field's envy and attention. Chu Dayo jokes about Su Ning's wild progress, asking if he has been doing anything besides practicing at the station. Su Ning answers modestly, saying he still handled his duties and only got lucky with a few breakthroughs. Wei Chongqing takes over and tells Su Ning that even compared with the young talents of Yuning City, he is not far behind. Then he goes even further and says that if Su Ning keeps this pace, the Source faction's spot should belong to him. Before Su Ning can fully process that, Wei Chongqing adds another reward. Reaching the Qi realm now makes him eligible for the Maple Lane lieutenant position. And because the month is ending right now, Wei Chongqing tells Chu Dayo to hand Su Ning this month's lieutenant prize immediately. Su Ning is left staring at them, suddenly realizing that his rise has already unlocked benefits he did not even know existed. After Wei Chongqing leaves, Su Ning stays behind with Chu Dayo and immediately asks what reward comes with his new lieutenant rank. Chu Dayo explains that lieutenants do not just get salary now, they also receive training resources because official duties cut into cultivation time. The real reward is 3 Qi Dawn every month, a special benefit reserved for Black Armored Guards officers in the Qi realm. When Su Ning hears the name for the first time, Chu Dayo adds that these pills are refined in Yuning City by a commissioned alchemy master and are hard to get in Kanyan County. Chu Dayo names the price plainly. 1 Qi Dan is only 500 taels in Yuning City, but in Kanyan County even 1,000 taels might not buy one. That price makes Su Ning's mind race, because for him the pill's value could become more spirit medicine if he were allowed to sell it. Chu Dayo catches that thought at once, and Su Ning honestly asks whether selling the pills for better suited resources would be smarter for some fighters. Chu Dayo admits the logic is real, but he shuts the idea down immediately. Selling Qi Dawn is strictly forbidden inside the Black Armored Guards. He explains the reason bluntly. Once pills become cash, some officers stop training and waste the reward on comfort or other selfish uses. The warning gets heavier when Chu Dayo says anyone caught doing it can be stripped of Black Armored Guard status and punished internally. Su Ning has to give up the resale idea, but the monthly reward still feels like a real gain, so he follows Chu Dayo to collect the pills. At the resource room, Su Ning receives a stamped wooden box holding his 3 Qi Dawn, officially sealed like controlled military property. Because it is assessment day, Su Ning has the day off from Maple Lane, and instead of going out with Tao Qingping and the others, he heads home to inspect the pills in private. Near home, Su Ning almost collides with the young woman Tao Qingping mentioned before, and she panics the instant she recognizes his Black Armored Guard's uniform. Su Ning notices bruises on her face and neck and stops her to ask what happened, because the injuries clearly do not look like an accident. The girl lies awkwardly that she just fell, too ashamed or afraid to admit someone beat her. Su Ning knows she is hiding the truth, but since she refuses help directly, he only tells her to seek the city guards if she needs protection. After she hurries off, Su Ning returns to his quiet house and feels how empty it is without his sister's family there. That emptiness pushes a practical thought into place. He should bring Su Lian and her family over from Tao village soon. The moment he gets to his room, Su Ning opens the sealed box and sees 3 white Qi Dawn sitting neatly inside with a faint medicinal fragrance. The Black Armored Guards logo carved into each pill makes the anti-resale rule feel even stricter, because a stolen or sold pill would be easy to trace. When Su Ning touches the first pill, the panel confirms what he really wanted to know. Each Qi Dan contains 5 units of energy. That result makes him genuinely happy, because by his standards 500 taels for 5 energy is a solid trade. He absorbs all 3 Qi Dawn without hesitation, turning the monthly reward straight into usable power. After the absorption finishes, Su Ning's available energy jumps from 1 to 16, and the value of joining the Black Armored Guards feels more obvious than ever. Looking at that new reserve, Su Ning realizes life in the Black Armored Guards gives him a much steadier path to resources than roaming the mountains as a village hunter. With regular pay, allowances, and now lieutenant resources, he can finally stop pouring every tael into spirit medicine and start improving his quality of life too. But once the excitement settles, Su Ning faces a new choice: keep all 16 energy for a future realm breakthrough, or spend it now to perfect one of his external skills. He remembers Chu Dayo's earlier advice that perfection in an external skill matters most in the lower and middle mortal realms, where it can kill stronger foes or at least keep you alive. The numbers make the decision easier, because reaching the next internal realm would cost 45 energy, while perfecting an external skill only costs 12 for an immediate jump in combat value. In the end, curiosity and efficiency win, and Su Ning chooses to perfect the Source Breath bodybuilding tactic first instead of the knife art. He confirms the 12 energy upgrade, trusting that the body tempering technique hides more depth than it first appears to. The upgrade reshapes his body from the inside out, making his bones harder, muscles tighter, and fascia tougher until his raw physical strength nearly doubles again. Even with that surge of strength, Su Ning frowns at first because perfection feels strangely underwhelming compared with what he expected. The panel confirms the technique really has reached perfection and that his available energy has dropped to 4, so the missing payoff must be hidden in how the skill works now. When he activates the technique again, the real change finally appears. Su Ning's skin darkens slightly and hardens across the surface of his body. To make sure he is not imagining it, Su Ning cuts his bare skin once without the technique active and draws real blood. Then he hardens his skin and repeats the same slash with the same force, only for the blade to leave a pale mark that fades instead of opening a wound. That test finally gives Su Ning the answer he wanted. Perfection in this technique means a major jump in defense, not just more raw strength. He keeps experimenting with rougher tests like boiling water and spikes, pushing the new hardened skin until he can judge its limits. By the end, Su Ning concludes that his defense has risen by a full tier, which means he can fight much more aggressively without dying for one mistake. He also discovers the catch: hardened skin drains stamina over time, especially when he spreads it over a larger area. That drawback becomes manageable once he realizes he can control exactly which body parts to harden for each situation. After the novelty wears off, Su Ning cleans up the remains of the pills and heads out to eat, with his new defense already folded into his plans. Several days later, the story shifts outside Kanyan County, where a line of donkey carts loaded with herbs finally rolls in through the city gate. At the front cart, Gui Yi and Tao Yungang look on as they enter. Carrying on the transport business, Tao Yungang had to pause after the earlier bandit trouble. A small head suddenly pops up from behind the herb crates, and Tao Tao stares at the crowded county city with pure, unfiltered amazement. Su Lian flicks Tao Tao's forehead to quiet her down, revealing that mother and daughter have been riding hidden among the cargo the whole way. Gui Yi grins and proudly reminds Tao Tao that he was telling the truth about the county city being packed with people and tasty food. Su Lian thanks Tao Yungang for bringing them in, because without his help she and Tao Tao would not have made this move to the city so easily. Tao Yungang waves it off, because times are different now and the Tao village caravans are far safer with the black armored guards connection behind them. He had refused requests like this in the past when bandits still posed a real threat, but now no sensible raider wants to provoke the Tao village's new backing. To be extra safe, Tao Yungang even spent real money to hire a Mortal Realm 4th stage escort for the trip. Once they settle their things in the city, Tao Yungang promises he will personally take Su Lian and Tao Tao to find Su Ning. Su Lian answers with quiet relief, grateful that the last step of coming to the city will lead straight to her brother. And Tao Tao can barely contain herself, tugging her pigtails and blurting out that she can finally see Uncle Su Ning again. After settling into town, Gui Yi brings Su Lian and little Tao Tao to Maple Lane to find Su Ning at his guard post. Su Lian gets nervous that showing up unannounced might disturb Su Ning's work, so Gui Yi promises they will only visit if it is convenient. They reach Maple Lane but still do not know exactly where the guard station is, and Tao Tao is visibly worn out from the trip. A patrol of city guards comes by, and Su Lian instinctively pulls Gui Yi back because the hard-faced leader looks anything but friendly. Gui Yi steadies her by saying Su Ning outranks ordinary city guards now, and that confidence makes him walk over with his back a little straighter than before. Feng Xigua greets Gui Yi coldly at first, and Gui Yi has to force a polite smile before asking where the Maple Lane guard station is. The mood snaps the instant Gui Yi says they are here to find Su Ning. When Feng Xigua quietly asks why they want Master Su, Gui Yi realizes Su Ning's name carries real weight here. Gui Yi answers that it is a family visit and points out Su Lian and Tao Tao, naming them as Su Ning's sister and niece. Feng Xigua immediately apologizes, introduces himself as Su Ning's deputy, and treats the three of them like honored guests. Su Lian awkwardly calls him master, but Feng Xigua waves that off and even tells them to call him Old Feng because that is what Su Ning says. He dismisses the rest of the patrol on the spot and personally escorts them to the station, switching from strict commander to cheerful guide in one breath. As they walk, Feng Xigua reassures them that Su Ning is free enough to see them because he usually spends his time shut up in his room practicing martial arts. Gui Yi freezes on one word when Feng Xigua casually calls Su Ning Lieutenant Su. Feng Xigua explains that Su Ning was promoted just a few days ago, and the news hits Gui Yi and Su Lian like a shock. At the guard station, Feng Xigua hurries them straight towards Su Ning's study. Meanwhile, Su Ning is alone in his study reading a thick history book about the black armored guards and Kanyan County to fill in the gaps in what he knows. He gets up to stretch, looks out at the budding trees, and quietly thinks that spring is here and he should go home in a few days. The sound of approaching footsteps pulls him back, and the first small figure he recognizes is Tao Tao hurrying into the courtyard. Su Ning rushes to open the door, and Tao Tao instantly throws herself into his arms with a bright little cry of uncle. He lifts Tao Tao up and laughs while she grabs at his black armored belt, making the reunion feel immediate and warm. Only after hugging Tao Tao does Su Ning turn to ask Su Lian and Gui Yi why they came all the way to the city. Gui Yi quickly explains that his uncle escorted a caravan into town, brought Su Lian and Tao Tao with him, and hired a Qi realm expert so the road was safe. Su Ning thanks Gui Yi and Tao Yungang, then suddenly notices one person missing and asks where his brother-in-law Tao Yunchuan is. Su Lian admits Tao Yunchuan wanted to come, but his old back injury flared up again and left him barely able to move. She explains that she still came because the weather was warming, Su Ning needed spring clothes and food from home, and Tao Tao had been saying she missed him. Hearing that leaves Su Ning both guilty and restless, and he starts thinking seriously about finding a way to treat Tao Yunchuan's long-standing injuries. Now that he is a lieutenant with better access to people and resources, Su Ning resolves to ask Chu Dayo about spirit medicine or Dan medicine for Tao Yunchuan. Feng Xigua breaks the silence by offering to arrange lodging, but Su Ning immediately says his sister and niece will stay with him in his spare room. Su Ning also invites Gui Yi to stay, but Guiyi refuses because he still has to help his uncle with business in the city. Even so, Suning asks Guiyi to call him when Tao Yungang hosts the county shopkeepers, because he wants to help repay the favors that family has shown him. They part for the day, and Suning takes Su Lian and Tao Tao through the market to buy fresh vegetables before bringing them back to his place. That night, Guiyi and Tao Qingping join them for a simple home-cooked dinner, and the familiar meal feels especially good after so long in the city. The only one not impressed is Tao Tao, because Guiyi had promised her a grand restaurant meal before the trip. Suning fixes that the next day by using his leave to show Su Lian and Tao Tao around Kanyan County. He spoils Tao Tao with toys, treats, and fancy restaurant food until her earlier disappointment is completely gone. Su Lian scolds Suning for spending so freely, but once she hears how much he earns now, even she has no real answer to that. A few days later, Tao Yunggang's carriage is finally ready to head back, and Suning personally escorts them out of the city despite not wanting the visit to end. Before they leave, Suning presses a 100-tael note into Su Lian's hands so she will have money to take home. Su Lian hesitates, but in the end she accepts it. Guiyi and Tao Yungang then offer Suning a wooden box of spirit medicine in return, clearly wanting to repay him too. Suning knows what is inside without opening it, and refuses on the spot, saying he has already received more than enough help from them. Tao Yungang explains that Suning's appearance at dinner changed how every shopkeeper treated him and opened new business routes the very next day. Even after hearing that, Suning still refuses, so the two finally stop pressing the gift on him and take it back. The donkey carriage starts rolling, and Tao Tao leans out to keep shouting goodbye to her uncle. Suning stands there waving back until the carriage disappears from sight, and the road feels strangely empty once it is gone. He returns to the guard station feeling hollow after the goodbye and tries to settle himself by reading the latest internal county reports. One headline stops him cold because it mentions the magic faction, the same threat he has been watching since the Dayuan Trading Company incident. The report says an ordinary shop assistant in Lushui Lane somehow learned a magic technique but was so frightened at first that he did not dare practice it. Everything changed after the shop got a new owner who beat and humiliated him, pushing that fear into simmering resentment. The assistant secretly cultivated the magic technique, and, in less than half a year, climbed all the way to the inner enrichment realm. When the shopkeeper beat him again 3 days ago, the assistant finally decided to strike back that very night. He only meant to punish the man, but the magic technique had already twisted his mind, and the revenge spiraled into a full family massacre. He was captured while fleeing, but even that did not lead anywhere because he suddenly died during the final interrogation. By the end of the report, the case is closed with almost no answers, leaving Su Ning with one more ugly reminder that the magic faction is still moving in the dark. After reading the internal report, Su Ning realizes the worst part is not one mad shop assistant, but the chance that more hidden magic warriors are already inside Kanyan County. He pieces together that if one ordinary clerk could secretly learn a magic technique for half a year, others could be hiding the same way without anyone noticing. Su Ning assumes the higher ranks like Wei Changqing have already seen this danger too, and that an investigation may soon sweep from Lushui Lane to Maple Lane. What unsettles him most is the speed. That magic technique pushed a complete beginner into inner enrichment in just half a year. He understands why desperate warriors fall for that bait, because the shortcut is brutally tempting when normal progress feels too slow. But the report also makes the cost clear. Once a magic user turns resentful and activates the technique, their mind starts slipping out of control. To Su Ning, that settles it. Every magic technique harms someone, whether it ruins the user or feeds on other people, so the source faction has no choice but to wipe it out. He decides to warn the whole guard station in a meeting, because everyone under him needs to start treating magic faction signs as an immediate threat. A few quiet days pass, and while the new recruits go home to their families, Tao Jin stays behind in campsite 3 instead of facing her village after losing her yellow plate. Left alone with her frustration, Tao Jin forces her internal energy again and again, trying to break into the Qi realm and getting nowhere. When the morning ends with no progress at all, she slams her fist into the wall in helpless anger and leaves her knuckles red. Knowing her state is getting worse, Tao Jin changes clothes and wanders out to the riverside at lunch, trying to breathe with her head still in a fog. Then a man in a hat approaches along the riverbank, and just as Tao Jin sidesteps to avoid him, he brushes close and slips something onto her before hurrying away. Tao Jin reaches to her waist and pulls out a palm-sized yellow booklet she has never seen before. The moment she opens it and sees the title Shadow Braith Blood Passage, her blood runs cold because she instantly recognizes it as a magic technique. She whips around to find the man in the hat, but he is already gone, leaving her sweating and badly shaken. Her first instinct is the right one. Get back to camp immediately and hand the forbidden manual straight to Captain Chu. On the way back, her nerves spiral so badly that every passerby starts looking like a possible magic faction accomplice. Inside her head, one voice keeps warning her that magic techniques destroy lives and will ruin her if she touches them. But even as she nears Chu Daio's study, another voice pushes back and tempts her with the thought that maybe this technique is not what it seems. Before she can decide, Chu Daio comes out and catches Tao Jin standing there pale and nervous. When Chu Daio casually asks why she did not go home, Tao Jin scrambles to say she stayed behind to train. The chance to hand over the booklet is right there, but Tao Jin still cannot do it because the desperate part of her has not let go. Chu Dayo mistakes her tension for cultivation stress and gives her simple advice instead: steady your mind, stop forcing it, and your talent will carry you forward. Tao Jin thanks him and retreats to the dining hall excuse, escaping the moment without ever revealing the magic technique. After she leaves, Chu Dayo remembers that she came from the direction of his study for no clear reason, and her odd behavior makes him narrow his eyes in suspicion. Back in her room, Tao Jin checks the hallway, shuts the door, and locks herself in with the dangerous booklet. She sets Shadow-Breathed Blood Passage on the table, opens it again, and confirms there is no doubt now that it is truly a magic technique. That ugly truth also forces her to admit something about herself. When she faced Chu Dayo, the voice she obeyed was her own hunger to advance faster. The temptation hits hard enough that she recoils, rushes to splash cold water on her face, and tries to force herself calm. Once she steadies herself, Tao Jin reminds herself that using a magic technique would put her on a road with no return. The manual says cultivation needs blood as a resource, and even if it might be animal blood, Tao Jin suspects the truth is much darker. Her conscience hardens at the idea of human blood, and she flatly tells herself she cannot become that kind of person. Even the safer excuse falls apart, because if she learns the technique at all, the man in the hat will own her choices from then on. That makes the whole thing feel like a targeted trap, and Tao Jin starts wondering whether the magic faction is baiting every recruit who recently dropped in rank. She has no proof and no safe way to ask around, so she settles on one rule for now: do not practice it. But Tao Jin still cannot let it go, and instead of turning away, she spends the next hour reading the manual over and over until every line is burned into memory. Only after memorizing it does she light the booklet on fire and watch the forbidden pages curl into ash. Still not satisfied, she mixes the ashes with water and dumps the sludge away, trying to erase every trace of what reached her room. With the evidence gone, Tao Jin tells herself she should be safe as long as she never practices it, though the fear of being watched still clings to her. So she buries the panic the only way she can and returns to ordinary chi training as if nothing happened. Some days later, the recruits who went home come back, and Tao Qingping arrives at Su Ning's yard carrying bags of oranges from Tao village. Su Ning laughs at hauling fruit all the way from the village, but Tao Qingping insists homegrown oranges are different. Then Tao Qingping cheerfully tells him he missed a hero's welcome, because news of Su Ning's promotion had already spread through Tao village and even the clan elders were praising him. The next surprise is worse for Su Ning. Matchmakers have apparently been visiting his home every day trying to marry daughters into his future. Su Ning immediately asks whether his sister agreed to anything, and only relaxes when Tao Qingping says she refused to decide without him. Tao Qingping adds one last jab that Gui passed along. Tao apparently wants an auntie already, which leaves Su Ning speechless. When Tao Qingping asks if he really has no plans to start a family yet, Su Ning calmly says no, not for now. Su Ning flips the topic back to the backyard girl Tao Qingping liked, and the mood drops at once when Tao Qingping says the neighbors told him she is already married. She did not end up with her childhood sweetheart either, but was forced by her family to marry an older leather goods shopkeeper instead. Tao Qingping regrets not sending a matchmaker in time, and Su Ning silently remembers the girl's old injuries and realizes her family may have been hurting her all along. There is nothing useful either man can say after that, and the courtyard falls into an uneasy silence. That silence breaks under heavy pounding at the courtyard gate, followed by a city guard urgently calling for Master Lieutenant Su Ning. Su Ning recognizes the voice as one of Feng Xigua's Maple Lane men and opens the door to find the guard drenched in sweat from running. The messenger blurts out that there has been a murder case, serious enough that he came straight to Su Ning. Then the guard lowers his voice and adds the detail that changes everything. The case may involve the magic faction. The moment Su Ning hears that, all casual talk ends, and he orders the guard to take him there at once. Su Ning rushes in with bad news. There has been a murder in Maple Lane, and the case may involve the magic faction. The moment he hears magic faction, Tao Qingping drops his exhaustion and moves with Su Ning at once. On the way, the messenger says the killing happened at Fengra Leather Store, and Tao Qingping freezes because that is where Nie Xiaowei was married off. Realizing Nie Xiaowei may be tied to the case, Su Ning urges them to move even faster. They reach Fengra Leather Store and find the whole place sealed off by city guards while bystanders are kept away. Inside, Feng Xigua meets them and quickly leads them upstairs before explaining anything. On the residential third floor, the workers are all huddled together in fear while the murder room sits ahead. When they enter, Tao Qingping first checks the dead men with visible dread, clearly afraid Nie Xiaowei might be one of them. Seeing that only the two men are dead, Tao Qingping lets out a brief, guilty-looking relief. Feng Xigua identifies the victims as shopkeeper Yao of the leather store and Xing Weiming of Ruinyu Medicinal Materials shop. He explains that the two old friends drank together last night, and shopkeeper Yao brought Xing back here instead of going home. Because shopkeeper Yao already had a bad relationship with his wife, he often slept on the third floor of the shop instead. After returning drunk, shopkeeper Yao had a worker fetch his new mistress, Nie Xiaowei. According to the workers, Nie Xiaowei resisted sharing the room with both men, but Yao beat and dragged her inside anyway. The rest of the shop was ordered to stay away, so no one went upstairs until the next afternoon when the silence became suspicious. When a worker finally opened the room, the two men were already dead. Tao Qingping erupts in anger at what Nie Xiaowei was put through and slams the door frame hard enough to shake it. Suning forces the case back on track and asks the key question: where is Nie Xiaowei now? Feng Xigua says Nie Xiaowei vanished after the killings, which makes her the biggest suspect on the spot. Suning presses further and asks why this is being treated as a magic faction case instead of an ordinary double murder. A closer look at the wound shows the victim's blood was deliberately taken, a method often tied to magic cultivation. That pattern hits Suning immediately because blood harvesting is one of the most common signs of magic techniques. When Feng Xigua bluntly says Nie Xiaowei is probably a magic warrior, Tao Qingping goes cold instead of arguing. Suning immediately turns the conclusion into action and says the next step is simple: find and arrest Nie Xiaowei. Feng Xigua warns that if Nie Xiaowei really knows magic martial arts, ordinary city guards may not be enough to capture her. Suning answers by mobilizing the whole station, calling for support from other guard posts, and widening the search immediately. The new case also rattles Suning because a second local magic suspect so soon could mean a larger hidden force is spreading through Kanyan County. Before leaving, Suning checks whether anyone has already gone to Nie Xiaowei's family home. When he hears the family house is already being checked, Suning decides to go there himself with Tao Qingping and also look into her childhood sweetheart. Elsewhere in Kanyan County, the urgent report reaches Wei Chongqing, and the second suspected magic faction case puts him in a dark mood. Wei Chongqing treats the pattern as a real infiltration warning and orders a joint search plus tighter watch at the city gates. Suning and Tao Qingping arrive at Nie Xiaowei's shabby family courtyard and find it already packed with city guards. Inside, Nie Xiaowei's parents and younger brother are so terrified by the accusation that they can barely stand. The lead guard reports that the family denied knowing anything, and no evidence linked to the magic faction was found in the house. Suning does not take that at face value and asks whether the family might still be lying. The moment the guard mentions more interrogation, Nie Xiaowei's adoptive mother bursts into tears and desperately disowns her. A city guard quietly explains that Nie Xiaowei is not their biological daughter, which makes the mother's cruelty make ugly sense. Tao Qingping snaps and warns the woman to watch her mouth, his anger flaring at how Nie Xiaowei was treated even at home. Suning quietly reins Tao Qingping in because showing too much personal feeling around a magic suspect could create trouble of its own. Suning asks whether Nie Xiaowei contacted them or came back after last night, but the whole family insists she never did. The mother finally gives up Nie Xiaowei's old connection and admits her childhood sweetheart is a man named Yang Yicheng who lives right across the street. Suning and Tao Qingping cross over immediately, shifting the investigation from the family to Yang Yicheng. A hard knock brings out Yang Yicheng's haggard mother, who is frightened but not surprised to see the guards. Yang Yicheng comes out looking pale and frail, and Suning notices his expression shift the instant he sees black armored guards. When Suning asks about Nie Xiaowei, Yang Yicheng first tries to cut himself loose by coldly calling her another man's mistress. Suning immediately hears the resentment hiding under that answer and warns him to stop playing games. Pressed harder, Yang Yicheng admits they were childhood sweethearts, but claims they cut contact because her family looked down on him. Suning does not buy the story and bluntly threatens to kill him as a magic faction accomplice if he lies again. A city guard backs Suning up by warning that anyone hiding things in a magic faction case can be treated as an accomplice. His mother panics and begs him to cooperate, making the pressure in the courtyard even worse. Under that pressure, Yang Yicheng says the last time he saw Nie Xiaowei was 2 months ago because his health kept him indoors. Suning instantly calls that answer a lie. To break his composure, Suning presses force into Yang Yicheng's shoulder, and the frail young man nearly collapses from the sudden pain. Without hesitation, Suning orders the guards to take Yang Yicheng away as a magic faction accomplice to be executed. The guards obey, but even they look baffled because Yang Yicheng's lie was not obvious to them. Yang Yicheng's mother drops to her knees to beg for mercy, but the arrest goes ahead anyway. Even while being taken away, Yang Yicheng says nothing and hardens into a strangely determined silence. Tao Qingping finally challenges Suning, unable to understand whether Yang Yicheng is really tied to the magic faction. Suning answers bluntly that Yang Yicheng is not confirmed as an accomplice, but he is definitely lying. He ends on one clear conclusion: Yang Yicheng definitely saw Nie Xiaowei more recently than 2 months ago. As Yang Yicheng is escorted away, Tao Qingping still cannot understand how Suning became so certain he was hiding something. Instead of answering directly, Suning tells Tao Qingping to look at Yang Yicheng's wrist. Tao Qingping finally notices the yellow bracelet tied around Yang Yicheng's wrist, and the small detail hits him at once. Because he used to steal glances at Nie Xiaowei in the alleys, Tao Qingping remembers that exact bracelet from her wrist. Suning confirms it without hesitation. That bracelet belonged to Nie Xiaowei. He explains why he can be so precise. The last time he saw Nie Xiaowei hiding the marks on her neck, he caught a clear look at the bracelet on her wrist. With his inner enrichment realm senses, Suning had noticed even the tiny cut in the yellow string, and Yang Yicheng's bracelet matches it exactly. That detail makes the link hard to dismiss, because men in Kanyan County almost never wear this kind of feminine ornament. So Suning draws the real conclusion: Nie Xiaowei personally gave Yang Yicheng the bracelet, and that gift points to a special relationship between them. Su Ning adds one more hard fact. Half a month ago, Nie Xiaowei was still wearing it herself. That means the handoff was recent, somewhere in the last 2 weeks, and Su Ning suspects it may even have happened last night. Tao Qingping follows the logic and grimly guesses that after the killing, Nie Xiaowei may have given Yang Yicheng the bracelet as a farewell before running. Su Ning does not overstate it, but he agrees the guess is reasonable enough to treat seriously. Even with the clue in front of him, Tao Qingping still feels uneasy, because accusing Yang Yicheng as a magic faction accomplice seems unfair if he may be innocent. He quickly softens his tone and makes clear he is not openly challenging Su Ning's authority as Maple Lane's lieutenant. Then Su Ning finally lays out the truth. Under heavy interrogation, Yang Yicheng felt like nothing more than an ordinary man. But because the black armored guards treat anything tied to the magic faction with extreme severity, Su Ning can still lawfully hold him as a suspected accomplice. And Su Ning coolly reveals the harshest part was theater. When he threatened to kill Yang Yicheng, he was putting on an act to break pressure and force progress in the case. Su Ning tells Tao Qingping this execution is only a trap. If Nie Xiaowei is still hiding in Kanyan County, she should rush out to save Yang Yicheng. Tao Qingping catches the real plan at once and bluntly asks if Yang Yicheng is being used as bait. He pushes the hard question further, asking what happens if Nie Xiaowei never appears and whether they are really going through with the execution tomorrow. Su Ning shuts that down immediately and makes his boundary clear. If Nie Xiaowei does not show, they will only detain Yang Yicheng for hiding his connection to her and interrogate him lawfully. That answer reassures Tao Qingping, and he agrees to spread the execution notice through Maple Lane so the rumor reaches Nie Xiaowei. As he leaves, Tao Qingping looks up at the sky and sighs, weighed down by the fact that he may have to hunt the girl he once liked. That night, execution notices go up across Maple Lane, turning Su Ning's trap into public gossip. By early morning, the whole district is buzzing that Yang Yicheng, accused of ties to the magic faction, will be executed at Kaishika. At noon, the spectacle draws a crowd from Maple Lane and even other districts, all packing into Kaishiku to watch what they think will be a real execution. City guards lock down the execution grounds first, making the whole scene look official enough to fool anyone watching from hiding. Su Ning also brings the full Maple Lane team, standing at the front with Tao Qingping at his side and 4 black armored guards lined up behind them. When the ground is ready, Su Ning gives the order to bring Yang Yicheng out. The man who answers is Songwei, one of Chu Daio's new subordinates assigned under Su Ning, and he moves without hesitation. The station's new men follow Su Ning so smoothly because he is young but steady, keeps to principles, and backs his authority with frightening talent. At just 18 and already in the Qi realm, Su Ning feels untouchably strong to the newer guards, which is why this small Maple Lane post runs in such tight order under him. After Songwei signals the escort, the city guards finally bring Yang Yicheng up onto the stage. Yang Yicheng looks pale and weak as he walks, but he still does not break down in front of the soldiers, the execution platform, and the staring crowd. He spent the night locked up alone without torture, and in that long silence he had already turned his whole life over in his mind. For a man who had always suffered because of his weak body, the one bright part of his life now feels like it is being dragged to the scaffold with him. Before coming out, Yang Yicheng removed the yellow bracelet and now grips it tightly in his hand like the last proof of that fragile happiness. He scans the packed crowd from the execution platform, desperately looking for Nie Xiaowei and finding only strangers. And when he still cannot find her, Yang Yicheng silently begs Nie Xiaowei not to come at all. At the execution ground, Yang Yicheng's last wish hangs in the air while Su Ning ignores the condemned man and watches the crowd instead. Su Ning is certain Nie Xiaowei should be hiding among the onlookers, because the search at Yang Yicheng's house turned up a blood-stained 500-tael note that clearly did not belong to his family. He pieces it together fast. Nie Xiaowei probably handed over that money after the murders, trying to make sure the sickly Yang Yicheng could still afford his medicine. But as the crowd stays still, Su Ning quietly realizes she still has not stepped out. So Su Ning gives the signal, and the executioner raises the blade high to push the trap to its final edge. Yang Yicheng shuts his eyes under the hanging blade, caught somewhere between despair and relief. Right before the strike can fall, a woman's voice cuts through the square and stops everything. Nie Xiaowei finally walks out of the crowd in black clothes, with messy hair and bloodshot eyes, and all eyes snap toward her. She glances at Yang Yicheng once, then heads straight for Su Ning, making it obvious why she came. The executioner stops at once, because the whole execution was only a show to lure her out in the first place. Standing in front of Su Ning, Nie Xiaowei calmly takes the blame onto herself and says Yang Yicheng has nothing to do with the magic faction because she is the magic faction warrior. For Su Ning, the confession is no surprise, but her sudden courage is, because this is nothing like the timid girl who used to avoid even meeting his eyes. Tao Qingping watches her in silence, shaken by the fact that the frightened little girl he knew is gone. The square erupts in whispers as the townspeople recoil at the words magic faction warrior and start glaring at her. With armed guards around and Nie Xiaowei's identity now public, Su Ning moves straight to arrest and orders Songwei to shackle her and bring her back to the guard's station. Songwei takes the cuffs from a city guard and approaches carefully, clearly nervous because this is his first time facing a real magic faction warrior. Before he can lock the cuffs on, Nia Xiaowei steps back and asks Su Ning for one last chance to speak with Yang Yicheng. Song Wei pauses for Su Ning's call, and Su Ning quietly agrees. Since Nia Xiaowei has turned herself in on her own, she walks toward the execution stage knowing she will not be running again. She stops before Su Ning, bows, and quietly thanks him before taking the last few steps toward Yang Yicheng. On the stage, Yang Yicheng rises in chains and stares at her, realizing she really came. Nia Xiaowei reaches up and gently touches Yang Yicheng's cheek, turning the execution stage into a painfully quiet farewell. Even now, Yang Yicheng leans close and begs her to run. Nia Xiaowei just smiles and shakes her head, because she has already decided this is where she stops running. Yang Yicheng suddenly breaks down and shouts to Su Ning that he is the real magic faction warrior, trying to drag all the blame onto himself. The executioner kicks his leg out from under him, but Yang Yicheng keeps yelling for Nia Xiaowei to be spared. As Su Ning starts walking up with his knife behind his back, Yang Yicheng keeps screaming for death like a man who has run out of anything else to offer. Seeing Su Ning close in with a blade, Nia Xiaowei panics for the first time and throws herself in front of Yang Yicheng. She tries to confess again, but Su Ning ignores the words and suddenly draws in a blur. Nia Xiaowei lifts her arm to block him, only to realize the slash was never aimed at her. With a sharp clink, Su Ning knocks aside two metal-throwing knives and exposes the real attack coming from offstage. Nia Xiaowei instantly understands the truth. Someone came here to kill her before she could talk. Su Ning looks up at the nearby roof, pleased that the trap baited out more than just Nia Xiaowei. He stomps off the ground with terrifying force and launches himself straight onto the rooftops. On the roof ahead, Su Ning spots a masked assassin and immediately reads the man's purpose: silence Nia Xiaowei before the black armored guards can pry out secrets. Su Ning rushes him across the rooftops, and the assassin answers by flinging a spread of knives charged with force. The knives fail to touch him, but Su Ning feels the force in them and realizes the assassin is a Qi realm warrior. The masked man turns and runs, and as Su Ning keeps chasing, he notices this Qi realm assassin is weaker and slower than expected. The masked assassin keeps throwing knives backward while running, but Su Ning dodges them cleanly and closes the distance anyway. Seeing he is finally within reach, Su Ning hardens his skin and swings his blade with full commitment. The assassin is forced to turn and block with a spare dagger, but the instant the weapons clash, Su Ning's force attack shocks his arm with pain. Su Ning also feels the assassin's force in the clash and realizes it is too weak to break through his hardened defense. Once Su Ning senses the assassin panic, he presses forward with non-stop slashes until the man can no longer hold his ground. The assassin finally breaks under the pressure, his dagger flies out of his hand, and Su Ning's blade cuts his forearm. Instead of finishing him, Su Ning smashes the assassin in the forehead with his elbow because he wants to capture him alive. The dazed assassin bites down to stay conscious, but Su Ning mistakes the movement for a suicide attempt with hidden poison. Not willing to lose his prisoner, Su Ning instantly grabs the assassin's jaw and dislocates it. After securing him, Su Ning tears away the mask and sees only an ordinary middle-aged man underneath. Su Ning checks the man's mouth and realizes he guessed wrong because there is no hidden poison sac there. He concludes that powerful poison is not practical here, since strong martial artists can resist ordinary toxins and truly effective ingredients would cost too much to waste. On the rooftop, Su Ning finally confirms the assassin has no hidden poison sac, and that small detail tells him this valuable magic faction fighter can be taken alive. He immediately judges the man as a Qi realm operative with real value, which means this arrest could crack open the bigger mystery behind the recent magic faction activity. Su Ning also realizes something worse. These local magic faction cases are probably backed by a hidden force the black armored guards still have not even noticed. Not trusting a half-dazed enemy, Su Ning drives in two heavy blows and knocks the assassin fully out before moving him. From the brief clash, Su Ning can already tell this man is weaker in body and raw force than a normal Qi realm fighter, likely because his magic technique gave fast progress at the cost of a shaky foundation. With that, Su Ning throws the captive down from the roof, jumps after him, and starts dragging him back toward Kaishika execution grounds. When Su Ning returns to the execution grounds, Song Wei rushes up in shock, because Su Ning had vanished so suddenly during the chaos that none of them could keep up. Su Ning wastes no time and orders the assassin cuffed, sent back to Maple Lane, and locked up in the same place as Nia Xiaowei. He then tells Tao Qingping to report the appearance of a Qi realm magic faction assassin to the higher-ups at once, because this case has become far too serious to keep local. The townspeople stay packed around the grounds, thrilled by a day that turned from a normal beheading into surrender, pursuit, and a live capture far more dramatic than they expected. Because Kanyun County has been protected so well for years, most of the crowd does not grasp how dangerous a magic faction case really is and only comes away feeling even safer under the black armored guards. Elsewhere in the commander room, Wei Changqing meets with three captains after yet another local magic faction warrior is exposed, this time a street vendor who suddenly snapped and killed people before a patrol subdued him. Wei Changqing bluntly tells them the pattern is now undeniable. 3 ordinary citizens have learned magic techniques, which means a hidden magic faction is operating in Kanyan County and the guards still know almost nothing about it. Xia Yuanxing can only say their team has made some progress and arrested suspects, but when Wei Changqing presses for actual results, the room falls quiet because there really are none yet. That stalemate breaks when a guard rushes in with news from Maple Lane. The murderer there was indeed a magic faction warrior, and he has already been captured. At first Wei Changqing only notes that solving the case in less than a day is fast, but the next sentence changes everything. The guard reveals that Su Ning also captured a Qi Realm magic faction warrior alive, and all 4 senior officers snap their eyes to him in disbelief. Once the guard confirms the captive is really alive and being held at Maple Lane, Wei Changqing finally smiles because this prisoner could expose the entire hidden network. He immediately assigns Chu Daoyou, the best torture specialist in the Black Armored Guards, to take over the interrogation and pry every secret out of the prisoner. Wei Changqing openly praises Su Ning for this result, and Chu Daoyou looks deeply pleased because everyone knows Su Ning is the subordinate he values most. Xia Yuanxing even admits he had seen something special in Su Ning during selection and now regrets not pulling him into Campsite 2 before Chu Daoyou did. Chu Daoyou leaves at once for Maple Lane, and Wei Changqing orders the other captains back out to widen the dragnet and seize every credible suspect. After they go, the messenger nervously admits he held back one more report because it was unrelated to the magic faction case. What he withheld is stranger than urgent. A young man and woman have arrived at the gates asking to see Wei Changqing, and they say they are from Yuning City. That name makes Wei Changqing pause, then he tells the guard to bring them in so he can see who came all the way from his home city. The answer comes with a cheerful shout of uncle as 2 well-born teenagers enter smiling, and Wei Changqing is immediately caught off guard before warming at the sight of them. These visitors are Wei Binglin and Wei Zicheng, 2 children of his family line whom he practically watched grow up, so their sudden arrival hits him like an unexpected piece of home. Wei Zicheng teases that since their uncle stayed away from Yuning City for so long, they had no choice but to come find him themselves. Wei Binglin backs her up in the same playful tone, and the old commander's hard edges melt because these 2 have long filled the family space missing from his unmarried life. Wei Changqing seats them personally and even brews tea, but he still asks the same question again because he knows they did not come this far just for a visit. Wei Zicheng tries the same excuse again, but Wei Changqing immediately pokes holes in it by pointing out that real visitors would have written ahead instead of appearing without warning. Caught out, the siblings trade awkward looks and give up on pretending. Wei Binglin finally admits they did come to see their uncle, but the real reason was to help Wei Zicheng get away and breathe for a while. When Wei Changqing asks what pressure she is escaping, Wei Zicheng explains that her father recently pushed her into contact with Wen Rinjin, the Source faction genius, and the whole arrangement makes her deeply uncomfortable. Wei Changqing takes that seriously and says at 16 she may be old enough on paper, but her nature is not suited to being rushed toward marriage like this. So Wei Zicheng came here to hide from both her father and Wen Rinjin, and she cheekily adds that her brother is here to relax too after all his hard martial practice. That excuse immediately backfires, because Wei Changqing turns on Wei Binglin and bluntly repeats what his father always writes in letters: he is talented, lazy, and wasting it. Once he pieces it together, Wei Changqing calls them out for sneaking away from home without permission, because their father would never have approved this trip. But the sight of their guilty faces reminds him of his own youth, so his tone softens and he agrees to let them stay for a while, though only for 2 months before they must return. Both of them brighten at once, happy to win even a temporary escape from the troubles waiting back in Yuning City. Wei Changqing then asks how many guards escorted them here, because the road from Yuning City to Kanyan County cuts through dangerous mountains and valleys. When Wei Binglin says they brought only 4 guards, 2 at Mortal Realm's 7th stage and 2 at 8th, Wei Changqing thinks that is nowhere near enough for that route. The danger bothers him enough that he decides when they return, he will personally accompany them back to Yuning City himself. That shocks the pair, because it means their uncle is finally thinking about going home too, even if he says he must finish his official duties first. Then he gives them one more plan. After resting 2 days, they should pay a visit to Senior Lu, the secluded Luijian, an old friend of their grandfather living in the Yunza Mountains. The siblings agree, and Wei Changqing promises to arrange someone to lead them there in a few days. 2 days later at Maple Lane, Chu Daoyou personally removes both the captured assassin and Ye Xiaowei from the guard station, taking control of the key prisoners himself. Before leaving, Chu Daoyou openly praises Su Ning for easing the pressure on the upper ranks and giving the magic faction investigation its first real break. Even after the prisoners are gone, Su Ning cannot relax, because a stubborn sense of danger keeps pressing on him like something larger is closing over the county. He reads the latest internal report, and finds no new word on the magic faction, which only sharpens his frustration because either the interrogation is failing or the real results are being kept above his level. That missing information pushes him to a blunt conclusion. His unease comes from still being too weak to reach deeper into what is happening. He had felt more confident after entering the Qi realm and drawing a lieutenant's monthly resources, but now his mindset is changing again toward one urgent question: how to get stronger faster. That train of thought is interrupted when Feng Xigua knocks and reports that 2 visitors are outside carrying Wei Changqing's peza. Su Ning is puzzled but tells Feng Xigua to bring them in immediately. The visitors turn out to be the same noble youths from Yuning City, and Suning can tell at a glance that they come from the same high family background as Wei Changqing. After a polite exchange of names, Suning learns they are Wei Binglin and Wei Zicheng, and that Wei Changqing is their uncle. That family connection explains everything, and Suning's first impression stays good because despite their status, both siblings speak to him with unusual courtesy instead of arrogance. Then Wei Binglin gets straight to the point and asks Suning for a favor. They want him to guide them into the depths of the Yunza Mountains. At the guard station, Suning is caught off guard when Wei Binglin asks him to guide them into the deep Yunza Mountains. The siblings explain that Wei Changqing recommended Suning because he knows the mountains well and is worth trusting. Suning still warns them that Yunza is full of poisonous creatures and even rumored demon beasts, so going too deep is no small trip. He adds that anyone heading into the inner mountains should at least be at Mortal Realm's 7th stage. Instead of backing down, Wei Binglin calmly reveals that both he and Wei Zicheng have already reached Mortal Realm's 7th stage and brought guards for safety. That answer genuinely shocks Suning, because these two look younger than him yet already stand above Tao Village's patriarch. Wei Zicheng explains that the difference comes from the Wei clan's resources in Yuning City, early training from age 6, and strong natural talent. She also tells Suning that reaching the Qi realm in a place like Kangyun County already proves his talent, especially if he later enters the Source faction. Feeling that the siblings are capable and genuinely respectful, Suning agrees to lead them into the mountains. Wei Binglin immediately says the horses are already waiting outside and asks if they can leave at once. Outside, Suning stops at the sight of towering battle horses so imposing that he has never seen anything like them before. Wei Binglin explains that these mounts carry demon beast blood, which makes them stronger than ordinary horses but still docile once trained. Suning tests one for himself, finds it steady under him, and the group rides out with 2 stronger guards following behind. The speed of the ride hits Suning like a rush, and in less than an hour they reach the foot of Yunza Mountains. At the mountain edge, Wei Zicheng casually remarks that no wonder Senior Lu chose to settle in a place this wild, and Suning realizes they are here to find someone living deep inside Yunza. When Wei Binglin asks if he knows the way to Luohua Lake, Suning confirms that he does and takes the lead again. Riding through the rough mountain paths turns out to be surprisingly smooth on these powerful mounts, and the party pushes past the outer ring into the inner mountains. Once they enter the inner area, one guard lights a special incense to keep the mountain's poisonous insects away. Wei Zicheng explains that the smoke is mostly for Suning, because natural poison in these mountains can still be deadly even to warriors. A little later, Suning spots a jasper grass on a rock face and can't hide his interest. Instead of minding the delay, the Wei siblings tell him to take whatever useful resources he finds, since they already owe him this favor. Suning climbs over to pluck the jasper grass, and his hidden martial arts panel quietly marks it as 6 units of energy. He refuses to absorb it on the spot, because exposing that secret in front of the Wei siblings would be far too risky. Just as he stows the herb away, movement in the grass reveals a patterned snake, and Suning instantly jumps back. He returns to the group without incident, and they keep riding deeper toward Luohua Lake. As the fog thickens around them, Suning's vision shrinks to only a few steps ahead. Wei Zicheng suddenly flicks her whip into the weeds and pulls out another spirit medicine that Suning never even noticed. She casually hands the herb to Suning, making it clear the siblings are perfectly fine with him profiting from this trip. The deeper they go, the more poisonous the fog becomes, until even Suning starts worrying about what it might do to his body. Seeing that, Wei Binglin gives him a valuable clearing dan, and Suning immediately swallows it for protection. After another hard push through the mist, the party finally breaks out onto a high ridge overlooking Luohua Lake. What they see below is unsettlingly peaceful, with ordinary beasts and demon beasts wandering the lakeside together, as if their natural instincts have been erased. Even the well-traveled Wei siblings are visibly stunned, and Wei Binglin can only guess that this impossible calm is because of Senior Lu. For Suning, this is the first time seeing true demon beasts, and he can instantly feel that they are different from any normal animal. Then a cyan raptor circles overhead, and the force from its wings alone batters the trees and makes Suning shield his face. The 2 guards instantly raise their bows, but the raptor only gives one piercing cry before soaring back into the clouds. A moment later, every beast by the lake goes still and turns toward the forest, as if something far more important has arrived. From that shadowed forest, a thin old man walks out with a wooden cane, and the whole valley feels like it is answering to him. When he lightly shakes the cane, Suning's horse and all the others begin moving toward the lake on their own. Suning instinctively wants to jump off, but Wei Binglin stops him and explains that Senior Lu is personally guiding them in. That only leaves Suning more shaken, because a man who can command demon beasts and control their mounts from afar feels far beyond ordinary martial arts. For the first time, Suning seriously wonders if the old stories about a realm above mortal cultivation might actually be true. When the horses finally stop by the lake, Suning sees the man clearly at last, a skinny old farmer-looking elder with tan skin, a burlap shirt, and a simple wooden cane. Wei Binglin, Wei Zicheng, and their guards immediately drop to one knee and salute him as Grandpa Lu, so Suning follows suit. Lui Jian asks if they are descendants of the Wei clan, and the siblings respectfully introduce themselves as Wei Qingyuan's children who came to visit on their uncle's request. Louis Jian warmly welcomes the group and jokes that hiding in the mountain forest is more enjoyable than staying in chaotic Yuning City. He leads them through the forest to his hidden farmhouse, a rustic wooden home tucked beneath a giant tree beside a carefully kept courtyard pond. When Louis Jian invites everyone inside, Suning politely stays behind so the old friends can talk in private. Left alone in the courtyard, Suning studies the strange flowers and quickly realizes this place is full of rare plants far beyond anything he learned before. The moment Suning touches one verdant vine, his martial arts panel reacts and tells him it contains 12 units of energy. Startled, Suning understands that Louis Jian's decorative garden is actually packed with spirit herbs, and he has to force himself to look away. To avoid temptation, Suning moves to the pond and sits down to watch the fish instead. Wei Zicheng slips outside because the old stories inside bore her, and she joins Suning by the pond. As Wei Zicheng moves her hand over the water, the fish gather around her and follow her motions as if they understand. Suning jokes that the fish might just prefer women, but the odd behavior leaves him puzzled. Then Wei Binglin walks over, and the fish instantly abandon Wei Zicheng to crowd around him too, leaving Suning as the only one they avoid. Louis Jian notices that reaction at once and hides his surprise behind a calm explanation that these are spirit fish from Yuning City. Instead of explaining further, Louis Jian produces 3 tiny white thousand-source eggs and offers one to each of them as a return gift. Wei Binglin and Wei Zicheng immediately recognize the thousand-source eggs as something rare, which makes Suning realize this is a serious gift. When Louis Jian offers the last egg to Suning, Suning tries to refuse because he feels he has no reason to accept it. Louis Jian insists it is simply a gift of friendship, and with Wei Binglin backing him up, Suning finally accepts the egg in confusion. The visit ends quickly, and Louis Jian watches them ride away with Suning's name still on his mind. After they leave, Louis Jian quietly concludes that Suning is unusual, because spirit fish normally draw close to talented martial artists instead of avoiding them. He decides that making friends with someone this strange is a smart investment, the same kind of favor that has paid him back many times before. Once they are safely out of the dangerous fog, Suning asks what exactly a thousand-source egg is. Wei Binglin explains that the egg hatches into a bug that lives by absorbing aura instead of normal food. Wei Zicheng adds the important part. After digesting that aura, the bug periodically produces aura crystals that can be used for cultivation. What makes aura crystals special is that they strengthen martial practice without leaving the impurity buildup that medicine usually causes. That makes the gift even more valuable to Suning, and he quietly wonders if aura crystals might also work with his panel as an energy source. Suning thanks the Wei siblings, but Wei Binglin tells him the favor really belongs to Louis Jian, who likes helping promising people before they rise. That leaves Suning quietly grateful, because one after another, capable people have chosen to support him in this world. By the time they reach Kangyun County at sunset, the city gates are jammed with frightened families trying to force their way inside. The panic is so obvious that Suning immediately knows something serious has gone wrong. When the guards see Suning's black armored guard uniform, they force open a path and let him through to the front. Inside the gate, Suning identifies himself and demands to know why so many refugees are flooding the city. The answer hits hard. Dingyun County rebelled in the middle of the night, and even 2 black armored guard units and city guards turned against the government. What alarms Suning most is the mention of outside help, because it sounds far too close to the magic faction trouble he has already been tracking. Realizing the danger, Suning immediately parts with the Wei siblings and rushes back to Maple Lane on a borrowed horse. As he rides through Kangyun County, the city feels transformed overnight, with shuttered shops, vanished stalls, and refugees stranded in the streets under armed watch. Suning can already see where this is heading. If things worsen, the refugees inside the city will be treated as a threat and likely driven out. By the time he reaches Maple Lane, the guard station has thrown everyone into emergency duty and the whole district is under lockdown. Suning catches Feng Xigua heading out with another squad, and Feng Xigua is visibly relieved that he is finally back. Instead of going inside first, Suning makes Feng Xigua brief him on the spot about the rebellion and the orders from above. The details are still vague, but one thing is clear: every station has been ordered to control the refugees and wait, and with Suning absent, Tao Qingping has already taken the lead outside. Once Feng Xigua leaves, Suning stands in the emptied station under crushing pressure and becomes more certain that this upheaval is tied to the magic faction. The chaos around him sharpens a simple conclusion in Suning's mind: if the world is about to turn unstable, he needs even more strength, and fast. Back in his study, Suning laid out the spirit medicines he brought back from Yunza Mountains and counted 4 finds in total. After absorbing all 4 spirit medicines, Suning's stored energy climbed to 26. But he knew the pneumatic realm still needed 45. He immediately revised his priorities and decided that in this worsening situation, every spare tael had to go into strength instead of comfort. With Chu Dayo's support money and his higher lieutenant pay, Suning realized he could keep buying more spirit medicine once the city's shops reopened. That hope did not last long, because the next day's news was even worse. Dingyun County had already fallen completely to the rebel black armored guards. The rebels were not alone either. since horse bandits and other unknown forces had joined them and even sent cavalry to harass Chiuyan County. Once that reached Kangyun County, fear spread fast, because if Chiuyan fell next, Kangyun would be exposed right after it. The county answered by forcing incoming adult refugees to build defenses, which fed them, calmed the city, and turned panic into uneasy order. By month's end, Suning finally collected his new batch of Chi Dan and the much more valuable Qingludan. Instead of keeping the Qingludan, he traded it away for 2 swallowtail flowers and spent more silver on 4 extra flowers to squeeze out immediate growth. That purchase gave him 33 more energy, but it also burned his savings down to just 200 taels. When the number settled at 59 energy, Suning felt real relief for the first time, because stockpiled power was the only thing he trusted with war looming. He chose without wavering and poured 45 energy into Spring Breeze tactic to force a breakthrough into the 5th stage. As the technique advanced, fresh internal chi built up through his body and the barren feeling inside him suddenly came alive. To test the new realm, Suning condensed chi into force and casually struck the edge of his table, smashing the corner into splinters. The result startled even him, because if that force went through a blade, it would tear flesh apart with terrifying ease. He still had 14 energy left, and Chu Daio's warning came back to him. A perfected external skill could keep a weaker fighter alive against someone stronger. Since he needed combat power now, Suning spent the rest on Gale Knife technique and pushed it all the way to perfection. Even with no blade in hand, one empty slicing motion made Suning feel the air itself split open. Then he realized the upgrade had sharpened more than technique, because he could suddenly feel airflow around him with eerie clarity. When he opened his eyes, he locked onto a butterfly nearly 10 meters away just from the movement of its silent wings. That practical new sense thrilled him, because anyone trying to sneak up on him later would have a much harder time. But once the excitement faded, his thoughts turned dark again as he wondered when the rebels would move and whether the magic faction was steering all of it. He also could not make sense of Yunying City's silence, especially now that a county rebellion serious enough for war had surely reached the top. That uncertainty made him think of Tao Village, yet after weighing the risks, he decided not to bring his sister's family into the county city for now. He finally settled on a harsher plan: leave them where they were and only rush to rescue them later if Tao Village truly came under threat. With a meeting of all lieutenants waiting at dawn, Suning forced himself to stop thinking and turned in early. Before dawn the next day, Suning woke after only 3 hours, and his new pneumatic realm body already felt fully ready. He washed up quietly in the yard, careful not to disturb Tao Qingping, who had been carrying a heavier load than he was lately. Before changing for the meeting, Suning used the spare time to check the ceramic pot holding the 1,000-source egg Lui Jian had gifted him. He remembered what Wei Zicheng and Wei Binglin had taught him. The egg could hatch on its own in a dry place just by absorbing aura from the air. The moment he opened it, Suning found the egg already empty and a plump milky white 1,000-source bug lying beside its transparent shell. The strange little creature looked absurdly oversized for such a tiny egg, but the sight still made Suning grin. He recalled the real value immediately. Once grown, a 1,000-source bug could spend 10 years steadily producing aura crystals without needing food or water. Curious, Suning poked it, and the fat bug responded by going stiff and playing dead in his hand. That reaction made him laugh, and after watching it recover, he sealed the pot again and started wondering whether he would be able to absorb aura crystals himself. Once Tao Qingping was up, the 2 men changed into their black armored guard uniforms and headed out for breakfast. After eating, they split up again, with Tao Qingping returning to Maple Lane and Suning continuing alone to the commander's residence. By the time Suning arrived, the assembly hall was already packed, with Wei Changqing and the 3 captains seated at the front and more than 20 black armored guards below them. Wei Changqing opened bluntly and confirmed that the Dingyun rebels were preparing to seize Chiuyan County next, which meant invasion could begin at any time. The room went heavy at once, because if that warning was true, the long peace in State Feiyun was about to break for real. Then came an even stranger blow. Yunying City had refused to send reinforcements and ordered the surrounding counties to deal with the rebellion themselves. Even Wei Changqing looked unsettled by that order, because a rebellion inside the black armored guards should have drawn absolute suppression from above. Using fresh intelligence and the captured cultist's testimony, Wei Changqing finally named the force behind it all, the Shadow Blood sect. That linked the Dingyun rebellion directly to the magic faction trouble already uncovered in Kangyun County, exactly as Suning had suspected. The older lieutenants reacted even harder when Wei Changqing explained why the name mattered. Shadow Blood sect was not local at all, but a magic faction from neighboring state Hurricane. For Suning, that changed the scale of the crisis completely, because this was no longer just county unrest but outside forces from State Hurricane pushing into State Feiyun. As the meeting sat under that ugly realization, Suning was left with the same uneasy question as everyone else. Why had a divided neighboring state suddenly turned its eyes on Feiyun now? At the county meeting, Wei Changqing says the Shadow Blood sect planted magic faction fighters in Dingyun County years ago, which is why that rebellion spread so easily. He warns that the same conversion tactics have appeared in Kangyun County too, and even now no one can be sure every hidden member has been exposed. When he adds that even the black armored guards themselves might be infiltrated, the whole hall goes cold. Wei Changqing quickly tells them not to panic, but orders everyone to report suspicious coworkers immediately and arrest suspected magic faction members before they can slip away. He also announces a wartime reshuffle. Guard stations will be trimmed down, and extra black armored guards and city guards will be pushed into camp reserves for combat preparation. Su Ning realizes Maple Lane's 6 black armored guards are safe from the cuts, but their city guards are over the limit, so some men will have to be reassigned. Wei Changqing then reveals that wealthy families and merchants are fleeing Chuyan County with their resources, and Kanyan County plans to protect and use those people instead of turning them away. Escort teams from the camps will bring those defectors over. Local stations must stay ready to support them, and the lieutenants answer in one voice that they understand. After the meeting, Su Ning returns to Maple Lane and passes on the new orders, and the whole station starts working with extra caution under the county-wide crackdown. Su Ning does not leave it to others either, and he personally checks suspicious corners of Maple Lane to make sure no hidden magic faction people are inside his area. 3 days later at home, Su Ning gets a sudden surprise when his 1000-source bug has already expelled its first aura crystal. That shocks him because Wei Binglin and Wei Zicheng had said the bug should need more than 10 days, not just 3. He lifts the rice grain-sized crystal carefully, and a familiar prompt appears telling him it contains 1 unit of energy that can be absorbed. For ordinary people, aura crystals clean up impurities from spirit medicine, but to Su Ning this is even better because the bug can now feed his growth directly. He quickly estimates the bug could give him several energy points every month now, and even more once it grows stronger. Su Ning absorbs the crystal without hesitation and watches his available energy rise again on the martial arts panel. Looking at that panel, he cannot help feeling how far he has come in just over half a year, from a beginner with 1 knife skill to a fighter with multiple perfected techniques and internal strength. At Campsite 3, war drills are running almost every day, and even the meals are boosted with spirit medicine so the recruits can recover fast enough to keep training. Tao Jin has been living under constant pressure ever since she received the Shadow Braith blood passage, waking from nightmares whenever the county arrests more magic faction members. When the women start chatting about a coming escort mission to Chuyan County, Tao Jin is trying to act normal until she suddenly spots the man in the hat standing inside the room. The masked man vanishes out the room just as quickly, and Tao Jin instantly understands the warning. He has come for her again. She covers her panic with a forced smile, tells her roommate she is only tired, and goes through the usual routine until lights out. Lying awake beside a roommate already asleep from training, Tao Jin waits in dread until a tiny tapping sound hits the door. She knows the visitor wants her outside, and even though she hates the idea, she decides to go rather than risk him barging in and exposing everything. Outside in the courtyard, the masked man waits in deep shadow and silently motions for her to follow. He leads her to a secluded spot, and Tao Jin opens with raw hostility, calling him a magic faction bastard to his face. The man mocks her for saying that after taking the forbidden booklet from him, then smugly tempts her again with the promise that the Shadow Breath blood passage will make her rise fast. He presses exactly where it hurts by reminding her she fell from yellow plate to cyan plate, and the jab clearly lands. Tao Jin still refuses, saying that if he only came to push the magic technique again, he can leave or kill her, but she will not be persuaded. The masked man drops the softer tone and boasts that the Shadow Blood sect already controls Dingyan County, with Xiuyun and Kanya next, so she should become their informant before they win. Tao Jin understands perfectly that he wants a rat inside Kanyan County, and she rejects him again even when he offers her the chance to become a genius once more. After a long stare, the man decides persuasion has failed and says he will do this the hard way instead. Before Tao Jin can react, he flashes in front of her with terrifying speed and throws powder into her face. She instinctively covers her mouth and nose, but not before inhaling enough to feel a hot, burning discomfort spreading through her chest and abdomen. The man calmly explains that it is poison, not the kind that kills fast, but the kind that will destroy her meridians within 10 days and turn her into a cripple who can never practice again. Then he reveals the trap's real cruelty. If she practices the Shadow Breath blood passage, the poison can be driven out and her martial path can be saved. He leaves her with that choice and vaults onto the wall, telling her he expects their next meeting to be as one of his own. Left alone in the dark, Tao Jin is crushed by the impossible choice between joining the magic faction and losing her meridians forever. A few days later, the focus shifts back to Maple Lane as Su Ning prepares to ride out on the new escort mission with Tao Qingping, Song Wei, and 15 city guards. Su Ning confirms the team is ready, gets a sharp response back, and leads them out of the city himself. As they ride past the city outskirts, the unfinished fortifications and refugee camps outside the walls show just how strained Kangyun County has become. The county's rules look harsh, but the sight of temporary camps and children being treated separately makes it clear this is also a desperate attempt to keep the city safe. Su Ning's team rides hard for 2 hours across mountain roads and rivers until they finally reach the pickup point in a deserted forest. But when they arrive, the place is empty, and Su Ning sees no sign of the convoy they were supposed to meet. He tells the men to dismount, rest, drink, and eat while they wait, keeping the team steady instead of letting the delay rattle them. Another half hour passes with no convoy in sight, and when Tao Qingping finally voices the doubt everyone feels, Suning can only tell them to wait a little longer. The quiet road suddenly fills with chaotic hoofbeats, and Suning immediately warns his men that trouble is coming fast. The riders who appear are not attackers yet but a filthy escort party, with Tan Fengying leading guards and several rich-looking civilians who clearly had to abandon their carriage and flee. When Tan Fengying recognizes Suning, his whole body relaxes, because seeing a real lieutenant means they might actually survive this chase. Tan Fengying urgently explains that more than 20 enemy soldiers are right behind them, only delayed because they stopped to search the lost carriage. Suning does not hesitate for a second and orders Tan Fengying to get the civilians back to the county while Maple Lane covers the rear. As the escort moves, Suning notices the merchants are struggling in their long robes and guesses they already lost most of their belongings when they ditched the carriage. Then fresh hoofbeats thunder up from behind, and the pursuers finally catch sight of the road ahead. Suning orders Tao Qingping and Song Wei to keep following the escort, because he plans to stay behind and stop the enemy alone. Song Wei and Tao Qingping both volunteer instantly, but Suning shuts them down with brutal calm and tells them they would only get in his way. Left with no choice, Tao Qingping and Song Wei ride after the escort and leave Suning standing alone in the middle of the road. The rebel pursuers rush into view in black armor marked with 3 bloody scratches, making their shadow blood allegiance obvious at a glance. The rebel leader recognizes Suning's lieutenant uniform, and that single detail makes the whole squad hesitate. Worried that county reinforcements might be nearby, the leader chooses caution and orders an immediate retreat instead of testing Suning head-on. Suning is briefly surprised they break so quickly, but he has no intention of letting military merit ride away. When the rebels realize the lone lieutenant is actually chasing them, panic flips into desperation and the leader decides they have to turn back and kill him together. The rebels trust their numbers, their 3 muscle-boned fighters, and their formation training enough to gamble on one hard clash. Suning stays completely unfazed, draws his longbow, and decides this is the perfect time to bring his archery back out. His first arrow punches straight through a rebel's throat, and the enemy formation starts collapsing before it even reaches him. Arrow after arrow follows, and Suning's improved strength and battlefield feel turn even his old archery into a massacre. Once more than half the squad is dead before closing the distance, the rebels finally break and beg to scatter in separate directions. The leader gives the retreat order, and the remaining riders split apart with practiced escape moves, proving they have done this before. Suning immediately picks the most important target and chases the leader while still shooting from horseback. His next shot almost ends it, but the leader reacts just in time and twists back on his horse to dodge, exposing that he is stronger than the rest. Suning answers with 3 arrows in a row, and this time all 3 punch into the leader's chest and drop him from the saddle. Even after killing the leader, Suning keeps firing until his quiver is empty and the last scattered survivors are too far away to chase. Standing among the corpses, Suning feels no pity at all, because these rebels already made their name by slaughtering innocent people in Dingyun County. He searches the rebel leader first and finds a black armored guard-style Pesa plate slashed with 3 bloody marks, confirming the shadow blood connection again. The next surprise is a fat stack of silver notes, and Suning immediately suspects the rebels looted easy valuables from the abandoned carriage. By the time he searches the rest of the bodies, Suning has collected over a dozen Pesa plates and more than 4,000 taels in total, with the leader clearly hoarding the biggest share. Under black armored guard rules, everything taken from enemies during the mission is his to keep, so this bloody escort suddenly turns into a major profit. He wraps the captured Pesa plates in a dead rebel's coat as proof of merit, while regretting that the scattered war horses are too far gone to recover. Satisfied with the unexpected gains, Suning mounts up and heads back toward Kangyun County. By the time he returns near evening, Tao Qingping and Song Wei are waiting at Maple Lane, and Suning goes straight on to report the mission at the commander's residence. The next day, Suning turns all that rebel silver into spirit medicine. Even the wartime panic has driven prices up across the entire county. Food and elixirs are both more expensive now, but Suning's lieutenant status lets him buy the full 4,000 taels of spirit medicine at the old price. The haul gives Suning 49 more energy, bringing him up to 52, but that still leaves him 28 short of breaking into the internal Qi realm. Still, with Qi Dan subsidies and the 1,000 source bugs aura crystals, that last gap no longer feels impossible, so Suning throws himself back into running Maple Lane. Elsewhere in the commander's mansion, Wei Binglin asks if Yunying City has finally responded, because its silence after Dingyun County's rebellion still makes no sense. Wei Chongqing admits there is still no reply, even though he already wrote home to ask what Yunying City is really doing. His niece and nephew want him to leave this mess and return to the family clan, but Wei Chongqing refuses and insists on staying until Kangyun County is stable. Part of that confidence comes from his own strength, because as a 9th stage spirit realm warrior, Wei Chongqing believes ordinary rebels should not be able to threaten him directly. Wei Binglin suggests calling in Senior Luijian to crush the trouble quickly, but Wei Chongqing rejects the idea at once. Wei Chongqing explains that Luijian is an independent powerhouse outside the source faction chain, so dragging him into a faction war would be inappropriate. In the end, Wei Chongqing can only say they will deal with events one step at a time, because what truly worries him is that nobody yet knows what the Shadow Blood side actually wants. As the black armored guards dig deeper into Kangyun County, they uncover more hidden magic faction fighters and even expose the recruiter who had been pulling people in. The sweep also drags out 2 black armored guards who had slipped past surveillance, making it clear the rot inside the city was worse than people thought. Most of the captured magic faction members are tortured for information and executed on the spot, as the city tries to cut every hidden risk before war arrives. At Campsite 3's execution room, the prisoners waiting for death are already crippled, their meridians destroyed and heavy shackles making them barely able to move. Tao Jin arrives to carry out the execution, and beside her is Tan Chang, the Tan village talent who used to clash with her but has become her training partner as war pressure forces everyone to settle old grudges. The sight of terrified prisoners shakes Tan Chang immediately, because for all her skill, she has never killed a real enemy before. Tao Jin stays steadier, reminding herself that most of these people were ordinary citizens once, but they still crossed into murder for their magic training and are not innocent. When Tan Chang asks what they should do, Tao Jin answers bluntly that experienced executioners told her only one thing: swing fast. Before Tan Chang can gather herself, Tao Jin steps in first and cuts down a prisoner in one clean strike. The room erupts as the remaining prisoners scream and scramble, but Tao Jin does not hesitate and raises the blade again. Forced to keep up, Tan Chang grits her teeth and joins the slaughter, even as the screams make it clear she is not ready for this. By the time the last prisoner is dead, Tao Jin is soaked in blood and sweat, while Tan Chang can barely stand the sight of what they just did. Tao Jin calmly tells Tan Chang to fetch body sacks, and that cold composure hits Tan Chang harder than the killing itself. As Tan Chang leaves, she quietly realizes Tao Jin is stronger than her here, and maybe frighteningly heartless too. The second the door closes, Tao Jin's mask breaks and she doubles over, gagging so hard the veins stand out on her forehead. After making sure Tan Chang is still gone, Tao Jin pulls out a porcelain bottle and quietly collects fresh blood from a corpse. She bitterly thinks about how absurd it is to cultivate with the blood of magic faction prisoners, then nearly retches again as she hides the bottle away. Half a month later, Kangyun County starts sending large numbers of guards toward Shuyun County after word spreads that the rebels from Dingyun County are preparing to hit it next. That new deployment throws the city into fresh chaos, and ordinary families and small merchants begin slipping away to seek safety elsewhere. The rich cannot run so easily, because the black armored guards are watching them closely to stop supplies from leaving the city or ending up in enemy hands. A few days later, the reinforcements come back instead of staying to fight, and one look at the returning troops tells the city everything went badly. Then the real blow lands. Shuyun County has already fallen, just like Dingyun County before it. Now panic spreads outright through Kangyun County, with more people fleeing because everyone fears their city will be the rebels' next target. Back at home, Suning receives this month's cultivation resources and stares at the pills and herbs like they are his best chance to survive what is coming. The pressure in the city is getting to him too, and Suning knows only one thing really settles his nerves now: getting stronger. So he immediately absorbs the energy from the resources and pushes his stored power all the way up to the exact amount he has been waiting for. With 80 units finally in hand, Suning does not hesitate and pours everything into breaking Spring Breeze tactic into the internal chi realm. The breakthrough hits hard, flooding his body with denser internal chi and the first deep sense that his power is no longer easy to exhaust in battle. When he tests that new force with a strike into the air, the sound alone tells him the jump in power is real. Even better, the chi he spends comes rushing back almost immediately, making him realize just how different the internal chi realm really is. But that relief only lasts a moment, because the next realm would need 135 energy, a number so high that even Suning feels cornered by the coming war. He quickly does the math and concludes this internal chi breakthrough may be the best he can secure before the fighting starts. That leaves him hoping for any extra chance to gather more energy, whether to improve his bow skill or pick up another practical technique before war closes in. After reaching internal chi realm, Suning's confidence rises sharply, because at this point he feels strong enough to stand among the top 6 stage fighters in the county. Before sleeping, he checks on his 1000-source bug as usual and notices the little thing looks fatter than it should this soon after hatching. Wei Bingling's description said normal 1000-source bugs change slowly, so this one growing noticeably in less than a month feels strange. Still, Suning lets the mystery go for now, because the bug is producing normal aura crystals and that matters more than understanding why it is so fat and lazy. The next morning, the fortifications outside Kangyun County are more complete, but the refugee camps have thinned because people kept fleeing farther after Shuyun County fell. The moment Suning reaches the station, Feng Xigua hurries over with a grave update from Lishui Lane. He tells Suning that Lieutenant Du from Lishui Lane was assassinated by one of his own men during the night. Suning first asks if the lieutenant survived, but Feng Xigua's answer is blunt: he is already dead. The killer escaped the county right after the attack by pretending he was carrying out a mission, which makes the whole thing feel even more organized. When Suning hears poison was used, he immediately understands this was not a casual murder, but an expensive and deliberate hit. Poisons that can quietly kill a Chi Realm warrior are rare and costly, so to Suning this attack proves the enemy is well-funded and willing to spend heavily. Worse than the death itself, the assassination poisons trust inside the black armored guards, because now every superior has to wonder whether a subordinate might be the next hidden knife. Even with internal chi protecting him from most toxins, Suning quietly raises his guard, because this enemy clearly has the money and nerve to use exceptional poison. At the commander's mansion, Wei Changqing finally gets a reply from his clan and learns why Yunying City ignored the counties for so long. The explanation is almost insulting. The higher-ups were busy with something so important that even losing the southeastern border counties would barely have made them look up. Still, the letter brings one badly needed relief, because that unnamed crisis has ended and Yunying City is finally sending reinforcements. That good news barely settles before another report arrives about the poisoned lieutenant in Lushui Lane, and Wei Changqing instantly sees how badly this could damage morale. To stop panic from spreading through the black armored guards, he decides to announce the reinforcements immediately, both to steady his own side and to warn the enemy that time is running out. A few more days pass, and in Tao village the war talk finally reaches home when Tao Yunchuan returns from a village meeting with a heavy face. Su Lian asks what the leader said, and Tao Yunchuan does not hide it. The situation looks bad, and the rebels attacking Kangyun County now feels inevitable. He explains that Tao village has already made mutual defense arrangements with Song village, Tan village, and even the local horse bandit groups, because survival matters more than old grudges now. He tries to reassure Su Lian that the rebels' real target is Kangyun County's defenders, so the outlying villages are not the first thing in danger. But that only makes Su Lian think of Suning, because if the defenders are the target, then her son is standing right where the danger will hit hardest. Tao Yuchuan is worried too, but he hides it and tells her that Yunying City's reinforcements are coming and Suning is strong enough to survive if they can hold the first assault. That promise of reinforcements gives Su Lian a little relief, but only a little, because every home in Kangyun County is already living under the same dark cloud. Even so, the county is still clinging to one last hope. If the reinforcements arrive in time, maybe this war will end and ordinary life can come back. Late at night in Campsite 3, Tao Jin wakes up, slips past her sleeping roommate, and heads outside for another secret meeting. The mysterious Hat Man appears again and calmly says Tao Jin already made her choice the moment she started practicing the Shadow Breath blood passage. He pushes harder, saying if Tao Jin truly hated magic techniques, she would have exposed him long ago instead of hiding his existence. Now treating her as part of the Shadow Blood sect, he openly says he wants her to help rot the black armored guards from the inside so Kangyun County collapses faster. Tao Jin tests him back, asking whether he really has full control in Kangyun County, and he answers with smug confidence that he does. Instead of refusing, Tao Jin starts bargaining and demands stronger blood, preferably pure demon beast blood, to push her cultivation further. Guanqing Wu is pleased by her greed and hands over 2 porcelain bottles, promising they contain demon beast blood and warrior blood, enough for a month and enough to help her break into the Qi realm. When Tao Jin says 1 month is too little, Guanqing Wu confidently predicts Kangyun County will fall within that time and tells her she can have all the blood she wants afterward. Even Tao Jin brings up the rumored Yunying City reinforcements, but Guanqing Wu dismisses them and says only someone above the mortal realm could truly change this fight. Once the payment is settled, Guanqing Wu finally names the job. Tao Jin needs to kill someone for the sect. The target is Suning, and that name makes Tao Jin visibly jolt because he is still one of their own from Tao village. Guanqing Wu sweetens the order with 2 more cyan bottles, and Tao Jin says the real problem is not willingness but that she is not strong enough to kill Suning herself. He throws her a packet of poison strong enough for a 5th stage warrior and reveals that Suning has already reached the pneumatic realm. That revelation hits Tao Jin hard, because Suning's growth is even faster than she expected, and Guanqing Wu cruelly calls it exciting that she would assassinate a genius with her own hands. When Tao Jin snaps back and asks why he does not kill Suning himself, Guanqing Wu admits he cannot risk exposing his much more valuable hidden identity inside the city. Tao Jin even threatens that she could turn him in for leniency, but Guanqing Wu coolly reminds her that touching a magic technique is already enough to ruin her. Then he goes for the real weak point, saying Tao Jin will never willingly give up the power and pleasure of getting stronger through forbidden methods. With her resistance cracked, Guanqing Wu lays out the plan for the next evening: approach Suning as a fellow villager struggling in practice, poison him during a private lesson, and he will help her flee the city after. Tao Jin finally agrees, and Guanqing Wu leaves with a last remark that someone as ruthless as her would probably kill him too if she ever got the chance. Before disappearing over the wall, the Hat Man finally gives his name, Guanqing Wu. Left alone, Tao Jin walks through the camp in a cold daze, still turning over the order to kill Suning. At the pond, she opens the yellow bottle, smells the heavy blood scent, and realizes it is human blood. Without hesitation, Tao Jin pours that human blood into the pond and throws the bottle away. The next day in the strained quiet of Maple Lane, Suning returns from the sparse food stalls and heads home with Tao Qingping. They are surprised to find Tao Jin already waiting outside, and she says she came to ask Suning for help breaking through her cultivation bottleneck. Because everyone knows Tao Jin has been stuck for a while, the request sounds believable, and Tao Qingping invites her in. Just before entering, Su Ning suddenly turns and looks toward the far end of the alley, as if he sensed someone there. Once the door closes, the hidden watcher finally appears at the alley end, and it is Guan Qingwu smirking to himself. Inside the house, Tao Qingping tactfully leaves them alone, and Tao Jin enters Su Ning's room for the supposed lesson. Su Ning starts naturally, boiling water and asking what martial arts problem she wants help with. Instead of answering, Tao Jin asks why Su Ning went from an unimpressive villager to a fast-rising genius almost overnight, while she herself has hit a dead end. Su Ning gives a plain answer, telling her she is being too pessimistic and that his own improvement simply clicked last fall, with a lot of luck involved. While she listens, Tao Jin quietly decides she never planned to poison Su Ning at all and will stall Guan Qingwu instead. Tao Jin is about to speak, but Su Ning suddenly cuts her off and says he needs to greet their new guest first. In the next instant, Su Ning unleashes his internal chi, darkens with power, and explodes upward with knife in hand straight through his own roof. On the roof, Guan Qingwu is caught completely off guard as Su Ning appears in front of him and slashes before he can properly react. Guan Qingwu barely shifts aside, but Su Ning still tears open a huge wound from chest to abdomen and drives violent internal force into his body. Even while reeling, Guan Qingwu swallows a pill and tries to flee, panicking over how Su Ning exposed him so easily when he had slipped through the camp unnoticed before. Su Ning chases hard, tracks the airflow, and throws his knife with perfect timing straight into Guan Qingwu's Achilles tendon. The moment Guan Qingwu stumbles, Su Ning closes in, smashes him down, breaks his jaw, and crushes all 4 limbs so there is no chance of escape or suicide by normal means. Su Ning drags the crippled infiltrator back into the wrecked house, instantly realizing he has just caught a major magic faction figure. Tao Qingping rushes in at the noise, while Tao Jin can only stare in disbelief that Guan Qingwu was crushed in a matter of seconds. When Tao Qingping asks what happened, Su Ning says with grim satisfaction that he caught a magic faction warrior, even if the house paid the price. But before anyone can celebrate, Su Ning notices the strange smile on Guan Qingwu's face and realizes something is wrong. Su Ning reacts too late, because Guan Qingwu dies on the spot from hidden poison, dark red blood proving he found a way to kill himself anyway. Tao Qingping's excitement turns to disappointment, since a living prisoner could have exposed far more about the Shadow Blood network. With the lead gone, Su Ning decides the only move left is to report directly to Chu Dayo. Su Ning also checks on Tao Jin, and her shaken reply hides a storm of fear because Guan Qingwu's death may not mean her own secret is safe. Tao Qingping tells her the training session will have to wait. Tao Jin agrees and leaves, and Su Ning watches her with narrowed eyes because her reaction still feels off. Tao Qingping lifts Guan Qingwu's corpse to take it to Chu Dayo, and Su Ning immediately follows, carrying this dead end straight to his captain. In the Commander Mansion study, Chu Dayo and Wei Changqing stare at Guan Qingwu's death as proof that Su Ning just crushed a true internal Qi realm enemy. The shock turns into ambition when Wei Changqing decides Su Ning's talent is too valuable to waste in a county post. He says that once the Shadow Blood crisis ends and reinforcements arrive, he will personally take Su Ning to Yunying City and recommend him to the Source faction. Far away in the rebel base at Dingyan County, a black armored officer nervously reports that Guan Qingwu has suddenly stopped sending messages. The skinny man, Wu Hexing, immediately understands the worst possibility. Guan Qingwu may already be dead. The story reveals Wu Hexing is the real Shadow Blood mastermind behind the Dingyan and Chuyan rebellions, even if he is not a top sect figure himself. Thinking ahead to Yunying City's coming reinforcements, Wu Hexing decides to wait 2 more days for Guan Qingwu's news before launching an attack on Kangyan County. A few days later, Su Ning is still at his guard station when Feng Xigua bursts in with an urgent letter from the Commander Mansion. Su Ning opens the message and realizes the rebels have already marched out from Chuyan County toward Kangyan County. He reacts instantly and orders every city guard under him to lock down Maple Lane before panic spreads inside the county. Even while staying on internal security duty, Su Ning knows that if the front line collapses, people like him will be dragged into the real fighting next. At the city gate, Wei Changqing takes command in person as fortifications, black armored guards, and city guards all brace for the first clash. Chu Dayo, Xia Yuanqing, and the others can only admire that this noble commander did not run from danger and is standing at the front himself. Wei Changqing steadies them by saying their odds are not bad because his own 9th stage strength and the Wei family guards can help crack the enemy's core. Then the rebel army begins its first invasion wave, and the battle for Kangyan County finally starts. 3 brutal days pass, and even after 5 sieges the rebels still cannot break Kangyan County's defense. A rebel formation built around 8th stage fighters is smashed by 6 Wei family guards, proving just how much those elite escorts matter. While assessing the deadlock, Wei Changqing privately credits Su Ning for exposing hidden threats early enough that Kangyan County never fell as deeply as the other counties. The captains soon report a dangerous change. The rebels have gathered everything they have for one desperate general assault. Wei Changqing instantly reads the signal that the enemy must have sensed reinforcements coming, so this all-in attack could also be their last chance. He decides to lead the decisive battle himself and become the core of the defenders' formation. Right then, a guard rushes in with the news everyone has been waiting for. reinforcements are less than half a day away. The timing is even better than expected, and Wei Changqing immediately guesses these fast-moving reinforcements must be elite troops. Instead of calling them in right away, he quickly writes a letter ordering the reinforcements to control their arrival and strike at the perfect moment. His trap is simple and sharp: let the rebels fully commit, hold them at the front, then have the reinforcements crash in and wipe them out in one blow. When the decisive day comes, the defenders deploy outside the city because a force this large cannot be stopped by walls alone. Almost every black armored guard is pulled into the field formation, leaving only a thin final line on the city walls where Su Ning watches from the left side. Seeing Wei Changqing armored up in the middle of thousands, Su Ning cannot help admiring how hard this commander is willing to fight. Then the two armies collide, and for the first time Su Ning witnesses a full-scale war of galloping horses, screams, and men dying every second. The sight chills him because he suddenly realizes that if the county loses, he and the other reserve guards will be forced into this slaughter next. Even through the chaos, Su Ning can tell the enemy formation is fierce but weaker at the core, while Wei Changqing keeps cutting through the front with terrifying force. As the fight grinds on, Su Ning starts to feel that the rebels are losing momentum. Then he spots the real turning point. Hundreds of black armored cavalry suddenly appear behind the rebels. Su Ning instantly realizes the reinforcements have arrived, and this sudden rear strike blows the rebel formation apart. The mood on the walls flips from dread to excitement because everyone can see victory coming. Just as expected, the rebels abandon the field and flee back toward their Chiuyun County camp. At last Su Ning lets out his breath, relieved that Kanyam County and Tao Village have both survived the crisis. 2 days later, with reinforcements stationed inside the county, the whole city relaxes into an almost festive celebration. That relief is not complete for Su Ning, because Tao Qingping comes to his study with grim news about heavy losses among the Tao village men who joined the black armored guards. Out of the 15 Tao villagers sent to the battlefield, 5 are dead and 1 is missing. When Su Ning asks for the names, one answer hits him hard: the missing person is Tao Jin. Tao Qingping can only say that missing fighters were often mutilated beyond recognition or dragged away by the enemy, but Su Ning immediately feels Tao Jin's disappearance is too suspicious to accept at face value. He hides that suspicion and only says the losses are a painful blow for both their side and Tao village. Before they can say more, Feng Xigua arrives and reports that Wei Changqing wants to see Su Ning at once. Su Ning heads to the commander mansion, unsure why he has been called in. Inside, he finds a much more relaxed Wei Changqing, now out of armor and dressed in white after the fighting finally settles. Wei Changqing opens by telling Su Ning that the county's current peace owes a great deal to his earlier contributions. Su Ning answers modestly that the real heroes were the people who went out and fought on the battlefield. Then Wei Changqing brings up the source faction again, making it clear this meeting is about Su Ning's future, not just praise. He says Su Ning's talent has outgrown Kanyam County and orders him to leave for Yunying City with Binglin and Zicheng in 10 days. The chance is huge, but Su Ning hesitates because the rebels are still in Chiuyun County, and his relatives remain back in Tao Village. Wei Changqing waves off the fear and reveals the reinforcements who saved them were only scouts, with a bigger army still on the way. He goes even further and says State Feiyun will not just defend itself, because the source faction plans to strike back hard against State Hurricane. Hearing how big the coming war may become, Su Ning realizes staying behind would only limit him while higher-level opportunities are opening in Yunying City. After a moment, Su Ning finally agrees to go. Satisfied, Wei Changqing tells him to return home, say his farewells, and prepare to leave in 10 days. When Su Ning steps back out into the street, the ordinary horses and pedestrians around him suddenly feel different because he knows he is about to leave this county behind. With Kanyam County finally settling down behind him, Su Ning looks ahead to Yunying City and the next stage of his life. On the mountain road to Yunying City, Su Ning rides with Wei Changqing, Wei Binglin, Wei Zicheng, and their guards, finally heading toward the source faction. Wei Changqing estimates they will reach the county city by night and Yunying City in 5 or 6 more days, so the trip suddenly feels real. Wei Binglin teases that once they reach the source faction, he will outrank Su Ning as his senior brother, and Su Ning plays along with a smile. Then Wei Binglin grows serious and tells Su Ning that the source faction is one of the few true martial sanctuaries left, not a sect that makes disciples sell themselves to war. Hearing that, Su Ning starts looking forward to Yunying City even more, eager to finally see the highest level of martial cultivation in State Feiyun. That mood breaks when all the horses suddenly slow down and stop, restless as if they sense danger before the riders do. Wei Changqing looks toward the horizon just before a huge gray-white raptor screams overhead and sweeps into view. Wei Zicheng spots 2 riders on the raptor's back, and the group instantly realizes this thing is not just passing by. As the raptor lowers over their heads, the burly rider recognizes the Wei clan and laughs that he can kidnap them here without even reaching Yunying City. The old woman riding behind him cuts off the boasting and coldly orders him to stop wasting time and move. The burly man jumps down from dozens of meters in the air, landing in front of them like he does not even need to respect gravity. Wei Changqing tries to stall by naming his father as the Wei clan head, but that only makes the attacker even happier because Wei blood is exactly what they want. Wei Binglin's 5 guards draw their blades and surround the intruder, even though the gap in strength is already starting to feel hopeless. With one casual motion, the burly man wipes out all 5 guards on the spot. Su Ning goes cold, and Wei Changqing realizes the truth first. This monster is already a Void Realm warrior using true Qi. Instead of praising him, the old woman snaps that he killed useful laborers they needed for the fire crystal mine. She orders him to seize the 3 Wei descendants and Su Ning alive, making it clear they all have a use now. The moment true Qi flares again, Su Ning feels a sharp pain in his chest and blacks out before he can resist. Unconscious, the 4 captives are thrown onto the raptor's broad back and carried south through the clouds. During the flight, the old woman keeps complaining about the mine's labor shortage, while the burly man promises he could always grab more Mortal Realm fighters later. When he talks too boldly, the old woman reminds him that plenty of enemies want him dead outside the family clan, which shuts him up fast. Then the real reason for the abduction comes out. With Wei clan blood in hand, the old woman believes her clan can slowly open a Dao seal. After that, the raptor keeps flying all the way into State Chiefing with Su Ning still unconscious among the prisoners. When Su Ning finally wakes up, he is already in a cage with shackles on his hands and feet. The only other man in the cage is a weary stranger with messy hair and swollen eyes, and he barely reacts to Su Ning waking up. Looking outside the bars, Su Ning sees the answer at once: a giant mine tunnel under a mountain, exhausted workers hauling clear fire crystal, and wood-carrying supervisors watching over them. Su Ning pieces it together grimly, and realizes he has been dumped at the fire crystal mine as spare labor after getting caught with the Wei family. Not knowing where Wei Changqing and the others were taken, Su Ning decides his only chance is to escape before the mine breaks him. Seeing no guard nearby, Su Ning quietly hardens his body and tries to force the shackles open with internal energy. The iron does not budge, and after several painful attempts, the stranger finally tells him to stop wasting his strength because these shackles are specially made for people like them. Su Ning asks where they are, and the man looks surprised that he really has no idea. After Su Ning explains he was knocked out and abducted, the man introduces himself as Jiang Mian and names this place the Bao family clan's fire crystal mine in Xianhua Canton, State Jifeng. That answer hits hard, because Su Ning realizes he has been dragged out of State Feiyan and all the way into another state. His mind jumps straight to his sister's family, and for a moment the fear is not just for himself but for the people waiting back home. Jiang Mian tells him bluntly that now the only sensible goal is to stay alive. He explains that warriors at their level are sent into the deep mine, where they must keep internal Qi active just to resist poisonous gas. And poisonous gas is only half the problem, because cruel underground beast variants also erupt from the trenches without warning. Jiang Mian says he has already tested the escape route for them. The shackles need Mortal Realm 7th stage strength to break, and the mine drains so much Qi every day that nobody here gets a chance to cultivate up to that point. That warning lands hard on Su Ning, because he knows he is still short of the strength and energy needed to reach the next realm. Then a sudden thought makes him check his waist, and his mood flips the instant he feels the hidden belt buckle is still there. Inside that buckle is the 1000-source bug he hid before the journey, which means the captors missed the one thing that can still slowly build his strength. Jiang Mian mistakes Su Ning's calmer face for acceptance, and just tells him to rest, because the miners will be marched out again in half an hour. Once Jiang Mian appears to be asleep, Su Ning quietly opens the hidden compartment for real and checks what the bug has produced. The 1000-source bug is still alive, and beside it sits a fresh aura crystal, proving at least 2 days have passed since he was taken. Su Ning immediately absorbs the crystal, but the tiny gain only reminds him that escaping by sheer accumulation will still take many brutal months. Even so, that one hidden bug gives him something the mind was supposed to erase completely, a real path forward. He shuts the compartment, lies back like nothing happened, and waits for the mind to show him its next rule. Not long later, supervisors start pounding along the row of cages and shouting for the prisoners to get up and head to work. Su Ning studies them as they pass and realizes these overseers are strong enough that brute resistance from shackled miners would be pointless. With no choice left for now, Jiang Mian gets up in helpless routine, Su Ning follows, and the cage doors open as the prisoners are gathered for the mine. At the mine entrance, a wood-carrying supervisor sizes Su Ning up and bluntly warns him that anyone who tries to run will be killed. The supervisor throws Su Ning to Jiang Mian, ordering him to teach the newcomer the rules of this place. As the miners are marched inside, Su Ning notices they all wear shackles too and realizes this workforce was captured, not hired. The moment he reaches the entrance, a wave of furnace-like heat hits Su Ning in the face and makes the mine feel even more hostile. Inside, another exhausted crew pushes carts of crystal red ore out of the tunnel, giving Su Ning his first look at the fire crystal mine's real product. On the first layer, Su Ning sees weaker miners using special picks to crack open the rock and dig out tiny fire crystal deposits. Su Ning also notices the first layer miners wear flimsier shackles, and he guesses those restraints are meant for people below the 3rd stage. Before long, poisonous gas slips into Su Ning's body through his breathing and starts burning inside his chest. He quickly drives the poison back out with internal Qi, and his recent breakthrough proves strong enough to keep the gas from wearing him down. Deeper down on the second layer, the gas grows thicker, and Jiang Mian tells Suning they only earn food and rest after filling a whole cart. Supervisors stalk the tunnels here with whips, beating anyone who slows down hard enough to cripple even trained fighters. Jiang Mian picks a spot beside himself, and Suning starts mining without complaint, copying the method everyone else uses to survive. Suning learns the ugly rhythm fast: break the wall, smash the stone apart, and dig out only a tiny warm crystal from a huge chunk of rock. He quickly understands why everyone looks half dead, because the real torture is not the labor but holding internal chi steady for hours just to avoid the poison. Suning can endure it thanks to his stronger chi, so he keeps his head down and silently acts like just another trapped miner. Jiang Mian watches him closely and is surprised that this new prisoner adapts so smoothly instead of breaking down. After roughly 5 brutal hours, Suning finally fills his cart and feels just how punishing one full shift really is. Jiang Mian gives him a rare compliment on his skill and brings him to exchange the ore for the night's food and water. By the time they return to the cell, Jiang Mian is too exhausted to say anything and drops straight into sleep. Suning is still tired, but before resting he checks the hidden compartment with the 1000-source bug, because that little creature is his only real hope of escaping. When Suning touches the bug, it suddenly becomes excited and starts rubbing against his finger instead of lying still like before. He soon realizes the bug is reacting to ore dust on his hand, because it goes quiet again after he cleans his fingers. That strange clue gives Suning a risky idea, and he decides to smuggle out a tiny piece of fire crystal ore the next day to test the bug properly. The experiment works immediately, and the moment Suning slips a fingernail-sized fire crystal into the compartment, the 1000-source bug lunges for it like food. Suning watches in tense excitement, hoping the bug can turn energy from the ore into something he can actually use. 2 more days pass in the mine, and Suning has just settled into the grinding routine when a crack suddenly rips through the wall behind him. Jiang Mian instantly shouts for Suning to run, dragging him away before the hidden threat fully emerges. A huge scaly lizard-like associated demon beast bursts out of the rock and slaughters a nearby miner in one savage rush. Even the supervisor panics and screams for the guards as the miners flee for their lives. Suning and Jiang Mian escape up to the first layer just ahead of the killing, leaving the guards to deal with the monster below. Outside the mine, the survivors are herded together and ordered not to move because they will be sent right back to work once the beast is handled. Watching the mine from the crowd, Suning judges that the beast's explosive strength is around his level, which means it would still be a real threat in a direct fight. He also connects the dots and realizes that if the mine has associated demon beasts, then the fire crystal vein must contain some special energy they want. Jiang Mian warns him that this is not rare at all here, because the mine is huge and these associated demon beasts even live in small packs inside it. He gives Suning the rule that matters most: if he ever hears rustling in the wall or sees cracks again, he has to run immediately. Soon more than a dozen blood-soaked guards come back dragging the dead beast, proving the mine owners can absorb losses as long as the ore keeps moving. The supervisors do not waste a second on mercy, and immediately drive everyone back underground to keep mining. A few more days of waiting leave Suning anxious, because the 1000-source bug has stopped producing crystals for 4 days after eating the fire crystal ore. Then at last he opens the compartment, and sees a new light red aura crystal inside, instantly easing his fears. When Suning absorbs it, the crystal gives him 2 energy units instead of 1, confirming the bug really can convert fire crystal ore into better fuel. The gain is smaller than he hoped, but after a quick calculation Suning sees the bug's monthly output still rises enough to make his escape come faster. He decides to keep testing and plans to feed the bug better-looking, higher-quality fire crystals whenever he can steal them. 5 hard months rush by, and despite repeated demon beast scares, Suning survives more than 150 days in the mine without taking serious lasting damage. By now the bug has fully adapted to fire crystal ore and regularly produces a 2-unit crystal every 3 days, pushing Suning's hidden energy reserve to 133. He is only 2 energy short of the 7th stage now, and that breakthrough would finally let him break these shackles and look for a real chance to escape. Jiang Mian finally comments that Suning seems to be in unusually good spirits lately, picking up on the change even without knowing the reason. The contrast is stark, because months of poison gas and an old sneak attack from a demon beast have left Jiang Mian visibly older, rougher, and much weaker than before. In the cramped night cage outside the mine, Jiang Mian suddenly wonders if he will ever see the outside world again, and Suning quietly answers that maybe he still can. Jiang Mian lies back down with a bitter calm, already feeling like one more injured miner waiting to die underground. After Jiang Mian goes quiet, Suning opens his hidden compartment and checks on the 1000-source bug and the grape-sized fire crystal ore he fed it. Watching the bug for months has changed Suning's thinking. The ore itself may not hold much power, but it clearly helps the bug make better aura crystals. At dawn, Suning wakes and sees the other miners already being marched into the mine, while Jiang Mian is still asleep beside him. When Suning checks the hidden compartment again, he spots a fresh light red aura crystal beside the 1000-source bug and instantly knows this is the moment he has been waiting for. Suning absorbs the crystal's energy, and sees his total finally reach 135, exactly enough to push Spring Breeze tactic to the next realm. Without hesitating, he spends everything and breaks through to Mortal Realm's 7th stage right there in the prison cage. The breakthrough does not make Suning bulkier, but it gives him a frighteningly precise command of his body, his force, and even the way his internal chi hits. Looking down at his shackles, Suning realizes that at this level he can slice them apart whenever he wants, if the right opening appears. He forces himself to stay patient, because the camp is still full of guards and even spirit realm experts, so a bad escape would be suicide. Then a deafening beast roar erupts from the mine, jolting both Suning and Jiang Mian awake to sudden danger. Panic supervisors scream that a leader-level associated demon beast has broken into the mine, and even the camp starts to feel unstable. Jiang Mian turns grim, knowing that if the manager cannot stop that beast below, the caged miners outside could be slaughtered next. Where Jiang Mian sees disaster, Suning sees his chance, because the whole camp's attention has shifted away from the prisoners. Suning acts immediately, turning his palms into blades and cutting through his own shackles in front of a stunned Jiang Mian. Because Jiang Mian helped him survive these months, Suning gives him one clear choice: come with him, or stay behind. Jiang Mian answers at once that he wants out, and Suning cuts off his shackles too. Suning warns that they must run separately and survive on their own, because this escape is too dangerous for either man to carry the other. With no more time to waste, Suning tears open the iron fence, and the two men finally burst out of the cage. Once outside, they split in different directions without even a proper farewell, each betting his life on speed and luck. Suning heads straight for the camp wall, using everything he learned over 5 months to move through the chaos before anyone fully notices. His luck holds only for a moment, until one supervisor spots him and shouts for everyone to kill the escaping miner as a warning to the rest. With guards closing from both front and back, Suning still does not panic, because this lightly defended side of the camp is exactly why he chose it. He scoops up a handful of stones and turns them into killing weapons, punching force through them hard enough to tear open guards' throats. The opening appears, and Suning crashes through the last 2 guards and reaches the outer wall. Using hardened skin and condensed chi in his hands and feet, he climbs the spiked 20-meter wall as if it were nothing. The guards keep shouting behind him, but the real trap is outside the wall, where a ring of deep spike pits waits below. Even that fails to stop him, and Suning kicks off the wall to clear the pits in one desperate leap to freedom. Landing outside at last, Suning looks back at the mine camp with 5 months of hatred burning in his chest and silently vows to settle this debt one day. He does not linger, because he knows pursuit is coming, and he runs straight into the dense forest beyond the mine. Inside the forest, Suning deliberately chooses thick grass and thorny cover to hide his trail, while the camp sends out mounted teams to hunt him down. When he hears horses closing in, Suning climbs a tree and waits in silence for the pursuers to pass beneath him. Then he drops out of the branches and wipes out the group in a fast surprise attack, realizing none of these pursuers are strong enough to stop him now. After the fight, he strips money from the dead guards and takes the strongest horse, because freedom means nothing if he cannot buy food, clothes, or a way home. He rides hard for less than half an hour and finally breaks out of the forest, but the exhausted horse gives out, forcing him back onto his own feet. 20 miles later he spots a village, but even in desperate condition he refuses to enter, knowing the guards will question everyone there. So he keeps pushing forward day and night, trusting his tough body to carry him farther than the men chasing him. 2 days later, a guarded caravan rounds a mountain road and finds a tall, ragged stranger standing right in its path. The lead guard immediately treats Suning like a threat and orders him out of the way with his machete ready. A flashy, thin manager pokes out from the carriage, takes one look at Suning's filthy state, and dismisses him as nothing but a roadside refugee. Suning walks up anyway and calmly explains that he only wants to trade silver for clothes and food. The guard notices that this is no broken refugee but a steady martial artist, and his attitude softens at once. When Suning shows real money, the guard is willing to deal, but the manager cuts in again and bluntly refuses to sell him anything. When the skinny manager talks down to him, Suning just smiles and flicks a silver piece past the man's face. The silver slams into a carriage hard enough to blast a hole through the wood, and the manager instantly realizes Suning could have killed him. The buff guard blurts out that this is state mind realm power, and the whole mood around the ragged stranger changes at once. Suning lightly asks whether his silver is enough to buy clothes and food, and the manager drops his arrogance on the spot. Now desperate to please him, the manager barks at his men to bring their best clothes, hats, and meat for the good man. After choosing a martial outfit and provisions, Suning asks the buff guard for the nearest city and learns Chunrin Canton lies 200 miles south. With a quick thanks, Suning leaves, and only after he is gone does the manager finally dare wipe the sweat from his face. In the nearby mountains, Suning finds a stream, scrubs away months of grime, and changes into proper clothes again. Fed and cleaned up at last, Suning sets out for Chunrin Canton. When he finally enters Chunrin Canton, Suning is struck by how much bigger and livelier it feels than Kangyun County ever did. As he walks the streets, Suning keeps spotting strong warriors, and it becomes obvious this city's martial world is on a completely different level. He even suspects a city this stable must have void realm experts watching over it from above. Wanting a safe base first, Suning steps into a restaurant inn and asks for a room. The clerk names an expensive rate, but Suning casually produces gold and pays for 20 days without haggling. Once food is brought upstairs, Suning finally gets the heavy meal he has been missing for months. Instead of collapsing into bed, he heads back out to gather one answer he still needs most: how to get home. That night by the window, Suning learns the truth and feels it sinking hard. Home is far farther away than he hoped. Chunrin Canton sits near the southern edge of State Jifeng, so getting back to State Feiyan would mean crossing nearly the entire state first. Worse, the deadly Jichuan mountain range blocks the final path, and without void realm strength, trying to cross it would be suicide. Thinking of his sister and niece only makes the distance hurt more, because right now strength decides whether he lives or dies on the road home. Suning forces himself to accept reality, and decides he has to stay in State Jifeng for now. He also thinks of the way family members still trapped somewhere in misery, but he knows he is nowhere near strong enough to save them yet. So Suning settles on a new plan: build a foothold in Chunrin Canton, gather resources, and grow stronger before worrying about the future. A few days later, after roaming the city and finally letting his mind loosen a little, Suning passes another martial arts hall. Martial arts halls are still a novelty to him, because back in Kanyan County people usually learn through family, sex, or by struggling alone. This time he stops because the notice at the door is different. Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall is openly recruiting a deputy hall master. The position requires state mind realm strength and offers 30 gold taels a month, enough to make even Suning stare twice. Since what he needs most now is money and resources, Suning walks straight inside to apply. Inside the busy hall, a tall young woman in white mistakes him for a new student and points him toward the registration desk. Suning explains he is not here to learn but to apply for deputy hall master, and the woman in white clearly does not believe him at first. When Suning says he recently reached the state mind realm, her suspicion turns into curiosity, and she leads him to the backyard. The huge training yard behind the hall surprises Suning, especially in a city where land should be expensive. Most of the students are drilling external skills, and the whole place feels like a proper martial institution rather than a rough village school field. A tall, handsome disciple comes over warmly to Han Xiaoyan, only to learn that her new arrival is not a student at all but a deputy hall master candidate. Han Xiaoyan goes to fetch her father, and soon the hall master himself comes out to size Suning up. Han Huxiao introduces himself, and cuts straight to the point by asking Suning for a spar. Once the yard is cleared, the two men step into the center as students and coaches gather in a ring to watch. Before the first strike, both fighters quietly read each other, and Suning can already feel that Han Huxiao is stronger than he is. When Han Huxiao invites him to move first, Suning answers with a hand blade strike powered by his knife technique despite holding no weapon. Their first exchange is enough for both men to confirm the truth. Suning really is in the state mind realm, and Han Huxiao is already in the stronger intention realm. As they separate, Han Huxiao's respect rises fast, because Suning's barehanded knife technique clearly sits at an unusually high level. Han Huxiao presses harder with a full attack, and the sheer weight of his fists forces Suning to reveal more of what he can do. Suning answers by activating hardened skin and bursting out stronger internal force, exposing a second perfected external skill on top of the first. The clash turns fierce enough to whip strong wind across the yard, and even the spectators can barely keep their eyes open. Watching from the side, Han Xiaoyan starts seeing Suning in a new light, while Lu Qishan can only stare in disbelief. After dozens of rounds, Han Huxiao finally calls a stop and laughs, openly praising Suning's strength. Suning admits he is still no match for Han Huxiao head-on, but the hall master is already treating him like a serious equal. With the test passed, Han Huxiao invites Suning inside to talk details, and Suning agrees without hesitation. Inside the house, Han Huxiao praised Suning's talent but was really probing his origins. Suning gave a cautious half-truth, saying his clan taught him martial arts before war destroyed his home and forced him into exile. He kept State Feiyan and the mine escape hidden, choosing caution in case anyone could still trace him. Han Huxiao accepted the vague answer, deciding not to push when it was obvious Suning wanted his past left alone. With a weary sigh about people drifting through troubled times, Han Huxiao made it clear he liked what he saw in Suning. He began explaining that Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall was more than a school and made money through protection and escort work. The hall protected businesses on Fanhua Street, including restaurants, brothels, and casinos whenever trouble broke out. Its other major business was escorting caravans and valuable goods, which explained why the martial arts hall looked so rich. Han Huxiao told Suning that as deputy hall master, he would mainly step in when subordinates, or the hall itself ran into serious trouble. If Suning skipped escort work he would still get 30 gold taels a month, and if he joined runs, the guards kept most of the earnings. The generous deal suited Suning well, and after a brief pause he accepted the position. Han Huxiao happily declared him the new deputy hall master of Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall. Suning answered with a formal salute, accepting the new rank in full view of the others. Han Huxiao introduced Han Yu and Du Che as subordinates Suning could command despite being close to him in age. When Han Huxiao learned Suning was still staying at an inn, he offered him a room inside the martial arts hall. Suning accepted at once, glad to save money and finally have a stable place to stay. That night, Han Huxiao hosted a dinner on Fanhua Street so the hall's people and local shopkeepers could meet their new deputy hall master. Soon after, Suning moved out of the inn and settled into Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall, starting a new life in Chunrin Canton. Half a month passed quietly, and Suning found himself oddly restless because the job paid well while giving him almost nothing to do. At dinner time, Han Yu came to call him, now dressed in a light green shirt that made her poised presence even harder to miss. The four of them ate together in the hall with a maid serving, showing how naturally Suning had already settled into their household routine. During the meal, Han Huxiao finally had a real request. He and Duce would leave the next day on an escort mission, so Suning needed to watch the hall. He explained that a foreign merchant had demanded his personal escort for a very valuable shipment, and was paying handsomely for it. Han Huxiao ordered Han Yu to handle small matters in his absence, and only go to Suning when the trouble was too big for her. Suning immediately pushed back on being treated too lightly, saying he should be taking on more responsibility now. In truth, he kept training every day to hide the fact that his real progress came from somewhere others could never explain. That steady attitude impressed Han Huxiao, who had already decided Suning was talented without being arrogant. After dinner, Han Huxiao told Duce to rest early for the trip, and Duce obeyed with perfect manners. But as Duce lowered his head, Suning caught a brief hostile glance that did not match the young man's polite surface. Suning guessed the resentment came from Duce's feelings for Han Yu, yet he still marked the man as someone worth watching. The next day, Han Huxiao and Duce escorted the caravan out of the city, leaving the martial arts hall in Suning's hands. Before going, Han Huxiao warned that rival halls already knew about the new deputy hall master and would likely come test him the moment he was gone. After breakfast with Han Yu, Suning spent the morning in the backyard watching instructors train the apprentices while she handled registration in the foyer. By noon, noise erupted from the front hall, and Suning knew at once that the trouble Han Huxiao predicted had arrived. An instructor rushed over to confirm it, and Suning could only laugh at how his easy post ended the second the hall master left. He remembered Han Huxiao's rule clearly: backing down from a stronger challenger was fine, but retreating from an equal would shame both him and the hall. Since his strength was already far beyond an ordinary warrior of the same realm, Suning walked into the foyer without any fear. Waiting there was Tai Guanxiong of Fierce Metal Martial Arts Hall, a huge deputy hall master whose body looked more like a beast than a man. Han Yu quickly whispered his identity and reputation to Suning, making it clear this was a famous powerhouse who crushed people head-on. Even so, Suning stayed calm, trusting the toughness of his perfected body training and the force control of his state-mind realm. Tai Guanxiong loudly demanded to know if he was the new deputy hall master, and Suning stepped forward to confirm it without flinching. The giant formally declared his challenge, wrapping a fight declaration in polite words. Suning answered just as directly and tried to move the fight to the backyard. Tai Guanxiong wanted the clash in the foyer where the street crowd could enjoy the spectacle and watch him humiliate the newcomer. Suning saw through that plan but still allowed the crowd to follow them, as long as they moved somewhere with room to fight properly. Han Yu hurried ahead to clear the training field while spectators from both halls and the street poured into the backyard. In the center of the ring, Tai Guanxiong called for his double hammers, and Han Yu passed Suning a broad knife suited to his style. Han Yu quietly warned him to be careful, and Suning answered with calm confidence that only made her more aware of his composure. The instant the field was clear, Tai Guanxiong crashed his hammers together and charged first like a rampaging beast. His opening strike came straight for Suning's head, so violent that even the spectators recoiled from the shock of it. The fierce metal side already expected Suning to start dodging and fall into Tai Guanxiong's relentless rhythm. Instead, Suning met the blow head-on and slashed upward with his knife at the exact moment the hammers fell. The impact cracked the ground under Suning's feet, but the bigger shock was that Tai Guanxiong was the one knocked backward. Tai Guanxiong stared in disbelief as he realized the lean newcomer carried overwhelming force and terrifying control behind that single counter. Han Yu's fear broke into open relief, because the spars she had seen before never showed Suning looking this dominant. Suning casually shook gravel from his foot, already fighting with hardened skin active and full confidence in his perfected physique. Because his state-mind realm had fused all his martial skills together, Suning could mix body strength and force techniques in ways ordinary opponents could not predict. Humiliated by the first exchange, Tai Guanxiong tore off his shirt, bared his massive muscles, and came at Suning even more fiercely than before. In Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall's yard, Suning steps into Tai Guanxiong's charge and meets the heavy hammers head-on instead of giving ground. Their weapons crash again and again, and the crowd can feel that this is not a flashy exchange, but a brutal test of raw power. As the two fighters separate for a breath, Suning quietly sizes Tai Guanxiong up and realizes he is facing a peak state-mind opponent with unusually terrifying physical talent. Suning understands the real danger. Tai Guanxiong's body and meridians can bear explosive force like someone using an almost perfected external skill. Tai Guanxiong, meanwhile, is breathing hard and hiding a worse truth. Suning is still composed while his own arms are already shaking from the clash. That gap hits Tai Guanxiong even harder because Suning is far younger, yet he already carries 2 perfected external skills that Tai Guanxiong never thought someone like him could reach so early. Once Su Ning has measured enough, he decides to stop trading strength and finish the fight on his own terms. Su Ning lunges first and swings for Tai Guanxiong's forehead, but this time his blade carries a tearing force woven into the Gale knife technique. Tai Guanxiong catches the change too late, and the next collision sends a ripping shock through his arm all the way to the shoulder. In that instant, Tai Guanxiong knows the truth. This is Su Ning's real fighting style, and the difference between them is bigger than it looked. With every exchange after that, Su Ning looks looser and sharper, while Tai Guanxiong's body and guards start breaking under the tearing force. After dozens more clashes, Tai Guanxiong finally loses his grip and one hammer drops from his hand. Su Ning seizes the opening and stops his blade just in front of Tai Guanxiong's forehead, close enough for Tai Guanxiong to feel death in the wind. Tai Guanxiong gives a bitter smile, lets the last hammer fall, and accepts that he was beaten cleanly. Too humiliated to linger, Tai Guanxiong pushes through the crowd and walks out without another word. The mood flips instantly as Shadow Moon Hall erupts in cheers and fierce metals people gather the fallen hammers and leave in disgrace. The bystanders go wild, suddenly treating Su Ning like a rising star and wondering what powerful background could have produced someone this young and this strong. When the crowd thins, Hanyu steps up and hands Su Ning a wet towel, thanking him for protecting the hall's name. Hanyu looks at him with open admiration, and Su Ning knows this public win will make people think twice before targeting Shadow Moon Hall again. Over the next few days, the effect spreads through Chunrin Canton. The challengers go quiet because even Tai Guanxiong could not shake Su Ning. Other martial artists can only envy Han Huxiao's luck, because the deputy hall master this young now looks like the future pillar of Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall. Su Ning barely cares about the fame, because his real attention has already shifted back to the Thousand Source bug and the energy it keeps producing. Since escaping the mine, the bug has produced 7 more aura crystals and given Su Ning another 14 units of energy, which makes this secret method feel safely reliable. But that steady source is suddenly at risk, because the little fire crystal or pieces are almost gone and the bug may soon go back to producing weaker 1-point crystals. To keep the quality up, Su Ning decides to visit the market and buy more fire crystal, or along with different spirit medicines to test what helps the bug most. Before heading out, Su Ning finds Han Yu and awkwardly asks if he can take part of his monthly salary in advance. Han Yu is genuinely startled that a state-mined martial artist would be short on money, but she hides it fast and agrees without making things difficult. She promptly gives him 30 taels in gold notes, and Su Ning thanks her for handling it so smoothly. As Su Ning checks the notes, he recognizes them as Luxing bank paper, the kind merchants trust because carrying hard gold through this chaotic region is too dangerous. With money in hand, Su Ning heads into the Canton city shops to start buying materials for his bug experiment. Not far from Shadow Moon Hall, a man in battle clothes intercepts him and respectfully introduces himself as an instructor from Fierce Metal Martial Arts Hall. Su Ning is wary after the recent fight, but the visitor is not here for revenge, only to invite him to visit Fierce Metal Hall. Su Ning refuses right away because he is busy, and he sees no reason to walk into their territory just because they ask. That is when the man finally reveals the real offer. Fierce Metal wants to poach Su Ning with a monthly salary of 50 gold taels. Su Ning almost laughs at the nerve of it, because the hall that just lost to him is now trying to hire him away in broad daylight. He still turns them down, pointing out that he just embarrassed their hall and Tai Guanxiong is not likely to welcome him warmly. Even so, the offer gives Su Ning a sharper idea. If one rival hall is willing to bid for him, more should come, and Shadow Moon may end up raising his worth too. He sets that aside for now and starts buying dozens of different spirit medicines, spending nearly 12 taels just to test what the Thousand Source bug actually likes. He also spends another 20 taels on efficient spirit medicine for himself, already estimating that batch alone should return at least 25 energy. On the way back, more martial arts halls try to pull him aside, but Su Ning refuses every one of them and keeps his options open. Back in his room, Su Ning sets out the day's purchases and carefully takes the Thousand Source bug from the hidden compartment he always keeps on him. He treats the bug like his safest source of progress, because an ordinary Thousand Source bug is already precious and this one seems even rarer. Su Ning starts the trial by nudging the bug and presenting a glowing green ore, watching closely to see whether it wants it. The bug rubs against the green ore for a moment, then crawls away, making it clear that curiosity is not the same as appetite. Su Ning keeps going through the whole pile for nearly an hour, methodically testing every medicine and mineral one by one. By the end of the test, the answer is blunt. The bug has no interest in spirit medicines at all and only wants 4 specific kinds of mineral ore. So Su Ning decides to feed those 4 ores separately and compare which one lets the bug produce the best aura crystals. He stores the bug together with a pure white ore, then turns to the spirit medicines and absorbs every bit of useful energy they contain. Even the medicines the bug rejected are not wasted, and by the time Su Ning is done his stored energy has climbed to 45. 45 is still nowhere near the 200 he needs for the next realm, but the pace here in Chunrin Canton convinces him that this level of growth is finally realistic. That thought naturally leads to a sharper regret. If he could enter the Source faction, advancing further would be even easier. He pushes the frustration aside and starts cleaning up the leftover scraps from the medicines instead of dwelling on what he cannot have yet. Just as he finishes, an anxious shout rises from outside. Han Huxiao is back, and the tone makes it sound like something is wrong. Back at Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall, Suning hears commotion outside and rushes out, already sensing something is badly wrong because Han Huxiao was never supposed to return this soon. The sight hits hard. Han Huxiao staggers into the backyard in torn clothes, pale and bloodied, supported by Han Yu and Duche while several other escort members limp in behind them. Suning demands an explanation, and Duche grimly reveals their escort job was a trap from the start. Duche explains that once the caravan lured them into a valley, hidden warriors swarmed them, and even an intention realm expert joined the ambush. When the fight collapsed, Han Huxiao forced his people to run, and only his desperate last stand against the intention realm attacker let a few of them escape alive. But the attackers never exposed who hired them, leaving Duche with only rage and no name to strike back at. Suning grips Han Huxiao's hand and feels just how bad it is, not only surface wounds but heavy damage inside his body. Han Huxiao forces out a smile and hands the hall over for now, telling Suning to manage Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall while he recovers. Refusing to collapse in front of his people, Han Huxiao tells Han Yu to take him back to his room and orders Duche to fetch a doctor for the others. After Duche runs off and the wounded are settled, Suning helps with the aftermath, but his mind is already on the larger danger behind the ambush. Suning quickly concludes this was a deliberate hit on Shadow Moon, most likely from a rival in Chunrin Canton or one of Han Huxiao's business enemies. He also sees the next problem clearly. Once Han Huxiao can no longer intimidate the city, every force eyeing Shadow Moon's people and businesses will start pressing in. Even so, Suning does not bolt. He decides to stay as deputy hall master a little longer and wait to see whether Han Huxiao still has a way to steady the situation. Inside his room, Han Huxiao finally stops pretending and coughs out blood the moment Han Yu gets him to the bed. Han Yu fights back tears, grabs a porcelain bottle, and rushes medicine into him just to keep him stable. Once the medicine settles him a little, Han Huxiao tells her the truth outright. Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall is in real danger now. He explains that he never had many old grudges, so this attack almost certainly came from forces in the canton that want to break the hall now that its foundation is exposed. He spells out the weak point himself. Shadow Moon's reputation was built mostly on his strength, and without him standing tall, the hall and its affiliated businesses can start falling apart fast. Han Yu asks what they can do, trying to stay calm even while the whole future of the hall starts to look shaky. Instead of answering right away, Han Huxiao asks whether anyone came to cause trouble while he was gone. Han Yu tells him Tai Guanxiong from Fierce Metal Martial Arts Hall did come, but Su Ning beat him and stopped anyone else from pressing them for the moment. Han Huxiao is genuinely surprised when he hears Su Ning did not just win, but fought Tai Guanxiong head-on before switching his force method and taking control of the fight. That report changes everything for him, because Su Ning now looks even more valuable than he realized. Then Han Huxiao suddenly worries about a different threat. Once Su Ning's strength became public, rival halls and clans may already have started trying to poach him. Han Yu can only say Su Ning barely left the hall and she saw no outsiders meet him, but Han Huxiao still decides they have to keep Su Ning at all costs. Han Yu points out the obvious problem. Su Ning only joined recently, so why would he stay if Shadow Moon's road ahead turns ugly? Han Huxiao says the only answer is to offer enough benefits to satisfy him, then abruptly orders clean clothes and hot water because he has to go out immediately. When Han Yu tries to stop him, Han Huxiao explains that keeping Su Ning is not enough by itself. The hall also needs outside backing, even if that means giving up a painful share of its profits. He admits the truth with obvious bitterness. After building Shadow Moon for years, he hates the idea of leaning on others, but in their current state even getting someone to accept them may be difficult. At last he names the one person he thinks might save them, Miss Feng San. Before leaving, Han Huxiao empties the rest of his medicine bottle into his mouth in one desperate move, and Han Yu can only watch in helpless silence. Half an hour later, still injured and alone, Han Huxiao reaches a busy casino and heads inside to seek that last hope. The gambling house is loud and chaotic, packed with winners, losers, greed, and guards, but Han Huxiao goes straight to a patrol guard and asks to see Miss Feng San. He presents a token, waits under scrutiny, and is finally told that Miss Feng San will receive him on the 4th floor. The higher he climbs, the quieter and more guarded the place becomes, until heavy security leads him into a private room upstairs. Inside, 4 richly dressed nobles keep gambling around a table and barely spare Han Huxiao a glance, forcing the wounded hall master to stand there and wait. He endures that humiliation for a full hour before the others finally leave, revealing the young woman who actually matters at the table. Now alone with her, Han Huxiao bows deeply and addresses the enchanting young noblewoman with full humility as Miss Feng San. Feng Qingyu wastes no time on pleasantries, and Han Huxiao bluntly begs her to save Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall. She asks for a reason, and he quickly explains that someone is preparing to move against his hall, even if he still cannot name who. Feng Qingyu goes straight to price, asking what he can offer if she intervenes. Han Huxiao opens with half the hall, offering her 50% of Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall's equity just for protection. She smiles and raises the knife immediately, saying she wants all of it instead. Her reasoning is cold and practical. Just showing up on his behalf would already earn her a cut from whoever is targeting him, so helping him is only worth more if she takes more. Knowing his people could be wiped out once the hall falls, Han Huxiao grits his teeth and pushes the offer up to 70%. That finally catches Feng Qingyu's attention, but she still adds a condition before giving him anything. Her condition is brutal. She will protect Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall, but only after 1 month. She explains that as a member of the Feng family, she will not risk stepping in early unless his hall proves it can survive long enough to be worth backing. Han Huxiao immediately understands the real game. She wants a month to see who his enemy is first, and if that enemy is too troublesome, she may still walk away. But cornered and out of options, Han Huxiao swallows the humiliation and accepts Miss Feng San's 1-month condition anyway. Han Huxiao comes back from the casino looking grim, and Han Yu rushes to ask what Miss Feng San decided. He says Feng Xigua will protect Shadow Moon, but only after a full month and only if they surrender 70% of the hall's stock. Han Yu flares up at the shameless deal, but both of them know they are too cornered to refuse. When Han Yu asks how they are supposed to survive this month, Han Huxiao admits his injuries are so bad he can barely handle an internal Qi round fighter. With no better option left, Han Huxiao decides their only real hope is Su Ning. Han Huxiao goes straight to Su Ning and bluntly lays out the truth. Shadow Moon will be attacked in a few days, and whether it survives is uncertain. He explains that outside backing will come in 1 month, so if they can just endure until then, the crisis can be survived. Su Ning quietly weighs the danger, because helping now could easily drag him into a fight strong enough to get him killed. Han Huxiao does not pressure him with loyalty talk and even says Su Ning can leave if he wants, since he only joined the hall recently. Then he makes the real plea and asks Su Ning to stay just for this 1 brutal month. To make the offer harder to refuse, Han Huxiao promises a generous reward and says he still will not force Su Ning to die with the hall if things collapse. His trump card is a Void Realm secret technique, and that finally jolts Su Ning. Su Ning immediately asks if Han Huxiao truly has won, because treasures tied to the Void Realm are almost impossible for ordinary mortal warriors to touch. Han Huxiao says he obtained the technique while wandering in his youth, and he will hand it over immediately if Su Ning agrees to stay. Su Ning points out the obvious problem. He is only at the State Mind Realm, and does not even possess a Void Realm secret scroll. Han Huxiao reminds him that external techniques can be learned before reaching their matching realm, just like practicing blade skills before mastering internal skill. He explains that a mortal realm warrior can train a Void Realm secret technique, even if it is extremely hard and puts heavy strain on the body when used. Still, Han Huxiao says it can serve as a life-saving trump card, and with Su Ning's talent he believes the technique will suit him. After a long pause, Su Ning agrees to stay. But he adds one more condition on top of the secret technique: 200 gold notes. Su Ning asks for that money because if he is risking his life here, he needs enough resources to push his strength higher first. With his current 45 units of energy, those medicines could push him close to 300 and let him break through to the intention realm before the trouble hits. Han Huxiao agrees at once, even though 200 gold taels cuts deep into the Martial Hall's savings. He thanks Su Ning sincerely, and in the worst case he only asks one thing in return: take Han Yu and Du Che away alive. Su Ning accepts that promise too, and the deal between them is settled. Later that night, Han Huxiao delivers both the old secret manual and the gold notes, and Su Ning immediately goes out to buy spirit medicines. After dinner, Su Ning seals his room and lays the purchased spirit medicines out across the table. He absorbs them all in one sweep until the medicines crumble into useless dust. That one purchase gives him 253 more energy, and raises his total to 298. With enough stored up at last, Su Ning chooses to upgrade the Spring Breeze tactic immediately. The breakthrough hits hard at first, with the same dizzy jolt he felt before clarity floods in again. He steps into the Mortal Realm 8th stage, the Intention Realm, and suddenly feels every detail of his body and chi with much finer precision. A casual palm strike now bursts through the air, proving his control has advanced from simple force tricks to deadlier spiral force. His defense and endurance rise with it, and Su Ning realizes that with hardened skin and full internal chi, he can now stand up to much stronger enemies. That boost settles his nerves, because if the injured Han Huxiao could hold Shadow Moon before, Su Ning now believes he can at least survive the coming storm himself. He also feels the weight of how far he has come, since the spirit realm is now only one step away. So he checks the next cost right away and learns the jump to the 9th stage spirit realm will require 300 energy. He tests it anyway, gets an immediate failure for insufficient energy, and confirms exactly how close he is. Even so, Su Ning judges the spirit realm manageable compared to the real wall ahead, obtaining a Void Realm secret scroll. He remembers what Wei Changqing taught him, that Void Realm secret scrolls vary wildly in quality, and a poor one can cripple a warrior's future strength. Since even a low-quality scroll is far beyond an ordinary mortal warrior's reach, Su Ning can only set that problem aside for now. With the immediate crisis still looming, he turns to the one prize already in his hands and takes out Han Huxiao's old manual. The title on the cover reads Title Fist, and Su Ning stares at it with rising expectation. Then he opens Tidal Fist and begins studying the Void Realm secret technique, determined to grasp its essence and carve it onto his martial arts panel. Suning spends the whole night studying Tidal Fist, but this Void Realm technique is too complex to grasp in one sitting. He decides not to rush it, because his current intention realm strength is already enough for the crisis in front of him. By dawn, even after barely sleeping an hour, Suning is still completely refreshed thanks to his stronger cultivation. When he patrols Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall after breakfast, the place feels heavy, with only a fraction of the usual apprentices showing up. The instructors all look worried, but when they see Suning, their eyes still carry hope. That loyalty makes Suning realize just how deeply Han Hushio is respected, because no one has abandoned the hall yet even now. Hanyu comes to find him looking worn out, after juggling both her father's worsening condition and the hall's daily affairs. She sincerely thanks Suning for staying, because every helper she tried to hire yesterday refused to touch Shadowman's mess. Suning tries to steady her nerves, telling her things may not be as bad as they look, but Hanyu can only answer with a bitter little smile. Duce rushes over next, politely thanking Suning too, but Suning still feels an unspoken dislike toward him. Their quiet talk is cut off when an instructor hurries in with urgent news that powerful troublemakers are smashing up Willow Building. Hanyu's face changes at once, because Willow Building is one of Shadowman's businesses and the hall is expected to protect it when trouble starts. Suning immediately sees the pattern. Han Hushio was badly injured yesterday, and now someone is already testing Shadowmoon from the outside. He decides this is his moment to act and heads out to deal with Willow Building personally. Duce wants to go too, but Hanyu orders him to stay behind and guard both her father and the martial arts hall. She makes that call because Han Huxiao's forced medicine has worn off and his injuries are now even worse than before. Duce finally agrees to stay, but after Suning and Hanyu walk out, he watches them go and quietly smirks. The city itself still looks lively as ever, and Hanyu leads Suning through the bustling streets toward Fanhua Street. At Willow Building's entrance, a nervous guard is shocked that Shadow Moon only sent 2 people to handle the mess. Suning brushes the warning aside and walks straight in, confident that the 2 of them are enough. Inside, the place looks polished and tasteful, but the calm surface breaks under the sound of a fight ahead. When they move in, they find Willow Building guards already sprawled on the floor and a gang of armed men still making a scene. The 2 leaders stand out immediately, one a huge sleeveless brute in green and the other a short coat thug built like a heavy ball. The madam anxiously begs them to stop, explaining that Willow Building sells performances, not bodies, but the green shirt thug keeps pushing a fake injury excuse to extort them. When the madam spots Shadowmoon reinforcements, she feels relief for a heartbeat, then panics again when she realizes the man they sent is just a young stranger. Suning walks right up to the green shirt thug and calmly asks how they want to settle this. The troublemakers instantly realize Shadowmoon took the bait, and the short coat thug mocks Suning for being a kid before naming an outrageous price. When Suning says that is too much, the green shirt thug goes even further and casually demands Hanyu as part of the payment. Hanyu keeps her composure because she knows they are trying to provoke them on purpose. Suning just chuckles at their arrogance and tells them they have no idea who they are dealing with. Then he moves without warning, driving spiral force into the green shirt thug's abdomen in a single clean strike. The thug vomits blood and staggers back in horror as the tearing force churns through his insides. Shaking with fear, he blurts out the truth everyone can hear. Suning is an intention realm warrior. That one sentence shatters the gang's confidence, because they only dared act this boldly after being told Shadow Moon had nobody above State Mind Realm left. Hanyu is stunned too, because Suning was only State Mind Realm days ago, and now he has broken into the Mortal Realm 8th stage. For Hanyu, the shock quickly turns into relief, because if Suning is really this strong, Shadow Moon may still survive. The short coat thug immediately drops his arrogance and begs forgiveness, trying to withdraw before things get worse. Suning stops them cold, because now that they came for Shadow Moon, they do not get to walk away without answers. He demands to know who sent them, but the short coat thug tries feeding him a clumsy lie about being lustful wanderers who picked a fight on their own. Suning cuts that off with one slap so fast the man barely sees it before crashing to the floor. Then Suning plants a foot on his chest, draws his knife, and coldly warns that another lie will cost every one of them their meridians. That threat breaks them completely, and the short coat thug finally confesses that Fanhua Martial Arts Hall paid their horse bandit group to target Shadowmoon. He spills the rest too. They were promised 100 gold taels to stir trouble here first, and then move on to harass Shadowmoon Martial Arts Hall itself. Suning checks Hanyu with a glance, and her grim expression tells him the story sounds true. Thinking they survived, the gang scrambles to leave the moment Suning lifts his foot from the short coat thug. But Suning stops them one last time and calmly names his price, leave the gold, and each of them breaks an arm before they go. The room goes dead quiet, because nobody expected this humble young deputy hall master to be this ruthless once Shadowmoon was crossed. At Willow Building, Suning stays stone cold and makes it clear these attackers will not walk away unharmed. To buy his life, the green shirt warrior throws down 100 taels in gold notes, and slices off his own arm on the spot. The brutal display terrifies the whole room, and the willow-building madam suddenly feels lucky she never abandoned Shadowmoon. The short-coat warrior and the others follow suit, chopping off arms too, and when one subordinate hesitates, the green-shirt warrior cuts it off for him before Suning can change his mind. Only after all that does Suning take the money, order them to leave Chunrin Canton for good, and warn that coming back means death. The attackers feel the weight of their disaster all at once. They have offended Shadowmoon and betrayed Finghe, and now they only want to escape alive. Then Suning stops them one more time and tells them to take the severed arms too. Realizing they might still reattach their arms with spirit medicine, the two leaders leave almost grateful to Suning, and even more bitter toward Finghe Martial Arts Hall. Watching all this, Hanyu is shaken by what absolute power looks like and starts believing Suning could one day step beyond the mortal realm. With the trouble finished, Suning politely takes his leave, and the madam warmly tries to keep him for snacks and music. Suning refuses with a simple next time and walks out with Hanyu instead. Outside, Suning offers the 100 taels to Hanyu, but she pushes it back to him because he earned it and clearly needs the money more. Back at Shadowmoon Martial Arts Hall, Duce and the instructors crowd the entrance, desperate to hear whether the crisis is over. Hanyu coolly says Suning handled the two state-mind opponents with ease, stunning the whole group. Then Hanyu reveals the real reason. Suning has already broken into the mortal realm 8th stage, the intention realm. That one announcement instantly steadies Shadowmoon, because now the hall finally has an intention realm expert holding the line. Hanyu orders everyone back to work and promises that Shadowmoon is not going anywhere. Once the hall settles down, Suning returns to his room to study Tidal Fist, while Hanyu heads straight to her injured father. Hanyu finds Han Huxia flushed and propped against the bed, already straining to hear whether the rumor about Suning is true. When Hanyu confirms Suning used spiral force in the fight, Han Huxia knows for sure that Suning has reached the intention realm. The news excites Han Huxia so much he breaks into a coughing fit, but his spirits visibly rise anyway. Han Huxia feels vindicated for investing in Suning, because this kind of genius will never stay small for long. Hanyu presses on and tells him the captured troublemakers named Finghe Martial Arts Hall as the force behind the attack. At the name Finghe, Han Huxia immediately thinks of his old rival Xianningi, and the long bad blood between their halls. But the more he thinks about it, the less he believes Xianningi could have arranged all this alone. Han Huxia concludes Finghe must have brought in outside backing, because Xianningi does not have the strength to recruit an intention realm ambusher and wipe out Shadowmoon by himself. That thought rattles Hanyu again, but Han Huxia tells her not to panic yet. He says the hidden allies are dangerous, not unstoppable, and with Suning in the hall they should still be able to hold out until Miss Feng-san arrives next month. Back in his room, Suning pauses his martial study and reaches first for the hidden compartment in his worn belt. He is surprised to find the thousand-source bug has already produced another silver-white aura crystal far earlier than expected. When Suning touches it, he learns this crystal still holds 2 units of energy, which means the bug's efficiency has doubled on pure ore. That result thrills him, because steady pure ore feeding could turn the bug into a reliable monthly energy source. Suning absorbs the crystal at once, pushing his stored energy from 98 up to a clean 100. Since impurities do not matter to him, Suning immediately starts testing the bug with a different, or instead of wasting time. The greedy little bug happily starts eating again, and Suning feels even more secure about how fast he can keep growing. With 100 energy already saved and 100 taels still in hand, Suning decides to buy spirit medicines that afternoon and stack up even more. Later that afternoon, Suning leaves Shadowmoon on his own, heading out to make that purchase. But right after Suning leaves, Duce slips out too with a rice hat pulled low to hide his face. Duce goes straight to Finghe Martial Arts Hall, avoids the front, and enters quietly through the back door. Inside a private room, Duce respectfully greets Hall Master Xie, exposing his secret contact with Finghe at the very end of the chapter. In a secret meeting, the masked contact finally shows his face, and the real traitor inside Shadowmoon turns out to be Duce. Xianningi is furious because Duce's report was wrong. Suning is not State Mind Realm, but Intention Realm. Duce hurriedly begs forgiveness and swears he did not lie on purpose, terrified that one mistake will cost him everything. His desperation makes sense. Duce betrayed Shadowmoon for a blood idea Dan, because his forced progress has already pushed his talent to the limit. He explains that Suning only broke through in the last 2 days, and Xianningi decides to spare him for now because the traitor is still useful. Xianningi calmly changes the plan. Before Shadowmoon can be crushed, Suning has to die first. When Duce balks at targeting an Intention Realm fighter, Xianningi mocks his cowardice and says a newly advanced expert is nothing special. Then the real task comes out. Duce must lure Suning outside the city so Xianningi and Master Xue can kill him in an ambush. Duce panics that Suning is too sharp to deceive, but that only makes Xianningi's expression turn ugly. To shut him up, Xianningi smashes the corner of the table with one slap and reminds Duce that exposure means Han Huxia will personally execute his own traitorous disciple. Once fear lands, Xianningi sweetens the deal with the second half of the blood idea Dan, Hanyu as spoils, and a place under him after Shadowmoon falls. That is enough to break Duce, and he bows his head and agrees to drag Suning out of the city. Before Duce leaves, Xianingi tosses him a breath dance so stronger martial artists will have a harder time sensing the danger around him. After Duce is gone, Xianingi stays behind with a murderous stare, already fixed on Suning as the next target. 2 days later, Shadow Moon looks calm again on the surface, and the hall has even filled back up to about 60% of its former bustle. During that quiet stretch, Suning absorbs more spirit medicine and pushes his stored energy up to 225, only 75 short of Spirit Realm. What really has him fired up, though, is Tidal Fist, and he spends these days studying it so obsessively that sleep barely matters. At sunset, the breakthrough finally comes. Tidal Fist is fully understood and appears on his martial arts panel as an unlearned technique. Su Ning immediately tries to upgrade it, eager to finally touch the secrets of the Void Realm. But the panel asks for 100 energy, and the steep cost stops him cold because that would delay his own push towards Spirit Realm. He remembers what Wei Changqing explained before: Void Realm techniques are tied to a deeper system than ordinary mortal skills, so this price may really be worth it. Before he can decide, Hanyu calls him to dinner and breaks the moment. At the dinner table, Hanyu brings food to her injured father first, leaving Su Ning alone with Duce. That opening is exactly what Duce wanted, and he nervously asks Su Ning for a favor. Su Ning does not answer lightly, and one steady look from him makes Duce's whole body tighten. Duce claims he fought to recover a lost escort job so Shadow Moon can show the public it still has business and strength left. Then he gets to the real request. He wants Su Ning to escort the caravan out of the city, just 10 miles, in case rivals attack. Su Ning keeps pressing him on why this needs him specifically, and every extra question makes Duce sweat harder. Inside, Duce realizes he may be overplaying the bait and starts worrying that Su Ning has already seen through him. Instead of refusing, Su Ning calmly agrees to escort him out tomorrow, which leaves Duce almost dizzy with relief. Duce quickly asks him to hide the trip from Han Huxiao and Hanyu, pretending they would only worry and stop the job. Su Ning agrees to keep quiet, and the two settle on meeting at the city gate in the morning. Just when Duce thinks the talk is over, Su Ning casually asks whether Fenghe's owner is Xianingi. That one name makes Duce's heart lurch, and his forced answer is enough to tell Su Ning plenty. Su Ning adds that Xianingi is probably the mastermind behind the attacks, and Duce can only echo him with a shaky agreement. After Su Ning leaves, Duce's composure collapses, because now he is sure Su Ning suspects him or even knows he is the mole. The more he thinks about it, the worse it gets, and Duce starts wondering whether he is baiting Su Ning or Su Ning is baiting him. Hanyu comes back and notices he looks awful, but Duce brushes her off and escapes before she can ask more. Left alone, Hanyu only finds his behavior strange and does not realize how rotten the situation really is. Back in his room, Su Ning finally lets himself smile, because Duce's clumsy invitation confirmed there is definitely a trap waiting outside the city. He replays the dinner and realizes Duce pushed too hard from the start, but the real proof came when Xianingi's name disturbed Duce's chi. Now in Intention Realm, Su Ning can sense danger and malice far more sharply, so Duce's hidden hostility no longer escapes him. That also means Han Huxiao was fooled by something, and Su Ning feels a little bitter for the injured hall master who trusted his favorite disciple most. Piece by piece, Su Ning connects Duce to Xianingi and figures the escort is just another ambush like the one that nearly killed Han Huxiao. He also guesses tomorrow's attackers will be the strongest people from both hostile forces, gathered to cut out Shadowman's current pillar in one strike. Instead of dodging the plot, Su Ning decides to reverse it and kill them first. He trusts his strength against Intention Realm opponents already, but because he is going out alone, he still prepares for the worst case of a Spirit Realm enemy with a void technique. That caution settles the argument in his mind, and he decides to spend the energy on Tidal Fist before tomorrow's trap springs shut. He opens the panel, stares at Tidal Fist one more time, and confirms the 100 energy advancement without hesitation. The moment he says yes, a flood of combat knowledge crashes into him, along with the full method of using Tidal Fist in real battle. Then an even stranger change hits. His meridians start toughening and strengthening, something ordinary external techniques never do. Su Ning quickly understands the reason. This Void Realm technique does not just teach moves, it optimizes his body so he can survive its force. When he checks again, Tidal Fist has reached first level and his energy has dropped from 225 to 125. Eager to feel the difference for himself, Su Ning starts circulating his internal energy and testing the technique in his room. His first punch sounds heavy but controlled, and Su Ning immediately realizes this is just the opening layer of Tidal Fist. He follows the built-up momentum into a second punch, and the impact suddenly jumps so hard that even his own fist aches from the aftershock. Feeling the power double, Su Ning does not stop there and drives into a third punch, pushing the new technique deeper as the scene cuts off. Late at night, Su Ning finishes the third Tidal Fist punch and feels his wrist sting, realizing the stacked force is already pushing his body hard. He quickly calculates the problem. The third punch is already overwhelming, so a fourth would be even stronger and likely injure him on the spot. That confirms what Han Huxiao warned him about. A Mortal Realm fighter can use a Void Realm technique, but never at full output without paying a price. Even with that limit, Su Ning is thrilled, because the first 3 punches alone already give him a terrifying new trump card. His mood shifts from caution to hunger, and he starts looking ahead to tomorrow's trap as a chance to crush his enemies and profit from their hauls. At sunrise, Suning meets Duche in front of Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall, and Duche hides his nerves behind a respectful greeting. Duche is secretly thrilled that Suning showed up, because he thinks getting him out of the city is all it takes to hand him over to the killers. Suning plays along perfectly and even urges them to hurry, which only makes Duche more certain the plan is working. By the time they reach the city gate, Duche feels the hardest part is over and believes victory is right in front of him. When Suning asks where the caravan is, Duche tells the truth in a half-lie. It is waiting outside the city, just not for an honest escort job. Outside the walls, they finally spot the so-called caravan, and Duche relaxes for real because the trap is now fully set. Duche eagerly introduces Suning to the caravan leader, but the man barely cares and just orders everyone to move. With no spare horses, Suning and Duche end up riding together on an open carriage at the back while the fake escort heads farther from the city. Suning suddenly smiles to himself, and Duche mistakes that calm smile for ignorance because he thinks Xianningi and the others are hidden safely ahead. A few miles later, Suning abruptly stands up and orders the caravan to stop, finally breaking the act. He coolly points out the obvious flaw in their disguise. Even after taking breath dawn, the men in the carriage kept staring at him like nervous assassins. The carriage bursts apart, and 3 hidden Intention Realm enemies reveal themselves at once. Xianningi greets Suning with fake warmth, while scar-faced Shuai-Chantong bluntly asks how their breath dawn failed to hide them. Suning answers almost casually, saying the pills worked but their restless peeking gave them away anyway. Instead of attacking right away, Shuai-Chantong tries to poach him, offering loot and a place at their side if he helps destroy Shadow Moon. That offer terrifies Duche, because if Suning switches sides, the traitor who sold him out will be the first one punished. Suning first makes them name themselves, finally confirming that the enemies behind the crisis are Fengha Hall and Chushua Hall. Then Suning turns the negotiation upside down and gently tells them to surrender half their halls if they want him to spare their lives. When the old men bristle, Suning stops pretending and openly sneers that 3 Intention Realm fighters are not enough to scare him. Before they can seize the initiative, Suning charges straight at Shuai-Chantong and throws the first tidal fist punch. The first hit slams through Shuai-Chantong's guard with twisting force, and he instantly realizes Suning is not a fresh breakthrough at all but a peak Intention Realm monster. Xianningi and the hired killer lunge to help, but Suning is already on his second punch, and the doubled force makes Shuai-Chantong vomit blood. Now completely terrified, Shuai-Chantong drops all pride and screams for help. Suning's third punch comes out with 4 times the first strike's power, and the hired warrior throws himself in the way to save Shuai-Chantong. That punch caves in the mercenary's chest and kills him almost instantly, shocking Xianningi into numb disbelief. The sight of an Intention Realm fighter dying to 1 punch breaks the remaining enemies on the spot, and both old hall masters think of only one thing: run. Xianningi roars for everyone to flee, and the fake caravan scatters in all directions. Shuai-Chantong grabs a healing pill and bolts one way, while Xianningi escapes another, hoping to split Suning's attention. Duche also collapses into panic, because the trap he trusted has turned into a slaughter he cannot understand. Suning ignores the small fry and decides to hunt the real threats first, starting with the already wounded Shuai-Chantong. As he runs, Suning notes that the third tidal fist punch disrupted his body enough to break his rhythm, but not enough to make him regret using it. Shuai-Chantong hears Suning catching up and instantly starts begging, offering first half and then 70% of Chushua Hall just to stay alive. Suning coldly answers that killing him is better business, because a dead owner leaves all of Chushua Hall up for grabs. Once he catches him, Suning hammers Shuai-Chantong's back with the first, second, and third stacked punches in brutal succession. Shuai-Chantong dies on the spot, and Suning leaves the body behind without hesitation because he knows sparing a sworn enemy only invites more trouble later. Suning immediately turns back to hunt Xianningi, but he also memorizes the route Duche took so the traitor will not escape either. Meanwhile, Duche crashes through overgrown hills in filthy panic, cursing Suning for ruining his chance at promotion and Hanyu. His resentment turns ugly fast, and he swears that if he can escape and join a magic sect, he will come back one day to kill Suning. That fantasy ends instantly when Suning appears right in front of him, carrying a blood-dripping cloth bag stuffed with severed heads. Suning calls him a traitor and kills him with 1 clean punch to the chest before Duche can even form a defense. For Suning, Duche's last words settle the question completely. A man who betrays once and still dreams of revenge cannot be left alive. By this point, Suning has already forced the truth out of Xianningi and killed him too, so the 3 masterminds and the traitor are all dead. He cuts off Duche's head as well, deciding it is safer to end the threat himself than risk Han Huxiao showing mercy later. At the same time, back at Shadow Moon Hall, Han Huxiao hears that Suning and Duche left the city together and immediately grows suspicious. When Han Yu asks if he fears they ran away, Han Huxiao instead starts wondering whether Duche had been acting strangely all along. Before they can sort it out, a report comes in that Suning has returned alone. Ignoring his own injuries, Han Huxiu rushes with Han Yu to the backyard to see what happened. There they find Su Ning waiting calmly with a bloody cloth bag in hand while the instructors gather around him. Su Ning declares that Shadowman's crisis is over and throws down the bag for everyone to see. Several severed heads roll out at once, including Xia Ningyi, Shui Chuntong, the hired attacker from Han Huxiao's ambush, and Duce himself. Han Huxiao, Han Yu, and the instructors are stunned, because the men who had been threatening Shadow Moon are now lying dead at Su Ning's feet. Su Ning explains that Fenghe Hall and Chuxue Hall were behind the plot against Shadow Moon, and that he personally wiped them out after they tried to ambush him outside the city. Then he drops the harsher truth. Duce was the inside traitor who lured him out, and had also helped set up Han Huxiao's earlier ambush. Han Yu can barely believe her senior brother betrayed his own master, but Su Ning calmly confirms it, and even offers to prove it with evidence from Fenghe Hall if needed. Han Huxiao stops him there and says he believes it, because Duce had felt suspicious ever since the escort mission that nearly got him killed. Once he accepts reality, Han Huxiao's sorrow turns to fury, and he declares that a disciple who betrays the hall and murders his own people deserves death. Han Huxiao then bows deeply to Su Ning, and the whole hall follows, thanking him for saving Shadow Moon from destruction. Su Ning answers with modesty, saying Shadow Moon took him in first, so protecting the hall was only right. Han Yu suggests celebrating later, but Su Ning immediately says it is not time to relax yet. With the rival leaders dead, Su Ning turns the whole situation around and asks if it is Shadowman's turn to be the troublemaker now. Han Huxiao instantly understands. Fenghe Hall and Chuxue Hall are leaderless, so Shadow Moon should move before anyone else can seize the scraps. He orders Han Yu to gather people, and a confident Shadow Moon team heads out behind Su Ning at once. Because Chuxue Hall is closer, they march there first, no longer as prey but as the side coming to collect. When they reach the still-closed Chuxue Martial Arts Hall, the lead instructor pounds on the door with swagger instead of caution. And when someone inside asks who is there, Shadow Moon finally answers from a position of strength. We came to teach a lesson. Early in the morning, Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall shows up at Chuxue Martial Arts Hall and openly starts trouble, drawing a growing crowd from the street. The Chuxue gate finally opens, and its head instructor comes out already furious at being challenged before breakfast. The Chuxue side still has no idea their hall master Shui Chuntong is already dead from the failed ambush on Su Ning. Su Ning steps forward, brushes the head instructor aside, and bluntly demands that their boss come out to fight. When Su Ning names himself as Shadowman's deputy hall master, Chuxue's momentum drops on the spot. A middle-aged woman in battle clothes walks out from the back, and Su Ning immediately senses she is Chuxue's real high-level fighter. Ding Jianqiong is thrown off the moment she hears Su Ning's name, because Su Ning was supposed to have been lured out of the city for an ambush. Su Ning confirms exactly who he is and sizes Ding Jianqiong up as a newly advanced intention realm opponent. Then Su Ning raises the stakes by challenging her on the spot and demanding Chuxue's hall plate if she refuses or loses. Ding Jianqiong instantly understands this is not a normal face-saving match, but a move to crush the whole hall. She tries to pull the fight into the backyard, but Su Ning refuses and has Shadow Moon clear space right there in the front for everyone to watch. With no way to back out, Ding Jianqiong takes her stance and desperately hopes Shui Chuntong will return in time. She attacks first with her perfected palm technique, rushing straight at Su Ning's chest. Su Ning does not even dodge. He answers with one punch and blows her clean off him. Ding Jianqiong crashes into the wall and coughs blood, and the whole street goes dead silent for a beat. Then the shock turns into an uproar as the spectators and Shadow Moon's side explode in cheers. Su Ning treats the outcome as obvious and tells Han Yu to take Chuxue's plate. Han Yu's admiration only deepens, because Su Ning's strength is frightening enough, but his speed of growth is even worse. An older Chuxue instructor suddenly objects, arguing that they cannot lose the plate until their missing hall master is defeated. Su Ning answers with one cold line, Shui Chuntong is not coming back. Most people are confused, but Ding Jianqiong understands at once that Shui Chuntong's ambush failed and Su Ning killed him. Before anyone else can keep arguing, Ding Jianqiong trembles and orders her side to shut up and let Shadow Moon take the plate. At that moment she fully sees Su Ning's real goal. He did not come to spar, he came to erase Chuxue Martial Arts Hall. Su Ning tells Han Yu to stay behind after taking the plate and discuss what comes next, and Ding Jianqiong understands that Chuxue is about to be carved up. After that, Su Ning heads straight to Fenghe Martial Arts Hall, ready to finish the second half of the cleanup. But Fenghe Martial Arts Hall is already deserted, because the instructors who escaped the ambush site brought back news that Su Ning killed Xia Ningyi and Shui Chuntong. Seeing they ran for it, Su Ning simply orders his men to take Fenghe's plate and gather proof linking Xia Ningyi to Duce. With both rival halls broken, Su Ning returns to Shadow Moon and leaves the messy takeover work to Han Yu and the others. Su Ning knows his part is basically done now, so he waits for the expansion to finish and for his share of the profit to arrive. Over the next few days, Shadow Moon swallows both Chuxue and Fenghe and suddenly rises into the top tier of Chunrin Canton's martial world. Su Ning's own name rises with it, and many martial artists in the city start treating him with real respect. The story then shifts to the Feng family, where a maid reports that Feng Qingyu's fourth brother is trying to seize authority over a newly developed pure mine. Feng Qingyu bristles at the news and asks whether her father already agreed to Feng Haoqi's request. When she hears the decision is still pending, Feng Qingyu bitterly vents that her fourth brother keeps blocking her at every chance. Her frustration runs deeper than one mine, because she knows she is more talented than Feng Haoqi but still loses ground simply for being a woman. The family only leaves the succession race open because the Feng clan has a history of women holding power, so Feng Qingyu still has room to fight. Just as the topic seems over, the maid nervously adds another piece of news from the city. Fenghe and Shushu and martial arts halls have both been stripped of their plates. That surprise gets Feng Qingyu's attention immediately, and she asks who managed to do something that drastic. When the maid says it was Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall, Feng Qingyu can barely believe it. The maid explains that Fenghe and Shushu had joined forces against Shadow Moon, but Shadow Moon turned the tables, killed both hall masters, and took the fattest share for itself. That shocks Feng Qingyu even more, because only a few days earlier Han Huxiao came to her injured and asking for help. She doubts Han Huxiao could reverse the crisis alone, and the maid confirms the key figure was a young new deputy hall master named Su Ning. When Feng Qingyu hears that Su Ning personally killed 3 Intention Realm warriors and is still very young, her interest turns serious. After a short pause, Feng Qingyu decides to visit Shadow Moon Martial Arts Hall in person and see Su Ning for herself. Back at Shadow Moon, the whole hall is swamped with work from the takeover, and even injured Han Huxiao has to keep appearing to manage outside relationships. In the middle of all that chaos, Su Ning ends up being the least busy person there and stays in his room studying the Thousand Source bug. After switching the bug to a new ore, Su Ning learns that the new aura crystals are stronger at 3 energy each but come much more slowly, only once every 6 days. That means his monthly gain drops to about 15 energy, which is actually worse than before, even if each crystal is richer. Still, Su Ning is not too bothered because Han Huxiao already promised him both resources and equity once the 2 absorbed halls are fully digested. So even if the bug matters less now, Su Ning still keeps feeding it carefully, since every bit of energy still counts and the creature should improve as it matures. Just then Han Yu calls from outside, saying Han Huxiao wants Su Ning in the parlor because Miss Feng San has arrived. Su Ning puts the bug away, opens the door, and hears that Feng Qingyu is waiting to meet him. On the way to the parlor, Su Ning quietly asks whether Feng Qingyu came to claim a cut after all. Han Yu says she does not know, but she hopes Miss Feng San will not push too far when Shadow Moon once begged for help and got none. A moment later, they reach the parlor, and Su Ning is finally about to meet the famous Miss Feng San face to face. In Shadow Moon's meeting room, Feng Qingyu sits in white with cool authority as Han Huxiao personally calls Su Ning in to meet the important guest. Feng Qingyu studies Su Ning from head to toe and bluntly asks if he really killed 3 Intention Realm fighters. When she asks how he did it, Su Ning checks Han Huxiao first because the real answer involves his Void Realm technique. After getting the signal, Su Ning admits he won by training a Void Realm secret technique to the first level. That answer genuinely shocks Feng Qingyu, because even major family geniuses usually fail to master a void technique before reaching the higher mortal stages. Realizing how rare Su Ning is, Feng Qingyu openly praises him and hints that he would stand out even among the Feng family's young talents. She thanks Su Ning for saving Shadow Moon before she had to step in, but the way she says it makes Han Huxiao instantly realize she expects a cut anyway. Han Huxiao answers carefully and promises he will not forget her earlier offer of protection, even if she never had to fight in the end. Feng Qingyu says some shares are only fair and leaves the amount up to him, which sounds casual but puts all the pressure on Han Huxiao. After quickly weighing profit against danger, Han Huxiao offers a startling split, 50% to Feng Qingyu, 30% to Su Ning, and 20% for the hall's expenses. Su Ning is caught off guard because the 30% stake is far more than a salary and gives him real wealth in the hall itself. Han Huxiao even says he does not need profit for himself, because keeping Shadow Moon alive matters more than drawing money out of his life's work. Feng Qingyu sees through him at once. Giving her half the stock is Han Huxiao's way of tying her interests to Shadow Moon. Then she changes the game and says she only needs 20% if Han Huxiao will lend her Su Ning instead. Han Yu bites her lip at that sudden claim, making her reluctance obvious even before anyone answers. Han Huxiao refuses to decide for Su Ning and makes it clear he sees him as more than a subordinate. Feng Qingyu steps close to Su Ning and tells him bluntly that money from a small martial hall can only carry him to the peak of the mortal realm. She presses harder, saying a talent like him does not really need more silver but the rare resources that buy the next realm. Feng Qingyu promises that if Su Ning follows her, she can get him a Void Realm secret scroll within 2 years through the Feng family's ties to the Yuelon faction. That offer hits exactly where Su Ning is weakest, because he already knows ordinary wealth cannot support his future breakthroughs. Seeing Su Ning waver, Han Huxiao surprises him by urging him to go, saying Shadow Moon will be safe under Feng Qingyu's protection and his shares will still be kept for him. Moved by that generosity, Su Ning accepts Feng Qingyu's proposal and agrees to join her side. Feng Qingyu wastes no time after winning her prize and tells Su Ning to report to the Feng mansion in 3 days. Once she leaves, Han Huxiao dismisses Han Yu so he can speak to Su Ning alone before they part ways. Han Huxiao tells Su Ning he always knew a man like him could never stay in Shadow Moon forever, and he is simply grateful they crossed paths at all. Su Ning answers with sincere gratitude, because Han Huxiao's support, money, and Tidal Fist had changed his path completely. Han Huxiao adds one more gift by handing over the spirit medicines taken from the absorbed halls, worth roughly 500 to 600 gold taels. Su Ning accepts at once, because the medicine matters more to him as cultivation fuel than as something to sell. With Feng Qingyu taking less than expected, Han Huxiao tries to raise Su Ning's shares from 30% to 50%. Su Ning firmly refuses that much, so the two settle on a final 40-40 split between him and Han Huxiao. After collecting nearly every profit from the whole crisis, Su Ning returns to his room ready to turn those medicines into raw strength. The next day, Han Huxiao delivers the promised medicines, and Su Ning absorbs almost all of them for a massive 550 energy. With his old reserves included, Su Ning's available energy surges to 675, finally giving him room to strengthen every weakness at once. Before breaking through, he first picks two new external skills from Shadow Moon: Step Cloud Wave for movement and Hidden Breath Tactic for concealment. He chooses Hidden Breath for one practical reason: if he reaches Spirit Realm too quickly, hiding it will keep dangerous attention off his back. Once everything is ready, Su Ning shuts himself in and starts with the biggest jump of all. He spends 300 energy on Spring Breeze Tactic and breaks from Intention Realm into the Mortal Realm's 9th stage, the Spirit Realm. That leap pushes Su Ning to the very top of the Mortal Realm, with only a Void Realm scroll standing between him and the next world. He immediately spends another 300 energy to raise Tidal Fist to level 2. The upgrade strengthens his bones and meridians, cuts the backlash of heavy punches, and lets him launch double-strength blows without any warm-up strike. For the first time, Su Ning can picture a storm of non-stop double-strength punches crashing into an enemy without a break. He can also use quadruple-strength punches more safely now, making his deadliest move much less desperate than before. With 75 energy left, Su Ning pushes both Step Cloud Wave and Hidden Breath Tactic straight to perfection. He spends 18 more energy to perfect Light Feather Bow Technique 2, rounding out his long-range options. By the end of the session, Su Ning has become a true all-round Spirit Realm fighter who can dominate with fist, blade, bow, movement, toughness, or stealth. Looking over his updated martial arts panel, Su Ning feels like a new man and fixes his next target on obtaining a Void Realm secret scroll. That breakthrough also stirs old memories, and Su Ning thinks back over the brutal half-year since he was dragged into Wei Changqing's disaster and enslaved in the mines. He knows Han Huxiao helped him more than anyone since his escape, but all that struggle has only made his hunger for higher martial strength burn harder. Su Ning promises himself that once he reaches the Void Realm, he will return to State Feiyan, see his family again, and bring word that could save Wei Changqing's kidnapped clansmen. 2 days later, after saying farewell to the people of Shadow Moon, Su Ning finally leaves the hall and heads for the Feng Mansion. On the way, he reviews what Han Huxiao told him about Chunrin Canton's 3 great families and their deep roots under the Yuelon faction. He understands that the Feng family is powerful not just because of local wealth, but because Void Realm experts and faction backing keep the whole clan entrenched at the top. When Su Ning reaches the mansion, the patrolling guards alone make it obvious this is a place where common visitors do not stroll in freely. He then realizes Feng Qingyu never gave him a token, so walking in on his own is about to become awkward fast. Before the guards can turn him away, Feng Qingyu's maid Xiao Dai appears at the gate and cheerfully calls out to him. As Xiao Dai leads him in, she chatters happily that Feng Qingyu has been talking about him nonstop and told everyone to treat him well. She also warns him that Uncle Song, the trusted chief manager of their courtyard, is curious enough to test him when they arrive. From her casual words, Su Ning quickly figures out that even inside the Feng Mansion, Feng Qingyu controls her own inner faction and household yard. After a long walk through gardens and corridors, Xiao Dai suddenly tenses because a group approaches from ahead. She quietly warns Su Ning that the man coming is 4th young master Feng Haoqi, and he should not offend him. Feng Haoqi stops when he notices Su Ning behind the maid and asks exactly who this new face is. Xiao Dai quickly covers for him by calling Su Ning a new yard protector, but Feng Haoqi asks his name anyway. The moment Su Ning gives his name, Feng Haoqi realizes this is the same rising talent from Shadow Moon that his sister just poached. Instead of hiding the rivalry, Feng Haoqi openly says he wanted Su Ning too and that Feng Qingyu simply moved faster than he did. He goes one step further and warns Su Ning that Feng Qingyu is difficult by nature, then tells him to come over if he ever wants to leave her camp. After Feng Haoqi walks away, Xiao Dai swallows her anger, and Su Ning quietly concludes that the siblings' power struggle is much uglier and more open than he expected. Xiao Dai finally leads Su Ning to Feng Qingyu's fragrant inner courtyard, where even the gate guards are internal chief fighters. As soon as they step inside, Xiao Dai announces him to the courtyard, bringing Su Ning to the threshold of his new life under Feng Qingyu. Su Ning enters Feng Qingyu's private courtyard and is struck by how absurdly lavish it is, more like a small estate than one residence. The maids stare at the rare sight of a young man entering Miss San's quarters, making Su Ning's arrival feel immediately unusual. When Xiao Dai goes to find Feng Qingyu, An elderly white-haired steward named Uncle Song comes out instead and reveals she was just called away. Suning instantly senses that the frail-looking Uncle Song is actually a master, and the old man starts sizing him up in return. Uncle Song asks Suning's age, hears he is only 20, and openly praises him as a frighteningly young intention realm martial artist. Xiao Dai mentions that Feng Haoqi was also heading to the patriarch's study, and Uncle Song hints that the family is nearing the moment when power will pass to either him or Feng Qingyu. Still testing this newcomer, Uncle Song suddenly invites Suning to spar right there in the courtyard. As the courtyard turns into an impromptu arena, the maids gather in a corner to watch, excited for rare entertainment inside the mansion. Uncle Song confirms that Suning has practiced a Void Realm secret technique and tells him to open with that instead of holding back. Suning throws a restrained first title fist strike, still hiding most of his true strength behind his public identity. Uncle Song casually stops the punch with one finger, and the strange force that shoots through Suning's bones tells him he is facing another Void Realm technique user. Realizing how strong the Feng Mansion really is, Suning stops pretending and answers with a stronger double-strength punch. This time Uncle Song has to meet the blow with spiral force, and the clash pushes both men apart before he ends the test with a satisfied smile. Uncle Song openly praises Suning, and that one sentence is enough to make Xiao Dai and the maids look at him with fresh admiration. To show just how highly he rates him, Uncle Song orders Xiao Dai to give Suning his own separate villa, treatment almost no outsider receives. With the test over, Uncle Song invites Suning inside to wait for Feng Qingyu and talk further. Elsewhere in the patriarch's study, Feng Qiji summons Feng Qingyu and Feng Haoqi together, and the cold look between them makes their rivalry obvious at a glance. Feng Qiji quietly reflects that he never wanted to spend his life managing the family, only to pursue martial arts. But poor talent once forced him into this role. Now that his children are grown, Feng Qiji is ready to step back from power and choose which of them will inherit the Feng family. His first assignment is business: use a new batch of high-quality Dan medicine to open sales channels in Chunrin Canton and beyond. He pointedly tells them to do that job together, making it clear this is not just work but a test of whether they can handle power without tearing the family apart. His second assignment is more dangerous. In a few days, each side must send people into Chuanhe Mountain to capture live demon beasts for the Welon faction's upcoming demon-slaying training. The siblings immediately understand these two jobs are the patriarch's final test, one measuring business skill and the other measuring their ability to gather and command talent. Once dismissed, Feng Qingyu leaves with one thought burning in her chest: she has to beat Feng Haoqi and take the family head position herself. Back in her courtyard, Feng Qingyu returns to find Suning already waiting, and his timing suddenly feels perfect to her. Because Suning has mastered a Void Realm technique, Feng Qingyu already sees him as combat power close to the spirit realm, exactly what she needs right now. She calls for Auntie Wei so all of her strongest people can hear the plan together. Auntie Wei enters in battle dress, takes one look at Uncle Song's approving expression, and realizes Suning has already passed the old man's test. With her key fighters assembled, Feng Qingyu reveals the big news: her father is preparing to hand over power and choose the next family head. Uncle Song and Auntie Wei are visibly thrilled, because if Feng Qingyu wins, their own families and futures will rise with her. Feng Qingyu tells all three of them that she cannot pass these tests alone, and promises rich rewards if they help her win. Then she turns directly to Suning and offers the real bait: if she becomes family head, she will personally recommend him to the Welon faction. She explains that going in alone would only make him an outer disciple with a lower grade scroll, but her recommendation could push him into the inner ranks and give him a far better Void Realm future. That promise hits exactly where it matters, because a high-quality Void Realm secret scroll is the thing Suning wants most. Suning accepts the alliance and agrees that from here on, they need to help each other with everything they have. Once Suning is on board, Auntie Wei asks for the next step, pushing the conversation from promises into action. Feng Qingyu says the two tests must run at the same time, so her people will be split into separate groups. She decides to handle the Dan medicine sales herself, and keep Uncle Song beside her in case anything goes wrong. For the Demon Beast mission, she sends Auntie Wei and Suning to Chuanhe Mountain with 100 warriors, placing the experienced Auntie Wei in command. Everyone agrees to the plan, and Feng Qingyu's eyes harden with ambition now that her campaign is finally moving. A few days later in Chuanhe Mountain, Feng Qingyu's hunters corner a fierce black tiger outside its cave and hold position while waiting for Suning. The team treats Suning as the answer to hard targets now, because he has already proven he can handle high-level mortal realm demon beasts. Suning arrives in a black battle outfit with a heavy chain strapped across his body, already looking like a veteran beast catcher. Once the others give way, Suning walks straight at the black tiger and instantly makes it want to flee. Suning catches the tiger with Step Cloud Wave, jumps onto its back, and pounds it just hard enough to disable it without ruining the live capture. He whips out the iron chain, binds the tiger's neck and limbs, and drags it crashing to the ground in one smooth takedown. The team cheers as Suning orders the beast sent to the transfer group, and their side quietly enjoys the fact that they are beating Feng Haoqi's people on speed. Suning leaves the others to deliver the tiger, and heads deeper into the mountain to keep hunting on his own. The deeper terrain reminds him of the old days gathering herbs in the mountains near Tao village, giving the hunt a strange note of familiarity. When he spots a spirit medicine growing by the path, he casually picks it and absorbs the energy without wasting the chance. Since the mountain is rewarding him with steady energy and his current strength keeps him safe outside the core zone, Suning settles even more comfortably into this long hunt. Then a tiny cry above his head makes him look up just in time to catch a small gray furry creature dropping out of a tree. In his hands, the little thing looks exactly like a kitten, complete with soft fur and big blue eyes, but showing none of the aura a demon beast should have here. The kitten is so fearless that it crawls closer and licks Suning's nose, which only makes the whole scene feel stranger. Suning checks the tree for a mother beast, finds nothing, and finally decides to keep the odd little creature with him for now instead of leaving it behind. He tucks the kitten into his front shirt pocket, and it obediently pokes its head out like it belongs there. A distant roar cuts the moment short, and Suning immediately locks onto the sound as another high-level demon beast nearby. Since every strong live capture helps Feng Qingyu's side and pushes him one step closer to a better Void Realm future, Suning heads straight for it without hesitation. Soon he spots a giant bear ripping apart fresh prey, and despite its size, he decides he still cannot afford to let this target go. Suning hides his aura in the branches and prepares a sneak attack, but the harmless-looking kitten ruins it with one tiny purr. Before Suning can react, the kitten explodes into motion as a silver blur and flashes down in front of the giant bear. The bear raises a claw to crush the tiny intruder, and in the next instant the kitten's head swells monstrously wide and swallows the whole beast in one bite. When the kitten shrinks back to its cute little form, Suning is left staring at it in total shock. Suning's first instinct is to run, because anything that can erase a high-level demon beast this casually might be a Void Realm monster he cannot fight at all. He barely starts to move before realizing the kitten is already on his shoulder, licking his face as if nothing terrifying just happened. Instead of attacking him, the strange little beast calmly crawls back into his chest pocket and settles there again. The kitten gives a tiny burp, and Suning can only stare at those innocent blue eyes and wonder if he has somehow just picked up a Void Realm demon beast. Suning stared at the gray kitten in pure caution, because if this tiny thing really was a Void Realm demon beast, he had no chance against it. Trying to get rid of the danger without provoking it, Suning gently set the kitten on the ground and turned to leave. 2 steps later, the kitten was already back on his shoulder, acting less like a predator and more like it had chosen him. When Suning asked if it wanted to follow him, the kitten purred and pressed its furry face against him, making him suspect it actually understood. With no nerve to reject a monster that might outrank him by a whole realm, Suning gave in and carried the kitten back to camp in his pocket. Several days passed, and after another hard day in Chuanhe Mountain, Feng Qingyu's hunting team came back tired but upbeat because they were clearly outperforming Feng Haoqi's side. By the fire, Auntie Wei admitted she envied Suning's talent, because his perfect capture record made him look like someone with a real future in Yuan faction. Suning answered with easy confidence that if Feng Qingyu really won and handed over a Void Realm scroll, Auntie Wei might still break through herself. After they finished eating, Auntie Wei wrapped the leftover scraps in a leaf and casually told Suning to feed his kitten. Back in his private tent, Suning found Gray curled up on his bed, already acting like it belonged there. Gray trotted over to rub against his foot, and Suning's guarded fear kept slipping into real fondness. Even when Suning offered the roasted meat, Gray ignored it again, reinforcing the strange pattern that it never ate camp food at all. Since Gray only disappeared briefly every couple of days and always came back unharmed, Suning guessed it hunted on its own and decided having this little monster beside him might actually be a blessing. That night in Feng Haoqi's camp, his 2 spirit realm subordinates met in secret and admitted their side was losing badly. The bearded man wanted a way to remove Suning and Auntie Wei, since they were the reason Feng Qingyu's team kept winning. The feminine man rejected direct violence as too risky under Feng Qiji's eye, but he already had a dirtier plan ready. He revealed that he had found a semi-void realm demon beast about to give birth, and if they lured Suning and Auntie Wei into its territory, the beast would do the killing for them. The next day, a hunter rushed to camp with exciting news that a wounded peak mortal realm demon beast had been spotted in the mountains. Because a live peak level capture would all but seal their victory, Auntie Wei immediately asked Suning to go with her, and he agreed. Before leaving, Suning made one practical choice and left Gray behind, because he did not trust the kitten not to eat the prize. At the mountainside meeting point, the waiting hunters said Wu Lu had discovered the scaly wounded beast and gone back to report it. Neither Suning nor Auntie Wei sensed anything wrong yet, so they followed the huge muddy footprints down into the valley. Then Suning abruptly stopped, because he felt hidden people watching them from behind vine-covered rocks. The moment he rushed over with Step Cloud Wave, the ambush fell apart and the 2 hidden men panicked. The pair chose to run instead of fight, which only made their guilt more obvious. Suning answered with one clean throw, sending his short knife through the bearded man's hamstring and dropping him on the slope. Once Auntie Wei caught up and recognized them as Feng Haoqi's team leaders, the trap finally had a face. The feminine man instantly tried to flip the story, claiming they had only come for the same demon beast, and that Suning attacked first. The bearded man piled on, threatening to report Suning to Feng Qiji, but the lie wobbled when both men slipped in their own wording. Before Auntie Wei could press harder, A thunderous roar exploded from the valley and froze all 4 of them. Suning felt the aura and realized this was not a true Void Realm beast, but it was still a semi-Void Realm monster strong enough to kill them. The bearded man's panicked shout gave the whole scheme away, and Suning understood they had been lured straight into this beast's territory. Andy Wei cursed the setup and pulled Suning to retreat first, planning to settle accounts after they escaped alive. But the feminine man made one last murderous move and blasted a spread of flying spikes into their backs as they turned away. Suning dodged on instinct, but Andy Wei was too close and took several spikes in the back before collapsing unconscious. The attackers abandoned the kill and bolted uphill, betting the semi-void realm demon beast would finish Suning for them. Suning checked Andy Wei's pulse first, saw she was still alive, and threw her onto his back without wasting another heartbeat. With a giant crocodile-like demon beast crashing through the valley behind him, Suning exploded forward and chased the fleeing pair instead of letting them escape. The feminine man tried more spikes, but Suning kept dodging cleanly even with Andy Wei on his back. Suning surged past them near the edge of the valley, which left Feng Haoqi's men as the closest prey to the monster behind. In sheer panic, the feminine man shoved his own companion backward to buy himself one extra breath. The semi-void realm beast immediately crushed the bearded man under claw and weight, killing him in one horrifying instant. Suning climbed out first and deliberately blocked the feminine man's final escape route at the top. One knife cut to the shoulder knocked the feminine man off balance, and the monster tore him apart before he could recover. Only after fleeing with Andy Wei did Suning realize the beast had stopped chasing, likely because it would not leave its birthing ground for long. Once he found safe ground, Suning laid Andy Wei down, found her anti-injury Dan, and forced the medicine into her body. He pulled the spikes from her back and judged, with relief, that her wounds were stabilizing even though she still could not wake up. On the way back, Suning was already planning the aftermath, because with both saboteurs dead and the truth on his side, Feng Qingyu's team had effectively won. As soon as he reached camp, Suning went straight to the transfer team and reported everything that had happened in the valley. 2 days later in Chunrin Canton, Feng Qiji read the mountain report, and finally admitted Feng Haoqi had been completely outclassed by Feng Qingyu. The more Feng Qiji compared the results, the clearer it became that Feng Qingyu had prepared her network well in advance while Feng Haoqi only piled up failures. Even his old preference for a male heir gave way, and Feng Qiji finally decided the Feng family should pass to his stronger daughter. Feng Qingyu also received the report, and Uncle Song eagerly asked what had happened to Su Ning and Anti Wei. After reading it, Feng Qingyu broke into a pleased smile, because Su Ning had survived the trap, killed the conspirators, and saved Anti Wei. She praised Su Ning without holding back and said that once he entered Yuan faction, he might rise as far as deacon level if they kept the relationship strong. Just as confidently, Feng Qingyu predicted her father's disappointment with Feng Haoqi would turn into a formal decision within 10 days. 10 days later, Feng Qiji acted early and handed control of the Feng family to Feng Qingyu instead of dragging the assessment on for months. Feng Qingyu had finally become the new head of the Feng family after years of pushing for power. More than 10 days later, Su Ning and Anti Wei returned to the city after the mountain campaign was over. After settling urgent family matters, Feng Qingyu personally went to see Su Ning, ready to honor her promise and reward the man who helped secure her rise. In Feng Qingyu's study, Su Ning meets her again after she officially takes over as head of the Feng family, and she makes it clear she has not forgotten what he did for her and Anti Wei. Feng Qingyu finally fulfills her promise and tells Su Ning she will recommend him to Yuan sect as an inner disciple candidate. That news hits exactly where it matters, because Su Ning knows getting into Yuan sect means getting the Void Realm path he desperately needs. Feng Qingyu carefully explains that this recommendation is only the first step, since Yuan elders will still choose whether a newcomer becomes a true disciple or rises even higher. Su Ning does not push for more and thanks her sincerely, already satisfied that she secured him a way in. Uncle Song jumps in to reveal that Feng Qingyu fought internal opposition to hand this slot to an outsider, and she cuts him off before he says too much. Once the hint lands, Su Ning thanks Feng Qingyu again, now knowing this favor cost her real political capital inside the family. Feng Qingyu then warns him that gold means little inside Yuan sect, where survival runs on pure source pills instead. To solve that problem for him, she buys his Shadow Moon shares at full value and has Uncle Song bring out 30 pure source pills already prepared for his trip. Su Ning immediately realizes this is more than simple repayment, because Feng Qingyu even took the loss of converting his shares into the exact currency he will need inside the sect. When Su Ning touches the box, his martial arts panel reacts, and he is stunned to discover each pure source pill carries 100 units of energy. That means he is suddenly holding a massive cultivation reserve, and if he can get the right scroll next, energy will no longer be the thing stopping him. Feng Qingyu is not done yet, and she says she has one more gift for saving Anti Wei. The second box contains the Flame Breath Bone Sutra, the Feng family's prized Void Realm secret technique, handed over before Su Ning even enters the sect. Feng Qingyu explains that Yuan sect may teach him a Void Realm scroll, but techniques and extra resources still cost pills or contribution points, so she is giving him a head start now. Su-ning sees the real meaning behind her generosity and understands this is not just gratitude, but a deliberate long-term investment in their future alliance. She tells him to leave within half a month so he reaches Yahello before the intake closes, and promises both the demon blood steed and the entry certificate he needs. Their farewell turns unexpectedly sincere, with Feng Qingyu openly hoping he can stand firm in Yahello as a core disciple someday. After Su-ning leaves, Feng Qingyu and Uncle Song turn toward a hidden figure behind the room divider, revealing someone had been quietly judging him the whole time. The hidden elder approves of Feng Qingyu's judgment, and says Su-ning is absolutely worth befriending. Then he drops a bigger surprise by revealing Su-ning is not in the intention realm at all, but already at mortal realm 9th stage spirit realm. Impressed by both Su-ning's talent and his caution, the elder predicts that within 10 years he could become a deacon of Yahello. He finishes by telling Feng Qingyu she has already surpassed her father, a rare vote of trust that leaves the future of the Feng family firmly in her hands. A few days later in the mountain ranges of State Jifeng, Su-ning rides toward Yahello through a wild, beast-haunted road. Gray pops out of Su-ning's pocket to complain about being hungry, and Su-ning instantly knows what the little glutton wants. When demon beast birds pass overhead, Gray launches into the air like a silver blur and swallows them whole in one outrageous leap. Gray drops right back into Su-ning's pocket as if nothing happened, and Su-ning jokes about how impossible it will be to keep feeding him inside the sect. That joke turns into a real worry, because Su-ning knows Yahello experts might notice Gray and bring danger down on both of them. So Su-ning proposes a safer plan and asks Gray to stay in the nearby mountains for now, where they can still meet again later. Gray thinks it over, then agrees, and the two settle on a distant mountain as their meeting point. They part ways without drama, because the sect is close enough that Su-ning expects to visit again whenever missions take him outside. With Gray gone, Su-ning turns his full attention to Yahello and rides the last stretch with real anticipation. That anticipation is cut short when a cold flash shoots out of the forest and slices Su-ning's cheek in a sudden ambush. Su-ning instantly gives chase, and while he moves, the cut on his face seals up in seconds under the healing power of the Flame-Breathed Bone Sutra. He corners a frightened young man behind a tree and demands to know why he attacked him. The stranger blurts out that it was a mistake, insisting he thought Su-ning was one of the killers hunting him. To prove it, the young man shows a cyan admission plate, and Su-ning recognizes it as the same Yahello inner disciple voucher he carries himself. Only after seeing that proof does Su-ning put away his knife and reveal that he is another new Yahello disciple. The young man introduces himself as Gu Qinghe from the Gu family of Gushun Canton and lights up the second he realizes Su-ning is on the same path as him. Gu Qinghe explains that enemies ambushed him after he left home. His guards died protecting him, and he barely escaped all the way here. Su-ning cuts off the venting and says they should get into the sect fast before whoever is chasing Gu Qinghe drags him into the mess too. Gu Qinghe agrees at once and brings out his own unusual horse, though even the animal looks battered from the escape. On the road, Gu Qinghe asks about Su-ning's background and learns his Yahello slot came from the Feng family of Chunrin Canton rather than his own clan. Half an hour later, the huge gate of Yahello finally comes into view, and both of them feel the first real relief since the journey began. The gate is guarded not just by station disciples, but by two giant dog-like demon beasts dozing beside the entrance. A garrison disciple stops them, but his attitude changes the moment he sees their cyan plates and realizes both are incoming inner disciple candidates. They have to leave their horses outside and enter on foot under the disciples' guidance. As they pass the gate, the two demon beasts open their eyes and sniff them, and Su-ning instantly judges both gatekeepers to be void realm creatures. The guiding disciple leads them up long mountain steps into the sect proper, where buildings and robed disciples spread out across a broad plateau. Before anything else, they are taken to verify their identities, because Yahello is strict about stopping imposters from stealing a disciple's place. Su-ning's name and portrait are already recorded under the Feng family's recommendation, and Gu Qinghe passes the same check right after him. Only after verification does the escort explain the real rule. For the next 10 days they are just waiting candidates until the elders choose true disciples. If no elder chooses them, they still stay as inner disciples, but one warning matters immediately. Fighting during this waiting period means instant expulsion. Their temporary quarters turn out to be rows of rustic cyan brick houses, with empty rooms marked by wooden signs. Gu Qinghe immediately suggests they live in connected rooms so they can look out for each other, and Su-ning agrees. Once inside, Su-ning opens his belongings and checks the real resource he brought with him, the pure source pills Feng Qingyu prepared. He has already absorbed half of those pills on the road, turning them into energy, and now reviews the strength he purchased with that windfall. First he pushed Tidal Fist to level 3, making his quadruple strength punches something he can fire off continuously and kill with outright. But that upgrade also reveals a hard limit, because Tidal Fist cannot go past level 3 until Su-ning actually reaches the Void Realm. He also spent 1,000 energy raising the Flame Breath Bone Sutra to level 3, strengthening his body and giving him rapid healing in actual combat. After all that spending, Su-ning is left with only a tiny reserve of energy and starts feeling real pressure again. He decides not to burn the rest of the pills yet, choosing to save the remaining 15 as actual sect currency in case he needs them later. Then he checks the thousand-source bug and finds it curled into a white ball in deep sleep, the familiar sign that another metamorphosis is coming. That gives Suning a final spark of hope, because the bug's current crystals are no longer enough for him, and this transformation might finally improve them. With his things sorted, Suning changes clothes, lies down, and finally gives in to the exhaustion from the long road. He is woken by angry shouting outside, and the voice sounds suspiciously like Gu Qinghe's. When Suning steps out, he finds Gu Qinghe already in a heated standoff with a handsome young man, both of them ready to explode. Other newcomers peek out from their doors to watch the trouble, but no one dares interfere while the no-fighting rule hangs over everyone. Seeing Gu Qinghe as more reckless than malicious, Suning walks over and tries to calm him down before he ruins his own future on the first day. The warning gets through, but Gu Qinghe still grits out a threat and calls the other man by name, Duan Xiefeng, exposing that this clash started long before Yuan sect. At the Yuan waiting residence, Duan Xiefeng mocks Gu Qinghe again, denies any Duan family murder plot, and walks off with a nasty warning now that family elders cannot interfere here. Suning quietly pulls Gu Qinghe back before he starts a forbidden fight, already guessing this feud is tied to the killer who chased Gu Qinghe to the sect. Once he calms down, Gu Qinghe admits his Gu family and Duan family have been bitter enemies for a long time, and Yolan's rules are the only thing keeping that conflict from exploding. Suning tells him to stop chasing this now, focus on training, and aim for true disciple status first, because real power inside the sect will matter more than a reckless brawl. 10 days later, a leading disciple gathers all the newcomers and announces that the day of true disciple selection has finally arrived. The group knows exactly what is at stake, because true disciples get an elder as a personal master and far better status, guidance, and resources than ordinary inner disciples. Gu Qinghe nervously asks if they have a chance, and Suning can only answer with guarded calm that they will see what happens. After a 15-minute walk, the leading disciple brings them not to an arena but to a beautiful garden, leaving everyone confused about what kind of test this is supposed to be. Suning spots a pond full of colorful fish and suddenly remembers seeing the same kind at a Void Realm expert's home, which makes his heart sink. He realizes these may be spirit fish used to test aptitude, and if that is true, his own terrible talent will ruin any chance of becoming a true disciple. When the leading disciple orders everyone to stand by the pond, Suning knows his guess was right and silently gives up hope. As the disciples surround the water, the spirit fish suddenly dart toward a handful of people while most of the group is ignored. That odd result actually reassures Suning, because if most people attract nothing, his own awful aptitude will not stand out enough to expose how abnormal his growth really is. From a garden loft above, Yolan's elders watch the whole scene and begin choosing disciples based entirely on what the spirit fish revealed. One elder complains that this batch has too few standouts, while another points out that aptitude itself is already the filter and the fish have made the choices clear enough. The elders quickly start claiming favorites, with one woman immediately seizing the most gifted girl before the others can argue her away. Back at the pond, the leading disciple receives the final list and begins naming the newcomers who have been accepted as true disciples. Suning and Gu Qinghe are not on it, but Duan Xiefeng is, and the result lands exactly where it hurts most for both of them. The unselected disciples erupt in confusion, because they expected a real assessment, and do not understand why the process ended before it even seemed to begin. The leading disciple patiently explains that the spirit fish test aptitude directly, that this was the only assessment, and that every chosen name came from the elders themselves. He even points out the loft if anyone wants to challenge the result, but the moment the crowd looks up at the elders, every complaint dies in their throat. The chosen disciples are taken away to meet the elders, while the rest are told to wait for intersect arrangements and shuffle back in low spirits. As he passes, Duan Xiefeng rubs salt in the wound by telling Gu Qinghe that the gap between them is obvious now and that next time he should address him as senior brother. Gu Qinghe is left pale and humiliated, and on the walk back Suning changes the subject to the one thing he still cares about most, the real difference between middle grade and superior grade Void Realm scrolls. Gu Qinghe explains that the first 6 Void stages are the same either way, and the real gap only starts later when superior scrolls advance much faster. When Suning presses about combat strength and foundation, Gu Qinghe adds the crucial point: only inferior scrolls are flawed, while middle grade and superior grade systems are both complete. That answer instantly lifts Suning's mood, because slower advancement means almost nothing to him as long as the martial path itself is complete. Seeing Suning recover so quickly, Gu Qinghe asks if he really is not upset, and Suning shrugs it off by reminding him that even inner disciples are still far better placed than outer disciples. That simple optimism works, and Gu Qinghe finally starts to calm down as they return to their rooms. That night, before sleeping, Suning hears movement in his belt pouch and suddenly remembers that the thousand-source bug was in the middle of metamorphosis. When he opens the hidden compartment, the tiny white bug is gone, replaced by a much larger caterpillar-like form with visible mouth, eyes, and rows of barbed legs. Suning leans in to inspect it just as its stomach tightens, and its mouth starts wriggling like it is about to spit out a fresh aura crystal. A much larger transparent aura crystal drops out, formed not from ore this time but from the bug's pure absorption of natural aura while it was dormant. The martial arts panel marks the crystal at 10 energy, and Su Ning breaks into a real smile when he sees how much stronger the bug's output has become after metamorphosis. By the next morning, Su Ning and the other rejects from the selection are officially brought into Yahello's inner sect and finally given their proper disciple status. Now carrying his new token, room key, disciple clothing, and a starting pure source pill, Su Ning quietly accepts that this inner disciple path is where his real climb begins. When Du Qinghe asks what comes next, Su Ning answers without hesitation that he will do missions and earn a Void Realm scroll as fast as possible. At the materials hall, the two confirm the prices for Void Scrolls, and Su Ning immediately locks onto the target that matters most: 200 contribution points for a middle grade scroll. They also learn how contribution points work in practice, and Su Ning notes that expensive high reward missions exist, but those are meant for inner sect disciples already in the Void Realm. Du Qinghe grumbles that if the sect allowed a simple hall exchange, he could just trade family-sent pure source pills for contribution points and solve this instantly. Su Ning points out they can still trade privately, just at a loss, and Du Qinghe immediately says he would gladly do it if the assassin had not already cost him the 50 pills he brought from home. Du Qinghe even offers that if his family sends another batch, he could exchange enough for 2 middle-grade scrolls, one for himself and one for Su Ning. The offer makes clear just how favored Du Qinghe is despite being an illegitimate son, because he casually plans to write home and ask his father for 50 more rare pills. Su Ning leaves the conversation there and heads straight for the mission hall, unwilling to waste even a single day before earning his scroll. That afternoon, the mission hall is packed with inner disciples chasing resources, a reminder that even in a sect with loose rules, ambition still fills the room. Su Ning scans one mission after another, but the high-paying ones are too dangerous and the safer ones are either slow or barely worth the effort. Then one odd private commission catches his eye: a long-term sparring partner for Void Realm secret technique practice at 10 contribution points a day. The job fits him almost perfectly, because it stays inside the sect, avoids outside danger, and his strong body can handle a little punishment during practice. Better yet, Su Ning quickly does the math and realizes 20 days of this work would earn the full 200 points he needs for a middle-grade Void Scroll. Afraid someone else might grab it first, he joins the queue and waits just long enough to feel the pressure before finally reaching the counter. The receptionist confirms the mission is still open, records Su Ning's information, and hands him the assignment slip to begin. When Su Ning reads the address, he is surprised to see that the client, Le Kaiwei, lives in Spring Moon Courtyard, the expensive inner sect area reserved for elite housing. That makes him suspect Le Kaiwei is not in the Void Realm herself but comes from a powerful background, because a real Void Realm disciple would never need a Spirit Realm sparring partner like him. Since the day is not over and he has nothing else to lose, Su Ning decides to go immediately instead of waiting until tomorrow. He soon reaches Spring Moon Courtyard Room 16, where the better housing confirms that this mission came from someone with money or backing to spare. The door is opened by a chubby girl who lets him in after hearing he came for Le Kaiwei's sparring mission. A moment later, Le Kaiwei appears in a dark green dress, older and more mature than the new disciples, and receives Su Ning with a cool, businesslike attitude. After confirming that Su Ning is in the spirit realm and has practiced a Void Realm secret technique, Le Kaiwei decides to test him on the spot. Su Ning first asks the practical question anyway, and when Le Kaiwei flatly says he will still get the full 10 points even this late in the day, he agrees immediately. Le Kaiwei warns that payment only matters if he is good enough to stay, because if his strength is lacking she will throw him out after this test. She attacks first with a punching technique, and Su Ning meets her head-on in defense, blocking every strike instead of rushing to counter. As their fists collide again and again, Su Ning quickly realizes her style is the opposite of his title fist, lighter and faster on the surface but threaded with tricky hidden force. Le Kaiwei keeps speeding up, but Su Ning's defense never breaks, and for the first time her aloof expression shifts into real approval. Satisfied at last, she declares that Su Ning is far better than her earlier sparring partners and tells him he will stay on as her practice partner until she reaches the Void Realm. Then Le Kaiwei switches the drill, ordering Su Ning to attack this time so she can practice her own defense. Su Ning answers with title fist, but he deliberately holds back to ordinary single-strength punches because he knows a real hit at his full level would be too much for her. Le Kaiwei notices immediately that he is pulling his punches and snaps at him to stop holding back and show his real strength. Su Ning knows quadruple strength blows would drop her in a few hits, so he decides to step up only to double strength first. The moment his internal chi surges and the next punch starts to form, Le Kaiwei finally feels genuine danger from him for the first time. In Spring Moon Courtyard, Le Kaiwei braces herself as Su Ning finally stops holding back in their spar. Su Ning fires a double strength punch, and the impact shocks Le Kaiwei the moment she blocks it. Before she can answer back, Su Ning chains more double strength blows together without losing speed, and Le Kaiwei realizes he is overwhelming her from both power and tempo. His punches batter her face and arms until her guard starts to break, and every attempt to counterattack only opens a new flaw. One deflection sends Le Kaiwei's arm wide, and Su Ning stops his fist a hair from her face, proving he had already won. Watching from the side, the chubby girl is stunned that this brand new inner disciple can beat Lokaiwei so cleanly. Lokaiwei steadies herself, asks what level Su Ning's Void Realm secret technique has reached, and here's the answer she wanted most: 3rd level. Now even more convinced, Lokaiwei asks him to ease up just enough for her to survive the training, then switches herself to the attacking side. They keep drilling for 2.5 more hours until evening, and the difference between them is hard to miss. Pleased with the session, Lokaiwei has her attendant bring over a voucher for 100 contribution points as Su Ning's pay for the next 10 days. Just as Su Ning is about to leave, Lokaiwei learns he only entered the inner sect today and immediately tests the waters with a bigger invitation. She explains that the 7 Boxers is one of the inner sect's private power groups, built so disciples can trade help, protection, and opportunities instead of fighting alone. Su Ning sees the convenience but also the strings attached, so he politely refuses to decide on the spot. After he leaves, Lokaiwei tells her attendant this was an excellent hire and admits she wants Su Ning in the 7 Boxers for more than just sparring. She reveals the real pressure behind her smile. Gui Wei-chun has already broken into the Void Realm and is starting to push her aside inside the 7 Boxers. To keep her footing and one day fight for leadership, Lokaiwei wants Su Ning as a long-term ally who can rise with her. Later in his room, Su Ning looks over the 100-point voucher in a good mood until Gu Qinghe drops by and asks where he disappeared to all afternoon. When Su Ning says he got paid 100 contribution points for sparring with a senior sister, Gu Qinghe is instantly jealous. Su Ning asks about the 7 Boxers, and Gu Qinghe confirms it is one of the biggest inter-sect groups with enough influence to sway deacons. Gu Qinghe piles on the details. Members get an extra pure source pill, internal missions with generous rewards, and backup if other groups target them. That finally tempts Su Ning enough to decide he will question Lokaiwei again tomorrow and join only if the terms are truly worth it. The next day, Su Ning returns to Spring Moon Courtyard for another hard session, and by noon Lokaiwei has to stop early. Her forearms and fists are now badly red and swollen from taking his blows again, while Su Ning looks almost untouched thanks to his fast recovery. Even so, Lokaiwei refuses gentler training because this brutal method is clearly pushing her punching technique forward. Su Ning uses the opening to ask directly what joining the 7 Boxers would really give him, and what it would cost. Lokaiwei starts with the standard package: 1 extra pure source pill each month, internal support, and access to better missions and exchanges. When Su Ning still hesitates, she sweetens the deal and says her backing could push him straight to Class 3, where he would get 3 extra pure source pills a month and fewer missions. That finally lands, and Su Ning agrees to join the 7 Boxers. Lokaiwei immediately tells him to attend the 7 Boxers meeting that afternoon, and quietly warns him to show his full strength there. That afternoon, Lokaiwei brings Su Ning to Spring Moon Courtyard Room 6, the usual meeting place of the 7 Boxers in Xiao Qiyun's absence. On the way in, she explains that today's crowd will be mid- and high-ranking members and warns that Gui Wei-chun will probably try to block his promotion. Inside the attic, Su Ning instantly feels the pressure of several young Void Realm martial artists and gets a first-hand look at how deep Yuelon Sect's talent pool really is. Then Gui Wei-chun arrives in full glamorous force, greets the others, and pointedly ignores Lokaiwei. The meeting is led by Ning Sun, the strongest Class 4 member, and Su Ning sits quietly through half an hour of 7 Boxers' business he barely understands yet. When the business ends, Lokaiwei stands up and formally recommends Su Ning straight into Class 3, which makes the whole room look over in surprise. Gui Wei-chun immediately attacks the proposal, mocking Su Ning as just another Spirit Realm newcomer with no proven contribution and no special background. Lokaiwei fires back that she is using her annual special recommendation slot on him, and the argument between the two women turns openly hostile. Gui Wei-chun doubles down by sneering that if Su Ning is not outstanding, maybe he only got this far because of family ties, and the insult lands exactly where she wants it to. Ning Sun cuts the room off and proposes a simple answer. If Su Ning can prove he has Class 3 strength, he gets the rank. Su Ning accepts without hesitation, because for him this test is far easier than it sounds. At Gui Yuechun's glance, Shincholuan eagerly volunteers to fight, thrilled for a chance to impress her. Lokaiwei recognizes exactly what is happening, but instead of worrying, she starts to smile because she knows Shincholuan has picked the wrong target. As the room clears a space, Su Ning takes one last look at Lokaiwei and understands that she wants him to show everything. Su Ning unleashes his internal chi, blending the heat and cold of his secret techniques until all that force gathers in his fist. Then he lunges first and throws a full quadruple strength punch straight at Shincholuan. The instant that fist arrives, Shincholuan's confidence vanishes and pure fear hits him too late. Shincholuan has no time to dodge and can only meet it head-on, but the collision crushes his arm in one brutal exchange. Su Ning's force tears through him, blood flies from Shincholuan's mouth, and his body is blasted backward with hidden internal injuries piling up. Only then does Ning Sun move, catching Shincholuan mid-flight and twisting away the leftover force before laying him down. The entire room falls dead silent, and Lokaiwei is the first one to break it with open delight at how overwhelming Su Ning really is. Humiliated by how badly her side just lost, Gui Wei-chun jumps up and tries to turn the room against Su Ning by accusing him of injuring a fellow member. Ning-sun shuts that down on the spot, reminding everyone this was a fair test between two spirit realm fighters and warning Gui Huechun not to overstep. Forced to swallow it for now, Gui Huechun throws Lukai away and Su Ning a bitter threat and storms out without even checking on Shinxiolun. With the challenge settled, Ning-sun officially declares Su Ning a Class 3 member of the 7 Boxers. Ning-sun even praises Lutsaiwei's eye for talent, making her victory over Gui Huechun's sting that much more. As the meeting breaks up, the others leave with one clear conclusion: the 7 Boxers just gained a frightening new powerhouse. In Spring Moon Courtyard Room 16, Lukai ends another sparring session drenched in sweat but clearly pleased with how much Su Ning has sharpened her punches. Her good mood is not just from training, because Su Ning humiliated Gui Huechun for her the day before, and that still feels satisfying. Then Lukai suddenly tells Su Ning he does not need to come over this afternoon or for the next few days. When Su Ning asks if she is just too tired, Lukai says no and reveals she finally got access to a 7 Boxers aura fountain to push for a Void Realm breakthrough. Su Ning is surprised because aura fountains are normally locked down by Void Realm martial artists, especially in the 7 Boxers. Lukai explains that senior brother Xiao Qiyun came back from traveling and immediately took all 4 Class 5 Void Realm members away to hunt a Void Realm demon beast before the demon slaying exercise. With those experts gone, one aura fountain opened up, and Ning-sun gave that spot to Lukai instead of Gui Huechun because Lukai has been stuck on the edge of the Void Realm for so long. Su Ning accepts it on the surface, but he is quietly tempted to see whether an aura fountain could feed energy into his own cultivation panel. Before he leaves, Lukai hands over the 100 contribution points Su Ning got by trading away 10 pure source pills through her. Su Ning takes the points and heads straight to the materials hall instead of going home, because he is ready to buy a Void Realm secret scroll. At the nearly empty materials hall, Su Ning puts 200 contribution points on the counter and asks for a middle-grade Void Realm secret scroll. The clerk gives him a booklet of exchange options, and Su Ning is hit by just how casually a great faction lays out treasures that would be fought over in the outside world. As he reads, Su Ning narrows the choice to fire or water scrolls because his 2 Void Realm secret techniques are Flame Breath Bone Sutra and Tidal Fist, and only matching properties can fully work together. He feels the drawback sharply, because choosing one property would turn the other secret technique into a weaker support instead of a main weapon. Then one line in the booklet stops him cold: the Cold Flame Dual Source Scroll, a rare double secret scroll that carries both water and fire. The more he reads, the more excited he gets, because this one scroll would let both of his Void Realm techniques stay primary instead of sacrificing either side. Still, he keeps reading every option for another half hour before deciding this rare dual attribute scroll is the best match he will find. Back at the counter, Su Ning calmly asks to redeem the Cold Flame Dual Source Scroll. The clerk is visibly startled and double-checks that Su Ning really means the troublesome double scroll with both fire and water properties. He warns Su Ning that a double secret scroll raises potential but also slows cultivation badly, because it demands at least 2 secret techniques advancing together. Su Ning understands the warning and chooses it anyway, because what is a crippling burden to others is manageable with his martial arts panel. The clerk can only sigh, privately judging him as another overconfident young man about to lock himself into a path he cannot undo. When he returns, he brings a patterned porcelain piece and a bottle of liquid, the standard method for imprinting a secret scroll directly into the mind. With the rare scroll finally in hand, Su Ning leaves the hall and heads back to his residence with quiet excitement. Back home, he goes to Gu Qinghe first and asks him to cover for him over the next few days if anyone from the 7 Boxers comes looking. Gu Qinghe assumes Su Ning is about to train a secret technique, but Su Ning corrects him and reveals he has already bought a secret scroll. That answer leaves Gu Qinghe openly envious, because joining the 7 Boxers really did hand Su Ning a huge advantage almost immediately. After Su Ning returns to his room, Gu Qinghe is left muttering about when his own family will finally send more pure source pills so he can follow the same route. Inside his room, Su Ning puts the scroll items on the table and absorbs every pure source pill he has left in one sweep to build up enough energy for a breakthrough. With the newly absorbed pills plus the recent aura crystals from the 1000 source bug, Su Ning brings his reserve up to 570 energy, and hopes that will be enough to reach Mold Body Realm. He follows the clerk's instructions, rubbing the liquid into his eyes and onto the engraved porcelain before staring straight into the strange patterns. The knowledge hits like a flood almost at once, and Su Ning is slammed by dizziness so violent he nearly vomits before he can even look away. He grits through the suffering for 15 long minutes until the martial arts panel finally finishes implanting the Cold Flame Dual Source Scroll. When he sees the breakthrough only costs 500 energy, relief flashes through him and he immediately chooses yes. The moment he confirms it, his head and body explode with tearing pain as the leap from mortal realm to void realm begins ripping him apart and remaking him. Even while the pain threatens to drown him, Su Ning forces himself to hold on because surviving this rebirth is the only way to emerge as a true void realm martial artist. His consciousness finally starts slipping anyway, and the room fades as the transformation drags him under. While Su Ning lies unconscious for days, the 7 Boxers are hit by a separate disaster outside his door. Word spreads that Xiao Qiyun and the 4 true Qi realm experts who left with him to hunt a void realm demon beast have all gone missing and are likely dead. Xin Qiuluan, still pale and not fully healed from his loss to Su Ning, rushes to Gui Yuechuan's residence and bangs out the news in a panic. Gui Yuechuan opens the door annoyed at being interrupted, but the moment Xin Qiuluan says something major happened to senior brother Xiao, her expression hardens. When Xin Qiuluan tells her the sect believes Xiao Qiyun and the others died during the demon beast hunt, Gui Yuechuan is so shocked she can barely process it. Xin Qiuluan immediately wonders if this is Gui Yuechuan's chance to take control of the weakened 7 boxers and claim the aura fountains for herself. Gui Yuechuan shoots that idea down with contempt, because without Xiao Qiyun and those top experts, the 7 boxers cannot protect its resources and will be torn apart by rival intersect groups. After weighing the danger, Gui Yuechuan makes the hard call that they cannot stay in the 7 boxers at all. Xin Qiuluan hesitates because leaving means giving up the protection and cultivation benefits he has been enjoying. Gui Yuechuan reveals her real plan: defect to the rival Knife Moon crowd through her old connection Gu Jin before the 7 boxers collapses completely. Even Xin Qiuluan balks at joining the 7 boxers' bitter rival, but Gui Yuechuan mocks his cowardice until he gives in. She pushes to move immediately and even wants to carry the bad news to Knife Moon crowd first, hoping that information itself will buy them favor. 6 days after the breakthrough began, Su Ning finally wakes up in his room with the unmistakable feeling that his body is no longer the same. He stands, stretches, and instantly knows he has crossed into the void realm, with a body so transformed that his old self would be helpless against him even without internal chi. Looking at his own skin, Su Ning realizes even a spirit realm warrior would struggle to break his defenses now, because the gap between mortal and void realm is that brutal. As he checks inward, he feels warm chi in his abdomen and senses fiery power spreading through his meridians, muscles, and bones to burn away impurities. To test it, Su Ning slices his own arm open and watches the flame-breathed Bone Sutra surge into action almost immediately. The burning chi closes the deep wound at once, leaving only a fading scar and proving that his healing ability rose right along with his stronger body. Next he tests Tidal Fist, and one quadruple strength punch detonates in the air with a new layered force behind it. What excites him most is the follow-up Dark Force, because now one hit can land in 2 waves like surf crashing after the first impact. When Su Ning opens the martial arts panel, it confirms the breakthrough: Cold Flame Dual Source Scroll at Void Realm First Stage Mold Body, with only 70 energy left. He tidies the panel by hiding his old Mortal Realm skills, leaving only the Void Realm Scroll and secret techniques visible now that the earlier methods no longer matter. The plus signs beside Tidal Fist and Flame-Breathed Bone Sutra have returned too, which tells Su Ning that reaching Void Realm removed the cap that had been blocking both techniques. That new strength immediately turns his thoughts north, because for the first time he truly has the power to make the long trip back towards State Feiyun and home. But the idea quickly tangles with reality, since leaving now could cost him his Yuan identity and its resources, and returning alone might also make the Wei family suspicious about the others who were taken with him. He settles on a quieter plan instead. One day he will go home secretly, reassure his family he is alive, and come back without involving Yuning City if he can avoid it. For now he has to wait, because a round trip on foot would take too long unless he can get help from a flying demon beast, maybe even through Grey later. So he puts the trip on hold, promising himself he will return home when the timing is right and after he gathers more strength and resources. Finally Su Ning opens the door, breathes in the fresh air, and goes next door to tell Gu Qinghe that his retreat is over. Before the door even opens, Gu Qinghe calls out in surprise, because just hearing Su Ning outside already feels different somehow. When Gu Qinghe sees him, he instantly senses that Su Ning has changed and blurts out the wild guess that he really broke into the Void Realm. Su Ning confirms it with a smile and a casual pat on the shoulder, turning Gu Qinghe's suspicion into a very real shock. Gu Qinghe jokes that he is jealous but also thrilled, because having a Void Realm friend in the inner sect suddenly makes him feel a lot safer. Then Su Ning asks the practical question: did anyone from the 7 boxers come looking for him while he was shut away? That reminder makes Gu Qinghe bring up the real bombshell, because the 7 boxers suffered a huge incident while Su Ning was in retreat. He tells Su Ning that Xiao Qiyun and all 4 true Qi realm leaders disappeared during the demon beast hunt and are believed to have been killed. Su Ning is genuinely stunned by the blow to the 7 boxers, and his first clear thought is that he needs to find Lu Kaiwei. Su Ning heads to Lu Kaiwei's residence in Spring Moon Courtyard, only to learn from the maid Xing'er that she already went to room 6. When Su Ning reaches room 6, the 7 boxers meeting is already grim because Xiao Qiyun is missing and Ning Sun is away with the search team. With most class 4s and many lower members already gone, everyone can see the 7 boxers is collapsing before outside enemies even strike. Zhuang Qian finally says the fear out loud: if this keeps going, the 7 boxers will fall apart on its own. Ren Qingzhu pushes even harder and argues that the 7 boxers should just disband or merge into another intersect group for everyone's sake. Lu Kaiwei immediately shuts her down and says only Xiao Qiyun has the right to decide the 7 boxers' fate. Ren Qingzhu sneers back that with Xiao Qiyun gone, the group belongs to everyone now, making her contempt for Lokaiwei impossible to miss. Lokaiwei refuses to back down and insists the 7 boxers must wait for Ningsun to return before anyone decides anything. But the room is already wavering, because some of the remaining Class 3s are starting to think Rin Qingzhu's plan sounds practical. The pressure turns real when Gui Yuechun and Xinqiuluan walk in behind Gu Jin of the Knife Moon crowd. Lokaiwei instantly recognizes Gu Jin and demands to know why Knife Moon crowd people are on 7 boxers' territory. Gui Yuechun calmly reveals the real purpose. The 7 boxers is finished, and they came to offer everyone a better future elsewhere. Lokaiwei tells them to leave, but Rin Qingzhu suddenly backs Gui Yuechun instead of her own group. Lokaiwei realizes Rin Qingzhu never stayed out of loyalty at all. She stayed to help Gui Yuechun break the 7 boxers from the inside. Even Zhuang Qian notices what is happening, but he hesitates instead of stopping it, and that silence says a lot. Now Gu Jin takes over and openly invites everyone to join the Knife Moon crowd with matching resources and benefits. Then he adds an even bigger lure. Anyone who defects right now will get access to Knife Moon crowds or a fountain no matter their realm. Ren Qingzhu is the first to cross the line and walks straight over to stand behind Gu Jin. Her lead breaks the room, and several Class 3 members follow her out one after another. When Zhuang Qian apologizes and defects too, Lokaiwei is left facing the truth that the 7 boxers has almost no one left. Gu Jin presses Lokaiwei one more time and promises she can reach the Void Realm if she joins them too. Lokaiwei refuses flatly and says the few people left will stay with the 7 boxers to the end. So Gu Jin drops the pretense and has Xinqiuluan bring out a contract demanding that 7 boxers hand over 2 aura fountains. Lokaiwei rejects the demand, but Gu Jin coldly warns that if she does not sign now, Knife Moon crowd will come back later and seize all 4 fountains by force. Knowing they cannot stop that attack yet, Lokaiwei grimly decides that surrendering 2 fountains might at least buy time until Ningsun returns. She bites her finger and is just about to leave her bloody print on the paper when a voice cuts in from outside the door. Su Ning strides into the room in 7 boxers' battle clothes, walks straight to Lokaiwei, and tears the contract apart. Lokaiwei is left stunned, because Su Ning looks like one man stepping up against an entire hostile crowd. Gui Yuechun rushes in to belittle him as just a Class 3, but Su Ning answers with a smile and refuses to let her act like she owns 7 boxers' ground. Furious at being embarrassed, Gui Yuechun suddenly attacks and slams a palm towards Su Ning's chest. Su Ning catches her wrist before the strike lands, and the ease of it instantly shocks Gui Yuechun. Realizing something is wrong, Gui Yuechun pours on her full force and drives in with her other hand. Su Ning answers with tidal fist at quadruple power, and both watery chi and fiery chi surge through him at once. The impact crushes straight through Gui Yuechun's defense, and she realizes in horror that only a Void Realm fighter could hit this hard. Su Ning's force tears through her arm, blasts her backward, and then a second hidden impact detonates inside the same broken limb. She crashes to the floor screaming, and the whole room falls dead silent around Su Ning. Lokaiwei can barely process what she just saw and blurts out the truth everyone is thinking. Su Ning reached the Void Realm? Su Ning confirms it without drama and tells Lokaiwei he already advanced to the Mold Body Realm. That one answer steadies Lokaiwei at once, because suddenly the 7 boxers no longer looks completely doomed. Gu Jin steps in next, frowning at this unexpected Void Realm Jr. who seemed to appear out of nowhere inside the 7 boxers. He accuses Su Ning of going too far for hurting Knife Moon crowd people in front of him, and Su Ning answers that Gui Yuechun struck first. To test him, Gu Jin flicks his fan and launches a true chi attack straight at Su Ning. Su Ning blocks it with force from his palms, and even though the strike stabs into him, he stops it before it reaches the bone. His flame-breathed bone sutra starts healing the damage right away, showing he can actually survive a clash with someone one realm above him. After that single exchange, Gu Jin realizes Su Ning is far stronger than an ordinary mold body fighter and changes tactics on the spot. Instead of fighting, Gu Jin suddenly tries to recruit him and offers unlimited use of Knife Moon crowds or a fountain. The defectors hate hearing that offer, because if Su Ning crossed over, his status would instantly rise above theirs. Lutsaiwei's heart jumps for a moment too, but she quickly trusts that Su Ning will not betray the 7 boxers. Su Ning turns the offer aside with a smile and reminds Gu Jin that the 7 boxers has 4 aura fountains, not just 1. Gu Jin warns those 4 fountains may not still belong to 7 boxers in a few days, but Su Ning only answers with the same calm confidence. Unable to force the issue safely, Gu Jin decides to withdraw and leaves with the Knife Moon crowd side for now. Once they are gone, the room is left with only Su Ning, Lokaiwei, and the small handful who refuse to defect. Lokaiwei sincerely thanks Su Ning, because he just saved both her dignity and the 7 boxers' most important resources. Su Ning answers that no thanks are needed because he is one of the 7 boxers too, and he has no interest in turning traitor for easy benefits. From that moment on, the loyal members look at Su Ning differently, because his strength clearly makes him the strongest active pillar left in the group. Lokaiwei openly tells him he is now the backbone of the 7 boxers and invites him to ask for whatever he needs. Su Ning does not hesitate and asks to see the aura fountains, because he wants to know whether they can help his cultivation. Look Highway agrees at once, and tells him to cultivate as hard as he can while she looks for any help she can still find outside. Suning asks for one short delay first, because he wants to return to his own room before going to the fountains. Back at his residence, Suning opens the hidden compartment with the 1000-source bug and finds that more aura crystals have already formed while he was unconscious. He absorbs the new crystals and restores 30 energy, bringing his remaining reserve up to 100 before the next step. Since his pure source dawn are already gone, Suning pins his hopes on the aura fountain being useful enough to replace his drained resources. Planning to stay in the fountain area for days, he takes the 1000-source bug with him instead of leaving it behind. Just before leaving, Suning remembers Gu Qinghe and knocks on his door to talk. Gu Qinghe asks what happened, and Suning tells him honestly that the 7 Boxers is in serious danger of being disbanded. Gu Qinghe is startled and assumes Suning should leave that sinking group as fast as possible. Instead, Suning asks whether Gu Qinghe wants to join the 7 Boxers right now, right at its lowest point. Suning explains the gamble plainly. If the 7 Boxers recovers, an early newcomer could gain real resources, and if it collapses, Gu Qinghe loses almost nothing. After thinking it over, Gu Qinghe trusts Suning's judgment and agrees to take the chance. Suning immediately brings him back to Spring Moon Courtyard so the choice becomes real instead of just talk. At room 16, Suning asks Xing'er to register Gu Qinghe into the 7 Boxers and also send him on to the Aura Fountain. Soon after, Suning arrives at one of the 7 Boxers' Aura Fountains and finds not a spring of water, but a round pit full of white drifting particles. The strange air immediately refreshes his chest and lungs, and Suning realizes this inferior-grade aura fountain is still the real thing. He notes that the white current is not ordinary aura itself, but something visibly condensed, and decides there is only one way to know how useful it really is. Suning steps directly into the aura fountain to test whether its energy can be turned into something the martial arts panel can use. Standing in the middle of the pit, Suning closes his eyes and starts absorbing the fountain's aura, waiting to see if it can become energy. Inside the white mist of an aura fountain, Suning sat perfectly still and tested whether this dense aura could finally feed his martial arts panel. When no prompt appeared, he changed tactics and started compressing the absorbed aura into his abdomen, trying to imitate how the 1000-source bug forms crystals. 2 hours passed, his body hit its limit, aura even began to leak away, and for a moment it looked like the whole fountain might be useless to him. Right as his patience was about to run out, the panel finally reacted and offered him 1 unit of energy. That tiny result was enough to electrify him, because now he knew the aura fountain could steadily fuel his growth. He quickly calculated the payoff and realized the fountain, the 1000-source bug, and future pure source dawn together could push him to the true Chi realm in about a month. But that hope came with pressure, because he knew the Knife Moon crowd would likely move long before a full month passed. So he made a blunt plan, siphon every bit of energy he could, then asked Look Highway for whatever resources the battered 7 Boxers still had left. Elsewhere in the Knife Moon crowd, Gu Jing reported to his sister Gu Yishang after returning from stripping people and resources away from the 7 Boxers. His report had one ugly gap though: all 4 aura fountains were still in 7 Boxers' hands. When Gu Yishang asked who had blocked him, Gu Jing named Suning and admitted that the newly advanced Mold Body Warrior's 3rd-level fist technique had kept him from gaining any advantage. That immediately made Gu Yishang take Suning seriously, because a Void Realm fighter that strong this early usually means terrifying groundwork in the mortal realm. She even compared that kind of foundation to the legendary Himinji, a former Yuan prodigy who exploded upward after breaking past the mortal realm. Gu Jin urged her to strike now before Suning grew even harder to handle and before other groups swallowed the biggest pieces of the 7 Boxers. Gu Yishang refused to rush, explaining that the whole intersect was about to focus on the demon-slaying conference instead of wasting effort on one collapsing group. Her real priority was personal advancement. She already had 1 3rd-level secret technique, and wanted 2 more so she could impress an elder and become an inane disciple. Gu Jin backed down, promised to keep gathering scattered resources for the Knife Moon crowd, and accepted her warning that strength mattered more than scavenging. More than half a month later, a tired Yuan search team regrouped under a foggy moon after yet another failed sweep for Xiao Qiyun. No one had found any trace of Xiao Qiyun's missing squad, and the longer the search dragged on, the heavier the silence became. Deacon Yu finally admitted the odds were grim and ordered everyone to return to the faction. Ning Sun reacted instantly, unwilling to abandon Xiao Qiyun even after weeks of failure. Deacon Yu could only offer a thin hope. Maybe Xiao Qiyun had stumbled into some kind of opportunity, because at least they still had no proof he was dead. That fragile possibility was enough to keep Ning Sun moving, but on the way back his mind shifted to another worry: how long the 7 Boxers could survive without him. A few days later, Ning Sun rushed straight to Spring Moon Courtyard Room 6, where the overworked Luk Highway was still holding the broken group together. Lut Saiwei's first question was about Xiao Qiyun, and Ning Sun had nothing better to give her than the same uncertain answer. Then Luk Highway walked him through the damage at home, the Knife Moon crowd's bullying, members deserting, resources being carved up, and Su Ning stepping up after breaking into the Void Realm. What hit Ning Sun hardest was that when old members fled, it was the newcomer Su Ning who stood in front of the crisis. So Ning Sun made a hard call on the spot. The 7 boxers would let Su Ning use the aura fountains freely and pour all remaining resources into him. In his eyes, Su Ning had the talent and character to become the group's new pillar if they could push him to the true Qi realm fast enough. Back in the aura fountain after 16 days, Su Ning exhaled and counted his gains: 160 energy from the fountain and 80 more from the 1000 source bug. He had hoped the bug might improve inside the fountain too, but that experiment turned out to be a dead end. What puzzled him more was the silence outside, because the Knife Moon crowd still had not come for the fountains. After staying buried in cultivation for too long, he finally climbed out to check the situation himself. At Spring Moon Courtyard, Luk Highway was surprised to see him appear so soon. Su Ning explained that the long calm felt strange, and he came out to ask whether the Knife Moon crowd had finally been dealt with. Before Luk Highway could answer, Ning Sun walked in and greeted Su Ning with open enthusiasm. Su Ning was glad to see him back, but the moment he asked about Xiao Qiyun, the mood dipped again when Ning Sun admitted there was still no news. Luk Highway and Ning Sun quickly reassured Su Ning that he no longer needed to babysit the group, because with 3 Void Realm fighters back, 7 boxers had finally stabilized. Ning Sun explained the bigger reason for the quiet too. The intersect elites were all focused on the coming demon-slaying conference, not on tearing apart 7 boxers for the moment. Then Ning Sun raised his expectations even higher, and said Su Ning should aim to shine at that conference in Xiao Qiyun's place. Su Ning tried to deflect by pointing out that Ning Sun himself was already in the true Qi realm, but Ning Sun flatly said Su Ning's ceiling was higher. In Ning Sun's judgment, Su Ning's terrifying Mortal Realm foundation meant his first 3 Void Realm stages would pass quickly, and if he reached true Qi in time, he might even catch an Elder's Eye. He followed that up with a real pledge: whatever Dan medicines or spirit medicines Su Ning needed, 7 boxers would try to provide them. Su Ning knew the group was already bleeding resources, so before asking for anything, he checked whether they could truly bear the cost. Ning Sun admitted the situation was ugly, but he still insisted they would support Su Ning as long as it gave 7 boxers a path back. Only after hearing that did Su Ning make his request, and it was a big one: 30 pure source dawn. The number stunned Ning Sun, because for the weakened 7 boxers it was no small bite at all. But Ning Sun still agreed and handed the pills over, betting the group's future on Su Ning's rise. With that, Su Ning returned to the aura fountain, already aiming far past one breakthrough, straight toward the 2nd and 3rd stages of the Void Realm. 1.5 months later, the whole Yuan faction turned lively as the long-awaited demon-slaying conference finally drew near. By then Su Ning had completely transformed, breaking through to the Void Realm 3rd stage Genus Realm, while also pushing both Tidal Fist and Flame Breath Bone Sutra to the 4th level. Those upgraded techniques now carried real attributes in combat, turning his water and fire from cultivation concepts into direct weapons. Su Ning could even feel that he had grown past Xiao Qiyun's old level, though he also saw how brutally expensive the next realm would be. He did not stay hidden any longer, because on the very day the conference was set to begin, Xing Er was already waiting outside to drag him there if needed. She told him everyone from 7 boxers was already at Yuan Square, and if he had stayed inside another half hour, she would have jumped in after him. Su Ning followed her straight to the square and walked into a massive crowd packed around the central stage. Xing Er guided him to the inner disciple section, where the shrunken 7 boxers group still held its small patch of seats. Ning Sun immediately stood to ask how Su Ning's seclusion had gone, and Su Ning's simple answer, "Not bad," was enough to make everyone breathe easier. Luk Highway even pulled him down to sit beside her as the conference crowd settled around them. As Su Ning looked around the neighboring factions, his gaze suddenly locked with a young woman on the right, and Luk Highway quietly identified her as Gu Yishang of the Knife Moon crowd. He looked away without flinching, already certain that Gu Yishang was no longer his match. Luk Highway used the pause to point out the leaders and elites of the other intersect groups, and Su Ning carefully memorized them. Ahead of them, Su Ning also spotted Duan Xiafeng seated with the core disciples at the very front. Then sharp cries cut through the square as a dozen colorful flying demon beasts swept overhead carrying the faction's top figures. Luk Highway told Su Ning what everyone already knew from the sheer pressure alone: the faction master and the elders had arrived. The great figures leapt down from 100 meters up and landed on the platform as if the height meant nothing at all. At the center of the stage, Mi Xingye stepped forward and formally announced that the Yuan faction demon-slaying conference had begun. Right after that, huge cloth-covered iron cages were pushed out at both sides of the square, and the muffled roars underneath told everyone the demon beasts were already waiting. At the demon-slaying conference, the non-stop roars from the beast cages already shake the newer disciples before a single fight begins. Su Ning watches more and more cages arrive and realizes some even hold multiple beasts, with one leaking a void realm aura strong enough to make him wary. He quietly wonders why the sect spends so much effort capturing demon beasts just to test its own disciples. Luk Highway explains that the conference is also a warning ritual left over from the catastrophe 300 years ago, when a demon beast tied drowned State Jifeng and even helped topple the Feiyun dynasty next door. She says the major powers of State Jifeng had to unite, and only after a desperate war did heroes like Shifengshu kill the demon king Void Beast and win the land back for humans. Even though that old dynasty collapsed long ago, the great sects still hold demon-slaying conferences so people never grow careless again. Now that the history makes sense, Suning finally understands why this blood-soaked spectacle matters so much to the sect. Look, Highway suddenly perks up and points out the man everyone has been waiting for, core disciple Himinji. Himinji steps onto the square in a dark blue long shirt with a sword on his back, and his sharp presence alone makes the whole arena focus on him. Suning remembers the rumors too well. This is Mi Xingye's first core disciple, a 30-year-old monster said to rival sect elders. Then the cloth comes off a giant cage and reveals a towering 10-meter beast covered in dark green scales, yellow lines, and cruel red eyes. The moment the cage opens, Suning feels real danger and judges that this monster is no mid-level beast at all, but a high-level void realm creature around the 7th stage. At the same time, beams rise from the 4 corners of the stage and weave into a transparent barrier, showing the kind of methods high void realm experts can use. The beast attacks first, ripping up strips of earth and hurling them at Himinji like living weapons. Himinji stays perfectly calm and cuts through the incoming rock with a single aura-filled sword swing. When the beast rushes in with glowing scales and giant claws, Himinji springs up to meet it head-on in midair. Blue sword shadows spread across the monster's body, tearing its armor open until blood streaks over its scales. The beast thrashes wildly, but Himinji's blade suddenly sings and turns the whole body into a rain of blood. The arena erupts, and Suning can only admit that someone at this level is still far beyond him for now. Still, the gap does not discourage him. It just hardens his belief that given enough time, he can climb there too. As Himinji steps down, a white-haired elder asks Mi Xingye if his disciple has already reached the 8th stage and pushed Watercross sword to the 9th level. Mi Xingye answers with a satisfied nod, clearly proud of how overwhelming his first disciple has become. Himinji returns to his master's side, and Mi Xingye gives him a simple but approving praise for opening the conference perfectly. Once the stage is cleaned, the elder host takes over and tells the whole crowd that now it is the disciples' turn to prove themselves. He warns that outer, inner, and core disciples alike are being watched by elders and deacons, and a strong showing can raise a disciple's status on the spot. That promise of promotion makes the crowd restless immediately, because status in Yuan also means resources and a real future. The elder host announces 15 outer disciple rounds with 100 spots each and assures them elders will step in before anyone dies. The first 100 outer disciples rush the stage at once, desperate to grab their chance before the spots are gone. Watching them, Suning estimates that nearly half of this first eager wave are already Void Realm martial artists. He realizes the outer sect is deeper than it looks, with close to 100 Void Realm fighters hidden among 3,000 common background disciples. Look, Kaiwei sighs that as an inner disciple who still has not entered the Void Realm, even she feels a little embarrassed next to numbers like that. Suning reassures her that these are just the oldest and most desperate outer disciples forcing a narrow path upward, not a sign that her own talent is poor. Even so, both of them understand the harsh truth that outer disciples who break into the Void Realm through weaker scrolls still have a very limited future. Then the barrier rises again, demon beasts are released onto the stage, and the outer disciple rounds begin in a blur of fighting and screams. From the stands, Suning sees how brutally these outer disciples push themselves, trying to impress the inner deacons before the chance disappears. When the first round ends, only a handful of Void Realm fighters are still standing, and 4 of them win direct promotion into the inner sect. The next rounds are thinner and weaker, but the hunger to get on stage never fades because only about half of the outer sect will even get a chance to try. By the time all 15 outer rounds end, 2.5 hours have passed, and Suning's attention sharpens because the inner disciple segment is finally here. The elder host announces that the inner disciples will fight in 5 rounds of only 20 people each, making every slot suddenly feel precious. Suning is surprised by how few places there are, and Ningsun quickly comes over to ask which round he plans to enter. Ningsun warns that the first round will be packed with elite intersect leaders and urges Suning to choose the second round instead so they can fight together. He even offers to support Suning during the fight so Suning can show his strengths more cleanly in front of the elders. But Suning calmly refuses and says he wants the first round exactly because the stronger the field, the more obvious his performance will be. For him, this is not just about surviving the conference but about winning an elder's favor and stepping up into the rank of unnamed disciple. Ningsun still looks worried, but Suning just smiles, tells him not to worry, and heads straight toward the stage. At that same moment, Guishang from the Knife Moon crowd also stands up, and the two lock eyes with open hostility. Guishang answers that stare with a mysterious smile, making it obvious she is already planning something against him. Meanwhile in the VIP seats, the white-haired elder tells Mi Xingye that several inner disciples today are talented enough to deserve special attention. He names Guishang, Sun Fengjun, and Ji Miao as near-core talents whose strength can already rival some true core disciples. Then his tone turns regretful when he mentions Xiao Qiyun, saying that if nothing had happened to him, he would have chosen that disciple and even let him study a Dao seal. That finally gets Mi Xingye's attention, because a Dao seal is precious enough that even many elders would not share one with their own disciples. The elder says Xiao Qiyun's character was almost unmatched among the younger generation, and Mi Xingye can only sigh that the martial path swallows gifted people without warning. Soon 20 inner disciples, including Su Ning, step onto the stage for the first round and quietly size one another up. Su Ning quickly judges that this group is packed with elites, including 5 fighters already in the Void Realm 3rd stage and the rest in the 2nd stage. The others study him too, because his face is unfamiliar in a group where the top inner disciples normally all know each other. Then the cloths are torn off the cages, and the moment the doors start opening, Su Ning's expression tightens. These are not the low-level beasts the outer disciples faced. All 10 monsters in front of them are at least mid-level Void Realm, some near the peak of it. In one flash of insight, Su Ning understands the real test. The elders want to see whether inner disciples can stay alive against stronger beasts, not fight on equal terms. The barrier seals over the stage again, trapping all 20 inner disciples inside with the enraged beasts as the round begins for real. Up in the stands, even Mi Xingye is surprised by the lineup until the white-haired elder reveals these stronger beasts were borrowed from the beast hunting sect. The elder admits the change was deliberate, because borrowed beasts make the inner disciple segment more dangerous and far less boring than past years. Mi Xingye likes the idea, while down below the released beasts go feral and send the inner disciples scrambling in every direction. Su Ning ends up hunted by a giant wolf demon beast and instantly realizes how ruthless this setup really is. He knows he could fight one mid-level beast by himself, but with 10 monsters loose, getting tied down even for a moment could mean being swarmed. That is exactly when Gui Shang makes her move and drags another demon beast straight towards Su Ning's position. She slips away at the last second, leaving Su Ning boxed in by danger from 2 sides. With nowhere left to retreat, Su Ning decides to break the trap by force and brings out Tidal Fist. He explodes into a flurry of punches at the giant wolf's head, layering light and dark force with water corrosion and fire burn from his 4th-level secret arts. The mid-level wolf is stunned on the spot, its skull rattled, and its body scorched and corroded from the inside. Su Ning uses that opening to vault over the wolf, and the second beast crashes straight into it instead. From a supposed safe spot, Gui Shang watches in shock as Su Ning escapes the setup and reveals that he is already in the genus realm with 4th-level techniques. The warning Gu Jin once gave her suddenly feels very real, because Su Ning's growth has turned out to be much faster than she ever took seriously. Then her fear gets worse when Su Ning turns and charges straight at her. Before she can escape, Su Ning appears in front of her, grabs both her shoulders, and flashes a mocking smile. He coldly reminds her that no rule says he cannot attack a teammate during the conference, and then he throws her away toward 3 waiting demon beasts. Gui Shang panics midair as the 3 beasts close in, suddenly realizing Su Ning is paying her back in the most public way possible. Just before they tear into her, the elder host blasts the beasts aside with true chi and forcibly ends her round. Gui Shang crashes to the ground as the first inner disciple eliminated, and the humiliation hits almost harder than the fall. She leaves with her head down, knowing she did not just lose a chance at promotion but also lost face in front of the entire Knife Moon crowd. The Knife Moon crowd goes dead silent, and Gu Jin's face turns almost blue with anger. On the other side, the 7 boxers burst into cheers because Su Ning not only survived Gui Shang's trap but threw the whole thing back in her face. Ning Sun is thrilled as he finally understands the truth. Su Ning is not in true Chi realm at all, but already genus realm, with both secret techniques at the 4th level. Look Kaiwei can only stare and admit they had all underestimated him badly. When Ning Sun says Su Ning may even be stronger than Xiao Xiyun was, Look Kaiwei falls quiet at the thought of what the 7 boxers might have become with both of them together. Even in the VIP seats, Mi Xingye is impressed enough to ask whether that inner disciple is one of the elite names the elder just mentioned. The white-haired elder is briefly stumped before he suddenly remembers that Su Ning is actually a newcomer who entered the inner sect just over 2 months ago. That answer shocks both Mi Xingye and He Minji, because when Su Ning was admitted, he was still only in the mortal realm and nobody thought his aptitude stood out. Mi Xingye can hardly believe that someone could go from mortal realm to void realm 3rd stage in less than 3 months and still have the foundation to train 2 secret arts this high. Right there, Mi Xingye decides he wants Su Ning as his own in-name disciple and asks He Minji what he thinks. Instead of jealousy, He Minji immediately supports the choice and even lights up at the thought of gaining a junior brother who shares the same water and fire path. He even says Su Ning could later study Water Cross Sword and Bright Fire Sword just like him, giving him a real fellow disciple to compare notes with. Relieved that his top disciple feels no envy at all, Mi Xingye settles his decision and keeps his eyes fixed on Su Ning, already thinking of the sect's future. Now the sect master only wants to see one more thing: whether this astonishing newcomer can keep holding on inside the beast-filled stage. On the platform, everyone watches in disbelief as Su Ning slips past 2 demon beasts and coldly throws Gui Shang into the middle of 3 of them. Even without knowing his name yet, the spectators can already tell this newcomer is fighting at the very top of the inner sect level. The giant wolf Su Ning battered earlier is still moving sluggishly, but every time it tries to chase him down, he disappears into the crowd and shakes it off again. As disciple after disciple gets forced off the stage, the field quickly shrinks until only Su Ning, Sun Fengjun, and Ji Miao are still standing. Su Ning stays calm, but he knows the fewer people left on stage, the more the demon beasts will focus on him until even he cannot keep dodging forever. A demon beast suddenly swipes Sun Fengjun off the platform, leaving only Su Ning and Ji Miao trapped in the center of all 10 monsters. With no room left to run, Ji Miao calmly introduces himself to Su Ning right in the middle of the siege. Su Ning answers in kind, and he immediately recognizes Ji Miao as the Wet Wind crowd leader Lu Kaiwei warned him about. Ji Miao quietly repeats Su Ning's name, realizing this is the hidden 7 boxers disciple people kept talking about after Xiao Qiyun vanished. Instead of waiting to be chased off one by one, Ji Miao proposes one last hard hit. Target the injured wolf and see if they can actually bring it down. Su Ning agrees at once, understanding that Ji Miao is about to take the dangerous opening strike and probably sacrifice his own place on the stage. Ji Miao moves first, rushing the wolf with wind-like force gathered in his palm and slamming a brutal strike straight into its forehead. The wolf reacts on instinct and swats Ji Miao off the platform, exactly as he expected. In that tiny opening, Su Ning leaps in with fiery chi and watery chi surging together, as the flame-breathed bone sutra hardens his body for a full burst attack. He unloads 6 straight tidal fists into the wolf before the other demon beasts can close in. The moment his combo ends, another beast crashes in from behind, and Su Ning knows his run on the stage is finally over. An elder's protective force yanks Su Ning off the platform, and as he turns back, he sees the battered wolf collapsed on the stage in obvious pain. Ji Miao greets him with a grin, and the 2 strangers share an easy smile after surviving the round together. When the first inner disciple round ends, thousands of eyes fix on Su Ning because everyone can see he was the best performer on that platform. The white-haired elder only groans at the sight of the injured wolf, already picturing the beast-hunting sect complaining about the damage. Mi Xingye ignores that complaint, stands up in front of the whole square, and asks the standout disciple for his name. Su Ning steps forward and formally identifies himself as an inner disciple of the 7 boxers. Then Mi Xingye drops the shock of the day by asking Su Ning to become his in-name disciple. The square erupts instantly, because Mi Xingye has only 1 disciple already, and this offer would put Su Ning's status almost on par with the core disciples. Su Ning barely needs a heartbeat before accepting, because refusing the sect master's backing would be pure madness. The 7 boxers explodes with excitement, knowing Su Ning will still stay in the inner sect but now carries the weight of the sect master's name. People immediately start imagining the comeback. Once the conference ends, the 7 boxers should recover its lost members and resources and come back even stronger than before. Gu Qinghe is almost glowing with relief, because he bet on the 7 boxers when they were weak and now expects that gamble to pay off in a big way. After already trading his family's pure source pills for a Void Realm scroll, Gu Qinghe can suddenly see a real path to the Void Realm if 7 boxers' resources keep flowing. Duan Xiefeng has the opposite reaction, because his old friction with Su Ning now looks dangerous enough that he starts thinking about how to make peace. Even as a core disciple, Duan Xiefeng cannot hide a flash of jealousy at how fast Su Ning's status just jumped. The white-haired elder follows with his own reward and accepts Ji Miao as an in-name disciple for his strong performance. Ji Miao accepts happily, because becoming an in-name disciple gives him a real chance to touch the Dao seal later and offset the weakness of his middle-grade scroll. Sun Fengjun is also chosen as an in-name disciple, making the first round a life-changing win for all 3 final survivors. When the host announces the second round, the remaining inner disciples rush the platform with fresh desperation, hoping they can still catch the elder's eyes too. Instead of returning to the crowd, Su Ning gets called up to sit beside Heminji under Mi Xingye's eye, a public sign that his position has already changed. Heminji greets him warmly as junior brother, and Su Ning is struck by how approachable the sect's top genius is in person. Heminji quickly asks the real question and confirms that Su Ning is cultivating a dual water and fire secret scroll. When Su Ning names the cold flame dual source scroll, Heminji pities the fact that it is only a middle-grade void realm technique. Still, Heminji reassures him that if he can use the Dao seal in the future, the gap between middle-grade and superior-grade scrolls will disappear. That phrase catches Su Ning immediately, because he remembers hearing about Dao seals before from the kidnappers back in State Jifeng. Su Ning asks directly what a Dao seal is, but Heminji stops there and says the answer can wait until Su Ning reaches the 6th stage of the Void Realm. Instead, Heminji tells Su Ning to rest tonight and come to the core disciple area tomorrow so he can personally teach him the Water Cross Sword and Bright Fire Sword. Su Ning is surprised to hear there are 2 techniques, because he only saw Heminji use a water sword before and did not know he also cultivated fire. Heminji confirms that he also walks the same water and fire path, and Su Ning finally understands why Mi Xingye chose him so quickly. Su Ning raises a practical concern. He already practices 1 water technique and 1 fire technique, so adding 2 more secret arts sounds like it could slow his growth badly. Heminji answers with a larger lesson, saying the Void Realm does not work like the mortal realm, because secret techniques build both your cultivation ground and the attributes growing from it. He compares realms to soil and characteristics to plants, explaining that richer foundations support more attributes, and those mature attributes can in turn strengthen the foundation back. After observing Su Ning's current water penetration and fire erosion traits, Heminji says the 2 sword arts matter precisely because they add very different characteristics. Then Heminji finally states the real divide. 1 characteristic per path may be enough to peak within the Void Realm, but anyone who wants to go beyond it must merge more. The thought of a realm above the void realm hits Suning hard, and even though Himinji stops there, his curiosity is fully awakened. With that, Suning accepts the plan and agrees to learn both sword techniques from Himinji tomorrow. By the time the demon slaying conference ends, no one doubts who gained the most from it. Suning leaves with fame, backing, and a direct link to the sect's strongest disciple. Back in the inner sect that night, inner disciples start lining up to join the 7 boxers on their own. Some of them are not even new supporters, just frustrated members of other groups who finally seize the chance to break away and switch sides. In a single night, the 7 boxers turns from a weakened group into the hottest faction in the inner sect. That same change lands like a threat inside the Knife Moon crowd, where Gu Xin can no longer sit still after seeing their old rival rise under the sect master's protection. He asks his sister what they can possibly do now, because with Su Ning and 7 boxers, one wrong move could destroy the Knife Moon crowd outright. By the end of the night, the reversal is complete. The 7 boxers has the momentum, and the Knife Moon crowd is the side forced to worry. After her humiliation at the demon slaying conference, Gu Yishang finally admits the Knife Moon crowd has to keep its head down. She had wanted revenge on Su Ning, but now that he is the sect master's unnamed disciple, she knows picking another fight would be suicidal. So Gu Yishang orders everything taken from the 7 boxers to be returned, including resources, channels, and advantages they stole earlier. She even tells Gu Jin to throw out the former 7 boxers members they poached, since the 7 boxers no longer needs those traitors back. Then she strips Gui Yuechun, Xin Qiulun, Ren Qizhu, and the rest of their gains too, forcing them to return what they took from the Knife Moon crowd. Before going into seclusion, Gu Yishang warns Gu Jin to stop thinking about Su Ning and start repairing ties with Ning Sun and Le Kaiwei instead. While Ning Sun and Le Kaiwei get buried in faction work, Su Ning simply returns home and rests for the night. The next morning, Su Ning heads toward the core disciple area and gets called over by Ji Miao on the way. Ji Miao says his master sent him to greet his senior brothers and sisters, and the two walk together after bonding during yesterday's demon fight. Ji Miao happily explains that as unnamed disciples, they now have a chance to observe a Dao Seal instead of being limited by ordinary middle-grade void techniques. Since Su Ning still doesn't know what a Dao Seal is, he stops hiding his ignorance and asks directly. Ji Miao says a Dao Seal is a treasure left by masters above the void realm, carrying their martial understanding and helping later cultivators progress faster. That makes Su Ning ask the bigger question: does Yuelon sect actually have anyone above the void realm? Ji Miao can only say that on the surface their sect master is strongest at the 9th stage of the void realm, while any higher seniors remain unknown. At the true sect gate they split up, and Su Ning follows Himinji's directions to his senior brother's courtyard. 2 sword-bearing teenagers greet Su Ning outside the courtyard, and their young age makes their spirit realm cultivation feel even more startling. The girl leads him through a peaceful courtyard of ponds and flowers toward the backyard where sword sounds are already ringing out. There, Su Ning finds Himinji in spotless white clothes, practicing twin swords with no true chi at all, yet every movement still feels strangely profound. As he watches, Su Ning realizes Himinji is moving like he is using 2 separate sword arts at once, but somehow the pair fit together perfectly. After half an hour, Himinji finally stops and tells Su Ning he will personally teach him both the Water Cross sword and the Bright Fire sword. When Su Ning asks about the 2 teenage attendants, Himinji explains they are war orphans his master took in, and they now help here while learning swordsmanship from him. Himinji checks whether Su Ning has ever practiced swordsmanship, and Su Ning honestly admits he only used a blade technique back in the mortal realm. Himinji doesn't mind and encourages him, while Su Ning quietly knows his real confidence comes from the energy he saved up for this lesson. Su Ning had even borrowed 10 pure source pills from Gu Qinghe the night before, just to make sure he would have enough energy to keep up today. Then the attendants return with a sword box, and the moment it opens, Su Ning can tell the paired weapons inside are anything but ordinary. The twin swords are identical in shape, but one has a dark blue edge and the other dark red, making the pair feel balanced and dangerous at the same time. Himinji reveals they were a gift from his master when he first entered the Void Realm, and now he wants Su Ning to take them instead. Su Ning refuses at first because the gift feels too valuable, but Himinji insists the sword should shine in use instead of gathering dust. Seeing that sincerity, Su Ning finally accepts the pair and thanks his senior brother. With that settled, Himinji begins teaching the Water Cross sword from the ground up, explaining its flowing water nature while demonstrating each move himself. Su Ning listens carefully, but the technique still refuses to click, leaving him awkwardly slower than his reputation would suggest. Even when the lesson drags through the entire morning, Himinji stays patient, though he quietly starts doubting what kind of sword talent Su Ning really has. At last the technique appears on Su Ning's martial panel, and he immediately spends energy to force the Water Cross sword up to the first level. Now confident, Su Ning says he finally understands a little, and Himinji gently lets him try while trying to spare him any embarrassment. The moment Su Ning swings, the blue sword turns soft yet unyielding, and Himinji realizes in shock that this is already the first level of the Water Cross sword. Himinji instantly understands he had misread Su Ning all morning, because the junior brother who looked hopeless was actually digesting the sword's essence in silence. The comparison stings too, since Minji needed 3 days under Mishingye's guidance to reach this same level, and had once been praised as a genius for it. Even the 2 teenage attendants are left staring, because they can tell Su Ning's sword talent may be even scarier than Minji's. Su Ning himself is delighted by his first real sword art, and asks Minji how he did after finishing the set. Minji praises him without reserve, saying that learning the water cross sword to first level in 1 morning is unmatched talent in the entire Yuelon sect. Since Su Ning already crossed the beginner hurdle, Minji stops pushing deeper theory and tells him the rest will depend on practice and understanding. Then they switch to the red sword, and Su Ning immediately notices that his fiery chi resonates with both the bright fire sword and the weapon's special material. Minji patiently begins the bright fire sword lesson 2, this time already knowing Su Ning's slow start does not mean poor comprehension. For more hours pass before the second technique finally appears on Su Ning's panel, and he spends the energy again without hesitation. When Su Ning demonstrates the bright fire sword at first level 2, even Minji's mental preparation is not enough to hide his shock. Minji tells him the real path now is to cultivate both sword arts separately and also learn to fuse them, because together their killing power rises dramatically. He even says Mishingye will be stunned when he returns from the beast hunting sect and sees how quickly Su Ning advanced. That is when Su Ning learns Mishingye is currently away returning borrowed demon beasts to the beast hunting sect after the conference. Before they part, Minji says he will leave on a long mission tomorrow and generously offers Su Ning free use of his own middle-grade aura fountain while he is gone. Su Ning accepts the kindness, and the lesson ends with Minji personally walking him out while Su Ning carries the twin swords away. Back in his room, Su Ning looks at the swords on the table and quietly notes that he now owes Minji a serious favor. That thought leads him to another problem. After nearly 3 months in Yuelon sect, he still has not completed the mandatory sect mission every inner disciple must do. He starts planning to ask the 7 boxers for a short mission, but a knock at the door interrupts him. Gu Qinghe bursts in delighted, saying joining the 7 boxers on Su Ning's advice turned out to be the best move he could have made. Gu Qinghe proudly announces he is being promoted all the way to Class 4, a rank with much better status and monthly resources. He also brings Su Ning the meeting results. Su Ning, Ningsun, and Le Kaiwei have all been raised to Class 5 inside the 7 boxers. Some people even wanted Su Ning to become the new leader, but Le Kaiwei respected his earlier refusal and left Ningsun as acting head instead. Gu Qinghe says Su Ning's rise has completely revived the 7 boxers, with new members pouring in and lost resources steadily returning. He adds that the Knife Moon crowd has already backed down, and even Gui Yuechan, Xin Qiuluan, and the others have been thrown out and avoided by every intersect force. Then Gu Qinghe drops a smaller surprise too. Su Ning no longer needs to repay those 10 pure source pills, because Le Kaiwei already covered them. Su Ning remembers he never even collected his own monthly subsidy after joining, so Le Kaiwei was really just settling what he was already owed. The next day, Su Ning goes straight to Ningsun to talk about his new class and the mission problem. Ningsun confirms that Class 5 means free intersect aura fountain access and 5 extra pure source pills every month, though he still feels that is too little for what Su Ning did. Su Ning cuts that guilt off immediately, reminding Ningsun that the 7 boxers supported his growth long before he became this strong. Then Su Ning makes an unusual request. He wants to trade his free aura fountain access for even more pure source pills each month. Ningsun refuses on the spot, thinking Su Ning is trying to give up his share just to benefit other people again. Once Su Ning explains that Minji is lending him a better middle-grade aura fountain in the core disciple area, Ningsun finally understands. Ningsun agrees to the swap and sweetens it further, promising Su Ning 50 pure source pills as thanks, to be paid over the next 3 months as resources recover. This time Su Ning accepts without pretending otherwise, because 50 pure source pills is far too useful for him to turn down. With reward settled, Su Ning asks about a sect mission he can finish quickly before getting back to cultivation. But Ningsun warns him that most sect missions are external assignments lasting at least a month, so a short one probably does not exist. He suggests Su Ning browse the 7 boxers' internal mission channel instead, since many special tasks there are not publicly available. Su Ning follows that advice, and after several days of weighing the options, he finally chooses an extermination mission. The mission should take about 1.5 months and pay 100 contribution points, so Su Ning leaves Yuelon sect for his first real official assignment. Before starting the job, he changes course toward the nearby mountains because he wants to find Gray first after being apart for 3 months. On the mountain side, Gray has grown larger during those 3 months, but it still looks harmless at first glance as it waits near its cave. That harmless look vanishes fast when several vicious raptor demon beasts fly overhead, and Gray leaps up to swallow them whole in midair. After landing and burping like it just had a light snack, Gray curls up on the rocks and keeps staring toward Yuelon sect the way it has every day. Then Gray suddenly spots a white figure racing in from afar, and the lazy waiting disappears in an instant. The moment it recognizes Su Ning, Gray explodes down the mountain like a shadow and throws itself straight into his arms. Gray throws itself against Su Ning's clothes, and the simple reunion hits him with real warmth after 3 months apart. Su Ning tells Gray to join his sect mission, and Gray immediately climbs onto his shoulder like it never left his side. Gray has clearly gotten fatter in sect life, and Su Ning teases it before setting out for Chingu County on foot. Now that he is in the Void Realm, Su Ning does not bother with a horse and simply runs faster than one on his own. Gray keeps sniffing at him in confusion, and Su Ning realizes the little beast is startled by how much stronger he has become. Su Ning still cannot read Gray's aura in its normal form, so he quietly decides to judge its realm the next time it hunts. 6 days later, Su Ning reaches Chingu County with his mission clear: help the Ling family wipe out a violent thief group with Void Realm fighters. Inside the city, the streets are busy but drained, and Su Ning immediately feels how repeated raids have crushed the whole county's spirit. At the Ling residence gate, Su Ning reveals his Yuan sect waistplate, and the guard's attitude flips from caution to urgent respect. Ling Shuzong personally comes out with his people to welcome him, treating this young inner disciple like a savior. Ling Shuzong offers a feast, but Su Ning skips the pleasantries and heads straight for the study to hear everything about the thieves. Ling Shuzong explains that the Ling family has already been bled dry, and 2 of their 3 Void Realm fighters are now down from the last desperate clash. When Ling Shuzong admits the raiders have at least 5 Void Realm martial artists and possibly a Genus Realm leader, Su Ning still does not look rattled. That quiet confidence steadies Ling Shuzong, and Su Ning decides he will rest tonight and destroy the thieves tomorrow. Grateful and desperate, Ling Shuzong immediately offers Su Ning a wooden box filled with 10 pure source pills. Outside the city, the so-called thief stronghold turns out to be a rough mountain village split between sloppy bandits and disciplined sect survivors. Inside the camp, a subordinate reports that a single young Yuan disciple has reached the Ling family, and Deacon Ding immediately starts weighing the risk. Hearing that only one young man came, Deacon Ding relaxes and decides they can kill him if needed because they plan to flee soon anyway. Deacon Ding reveals these raiders are actually remnants of the ruined Leaf Pattern sect, still waiting to regroup under their young sect master. When he learns their young sect master will arrive by tomorrow or the day after, Deacon Ding turns more ruthless and orders the Ling family robbed that very night. Back at the Ling residence that night, Su Ning absorbs all 10 pills and pushes his stored energy up high enough for another major upgrade. He spends 1200 energy in one move and raises both Water Cross Sword and Bright Fire Sword to the 3rd level. With both swords upgraded, Su Ning judges his dual sword killing power to be no weaker than his strongest fist technique. Under the moonlight, Su Ning finally gauges Gray's strength at around mid-Void Realm, and wonders just how terrifying it will be when it fully grows up. That thought is cut short when both Su Ning and Gray turn cold at the same instant, and sense a Void Realm enemy entering the Ling estate. Su Ning rushes out and reaches Ling Shuzong's courtyard just in time to find him locked in a fierce fight with a black-clothed True Chi Realm assassin. Before Su Ning even swings, Gray gives a low whimper, a hint of silver flashes in its eyes, and the assassin's head explodes on the spot. Su Ning realizes Gray has awakened a terrifying rare attack, far stranger than the normal elemental powers he has seen from other Void Realm beasts. Ling Shuzong confirms the dead attacker was one of the thieves, and Su Ning immediately figures out the whole gang has launched a full night raid on the mansion. Ling Shuzong hurries off to organize his household, and Su Ning heads south alone because he has already sensed 2 more Void Realm intruders inside. On the south side, Deacon Ding and another Void Realm raider are cutting down guards while hunting for Ling Shuzong and the Yuan disciple. Su Ning drops in from above and announces himself before slashing at both men with his newly strengthened dual swords. Deacon Ding instantly senses that this supposed young disciple is actually a terrifying Genus Realm fighter, and warns his companion too late. Su Ning's Water Cross Sword shears straight through the middle-aged man's weapon and takes his arm with it in the same exchange. At the same time, his Bright Fire Sword mangles Deacon Ding's broad blade, proving both upgraded sword arts are overwhelming them. Deacon Ding panics and runs, but Su Ning kills the injured accomplice first and immediately gives chase. A sword strike opens Deacon Ding's back and drops him to the ground before he can escape. With the blade at his throat, Deacon Ding finally admits the raiders are Leaf Pattern sect remnants hiding outside the city while fleeing. That name clicks for Su Ning at once because Yuan already posted a separate mission to kill the Leaf Pattern sect's fugitive young master, Yilun. When Su Ning asks where Yilun is, Deacon Ding hesitates until the sword bites deeper and forces out the meeting place for tomorrow. Su Ning decides on the spot to use Deacon Ding as bait and orders him to lead him to Yilun the next day. To make sure he stays obedient, Su Ning punches bloody holes through key points in Deacon Ding's back and cripples more than half his strength. Deacon Ding briefly thinks about a sneak attack while following behind, but one cold glance from Gray kills that idea instantly. By dawn, the raid has been cleaned up, and Su Ning is already outside the thieves' village with Deacon Ding, waiting to ambush Yilun. Yilun finally arrives with his group, and Su Ning immediately sees the mission intel was outdated because this fugitive is already in the qualitative change realm. Yilun notices Deacon Ding looks wrong and starts asking sharp questions, turning the meeting tense before anyone has moved. To keep control of the moment, Su Ning steps forward in Leaf Pattern sect clothes and calmly claims to be a newly recruited disciple. Yilun is unconvinced, so Su Ning lures him in with talk of a great gift and buys one more heartbeat of surprise. The gift is a killing blow, as Su Ning suddenly erupts with flame-breathed Bone Sutra and Tidal Fist and hammers Yilun's chest before he can react. Even though Yilun survives the opening burst thanks to his stronger realm, he is badly injured and screams that Deacon Ding betrayed him. The remaining Void Realm fighters rush to protect their young master, but Su Ning tears into them so fast that the battle turns one-sided almost immediately. Furious and wounded, Yilun kills Deacon Ding with one slap to the forehead before trying to turn back on Su Ning. But when Yilun looks again, half his men are already dead, and he finally understands this enemy is a monster with multiple 4th-level techniques. Knowing he may lose even at full strength, the badly hurt Yilun drops his pride and runs for the village. He barely gets a few steps before Gray's strange power hits again, twisting through his head like a spike from nowhere. Yilun's head explodes under Gray's gaze, ending the leaf-pattern sect remnant in one horrifying instant. With Yilun and the last survivors dead, Su Ning finally relaxes because his first sect mission has just turned into a 300 contribution point haul. Practical as ever, Su Ning immediately crouches down to search the bodies for whatever resources the fugitives still have left. After cleaning up Yilun's side, Su Ning absorbs the scattered resources and ends up with 1250 energy, a solid gain even if it falls short of his hopes. He quickly realizes the smaller haul makes sense, because Yilun and the others were living hand-to-mouth and spent most resources on their own cultivation. Su Ning keeps their identity proof for the return report, calls Gray over, and decides not to waste time chasing the village leftovers who already ran. On the way out, Su Ning studies Gray again and feels more sure this demon beast's bloodline is something unusual, even if Gray still cannot explain it clearly. He returns through Qinggu County, parts with Ling Shuzong, and heads back to Yuelon sect feeling that missions outside the sect may be even more rewarding than staying inside. At the same time in Fog Night Abyss, a mud-covered hand suddenly claws up from the ground and a survivor drags himself out of the sludge. The survivor is Xiao Qiyun, alive after disappearing for so long, and he stares at the bleak light above the abyss in exhausted disbelief. He remembers stumbling into a mystic realm left by the legendary Shi Fengshu while hunting a void realm demon beast, and the danger inside still leaves him shaken. Even so, that deadly trip pushed Xiao Qiyun from void realm 3rd stage into the 4th stage, while his 5 junior brothers and sisters never made it back out. Knowing the mystic realm is far beyond what he can monopolize, Xiao Qiyun decides the only smart move is to return to the sect and report it to the elders. Outside Yuelon sect, Su Ning has to leave Gray behind again, and Gray's low mood is obvious as Su Ning promises to come back for him next time. Gray watches Su Ning disappear, turns toward the cave, and then abruptly freezes as if something far away has called to him. The pull comes from Fog Night Abyss, and Gray's face shifts from surprise to a strange familiar yearning. After one last conflicted look between Yuelon sect and the abyss, Gray chooses the call of that mystery and shoots away like a gray shadow. Back inside Yuelon sect, Su Ning reports both completed missions at the mission hall and secures the full 300 contribution point reward. He immediately turns those points into 30 pure source pills, intent on pushing his strength up again without delay. Su Ning stops by Guqing his room first, but with no one there, he heads back alone and gets ready to cultivate. After resting, he absorbs all 30 pills and then the latest aura crystals from the 1000 source bug, raising his reserves to 4,360 energy. With enough energy finally in hand, Su Ning decides it is time to break into the qualitative change realm. The moment he advances the cold flame dual source scroll, the water and fire chi inside him begin to shake violently and split apart. His 2 currents become 4 distinct forms, each linked to one of his void techniques instead of staying as simple water and fire streams. Su Ning reads the change clearly. Tidal Fist becomes penetrative water, Water Cross Sword becomes cutting water, Flame Breath Bone Sutra becomes burning fire, and Bright Fire Sword becomes annihilating fire. The real breakthrough is flexibility, because now he can borrow one water trait for another water technique, or do the same within fire, as long as the lower technique level limits the result. That insight makes Su Ning want even more techniques in the future, but for now he notices the next realm still needs 5,000 energy, and decides to keep his remaining 1960 saved instead of upgrading unevenly. Fresh from the breakthrough and too energized to rest, Su Ning heads for Himinji's courtyard to test the middle-grade aura fountain he was promised. Himinji is still away on mission, but the young attendants recognize Su Ning and lead him straight to the fountain anyway. The middle-grade aura fountain looks simple, but the aura rolling out of the shallow pit is obviously denser than what Su Ning used before. After an hour inside, Su Ning confirms this fountain feeds him far faster than the low-grade one, enough to let him plan his next upgrades almost immediately. A few days later on Zongfeng Peak, Sect Master Mixingye chats with Elder Yuanqing about their new disciples, including the still unseen Su Ning. Yuanqing says Ji Miao's aptitude is only average but his temperament is excellent, while Mixingye admits Su Ning has already gone off on missions before they have even properly met as master and disciple. That calm mood breaks when a peak disciple arrives to report that the missing inner disciple Xiao Qiyun has returned and wants to see them at once. Xiao Qiyun comes in clean and composed, but the weight in his face makes it clear he did not return with simple news. When Xiao Qian says there is a mystic realm beneath Fog Night Abyss, and its owner is Shifengxiu, both sect leaders jolt upright in shock. Pressed for details, Xiao Qiyun confirms he entered it by accident with 5 juniors, and only he survived after wandering even the outer area and breaking through to the qualitative change realm. Yuan Qing immediately sees how huge this is and urges Mi Xingye to move now, because controlling that realm could change Yuan Sec's fate. After confirming Xiao Qiyun told no one else, Mi Xingye praises him, promises to promote him to core disciple if the sect secures the realm, and orders an immediate departure. The 3 of them mount a high-level Void Realm Demon Beast and race straight toward Fog Night Abyss before the secret can leak. Meanwhile in He Minji's courtyard, Su Ning finally ends 10 full days in the Aura Fountain after collecting 350 more energy in total. During that stretch he quietly raised both Watercross Sword and Bright Fire Sword to level 4, bringing all 4 of his void techniques into balance. Since even non-stop cultivation can get dull now, Su Ning decides to relax for a bit instead of diving right back into seclusion. One of the attendants points him toward today's core disciple exchange meeting, and Su Ning gets interested right away because it is his chance to gauge Yuelan's true upper-level talent. At Elite Square, Su Ning finds a lively crowd of core disciples swapping experience and sparring, a very different atmosphere from the intersect. Ji Miao spots him and happily explains that this monthly gathering is exactly where core disciples sharpen themselves through direct exchange instead of fumbling alone. Ji Miao is especially excited because one earlier exchange already gave him useful insight, and Su Ning agrees that this environment makes progress much easier. The meeting host, Senior Disciple Zhuozhongyi, steps onto the stage and invites anyone below Void Realm's 7th stage to come up and spar. The first to answer is Bao Ryuan, and the crowd's mood instantly cools enough for Su Ning to notice this man is bad news. Ji Miao quietly tells Su Ning that Bao Ryuan comes from the powerful Bao family of Crystal Mansion and has a reputation for being strong, domineering, and widely disliked. That family name hits Su Ning personally because it is tied to the Crystal Mansion mine where he was once thrown after being taken to State Jifeng. Bao Ryuan openly calls out Xia Wenwei, and the capable core disciple steps onto the stage barehanded to meet him. Zhuozhongyi warns them not to go too far, but Bao Ryuan only sneers while Xia Wenwei thanks the host and prepares seriously. The spar starts at once, with Bao Ryuan's Windline sword crashing into Xia Wenwei's purple lightning palms in a clash that is far too fierce for friendly practice. Su Ning can tell both of them are already in Void Realm 5th stage, and even he judges that a straight fight against either one would be rough despite his own rare set of level 4 techniques. As the battle drags on, Bao Ryuan's praise turns nasty and his sword starts aiming at Xia Wenwei's vital points, making it obvious he wants more than a clean win. Xia Wenwei finally spots an opening and drives in with a lightning charged palm, only to realize a heartbeat too late that Bao Ryuan baited her into it. Bao Ryuan suddenly drops his sword, reveals a hidden fist technique ringed with tiny wind blades, and slams a brutal punch into her chest. Xia Wenwei is blasted backward hard, and even Zhuozhongyi is a step too late because nobody expected Bao Ryuan to hide such a strong punching art. Worse, Bao Ryuan ignores the order to stop and rushes after her, clearly trying to turn a spar into a crippling attack. Before that second blow can land, Su Ning flashes onto the stage, shields Xia Wenwei, and meets Bao Ryuan's fist head-on with one punch of his own. The collision drives both men back a step and leaves both fists bloodied, proving Su Ning can stop Bao Ryuan even from a lower realm. When Bao Ryuan glares and demands a name, Su Ning stands straight under that pressure and answers without hesitation. Sect Masters and named disciple, Su Ning. At the exchange meeting, Zhuozhongyi jumps onto the stage in fury and condemns Bao Ryuan for nearly crippling a fellow disciple. Bao Ryuan ignores Zhuozhongyi completely and fixes his eyes on Su Ning instead, recognizing him as the Sect Master's new named disciple. When Su Ning's identity becomes clear, the watching core disciples finally put a face to the inner disciple whose recent feats had already spread through the sect. Su Ning studies Bao Ryuan in return, and the Bao family name instantly drags up his old grudge from the months he was abducted and trapped in State Jifeng. That old hatred is exactly why Su Ning stepped in so fast for Xia Wenwei. Even if he cannot crush Bao Ryuan yet, he can still ruin his moment. Zhuozhongyi threatens to report Bao Ryuan to the disciplinary hall, but Bao Ryuan just sneers and tells him to ask his master first. Bao Ryuan strolls away without the slightest fear, then pauses only long enough to throw Su Ning a hostile invitation to spar someday. Watching him swagger off, Su Ning realizes Bao Ryuan is the kind of disciple who breaks rules because nobody around him can really stop him. With the mood completely destroyed and Bao Ryuan untouchable for the moment, Zhuozhongyi can only shut the exchange meeting down early. Once the crowd starts thinning out, Xia Wenwei finally recovers enough to thank Su Ning for stepping in, and Zhuozhongyi guiltily admits he misjudged Bao Ryuan's ruthlessness. Su Ning keeps it modest, and says he only acted because he was close enough to protect his senior sister when things turned ugly. Xia Wenwei, still white-faced from the blow, promises she will come back in 2 days to thank him properly before leaving with support. Only then does everyone get a good look at Su Ning's hand, still dripping blood from blocking Bao Ryuan's strike. Su Ning tears off part of his shirt to wrap the wound, calm because the flame-breathed bone sutra is already knitting the damage back together. Ji Miao finally comes over, still stunned that the old companion who once fought beside him has already surged so far ahead. Zhuozong warmly notes that Su Ning and Ji Miao entered this circle from the same demon-slaying conference, and Ji Miao proudly mentions they once fought a demon beast together. After sending Ji Miao off, Zhuozong deliberately draws closer to Su Ning and says they should keep in touch because their masters are on the same side. Su Ning uses the opening to ask the question that matters most to him now. Why can Bao Ryuan act so arrogantly even in front of the sect's rules? Zhuozong explains that the root of it is Elder Gujian, a powerful elder who indulges his own disciples and ignores normal restraints. He lowers his voice and reveals an old wound inside Yuelan's sect. Decades ago, Mi Xingye and Gujian were rival prodigies competing for the sect master seat. Mi Xingye won that contest, but Gujian never accepted the result and has spent years acting like a rebellious power inside the sect. Because Gujian is almost as strong as the sect master and still has old elders backing him, nobody has been able to truly remove this internal thorn. That same feud has spilled into the younger generation too, with Minji and Gujian's top disciple Fang Jie set up as the two opposing peaks among the core disciples. By the time Zhuozong finishes, Su Ning finally sees the full picture. Bao Ryuan is arrogant because he belongs to the faction that has been openly testing the sect for years. The two part on friendlier terms, and Su Ning heads back to cultivate with a clearer view of the danger around him. A few days later, Su Ning is called out of seclusion and finds Xia Wenwei waiting for him outside Minji's residence. Xia Wenwei explains that she came first to the inner sect, then guessed Su Ning might be staying near Minji, and now she has come to thank him in person. She worries about his injured hand, but Su Ning shows her a palm already fully healed without even a scar. Once she sees he is fine, Xia Wenwei finally tells him why Bao Ryuan targeted her so viciously at the exchange meeting. Last month outside the sect, she and Bao Ryuan discovered a blazing crystal fruit tree at the same time and fought over it, with Xia Wenwei taking most of the ripe fruit because he could not beat her. Bao Ryuan held on to that grudge, and with Elder Gujian behind him, he chose the exchange meeting as his chance to hit back in public. When Su Ning admits he does not even know what the blazing crystal fruit tree is, Xia Wenwei realizes just how unfamiliar he still is with top-tier cultivation resources. She explains that the fruit helps Void Realm martial artists in the 4th to 6th stages condense their attributes, while the later grown core is especially useful for breaking toward the 7th stage. Then she gets to the point and offers to take Su Ning to the hidden tree so he can claim the coming core as her repayment gift. Su Ning does not answer right away, because the gift is valuable but the trouble tied to it is even clearer. In the end he refuses, deciding the core is not worth provoking a direct clash with Bao Ryuan and dragging Mi Xingye deeper into that factional fight. Xia Wenwei understands at once, because once Su Ning mentions the tension between his master and Elder Gujian, there is nothing more she can reasonably push. Instead of insisting, she pulls out a silk brocade bag and offers him the 6 blazing crystal fruits she already won, so she will not leave the favor unpaid. Su Ning accepts the fruit, thanking her, while Xia Wenwei quietly starts planning to seek other help for the core she still wants to contest. After personally seeing her out, Su Ning opens the bag and pours 6 clear crystal fruits into his palm back inside the courtyard. The martial arts panel reacts at once, but Su Ning is underwhelmed when all 6 fruits together only amount to 1,200 energy. Since the direct energy is too low, he decides not to absorb them and heads for the materials hall to trade them for something more efficient. Far away at Fog Night Abyss, Mi Xingye and Elder Yuanqing emerge from a deep pool in frustration after yet another failed attempt to enter the hidden mystic realm. Xiao Qiyun had led them here after revealing the secret entrance, and the two elders did confirm a real barrier deep underwater almost 300 meters down. But every time the two 9th stage experts try to force their way through, the barrier crushes down on their down marks and shuts them out. To test the pattern, they bring Xiao Qiyun close to the barrier too, and he can touch and cross it freely without any resistance at all. After nearly 10 days of trying, Mi Xingye finally accepts the truth. Martial artists who have condensed down marks simply cannot enter this mystic realm. So Mi Xingye changes plans on the spot and decides the sect's core disciples should be the ones sent in to seize the opportunities instead. Back in Yuan's sect, Su Ning comes out of the materials hall in a very good mood after learning each blazing crystal fruit trades for 10 pure source pills. The 6 fruits become 60 pure source pills, which means 6,000 energy for Su Ning and a far better return than absorbing the fruit directly. For a moment, he even wonders if the future core of the blazing crystal fruit tree might be valuable enough to justify dealing with Bao Ryuan after all. That thought is cut off by thunderous drums across the core disciple sect, the unmistakable signal for an urgent gathering at the elders' hall. Su Ning rushes over within the time limit and finds Mi Xingye, more than a dozen elders, and a growing mass of core disciples already assembled. As the last of the disciples settle in, Elder Yuanqing suddenly orders everyone below the Void Realm 4th stage to leave. When the weaker disciples file out, fewer than 20 people remain, and Su Ning spots familiar faces like Zhuozong, Xia Wenwei, and Bao Ryuan among the chosen group. Su Ning looks up and catches Mi Xingye giving him a satisfied smile, a quiet sign that his master's approval of his progress is already obvious. A light curtain suddenly seals the remaining group inside, making it clear the elders are about to reveal something confidential. Elder Yuanqing gets straight to it and announces a huge opportunity. Mi Xingye and the elders have discovered a mystic realm left behind by a legendary martial master of state Jifeng. Because that realm is still largely unexplored, the sect has decided to send this small group of core disciples and unnamed core disciples in as the first batch. The hall buzzes with excitement, but Elder Yuanqing immediately cools them down by warning that the first explorers will also face the greatest unknown dangers. He bluntly tells them some of them may die inside, then offers one last chance to withdraw before the mission begins. Nobody moves, not even the still injured Xia Wenwei, because the chance to enter a legendary mystic realm is simply too great to abandon. Satisfied with their resolve, Elder Yuanqing declares that they should depart at once. Right at that moment, a skinny elder in a dark green robe stands up and interrupts the whole plan before anyone can move. When Elder Gujian speaks, Suning immediately realizes he is looking at Mi Xingye's old rival in person for the first time. Elder Gujian calmly makes a selfish demand: delay the first mystic realm entry for half a month so his absent disciple Fang Jie can return and claim a place in the first batch. The request lands badly at once, because everyone in the hall understands he is asking the whole sect to waste a rare opening just to favor his own disciple. At the Elder's Hall, Mi Xingye shuts down Elder Gujian's push to wait for Fang Jie, saying even top disciples like Fang Jie and He Minji can enter in a later batch. With the decision made, Elder Yuanqing drops the light barrier and orders the disciples to move out. More than a dozen flying Void Realm demon beasts land outside, and the whole expedition boards them for the trip to Fog Night Abyss. Su Ning rides with Zhuo's only through the clouds, and Zhuo can barely hide his excitement about entering a legendary master's mystic realm. Zhuo's only tells Su Ning that only a Dao Realm master could leave behind a place like this, and that realm stands far above the Void Realm. When Zhuo describes Dao Realm warriors punching through mountains and splitting the land for miles, Su Ning is stunned by how absurd that power sounds. Zhuo insists those stories match the sect records, and Su Ning quietly decides he wants to study more about these higher realms later. Su Ning asks whether State Jifeng still has a Dao Realm master, but Zhuo can only say no one knows if one is still hiding somewhere. Then Zhuo explains that Dao seals are the physical trace of a Dao master's comprehension, something Void Realm warriors study once they reach the common seal realm. That makes Su Ning's path ahead a little clearer, but he quickly pulls his mind back to the real goal right now: surviving the mystic realm and taking its resources. Zhuo suddenly tenses when he spots Bao Ryuan chatting easily with a handsome disciple wearing a gold crown and carrying a folding fan. Zhuo reveals that man is Qin Xiaoyi, one of the strongest core disciples below He Minji and Fang Jie, and he is already touching the common seal realm. Seeing Bao Ryuan beside someone that dangerous, Zhuo warns Su Ning that their old grudge could turn deadly once the mystic realm scatters everyone. Su Ning is surprised fellow disciples would dare kill each other, and Zhuo bluntly reminds him that inside a mystic realm, murder can be covered up as a natural death. By late afternoon, the expedition reaches Fog Night Abyss, and the whole group begins descending into the dim valley. The name Fog Night Abyss makes Su Ning think of Xiao Qiyun, the man who first discovered this mystic realm but did not join this batch. Su Ning recalls that Xiao Qiyun has already been rewarded by Mi Xingye and could still enter with any future batch if the realm's owner is confirmed. The group lands beside a pond at the bottom of the abyss, and Elder Yuanqing announces that the mystic realm lies 300 meters below it. He warns them that once they pass the barrier, the mystic realm will scatter them into separate locations full of both danger and opportunity. Worse, there is no fixed exit, so anyone who wants to leave later will have to find their own way out. Before anyone dives in, Elder Yuanqing delivers one cold final warning: any disciple who turns on their own sect brothers and sisters will be executed by the disciplinary hall. With that, the elders begin leading everyone into the pond one by one. At the back of the line, Zhuo regrets that he and Su Ning cannot stay together once the realm splits them apart. Su Ning answers calmly that if they run into each other inside, they can still join forces then. Just before Su Ning jumps, Mi Xingye stops him for a private word and admits he has not really acted like a master yet. Mi Xingye tells Su Ning to come see him properly after he returns alive, making their master-disciple tie feel real for the first time. Then Mi Xingye hands him a glowing crystal bead that can block 3 fatal attacks from a common seal realm expert. With that extra protection in hand, Su Ning thanks him and finally dives into the pond. Deep underwater, Su Ning reaches the barrier where Elder Yuanqing gives him one last warning to be careful. Su Ning passes through the barrier, loses all sense of direction in pitch-black darkness, and suddenly gets dragged away by a vortex-like force. When he regains control, Su Ning finds himself alone in a dark cave lined with strange rocks, vines, and faintly glowing fruit. Before moving deeper, Su Ning draws both swords and spends all 6,000 stored energy to push his 4 secret techniques to the 5th level. With his strength boosted again, Su Ning starts through the cave in a much more confident but still careful mood. A sharp buzzing breaks the silence as a palm-sized blade-mouthed insect suddenly rushes straight at him. Su Ning cuts the bug in half in one stroke and realizes its toughness is already close to a mid-level mortar realm beast. Inside the dead insect, he finds a fluorescent stone that the martial arts panel identifies as absorbable energy. The strange find barely has time to sink in before a whole glowing swarm comes buzzing out of the tunnel ahead. Su Ning floods the cave with sword chi and wipes out the swarm before it can even touch him. When the tunnel quiets down, He gathers the fallen stones and is delighted to find nearly 350 more energy waiting on the ground. That easy harvest makes Suning realize this mystic realm may be packed with danger, but it is also packed with resources he can turn directly into power. Still, he does not let that excitement go to his head, because a swarm this strong could already be deadly to weaker Void Realm fighters. As he searches for a way forward and a possible exit, a heavy thumping sound begins echoing through the stone passage. Following the noise, Suning finds a grotesque nest where thousands of blade-mouthed insects cover the walls around a huge dark green meatball pulsing at the back. The sight makes him want to clear out the whole brood, but the pulsing mass gives off just enough danger to make him hesitate. Then the meatball splits open and a giant mantis-like creature slowly pushes its scythe and triangular head out into view. Suning feels the beast lock onto him and decides to strike first before it can fully come out. But the silent insects suddenly explode into motion and swarm around him, buying the mantis time. Suning answers by wrapping himself in true chi and carving through the swarm with both swords, turning the floor into a carpet of insect corpses. By the time he cuts down more than half the swarm, the mantis has fully crawled out and calmly eats the fleshy nest behind it. That odd behavior makes Suning suspect this thing is not truly newborn at all, especially after he notices old unrepaired wounds on its shell. The mantis finally attacks, and Suning meets its scythes head-on with both swords in a hard clash. He immediately realizes the scythes are absurdly tough, because his strike only leaves a shallow wound. So Suning changes targets and starts slicing into the mantis's weaker exoskeleton with shifting water, fire, corrosive, and penetrating attacks. As the wounds pile up, the mantis grows more violent, then abruptly realizes it is losing and tries to flee down the tunnel. Suning chases it down without mercy and hacks the beast apart before it can escape. After the kill, Suning judges the mantis to be a mid-level Void Realm beast, but one with unusually strong physical defenses and no obvious attribute ability. When he cuts the corpse open, Suning finds a much larger fluorescent stone hidden inside. The martial arts panel tells him it contains 3,000 energy, and this time Suning cannot hide his smile. He absorbs it immediately, then goes back to harvest even more stones from the mountain of dead insects. 15 minutes later, Suning has pushed his reserves past 5,000 energy, enough for a breakthrough on the spot. Knowing exactly what that means, he opens the panel and advances the Cold Flame Dual Source Scroll to Void Realm 5th stage. The instant the breakthrough completes, a ball of water and a ball of fire appear directly in Suning's palms. Now in the materialization realm, he tests the upgrade by lacing a casual strike with water and carving a huge gash into solid stone. The result is brutal enough that Suning knows even many spirit realm fighters would struggle to survive a blow like that. He also feels the 4 chi currents inside him condensing even further, with droplet-like changes hinting at another level still ahead. Even after the breakthrough, he still cannot fully transform those attribute traits yet, which tells him that power likely belongs to the 6th stage. Before leaving, Suning notices the mantis and insect remains are already decaying unnaturally fast, making this place feel even stranger. That decay, plus the fluorescent stones inside them, makes him suspect these creatures are not normal demon beasts at all. So he sets off again, hoping to find either more stone-bearing creatures or a clue to where those energy stones really come from. Hours of searching bring nothing, and the endless twisting tunnels start to feel less like a treasure ground and more like a trap. Just as frustration sets in, he catches the sound of wind moving through stone and realizes there must be an opening nearby. He follows the airflow to the end of the tunnel and finally finds a narrow exit leading outside. Outside is not normal night at all, just a starless gray-black sky that makes the whole mystic realm feel cut off from the real world. He climbs out and sees a wasteland of gravel, dead trees, bloodstains, and white bones scattered in every direction. The place hits him with such heavy pressure that even Suning feels instinctively uneasy stepping into it. Looking at the remains, he guesses this may be some ancient battlefield between humans and demon beasts, possibly tied to the old beast tied in State Chiefin. He even wonders if passing the barrier threw him into another space entirely, because nothing here feels like the world outside. Suning walks straight into the wilderness, briefly noting that some beast's bones still look valuable even if carrying them would only slow him down. Then his ears catch movement, and he snaps toward the sound of 2 figures flying low across the wasteland. As he closes the distance, Suning recognizes the pair at once. Bao Ryuan is chasing Xia Wenhua through the dead wasteland.